In response to requests representing millions of listening friends, the National Broadcasting Company is pleased indeed to bring you again The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Hello?
Me, sweet. What number have I got?
The Sam Spade Detective Agency, but...
Well, me, sweetheart.
Something's happened. Call me later, Dwight.
Dwight yet? Look.
I didn't know you were in town. You didn't write to me or...
Effie.
Yes?
This is me in the flesh, Sammy the Spade. Oh, now what?
Goodbye.
Effie, I'm in a payphone. My nickel is running out.
Oh, Dwight, how can you be so cruel and play jokes at a time like this?
Wait, listen. Ella, you listening?
Yes.
I am not dead. Don't believe everything you read in the papers.
Huh?
Or hear on the radio.
Yes.
You were at my funeral. Is that what you were about to say?
Yes. And it was lovely.
Don't believe that either. Stay right where you are, sweetheart, because I'll be there, alive and handsomer than ever, with an account of a caper which proves you can kill some of the people part of the time. My exaggerated report on the death of Sam Spade.
NBC welcomes back to the air a character who has captured the public imagination more completely than any other since the birth of Sherlock Holmes. William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Ain't it grand to be bloomin' well dead? Candles at my feet, candles at my head.
We're not open for business today. I mean, Mr. Spade's office is closed right now because...
I'll wait.
Oh, you look just like Mr. Spade. What's your name?
Spade. S-P-A-D-E. Spade.
Sam never told me he had a twin brother.
He doesn't.
But then you...
I'm me, Sam.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. Come here. Now do you believe me?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, what's the use?
Oh, you're so much like him.
Oh, never mind. Now get your pencil and paper and take it. Date November 17th, 1950. To Miss Effie Perrine.
That's me.
From Samuel Spade. That's me. License number 137596.
You must have been the last one to see him alive. Did he tell you to give me a message?
Shut up. Subject, my death. Dear Effie, since the sight of me in the flesh, breathing, hungering, and living doesn't convince you, maybe this report will. Think, if you can, back to last Monday. Now, if you recall, it was about 11 o'clock when, on the flimsy pretense that we needed stamps for the office, you drew $2 from petty cash and stepped out to buy a pair of step-ins. And that's when my client materialized. He was small and thin and carried with him the unmistakable odor of stale flowers. His black alpaca suit, string bow tie, elevator shoes, and white gloves had no bearing on his conversation.
Oh, dear. My name is Chester Swan.
Are you sure?
Yes.
My name is Spade. What can I do for you?
How tall are you, Mr. Spade?
6 feet in my feet.
Weight?
178.
I always notice a man's bone structure, don't you?
Oh, always.
Open.
Huh?
Open. Let me see inside.
I guess?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Fine.
Oh, well, now that you know me this well, Mr. Swan, what can I do for you?
Oh, dear. Perhaps I shouldn't have come here at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Spade.
Well, really?
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello again, Mr. Swan. You wanted to talk to me?
Yes, but I can't talk now. Mr. Spade.
Still here.
There. I live at 8516 Claremont in Berkeley. I'll be there tonight. Oh, dear.
This time, as he made his exit, he left $50 on the edge of my desk. And so, stupid me, I was at 8516 Claremont at the close of the day. It was a small white cottage with green shutters and a white picket fence. There was a hill in back and a brook in front. The sun was beginning to set on it, and it was all very picturesque. In fact, so much so that a girl with red hair, blue jeans, purple smock, oils, and canvas was making it immortal. She liked me immediately.
Here, hold this.
Certainly.
Like it?
Oh, yeah.
This is my first landscape. I'm a sprouting artist.
Obvious. Makes your own?
Not when I can get somebody to do it for me. Who are you?
Oh, I might be a fellow artist.
Don't do that. You're a liar. You're Sam Spade. I saw your picture in a newspaper clipping when I was helping Chester clean out his desk before he moved it.
But
You don't know an easel from a palette?
Oh, but I could learn.
I take it seriously.
Well, then so do I.
I doubt it. You've never tried to get away, to stand off, to throw off the shackles, have you?
No, I'll have to admit that the urgency of living, the pressure of merely existing, has had to...
Catfish, Sam. By the way, I'm Amy Goodrich.
Catfish?
The world is full of unhappy people who never try to get away from it all.
Well, honest...
Stop it.
But I wanted to, really.
Honestly, Sam, get away from everything. Leave, dissolve.
I've dreamed of it.
Never return.
Cross my heart.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing here?
To see Mr. Swan.
He isn't home yet. His house is a wonderful subject. Look, Sam, colorful, moderate, pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
That is until the sun stops shining. But picture it at night in the fog.
Mm-hmm.
Crushed with barrenness, full of death, brooding, ominous. I'm trying to capture that, too. It's what we've got to get away from, isn't it?
Absolutely. You and I...
Sam, as you start up the hill on Claremont, there's a green apartment house on the right. I'm in 420.
Well, maybe we'll find a way out together.
Maybe.
I waved her a fond farewell and sat on the steps of my client's house until he showed up at 6:15. He took me inside, where the only furniture was an army cot and a portable barbecue.
I'm so glad you kept our appointment, Mrs. Spade. I'm so frightened. I've been upset all week long. I didn't know what to do. I just didn't.
And what have you been so upset about, Mr. Swan?
Well, lately, Mr. Spade, infrequently, for the last week, I've noticed a man. I think he's following me.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I'd see him in a car following my bus when I went downtown. Then he'd be waiting around at the bus stop in the evening when I came back.
Oh.
I've sold my house, and I'm ready to move. It's unnerved me so much, but...
Did he follow you home tonight?
No, but
Well, would anyone be following you, Mr. Swan?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Spade. I don't know. I really don't.
All right, I'll try another tack. What does this man look like?
He always wears dark clothes and a hat. I'd say he was about your height.
6 feet.
I remember. Maybe heavier. Same bone structure, though.
Yeah, you haven't been to the police.
Oh, dear, no. A man in my business can't afford off-color publicity.
No? What kind of business is that?
The Bonton Mortuary.
Oh.
25 years.
Ooh.
Same location. Oh, and I've worked hard. So very hard. And if there's something behind all this, something that has stopped me from being made the executive secretary of the Undertakers Breakfast Club when they hold their annual election next month, I don't know what I'll do, Mr. Spade. I just don't really know what I'll do. I just don't.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. You'll feel better. Just let it all out. Just really do. And he did. When he stopped crying, I instructed him to go about his daily habits as always and left, assuring him I'd get to the bottom of it all. I walked down to the corner ostentatiously, which is a neat trick well calculated to throw nefarious observers off the track and lull them into false security. And when the bus showed up 10 minutes later, I got on it, rode 3 blocks, walked back, and took a plant across the street. A clever ruse, as you see, to invite a showdown. 2 hours later, a man about my size in dark clothes appeared over the hill and crept stealthily to the front of my client's cottage. He had his eyes glued to the window when I walked up behind him.
Hey, let go of me.
Come on, you're going inside.
Listen, I'm no peeping Tom.
No, you're the bloodhound type. I'm inviting you in for a real sniff at your
Oh, no,
father.
you don't. Well, all right, then I'll go quietly.
Okay, that's better. Now we'll just walk on. The kick he landed on me wasn't according to Queensberry. I couldn't move for 3 or 4 minutes, and by that time he disappeared. When I recovered my faculties, I reported the incident to my client, who cried himself to sleep. After I bolted him in for the night, I stopped on my way down the hill at apartment 420 in the little green apartment house. She was still wearing the blue jeans and the purple smock. And she still had the same ideas.
Come in, Sam. You said you were serious about getting away from it all, and a whole day has passed.
It was that pressure of living. I'm here to apologize.
You are not, but go ahead.
I'm sorry, Angel.
I love to be fooled, Sam. You're forgiven.
How's the painting coming? The one of Swan's cottage.
Slow. Fog is always tough.
Looks nice, though. How long you been on it?
3 weeks all told.
Well, then you've had a pretty good plant on the house, haven't you? Ever notice a tall, broad-shouldered guy in a dark suit casing the place?
Tall, broad-shouldered.
Pretty much like me.
Could anybody be pretty much like you, Sam?
No, you're right.
Sam, is there something wrong?
No.
Well, then don't stand there doing nothing. Do something.
Who, me? Amy fixed me a small dinner which had a strong turpentine taste to it, and then we mixed oils and painted and made fudge. Next afternoon at the Hall of Records, I did a little spade work on Chester Swan. His application and permit to practice undertaking in the city of San Francisco were dated 1938. Details: unmarried, 52 years of age, graduated from mortician school in Ohio, listed one living relative, nephew, Theodore J. Swan, Toledo, Ohio. I was gathering the above information when I smelled whiskey over my shoulder, which is always good luck. It was Al Torrington, who was also in the private investigation racket in this city, and he was leaning, peering from my face to the card that I held in my hand.
Did he get over to you, too, Sam?
Who got over to me, Al?
Him? That thinny with the tears. What's his name? My eyes ain't so good.
Swan, Al. Chester Swan. Mortician.
Yeah, that's him, Sam. The same one exactly. Came to my office 2 weeks complaining about somebody following him. And he did nothing about it. Said I was too fat.
Oh, well, you are, Al. Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. And some other the boys said he was around there, too. Wanted a private eye, but he wanted a man who looked just right.
How right?
Obviously as right as you are, Sam, because it looks like he picked you. Yeah. yeah.
Yes, F, it did look like he picked me. And I thought that over, and I didn't like it. And I called my client at home to tell him he was fired, but he didn't give me a chance.
Oh, dear, I'm so glad you called, Mr. Spade. I really am.
I called for a reason, Mr. Swan. I'm resigning this case.
Oh, dear, Mr. Spade, you can't do that. You really can't.
I don't think you've been quite honest with me, Mr. Swan.
Oh, dear.
Tears will get you nowhere. I made a routine check on your reasons for hiring me, and they don't quite fit with the reasons you gave. They really just don't quite, Mr. Swan.
It's no game, Mr. Spade. Believe me. He's back tonight. Right now, he's standing beneath the lamppost outside my window, and I'm frightened to death. Please hurry over, Mr. Spade, and let's get this business straightened out. Please.
And stupid me, I went over. And I found that little white cottage on the hill looking grim and gaunt in the heavy fog. Amy's words about it being crushed with barrenness, full of brooding and death, came back to me. And Mr. Swan's frightened words about a mysterious man in dark clothes waiting beneath the streetlight also came back to me, particularly when I noted there was no streetlight near the house. However, there was a light somewhere in the rear of the house, and the front door was ajar. Oh, Mr. Swan! Mr. Swan, are you here? Oh, Mr. Swan, it's me, Sam Spade. Are you here?
Mr. Spade? Is that you? Are you out there?
Where are you? Things happened fast. I turned around to find the front door filled with a man in a dark suit. He had something in his hand. It looked like a roll of cotton candy, but it felt different. It only staggered me against the wall, but it made me forget where my arms were.
Easy, Spade. Easy does it, boy. Easy.
He let me down to the floor gently. I could still see the lights somewhere in the back of the house, and I could hear him talking way off.
Take off his coat. Quick,
I
quick.
can't.
Give me the needle.
Hurry. I can't watch. I'm going upstairs.
The needle went somewhere in my left arm, but not before somebody pulled my coat off, and for no reason I could think of at the moment, also tried to pull my finger off. Well, I couldn't dwell on it. By that time, the stuff in my arm was going other places, and I was going with it, even though there was action all around me.
This ought to do it.
No, stay away from me. Get out of here.
Vaguely, somewhere, somebody was shooting Roman candles or having blowouts or playing bebop. I just didn't care at all. I just didn't. The first thing I saw was sunlight. It was the kind you see in a picture. It was a picture of a little white cottage with green shutters. You guessed it. I was in Amy's apartment, where we made fudge together. I got to my feet somehow.
Right here. I've had it here for 2 days. We'll have to figure out the best thing to do with him, though.
I knew the best thing to do with me. There was a fire escape in a window. I got out there and I weaved against the wall.
He's gone. He's gone.
What do you mean he's gone? He couldn't have gotten away with that load he was carrying.
I don't know. He was unconscious when I left.
Well, don't
him.
just stand there. We've got to do something. There might be trouble. Now, let's get going.
I didn't wait to find out what they were going to do. I made my way down the fire escape and started walking for the street, and that's when I noticed my shoes didn't fit me anymore. They weren't mine. And neither was the gray flannel suit with the label marked Tidkeys. Neither was the blue shirt. While I was at it, the ring on my finger engraved Emerson High, 1936, wasn't mine either. My new belt buckle had a big letter T on it, which is not my initial. It really isn't. And I didn't have any use for the eyeglasses in my coat pocket either. You were out when I walked in the office, F, but you'd been there. There was a black crepe done up in a white satin ribbon hanging on the door. The desk blotter was drenched with salt tears, and a newspaper folded back to page 13, and I'll sue the Chronicle on this if it's the last thing I do, gave me a 2-inch spread. Item, November 15th, 1950. 15? What happened to the 13th and the 14th? Detective perishes in Berkeley fire. I read it through once, then twice. It was my obituary.
You are listening to the first in a new series of adventures involving radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Later tonight on most NBC stations, Duffy's Tavern comes your way with another merry half-hour session, starring Ed Gardner as Archie the manager. There's a full serving of laughs garnished with chuckles and whipped up by Archie and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's just one of the many great Friday evening entertainment features on NBC. It's Duffy's Tavern, your cue for better listening where the 3 chimes always mean good times. Make it a Friday evening habit to tune early and stay late at your favorite NBC station. And now back to Caper Over My Dead Body, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I left the crepe on the door and went out to buy a new desk blotter and some more newspapers. The Hobo News had the best story, which wasn't much. Samuel Spade, licensed private investigator, perished Wednesday night in a fire in a vacant house in Berkeley. His warm friends will feel regret at the passing of a man who was always kind to the poor. None of us ever asked Sam Spade for a handout without receiving a kind word and bon mot as he turned us down. This was nice, but I wanted more. Figured I was fairly safe to wander about unrecognized. My ill-fitting attire acquired from my unknown benefactor would be disguise enough when combined with my 2-day beard. Engine Company 16, Berkeley Division, had handled the fire, and half a block away was a grog shop called the Shamrock. I waited for a fireman to come in.
Bartender! Bartender! What kind of a place are you running now? I've been here 5 minutes already.
All right, shut up, Patty. You just arrived.
Well, it seemed like 5 minutes. A wee bit more there, if you don't mind.
That's enough for you, Patty. You're still on duty.
I am not. I'm off now. The chief said I could be off. It ain't every day I receive such a shock to me system.
You received your shock 3 days ago.
And I'm still shaking, man. Oh, the sight of him was terrible, terrible. Burnt as black as the good saint's beard. All twisted and horrible in death.
He was probably dead drunk and didn't know what happened to him.
And were you there fighting the flames and finding him like me? Oh, it was terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible.
It wasn't that bad, and you've had your limit.
And who says so?
I say so.
Oh, you do you? And who are you?
Your brother-in-law.
Well, now.
Well, maybe I could spot you one, Patty.
I never drink with strangers. What's your name?
O'Doolin.
Well, you heard the man. Go ahead, pour. Cheers.
Yeah. Fireman, you had a terrible experience 3 days ago.
Oh, that I did, Mr. O'Doolin. That I did indeed, that I did.
I've heard it a dozen times. I'll be at the other end of the bar.
'Twas 3 nights ago, Mr. O'Doolin, and we get a call to the house on Claremont is afire. Well, sir, when we get there, it's about all gone. Can't understand why it went up flames so fast.
Wood.
It was the funeral pyre of a man who lived in sin.
Huh?
A detective fellow. Sam Spade, he was identified as. Oui.
Oh, one moment, Fireman. I've heard fine things about him.
Some of those uppity police fellows from the Division of Homicide said he was a nice fellow. But some of the boys at the fire station and myself, well, we got our own ideas about that.
Oh, what kind of ideas, Patty, me boy?
What kind of good can any man be accomplishing in an empty house late at night, I ask you, Mr. O'Doolin? Oh, he was done to a turn, he was, when I burst in the door with me axe. Saved Satan the trouble.
Charred.
Empty whiskey bottles scattered all about. Sin, O'Dolan, sin. He'd gone to sleep with a smoke and cigarette that set the whole place off. Vice rampant.
From there, I went downtown to a telegraph office where I sent a wire to Toledo on a long chance. And while I was waiting for an answer on a not-so-long chance, I slunk into the Bon Ton funeral parlor to pay my respects to the departed. I stood in the back of that dimly lit chapel and scanned the scene. 3 of the boys from homicide were there, blowing their noses. 2 chorus girls I thought had long since forgotten me were there in black, deep V-necks. My insurance man was there, looking awful worried. 1 Chronicle reporter with photographer, and a shoeshine boy from our building, and the bailiff from the courthouse, just to mention a few I could make out. And you were there, Effie, up front near a closed casket. I made out a bower of flowers from robbery detail. It said, "Goodbye, Sam." Maxie from the city morgue was the only one who looked at ease.
All right. Does anyone wish to, you, miss?
Many called him shaman, but I called him friend. On this, his last caper,
I was touched, Effie, and I would have stopped the whole thing then and there. But I had to find out who was in that casket. I reeled out the front door with tears in my eyes and slid around to the back door and into Chester Swan's private office. And there I made a phone call and got an answer to my telegram, which caused me to make another call to his bank. By that time, most of it was right in place. A search through his desk revealed nothing, and a safe standing in the corner the same. But then my answer walked right in the door.
Oh, Sam, darling, I was so worried when I found you'd left, but I saw you at the funeral and I thought you'd be here.
And the guy was with you? Was he worried, too?
Oh, him. That was Dr. Jesslyn. Sam, you'd been out for 2 days, and I didn't... Oh, Sam, you're safe. You got away from it all. You've escaped, darling.
Yeah. They're burying me right now. I'm dead.
It's so wonderful, Sam.
Only one thing. Where do you fit? The caper. I was supposed to burn up in that fire, and what was left was supposed to look enough like Theodore J. Swan, class of 1936, Toledo, Ohio, to let beneficiary Chester Swan collect a nice pile of insurance money.
Sam, what are you talking about? Who's Theodore J.? What did you say?
Chester's only living relative. They're burying him right now. Somebody lost his caper. You want to tell me?
Darling, I was at the house the night of the fire, working on my foggy picture. You didn't see me when you went in, and later on you didn't come out. And I went over...
And I was on the floor, and a man was bending over me.
He changed clothes with you, Sam, and I screamed, and he pulled out a gun, and I hit him with a hoe. And I drug you out on the lawn.
And then what happened?
I put you in my car and took you home. I was going to phone the police, but I decided it was something you were working on, and I went back to the house, and it was burning, and you knew the man you'd hit on the head was in there. Believe me, Sam, I didn't know the house was going to burn down. I wouldn't kill anybody, Sam. I only wanted to...
You only wanted to help me, and you did right, Angel.
Oh, Sam.
That's all right. I'm your witness. You didn't start the fire.
You mean somebody really started it?
Chester. He thought it was me lying on the floor in there. The bank tells me he's about to go busted. He figured this one out with his nephew to scare up some insurance, though. I'm about the same
size.
Hold
me, Sam. Hold me. It's been horrible. This is the kind of thing I was trying to paint. Now I'm smack dab up against it, and I'm sick. I'm scared.
Easy.
Sam, you're really dead. There's our way out, Sam. Just leave now. Let it go the way it is. They all think you're dead.
Oh, dear.
Huh?
But we know different, don't we, Mr. Spade?
He was holding a Navy Colt revolver in front of him with both hands. I couldn't make up my mind to rush him and count on his bad aim or stand still and be a perfect target while I tried to talk him out of it. Either way, he was a crazy man with a gun, and he was getting ready to use it.
Sam, he's going to kill us.
Mr.
Quiet,
Spade,
Amy.
because my nephew was stupid enough to wear your watch and your suit when he exchanged clothes with you, I'm going to lose the Bon Ton.
And that puts you in quite a spot, doesn't it, Mr. Swan?
Until a moment ago, yes, but now. Mr. Spade, the newspapers all say you're dead. The death certificate says the same thing. All of your friends are following your casket and my nephew's corpse to the cemetery at this very moment. Everybody expects you to be dead, Mr. Spade.
Thanks to you, Mr. Swan.
But now, nobody'd miss you if I killed you.
I'd miss you, Sam.
But I'd have to kill you, too.
Oh.
Did you notice you're still wearing Theodore's clothes, even his ring? Why, Mr. Spade, I could kill you and put you in a fire somewhere and collect my insurance on Theodore now, couldn't I?
No. Why, that's a terrible thing to think.
Huh?
Oh, you're not reasoning properly, Chester. You really aren't. How would you explain Amy? You just said you'd have to kill her. And what about the coroner's office? You know how they are.
But really...
Don't forget the medical examiner's got something to say, too. Not to mention the fact that you'd have to really burn me up to cover up the bullet hole. And furthermore, Chester, when you shoot me, if you happen to hit a rib and chip off some bone, they'd know I was shot before, and then homicide would be in on it.
Oh, no, stop. Nothing works for me. I'm a failure.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. Let it all out. You'll feel better. And he did. And he's still crying in his cell downtown. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, you were so brave. You actually stood there and talked that crazy man out of murdering you. You were wonderful.
True, Effie? Amy thinks so, too. She's going to do me in oils when they let her out of the pokey.
Amy's in jail? What for, Sam?
Oh, technical charge of an involuntary manslaughter. They'll spring her as soon as the coroner's inquest is completed. Dear Amy.
Did she make good fudge, Sam?
Fudge? Oh, that was the least of it.
Oh? What do you mean?
After the fudge.
What then?
Panucci. Oh, boy. Say, go type that up, sweetheart, while I see if there's any mention of my miraculous resuscitation on the radio page. Go. Scoot.
There certainly is a mention of Sam Spade on the radio page for Friday. Sam Spade is one more in the list of great shows to join up in NBC's Parade of the Stars. Have you heard The Big Show? This Sunday, The Big Show comes your way once again on NBC. Listen to just a few of the star names who will be appearing this week. Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be the lady who invented the snappy retort, Tallulah Bankhead. Yes, it's The Big Show. It's big in music, big in drama, and big in comedy. Be sure to hear The Big Show Sunday.
Well, here it is, Sam. All typed up.
Good. I will sign it, and you will keep it, always, to remind you that I'm still here.
Oh, Sam.
Living, breathing, brave, and handsome. A paragon.
Sam, what will we do about the mail?
The mail? What mail? Where? Which?
All the letters and postcards and telegrams and all that came when people thought you... Oh, when you weren't good... When they thought you were...
Oh, there have been enough tears tonight, Effie.
Oh, Sam, it's so good to have you back. Will you be the same as you always were?
Well, I'm going to try, Effie.
Because then you can't help but be, like they say, the greatest private detective of them all.
We'll see.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by E. Jack Newman. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Frank Worth. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Good afternoon, Mr. Templar.
Oh, good afternoon.
Well, come in, sir. Come in.
You're very kind.
Eh?
Well, it isn't everyone who'd invite a mere stranger in like this. And the fact that it's my own apartment into which I'm being invited is... did you find what you were looking for?
Oh, dear. Then you can tell I've been searching through your things. But I took such pains to be neat. I abhor disorder.
That's exactly the way I feel about fat intruders who practice burglary in my apartment.
Burglary? Oh, really, sir? Do I look like a burglar?
You look like a fastidious rhinoceros with a taste for Bond Street tailoring.
You see how appearances can be deceiving. I assure you, sir, another thing I am not is a rhinoceros.
That makes two things you aren't. Suppose we trade them for one thing you are.
Very well. For one thing, I am an unhappy man.
Your wife doesn't understand you.
No, the reason for my unhappiness is I no longer understand myself. I've changed. It worries me. Now, take last night, for example.
Yes?
It was such a commonplace activity, the sort of thing a man in my profession soon gets used to. And yet, all during it and afterwards, I found myself actually feeling sorry for the poor chap.
Oh, and what was happening to the poor chap?
Oh, the usual thing. Placing lighted matches under the fellow's fingernails, pressing burning cigars into the soles of his feet.
Sticking pins into the calf of his leg.
Yes, exactly. Prosaic, unoriginal, but still highly effective, eh? If they weren't effective, it's hardly likely that I would be here, wouldn't you say?
The point is, why are you here, Fatty?
The name is Archibald.
Archibald?
Roland P. Archibald. Obviously, I have come to regain possession of my property.
What property? What does it look like?
An envelope, Mr. Templar. A small manila envelope.
And the man you tortured said he gave it to me?
Yes. Fernandez said your name very clearly, even though we were doing a magnificent job of twisting his arm at the time.
And he was doing a pretty good job of pulling your leg.
What do you mean?
Look, Roland P. Archibald, my tailor is due here at any moment with a newly made suit that I am very eager to try on. I'd be obliged to you if you picked up your marbles and...
Nice.
That depends on whom it's being pointed at.
It's a Walther, one of the finest automatics the Germans ever made.
I suppose you'd suspect an ulterior motive if I asked you for a closer look.
The envelope, please. I've gone to considerable trouble, Mr. Templar. My patience is exhausted, thoroughly exhausted. I'm not as thin as I used to be.
Should we break some rye crisp together?
The envelope, for the last time.
Very well, I suppose next you'll be pestering me for a stamp.
Wait, don't come any closer, Saint.
Well, I have to get the envelope. I just don't happen to have it on me.
I've searched this apartment thoroughly. It has to be on your person.
Outwitted, curse you.
I'll take it, please. Hand it over.
All right. Wouldn't it be amusing if when I reached into my pocket, instead of finding an envelope, I found a gun?
You have a gun, Mr. Templar?
A gun? Of course not. I was just...
Wait. Keep your hands where they are, Saint.
But the envelope...
Now raise your hands, please. Higher. Thank you. I'll remove the envelope from your pocket myself.
Playing it cagey, Chubby?
In my profession, caution is the difference between living and dying. Now, which pocket?
This one. Yes. It is a nice gun. You'd shown it to me when I asked, I wouldn't have had to kick in your bay window.
That kick is going to cost you your life.
Well, everything's expensive these days. Do you know the way out?
Yes, Mr. Templar. But what's more important, I know the way back.
Who is it?
It's Finley, Mr. Templar. I've brought your suit.
Oh, come in, Finley. If you'd been here 10 minutes ago, you'd have found me having my measure taken by someone else.
Indeed? You're displeased with my work, Mr. Templar?
That someone else wasn't a custom tailor, Finley. He was taking my measure with a gun. Well, now, let's see. How did this latest masterpiece of yours work out?
Oh, if I may say so, sir, I do believe I've exceeded myself.
Then you've exceeded the best tailor in town.
If you'll remove your coat, Mr. Templar. I'll just take the suit out of the box. Yeah. Now, if you'll just slip the coat on.
All right. Oh, that's a good fit.
Step over to the mirror, sir.
All right. Yeah. It's a well-tailored piece of... Hey, what's this?
Pardon?
This little... Well, I'll be.
Something wrong, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, or is it the latest fashion to wear a bullet hole beside the breast pocket?
What's that? A bullet hole?
Yeah, look, see for yourself. Small and round and still smelling of cordite.
But it isn't possible. How could a thing like that have happened?
Well, did this suit have any known enemies? Say a bargain basement blue serge with a jealousy neurosis?
Mr. Templar, I'm dumbfounded. I don't know what to say.
What's this?
Another bullet hole?
Huh. Something in the inside pocket. It feels like it's an envelope.
What?
Yeah, a small manila envelope. Now, that has a familiar ring. And so has this name penciled across the flap.
Name?
Yeah. Do you have a customer named Fernandez?
Fernandez? Why, no, sir. I know no one by that name. Who is he, sir?
A man who tells tall tales when his arm is twisted. A man who right now is probably very dead.
Ah, my beloved, fill the cup that clears today of past regret and future fears. Tomorrow I may be...
Exactly where you are right now. Quoting Omar Khayyam to a disinterested highball glass.
And empty, Simon. This cup that clears, empty.
An entirely temporary condition. Bartender. Yeah. Double for Mr. Murphy, and I will have the same.
Yes, sir.
Ah, your generosity is matched only by your intelligence and wit. What brings the mighty man catcher to 3rd Avenue? Whiskey? Women?
An encyclopedia that walks like a man.
And drinks like a fish. I'm at your service, my saintly friend.
Well, I'm glad Einstein just wasn't available.
An amateur.
Here you are, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Ah. Ask me anything, Simon. My brain is in your hands.
We'll start with names. 2 names.
Name them.
Roland P. Archibald.
Neat, natty, and fat with an extra bulge under the arm. That probably means a gun.
Mm-hmm. That's Roland.
And that's all.
Now, don't tell me that filing system you call a brain is slipped up on Roland P.
I'm afraid so, Simon. He has, no friends, no acquaintances, no known occupation, no known anything. A very mysterious cookie.
I'd put him more in the plum pudding class. Next name?
Fire.
Fernandez.
Fernandez? Oh, Simon, I know so many.
I was afraid you would.
3 bartenders, a manufacturer of hearing aids, a truck driver. Oh, best and safest driver I ever knew.
All truck drivers are the best and the safest. Any more?
Safecracker, a professor of Oriental languages, 3 more bartenders.
What's the use? I wouldn't know the right one if I heard it. Look, take a look at this. 4 sheets of foolscap.
You want to know what it is?
I know what it is. It's a formula, a complicated formula in nuclear physics.
Oh, now I'm learning. Where did you get this hot potato, Simon?
It came in a small manila envelope that I found in the pocket of a brand new suit.
And you want me to tell you what the formula means? Too bad Einstein wasn't available.
I'm more concerned with whom this belongs to rather than what it means. These initials printed in the upper left-hand corner.
Initials. Oh, yeah. D-R-L.
Which means?
D-R-L. Well, Simon, on a formula in nuclear physics, the L probably stands for laboratory.
Bartender, triple for Mr. Murphy.
Yes, sir.
Drop in any time, Simon, any time. I shall always be glad to receive you.
Hi.
Hi.
Been waiting a long time for you to come out of that saloon.
Oh, why?
I wanted to see you, that's why. You're the saint, aren't you?
I'm the saint, and you're seeing me. What are you seeing me about?
The envelope. You know, the one with the formula. I want it.
Now, don't tell me it's your homework. You know who I am, Junior. Who are you?
It don't make no difference who I am. But if it'll make you happy.
It'll make me happy.
The name's Gus. Now, come on, give.
Why?
I got a gun in my pocket, that's why. And I'm told to bring back that envelope no matter what.
And if I refuse to give it to you, you'll shoot me and take it from me, huh?
That's the truth.
You're new at this, aren't you?
I know my way around.
What happens when you shoot me here on the sidewalk?
You fall down, of course.
Eventually. But first a woman screams. There's always a woman who screams. And people start running toward us, and a cop comes tearing up, and, what do you do during all of this, Gus?
Me? I run.
And the envelope?
I take it out of your pocket before I run.
Oh, you'll have time.
Huh?
When a man is shot, he doesn't just go plop like they do in the funny papers. First he clutches the spot where the bullet hit him, and then he staggers around for a while. Then he lurches, swerves, sinks to one knee, gets up again. You know, nothing brings out the ham in a man like being shot.
So?
Well, you'll have to wait until I'm through with my dying act before you can reach into my pocket, Gus. By that time...
Yeah. Maybe you're right.
There will be no charge for the lesson.
Maybe I can teach you something.
Yeah. What? It's rifle fire. Get down. Over here, behind this car. Gus!
You're wrong, Saint. I didn't lurch or stagger. No woman screamed.
Gus!
I didn't stay.
Gus! I guess mine was the last lie you'll ever hear.
Mr. Templar! Oh, Mr. Templar!
Oh, it's you, Fatty.
Oh, Mr. Templar, I wish you wouldn't persist in calling me by that absurd name.
Well, Rose by any other name. I suppose the same sort of reasoning applies to a rat. Well, is this the big moment, Roland?
Eh?
Archibald's revenge, the payoff I was promised for, the kick in the stomach I delivered?
I would hardly honk my horn after you shout your name at the top of my voice on a busy thoroughfare if it were my intention to kill you, Mr. Templar.
No, I suppose you wouldn't. You'd park your car somewhere and stalk me from it with a high-powered rifle.
Well, you know, that sounds rather effective. I must bear it in mind for the future.
Yeah, I'm still bearing it in mind from the past. A kid named Gus caught the bullet for me.
Eh? I don't quite understand.
It's simple, Fatty. You missed me.
You think that I... Oh, really, sir, this is most amusing.
You won't hear Gus laughing.
My dear Templar, I am an expert rifleman. If I had aimed at you, I shouldn't have missed you. But come, sir, the temper of this conversation is not at all what I had in mind when I sought you out.
No?
I should like to suggest an armistice, a peace plan, as it were, with the loser paying a generous amount as reparations to the winner.
Meaning that you wind up with a formula and I with the customary 30 pieces of silver.
Oh, come, Templar. You make it sound as if treason were involved. I assure you the formula has nothing to do with any government project.
Then what is it, Chubby? A recipe for sweet potato pie? A method of manufacturing quick frozen bourbon? What is it?
The only person who can answer that is Dr. Vargas.
Dr. Vargas? Vargas? Thanks.
Where are you going, Mr. Templar?
Consult a phone book. You've just given me the answer to another one of 3 puzzling initials, Chubby. I think I know now what the middle one stands for. Good morning.
Good morning. May I help you?
So this is VRL, hmm? Good old VRL.
I beg your pardon.
I'd like to see Dr. Vargas.
Dr. Vargas?
You seem surprised. This is the Vargas Research Laboratories, VRL.
Of course, but Dr. Vargas never sees visitors.
Oh, I'm not a visitor. What I've got in a small manila envelope practically makes me a member of the firm.
I beg your pardon?
Again? And on such short acquaintance?
But what?
Merely tell the doctor it's probably a matter of life or death.
But I've strict instructions never to interrupt the doctor. Whom shall I say is calling?
Simon Templar.
Simon. The saint?
With a question mark where my halo ought to be. Do we know each other?
No.
Something tells me that we will. But until that happy moment,
If that's Templar, send him right in.
Hey, did you hear something? Something that sounded like artillery fire with the ability to make words?
Through that door, Mr. Templar.
Oh, thank you.
Well, come in. Don't take all day about it. You can close the door now. Sit down, Templar. I believe we have something to discuss.
I have something to discuss with Dr. Vargas.
And who am I supposed to be, Snow White?
I'd rather not answer that.
Let's get right to the heart of it, Templar. I'm a busy woman.
And I'm a puzzled man, Doctor. And one of the things that puzzles me is how you knew I was coming here.
A friend told me to expect you.
A friend who carries about 75 extra pounds and who dislikes being called fatty, Not so sure I like your friends.
And I'm not so sure I give a hang. Just for the record, I've been checked and double-checked by almost every government agency in this and several other countries.
Oh, then you are doing government work. Your fat friend is a terrible liar.
Take it up with his clergyman. We're here to discuss a formula. One that somehow found its way out of this laboratory and into your pocket. You have it?
Yeah, it's burning a hole in that pocket.
Toss it over. This is what the fuss is all about?
That.
Good day, Templar.
Yes, it is rather nice out.
Then please feel free to go out and enjoy it and take this mishmash with you.
Mishmash?
Gibberish, prattle, nonsense. Pick your own word.
The word I pick is why.
Why? Why what?
Look, if this formula is mishmash, why does a fat man named Archibald want it so badly? Why does a kid named Gus threaten to gun me down for it and wind up getting a rifle slug right into another world? And why is a new suit delivered with a bullet hole over the heart? And why did...
I'm a scientist, not a policeman. Goodbye, Mr...
Dr. Vargas, excuse me.
Yes?
You're wanted in the laboratory right away.
Okay. Mr. Templar was just leaving. Will you show him out, Miss Fernandez?
Did she say Fernandez?
That's my name, Jean Fernandez.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it. You have a father, a husband perhaps, or is it a brother who might be mysteriously absent?
You know where... Oh, Mr. Templar, you must help me. You must.
How?
My brother Louis, he... No, we can't talk here. Later.
Well, here's my address. And if you see a certain beef trust named Archibald before I do, don't tell him your name is Fernandez.
But he knows. Oh, Mr. Templar, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Who is it?
It's I, sir. Finley. May I see you for a moment?
Oh. Well, come in, Finley. Now, don't tell me you've made me a new coat this fast.
Oh, no, Mr. Templar. I could hardly do justice to my craft if I... Mr. Templar, I have a problem.
Well, judging from the record, you've come to the right place to unload it.
It's that object you found in the suit I delivered yesterday, sir.
The manila envelope?
Yes, sir. A gentleman called at my shop today inquiring for it. He insists that the envelope is his and demands its return.
A fat gentleman?
No, sir, a rather thin gentleman. His name is Fernandez.
I doubt it.
Pardon?
Did he tell you how the envelope happened to be found in my suit?
Yes, sir, he did. He was in for a fitting himself the other day.
Fernandez?
Yes, sir, Fernandez. He says he saw your coat hanging on the rack, admired it, and on an impulse tried it on. The envelope had been in his hands at the time.
And he just slipped it into the pocket and then forgot about it, huh?
So he informed me, sir. Now he's threatening me with legal action if I don't...
Tell the gentleman to call here for the envelope, Finley. If he can identify the contents, he can have it.
Well, that sounds reasonable enough, Mr. Templar. I'll tell him. Good day, sir, and thank you.
Oh, Finley.
Yes, sir.
Tell the gentleman I'll expect an explanation about that bullet hole in my coat. You know, I'm dying to hear how the gentleman gets around that one. Who is it this time?
It's me, Jean Fernandez. Quick, let me in.
Gee, I expected you hours ago.
I couldn't get away, and then when I did, he followed me. I had to lose him.
Who?
The fat man, Archibald.
You know, it's remarkable that he stays that fat, getting around as much as he does.
Oh, Mr. Templar, please. I haven't seen or heard from Louis in 3 days. Do you know where...
No.
But I thought
It isn't what you thought or what you think that's going to find your brother, Jean. It's what you know.
What I know. I don't understand.
Jean, what's your brother mixed up in?
No, I can't tell you. I came here because I thought you knew where Louis is. I'm going now.
Do you want to see your brother again? Alive?
What? What do you mean?
The first and last I heard of your brother was when Fatty told me about putting lighted matches under his fingernails.
Oh, no. No.
I didn't mean to break it to you so ungently. But you've got to be made to realize that unless you tell me what...
All right. I'll tell you. But you must help me find Louis. You must.
And I will. Now, first, that formula that seems to be so important and yet isn't.
I did that.
You did what?
I'll begin at the beginning.
That's a good place to begin from.
When Louis was a very young man, in his teens, he was restless, nervous, neurotic, the doctor called it.
The type which, with a few lies here and a little propaganda there, is easily convinced that there's nothing more noble than a certain form of politics, huh?
Well, he joined the movement and rose rapidly in it. He was slated for big things. Till one day he stopped being restless and neurotic and looked at himself and what he'd become with disgust.
And so he quit?
Oh, he only thought he quit. All these years, he didn't have the slightest connection with them. He never dreamed that they'd seek him out again and expect him to...
They wanted something from him, huh? Something that he could get for them easier than anyone else could.
Well, they found out where I was working. They knew that Dr. Vargas was conducting important experiments, and they made my brother a proposition. Either he was to make me give him the Vargas formula, or he was to be executed. Oh, can't you see why I'm so worried?
Especially since the formula you gave your brother to pass along was a phony.
That's right. I couldn't give him the real one, not even to save his life. I simply couldn't. So I copied things from papers the doctor had thrown away, a little bit of each of a score of discarded papers. I thought it would work, that I'd fool them. Louis doesn't know. He took it from me, said goodbye.
And you haven't seen him since. Did he tell you where he was bringing the supposed formula? Who he was giving it to?
He said I'd be safer if I didn't know. He merely said that he was going to meet a man who'd been one of their cleverest agents for years. One of the most important men in the organization. Oh, it must be him. It must be.
Fatty? Well, what makes you think so?
Why else would he follow me? Why else would he...
Where are you going?
To look out the window. I want to see if he's there.
No, Jean, get away from that window.
I just want to see if he...
Somebody's been playing 4th of July with a high-powered rifle. This is no time to stand near... Jean, get down! Jean! 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 Oh.
Well, hello. Welcome home.
Again?
Come in, Mr. Templar. Come in, sir.
Someday I'll open the door of my apartment, walk in, and... this time you weren't quite so neat about it, Fatty.
The name is Archibald. And this time, Mr. Templar, it was someone else. Someone with deplorably messy habits who searched your apartment. You've been to the hospital?
Yes.
Miss Fernandez is...
She'll live. How about her brother? Will he?
He's still in a coma.
Now, suppose we discuss Roland P. Archibald and what brings him here this time.
Well, my dear sir, the formula, naturally.
No, Roland, not the formula.
Huh?
I'm certain Dr. Vargas must have told you by now that the formula
Why should she tell me anything?
Because of what you are, Roland. Something had been stolen from a laboratory, so you set out to bring it back. That's your job. We're both on the same team.
But, my dear Templar, I'm the villain in this opera. I'm the fellow who swore that he'd have your life, remember?
And your cover.
Eh?
You were making like the criminal element as a cover-up. You're a counterintelligence agent.
Am I?
Yeah, I began to get on to you and to what part you were playing in this drama when I called on Vargas this morning.
Huh?
She was expecting me. And the only one who could possibly have told her that I'd be dropping in was you.
And so?
The doctor is doing important work. She's been security checked from here to Sunday. So, since you're playing ball with her, you must be playing for the home team.
Have you anything at all that might help us find out who pressured Fernandez to go after the formula?
He's the same man who's been shooting off his rifle.
If we could only find out who he is.
I know who he is.
You do?
Sure. Fernandez gets the formula from his sister, goes to deliver it, has a few unpleasant words with Uncle Joe's one-man spy ring, and they start fighting with guns. My new suit is a casualty.
So was Fernandez, but he managed to get away and come to us. He's been in a coma ever since. Keeps muttering your name and the words in the pocket in the pocket.
Which led you to me and the pocket I was wearing instead of the pocket of the new suit that was hanging in the shop with my name on it.
Would you mind explaining?
Well, Fernandez wasn't sure he'd be able to get away. So he hid the manila envelope with the formula in the pocket of my new suit.
Get away? Get away from where?
From the tailor shop where he went to meet the spy.
But why the tailor shop? What?
Because the spy has a cover identity, too. He happens to be
Up your hands, both of you.
I was saying he happens to be a tailor. A tailor named Finley.
Keep those hands up.
A tailor named Finley who one day tells me he's never heard of a man named Fernandez, and the next day tells me an old customer named Fernandez is called to claim the manila envelope.
You're very clever, Mr. Templar.
But where did you come from just now? Where were you hiding?
I was in the closet, Fatty. You very rudely dropped in here while I was going through Mr. Templar's things just before.
Still looking for that elusive manila envelope, eh, Finley?
Yes, but the search seems to be about over, Mr. Templar, sir. Oh, I know what you're going to say. It's worthless. Don't waste your words, your last words. Just take the envelope out of your pocket and hand it over.
Well, if you insist, and I see that you do.
Careful, Saint. Very careful now. Something is funny.
Yes, I was just thinking. Wouldn't it be amusing if when he reached into his pocket, instead of bringing out an envelope, he brought out a gun?
He wouldn't live long enough to point it. You have a gun, Templar?
A gun? Oh, why, of course not.
Wait. Stay just as you are, Templar. I'll take the envelope from your pocket myself.
Playing it cagey, huh?
In my profession, it... Which pocket?
This one.
Oh, that's splendid, Mr. Templar. Splendid, splendid. You must teach me that kick trick sometime. And the knockout punch was magnificent. Oh, I enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you. But I don't think you enjoyed it nearly as much as I did. In fact, Fatty, I'm a little sorry it's over.
Oh, Mr. Templar, for the last time, the name is...
Yes?
Never mind. I think you've earned the right to call me Fatty.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's cast, you heard Patricia Jepson as Jean and Bill Conrad as Archibald. Jack Moyles was Finley, Whitfield Connors Murphy. Sam Edwards played Gus, and Jody Gilbert, Dr. Vargas. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Sathia production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring with Errol Flynn and Michelin Prell in William Marshall's production of Bloodline. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer is Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun today and every Sunday with 2 of your favorite families on NBC. There's the Blandings family with more perplexing adventures in their famous dream house, starring Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as Mr. and Mrs. Blanding. And Sunday also means the Harris family with Frankie, Julius, and all the other favorites of the Phil Harris Alice Faye show. And today, hear Judy Holliday, Jimmy Durante, Carmen Miranda on The Big Show on NBC.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linx home brighteners. Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, Linx Cream Polish, and Linx Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Mind over murder. or Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing John Doe?
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter found out who John Doe really was and who was behind the murders of the two men John Doe thought he had killed. But first, here's a tip for good homekeeping. Millions of American homemakers have discovered how Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, keeps their walls fresh and lovely. Now they're discovering how the three great Linex home brighteners bring sparkling cleanliness to furniture, woodwork, and walls. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish gives lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex Cream Polish renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax lends rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern shortcut to new home beauty with the three great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Today's story starts in Nick's office as Nick and Patsy are interviewing a stranger, a young man who has just called to consult Nick.
Well, how did you happen to come here?
Well, I asked a policeman where I could find a good detective, and he gave me your name.
Suppose you tell us what's bothering you.
Well, 3 mornings ago, I woke up in a strange bed in a strange apartment. Until the young lady whose apartment it was told me, I had no idea where I was.
Well, judging by the bandage around your head, you must have had an accident. Was that before or after you woke up in this strange bed?
It must have been before. I don't remember anything about it. The girl whose apartment it was told me she found me on the steps of her apartment house last Friday night. Or rather, Saturday morning as she returned from a party. Well, she saw I was injured, so she managed to get me up to her place and called her doctor. Well, he said my injury wasn't serious, but I had to be quiet for a few days. So she let me stay there for the night. But the next morning, even though I was able to answer her questions, I knew nothing about myself. I had to tell her something, so I invented a name, and I told her some story about being from out of town, having had a bad fall, and so on.
What name did you give him?
John Powell.
That name doesn't mean anything to you?
No, I just picked it out of the air.
What makes you think you may be a criminal?
This. Look.
Good grief, Nick. Look at all that money.
Yes. There's over $10,000 there. And look at this.
Oh.
Well, diamond lavalier. One like that, even though it's pretty old-fashioned, must be worth at least $5,000 or $6,000.
And those diamond eardrops are pretty special, too.
Did you find anything in your pockets that might help you establish your identity?
No. The suit I was wearing the night she found me was bloodstained, so I bought this suit and hat this morning at a small store I passed. I left the other suit at the cleaner's, but I went over it thoroughly first. All I found was this.
A calling card. Warren McAllister. No address or anything.
Does this mean anything to you?
Not a thing. I looked in the telephone book and found there is a Warren McAllister on East 81st Street. I thought maybe I was he, so I called up and asked for him, but whoever answered said Mr. McAllister was just leaving for the country and couldn't come to the phone.
What do you want me to do?
Find out who I am, if you can, and especially find out whether or not I'm a criminal.
Come on, Nick. We've got nothing better to do. Why don't you help him out?
All right. First, what's the girl's name and address?
Her name is Laura David. She lives at 7684 Windsor Road.
And what about the doctor?
Well, Miss David called him Dr. Bourne. That's all I know about him.
And where'd you leave your other suit to be cleaned?
Here's the claim check for it. I'm sure he won't find anything.
You never can tell.
Where are you going to be?
I don't know, but I'll let you know as soon as I get settled.
Very well, Mr. Powell. Meanwhile, Patsy and I'll start by calling on Miss Laura David.
Apartment 3D, David. Well, he told us the truth about this, anyway.
Come in.
Riley, what are you doing here?
I was just going to ask you that. What do you know about her?
About who?
The dame who rents this apartment, wise guy.
We never even heard of her until half an hour ago, Lieutenant.
Oh, you don't say. You just stopped in to pass the time of day, I suppose.
We came to see her about a client of ours.
Hey, look here, Riley. What's this all about? And why are you here?
Right now I'm asking the questions. What's the name of this client of yours?
He told us his name was John Powell.
And what did he want you to do for him?
He wanted us to find out who he is. He has amnesia from a sock on the head.
Oh, so that's what that note meant.
Well, what note's that, Riley?
We found it on the table here with a $100 bill pinned to it. Here it is.
Dear Miss David, thanks for all you've done. I can impose on your hospitality no longer. Please reimburse both the doctor and yourself for any expense you've been put to on my account. Grateful of yours, John Powell. Well, doesn't say much.
The David girl will tell us what it means once we start working on it.
Why, where is she?
In the jug. A cop on the beat found her trying to hide a gun in an ash can on her way to work this morning. He brought her and the gun down to headquarters. She claims she found it on her steps last Friday night and was trying to get rid of it.
Maybe she's telling the truth, Riley. People do that, you know. Anything wrong with the gun?
Plenty. In the first place, it was a Swedish gun, a Bofors .32 caliber. Now, you just don't find them on your doorstep. In the second place, we checked it and found it was the gun used to knock off a stiff who was killed near the waterfront last Friday night.
Oh, is that so?
So you better kick in with what you know about this so-called client of yours.
Well, I'd be glad to let you talk with him, Riley, but I don't know where to find him.
For the love of... You got a client and you don't know where to find him?
Just as soon as he gets in touch with us, we'll let you know. In the meantime, how about letting us talk to the David girl?
Sure. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Carter, will be a pleasure, even though you won't do nothing for me. Come on.
Well, Patsy, we certainly didn't get much out of that David girl.
No, she just told us the same thing she told Riley.
Oh, yes, please.
We want to see the suit this check calls for.
Oh, yes, sure. Just a minute. I'll get it for you. I ain't sent it out yet. I knew that stuff on it was blood. Said he had an accident, if it is.
Thanks. No. Pockets all empty. Just as he said they were. No labels. Oh. Look here, Patsy.
A hole right through pocket, lining cloth, and everything. Smells of powder, too, Nick.
Yes. He fired the gun right through the pocket. Didn't have time to draw it.
Nick, is this part of the lining of the jacket, or is it something in the lining?
Let me see.
Here.
Feels like something in the lining, I should say. Yes. There's a hole in the pocket here. Just a second. Here it is.
But what is it, Nick?
It's one of these small labels you paste on your baggage showing the ship you sailed on.
Oh.
This one came from the Abercrombie.
Well, does that help?
It may. We'll find out later. Well, that's all we can do here. Now let's call on Mr. McAllister.
The lieutenant is expecting you in the library.
Hey, Nick, what's the...
Hold it, Patsy. We'll find out fast enough.
Well, what took you so long, Nick? Did you get a flat tire, maybe?
Thanks for the welcome, Riley. Hey, what's going on here?
As if you didn't know.
But I don't. Well, Riley, what is it?
Uh-oh. Look there, Nick.
Is that McAllister?
Yes, it's McAllister. And dead as a doornail. And don't tell me you don't know nothing about it, because I wouldn't believe it.
Well, so McAllister is dead, too. How is this going to affect Nick's efforts to learn who John Powell really is? Or does John Powell know more about this than he's told Nick? We'll see in just a moment. Folks have a habit of forgetting to use the doormat, whether they come home through winter snow and spring rain or from summertime swimming pools. And the water they track in certainly spoils the appearance of shining, freshly clean floors. But those floors look spick and span again in a twinkling when you keep them protected with Linex clear gloss varnish, because it keeps both dirt and water right there on the surface where they're easy to whisk away. That same protective finish gives sparkling beauty to woodwork and furniture as well. For Linex clear gloss has a gleaming, transparent luster that provides a background of distinction for all your household things. And how Linex clear gloss wears. It resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol, which means it's as fine for use on tabletops as for wood floors and linoleum. What's more, Linex clear gloss varnish is so easy, so smooth to brush on that it's no job at all. And once applied, it gives your home the handsome, well-kept appearance in which you take such pride. So ask your dealer now for Linex, Lin-X, Linex clear gloss varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick and Patsy facing an angry Lieutenant Riley, who was accusing them of knowing more about the murder of Mr. McAllister than they pretended.
Yes, it's McAllister, and dead as a doornail. And don't tell me you don't know nothing about it, because I wouldn't believe it.
But we don't, Lieutenant, honest.
Of course we don't. Now, what happened, Riley?
He was just about to learn the details when you drove up, so we waited for you to join us.
Well, thank you, Riley. I knew I could count on you to do the right thing.
What? Why,
Watch
you...
your blood pressure, Lieutenant.
I ought to throw you both in the clink for 99 years.
All right, all right. Now, how about finding out what happened to McAllister?
All right, all right. Now, you, chauffeur.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Barry, sir.
All right, Barry. Tell us what you know about this, and don't leave nothing out.
Well, I was driving Mr. McAllister home from the bank, and I stopped in front of the house, same as always. I was just going to get out and open the door for him when a man came up to me with a gun in his hand. He told me to keep my hands on the wheel and to look straight ahead, not to pay any attention to what I heard.
Go on. What happened then?
Well, I heard the car door open behind me. Mr. McAllister started to say something, and then I heard a shot. Then I heard a man say, "Come on, Mike," and they ran up the street. I turned around, saw Mr. McAllister slumped down in the back seat and two men running toward a car.
Where was this other car?
In the middle of the block on the other side of the street. The men got in, and it drove off.
You got any idea who them men were, what they was after?
Oh, no, sir.
All right, Barry. That's all for you for now. But don't go away. We may want you again in a few minutes.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant. I'll stick around.
Now, you. What's your name? What do you know about this?
The name is Stover, Lieutenant. I was Mr. McAllister's butler, sir.
Oh, just a moment. Stover, did a man named John Powell call here today?
Yes, sir, he did. Just as Mr. McAllister was leaving, sir. But Mr. McAllister said he didn't know anyone by that name, so he didn't speak to him.
Did you recognize the voice?
No, sir. But I'm almost sure it was the same person who called about an hour ago and asked if Mr. McAllister had returned yet. I told him I expected him in about half an hour. I asked him his name, sir, but he hung up.
So, Mr. Detective Carter, this guy Powell didn't just happen to call you two up and tell you he knocked off this guy, too, now, did he?
He couldn't have called us, Lieutenant. We haven't been back to the office since we left you.
Then how did you happen to show up here just when you did then?
We found McAllister's card in Powell's wallet.
That's right, Lieutenant. Powell asked us to see if McAllister knew anything about him, who he might really be.
I'd sure like to get a look at this client of yours. He seems to have a finger in every murder that goes on around here. You wouldn't let me just take a little peek at him, would you, Nicky? Just for the sake of our long and lovely friendship?
Riley, I mean it. I haven't the
Hey, what's going on?
Nick, there goes McAllister's chauffeur.
I told that guy to stick around here.
He'll be right back, sir. He's just taking the car round to the garage on the next avenue, the same as he always does when it's not being used.
But we got to go over that car for fingerprints as soon as my men get here. I'll go get him. I'll have him back here before you can say John Joseph Michael Riley.
Stover, what do you know about that chauffeur, Barry?
Why, not much, sir. He came to work here about 3 months ago. Mr. McAllister hired him himself.
Did you see any part of what happened when Mr. McAllister was shot?
Just the end, sir. I heard the car drive up, and I went to open the door. Just as I did, I heard a shot and saw the two men start toward the other car.
And Barry was sitting in the front seat, the way he said?
Yes, sir. He was sitting there with his hands on the wheel. As soon as the men started running, he called me, and I went to see how badly Mr. McAllister was hurt.
I see. Oh, by the way, Stover, do you happen to know where the chauffeur Barry lives?
I think he has a room over in the next avenue, sir. Number 7612, I believe it is. It's over a bakery.
Thank you. Well, Patsy, I think that's all for us here.
Where to now, Nick?
I think we'll take a trip down to the waterfront. I want to call on the purser of the Abercrombie.
Did you say the Abercrombie, sir?
Why, yes. Why?
It's probably only a coincidence, sir. But Mr. McAllister was very much worried last Friday night because a man he was expecting on the Abercrombie failed to show up.
That's so. Who was this chap who didn't show up?
I don't know, sir. Mr. McAllister was looking forward to seeing him. He was bringing him something important, I believe. He sent his car down to the pier to meet him, but Barry reported that he wasn't on the boat.
Was Mr. McAllister interested in anything besides his bank?
Oh, yes, sir. He was the head of several committees which were acting against enemy propaganda in this country.
Combating enemy propaganda, huh? Oh, this thing is beginning to make sense, Patsy. Now I'm more anxious than ever to talk to the purser of the Abercrombie. Will you tell the purser I'd like to see him, please?
doesn't look like an American ship, Nick, even though it is named the Abercrombie.
It isn't, Patsy. It was originally the Prince Knut, a Danish vessel. It was
Oh.
taken over by the English when Hitler rolled over Denmark. Now sails for Sweden, I believe.
You think that the label we found in John Powell's clothes may mean that he came in on this boat?
I hope so, Patsy. And there's another thing makes me think that may be true. The gun that Miss David found, the one that Powell must have dropped on the steps of her apartment house, was a Swedish gun, remember?
Yes.
A Bofors 32?
Mr. Carter, you want to talk to me, yes?
Yes. Was there a passenger on your boat this last trip by the name of John Powell?
Jan Powell? No, we have only 3 young gentlemen traveling alone. I remember well. One Swedish-American, Mr. Lars Sjostrom from Michigan, one Norwegian, Mr. Halverson, and the young South American, Mr. Richard Vallon.
Richard Vallon, huh?
Doesn't sound much like Powell, Nick.
You are from the police, maybe?
Well, yes, in a way. Why?
Then I think maybe this Mr. Vallon could be the one you are looking for. We had trouble with him on the way.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, it was not serious. Just his room steward report to me that he was armed, that he had seen pistol on his dresser. So I call on him and ask him to give me pistol for the trip. It is rules, you know.
Yes, I understand.
But he did not want to give it to me. He talked about it for a long time. Then at last he gave it to me, and I put it in safe. And when we dock, I give it back to him.
Very interesting. Did you notice the make of it?
Oh, yes. It was Bofors 32 caliber.
The boat was 32.
Could you describe this Richard Vallon for me?
He was young man, slender, good-looking, blonde hair, about my size.
That's Powell, all right, Nick.
Oh, Purser, did you happen to notice if a car met him at the dock?
Yes, when he leave the boat. He get into big black limousine. They start away, and then about the block from the dock, the car stop again. It was too dark to see what was happening. I think maybe there was trouble with the engine because I hear a backfire, and then the car go on again. But that was same place where police find dead man next morning.
Nick, it all adds up, doesn't it?
Yes, Patsy, I think it does. Well, thanks for your trouble, Purser.
Oh, it's no trouble, thank you.
Patsy, I think we'll have a look at this room where Mr. McAllister's chauffeur lives.
Do you expect to find Barry here, Nick?
I rather hope not. I'd like to get a look at his room without his knowing it.
Oh.
Are you looking for someone?
Yes. We have an appointment with Barry, Mr. McAllister's chauffeur. He told us to come here and wait for him. Said you'd unlock his door so we could wait inside.
I don't unlock no roomers' door for no strangers.
Oh, yes, you do. See this?
Oh, sure. Sure, I'll open it for you. Don't have to act like that about it, though.
Go ahead, open up. Is it on this floor?
Yeah, right over here. There you are. Hurry up, will you?
Well, sit down inside here where I can see you.
Okay.
That's it. All right, Patsy, shut the door.
Okay.
Now, let's see what we can find here.
Hey, look. Hurry up, will you? I got work to do. I can't sit here forever.
You'll sit there till we finish this search.
Nick, what do you suppose is in this little can? I can't open it.
Huh? Hey, Patsy, let me have that.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, the cover is on pretty tight.
Well, that's movie film, isn't it?
Certainly is. Well, let's see. Oh, boy, look at that.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Looks like pictures of German atrocities and destruction in some of the conquered countries.
Oh.
Oh, these are brutal. Where did you find this, Patsy?
In the bottom drawer, wrapped up in some long underwear. There's a briefcase there, too.
Briefcase. Let me see it.
Here it is.
Yes, that's it, all right. Come on, Patsy.
No, but Nick...
No time to lose. We're going to take this stuff down to Riley to be turned over to the FBI. They'll be very happy to get it.
Maybe they would, but they ain't gonna.
Barry.
Now, Carter, take a look at this gun of mine and then hand over the film and the briefcase. I'll take care of them myself.
Barry, I'd like to make a deal with you.
Yeah? What kind of a deal?
I want... Excuse me. Do you mind if I get my handkerchief?
Never mind the funny business. Give me the stuff you found here.
Very well. Here. They May I get my handkerchief?
All right, but I'm watching you, so don't try anything.
I don't carry any guns in my breast pocket. I just want my handkerchief. There.
Hey, what was that? Why, you... Oh.
All right, Patsy. You can stop holding your breath now. We get out of here fast. Find a cop and bring him up here quick.
Right, Nick. Gee, I'm glad I realized what you were doing in time, so I didn't get knocked out, too.
That little flask of quick-acting knockout gas comes in handy sometimes. Now, my unconscious friend, I'll just collect the film and the briefcase and turn them over to Riley to be forwarded to the FBI. They'll be glad to get evidence like this.
So Barry was only working for McAllister so he could keep an eye on him, huh?
Yes, Riley. McAllister was very active in combating enemy propaganda, and Barry was on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that as soon as he, Barry, found out the names of the men McAllister was working with, he had him killed. Well, with the pictures and other data in that briefcase, the FBI should be able to make short work of the whole crew.
Yeah. Oh. Lieutenant Riley, homicide speaking. Oh, sure, send him right in.
Something interesting, Riley?
Yeah, could be. Well, Schultz?
I was on my beat tonight when a big car goes around the corner fast and the guy falls out. Lands with his head up against one of the L pillars, out cold. I got an ambulance and took him to the hospital.
Well?
Well, I found these things on him, Lieutenant. That's why I come direct to you.
Nick, Powell's lavalier and eardrops.
Yes. And there's McAllister's card and all the money.
You mean that guy could be John Powell?
Certainly could be, Riley.
So he wasn't no crook, eh? Well, this sure looks like it.
Well, I'm sure he wasn't, Riley.
I'm going to the hospital and have a look at that guy. You want to come?
Right you are. Grab your hatchet, Patsy, and let's get going.
Oh, it's wonderful, Nick. When you ride with the police department, you don't have to watch out for traffic or red lights or anything.
That's more. You save gas when you don't use your own car. That's mighty
Calling
important.
Lieutenant Riley. Headquarters calling Lieutenant
That
Riley.
calls for me. Hold everything. Schultz, this is Lieutenant Riley. Go ahead.
We just got a call from the guy we took to the hospital last night, Lieutenant. He says he saw a car used by McAllister's killers. Says car license is KX56-7D. I checked that number and it belongs to Gussie Lang.
Gussie Lang? Schultz, send out some men at once and pick up Gussie and his gang and bring him in and hold him for questioning. Get going fast. That's all.
Right, Lieutenant.
We'll take care of him fast enough. Well, step on it, Rice. What's holding you back?
So, Powell, you actually saw McAllister killed last night.
Yes, plain as I see you now. I was waiting for him to come home in the hopes that he could identify me. When the killers started off, I jumped on the rear bumper of their car, but when they went around a corner, I got thrown off. Hit something, I guess.
You hit your head on an L pillar. Best cure in the world for amnesia. Practically never fails, Mr. Vallon.
Vallon? How'd you know my name? I only knew it myself a few minutes ago.
We find out things. Now, suppose you tell us what happened when you landed off the Abercrombie last Friday night. That is, if you can remember now.
I remember, all right. I got off the boat, and McAllister's chauffeur met me. We drove a block or so from the dock, and he stopped. Two men opened the car door and started to get in. I saw they had guns, so I fired at one of them. Then something hit me on the head, and that's the last I knew.
Now, look here, Powell or Vallon or whatever your name is. Where'd you get all that money we found on you? Them sparklers. They don't look honest to me.
The jewels belonged to my great-aunt Miriam. I took them across to have them recut in Amsterdam. Then the Germans took Amsterdam, so I had to bring them back. The money belonged to a refugee I met who asked me to deposit it to my account until he could get over here. But I still don't see why those men tried to hold me up. Nobody knew I had the jewels with me.
It wasn't the jewels they wanted, Vallon. It was the roll of film and the envelope of documents you had in your briefcase.
Were they important?
Where did you get them?
Well, a friend of my father's gave them to me. Asked me to give them to Mr. McAllister when I got over here. But what were they, Mr. Carter?
The film showed Nazi atrocities in conquered countries. The documents were pictures, descriptions, and names of active workers in anti-American activities here in this country. McAllister's chauffeur, Barry, was one of the head workers. When you prevented those men from getting what they wanted, Barry dumped you out of the car and took the film and the papers to his room to hold until he could dispose of them safely. But we got there first.
Well, Lieutenant, are you satisfied that Mr. Powell, or I should say Mr. Vallon, is innocent?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, come on, Riley. Cheer up. You've got the film and the anti-American data. You've got McAllister's murderers. And you're going to get all the credit for solving the case.
Huh?
What more do you want?
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, think this over. The more home-like the place you live in, the more fun you have inviting folks to share your hospitality. And these days, every home can look its shining best with very little effort when you depend on the three great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. In one quick, easy application, it reveals your fine furniture in all its original gleaming beauty, renews the appearance of the wood, frees it from the dull cloudiness of dust, old polish, and finger marks. You see, Linex cream polish actually cleans as it polishes, cutting your job in half, saving one whole step. And when you're through, you'll find that Linex cream polish has left no oiliness on the surface of your furniture. It dries hard, bright, and dustless. Yes, in every way, Linex cream polish for fine furniture is the modern shortcut to furniture loveliness. Be sure to ask your dealer for it by name. Linex cream polish for fine furniture, which cleans as it polishes. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex clear gloss varnish, and Linex cream polish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, how about a peek into next week's story? Got a few hints for us?
Well, next week's story, Ken, is about one of the wildest and most exciting nights Patsy and I ever spent.
I should say it was.
What happened, Nick?
4 rich old Tories during the Revolution buried all their valuables in a small rocky island. Their heirs had found a clue to the burial place of the treasure and called me in to solve the clue, which was in code.
But they didn't figure on the one man who wanted it all for himself and who was willing to kill to be sure he got it.
What do you call the story, Nick?
It's called 4 Rings of Death.
Or the mystery of the Tory Island murders.
I hope you'll be with us next week. So long for now.
So long to all of you. See you soon.
And so long to both of you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be here waiting for you next week. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
4 Rings of Death. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Tory Island Murders.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make the new road-rated 76 gasoline and the new Triton Motor Oil Union Oil Company present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis.
As the great clouds of fog roll in, the tall buildings of the San Francisco skyline gradually become giant bulwarks in the mist. Most businessmen are at dinner now in the world-famous restaurants of the city. But the light shining in a window of the Russ building shows that Private Detective Michael Shane is an exception. As he struggles with the necktie he's going to wear this evening, he munches a sandwich brought to him by lovely Phyllis Knight.
Hey, Phil.
Yes?
Here, help me with this tie, Angel, will you? I can't do a thing with it.
Why do I have to work for a detective? If you were anybody else in San Francisco, your tie would be tied, and we'd be at dinner at Jack's or Vanessi's or Lupo's or... Oh, let me at that tie.
Now, Angel, you know very well I said I'd take you to dinner, but you want to make the first act at the Geary, and... Hey, just a minute, honey, just a minute. Make the knot a little tighter, will you, please?
Glad to. This, my uncultured employer, is the fashionable way to tie a tie. It's known as the Windsor knot.
Oh, yeah? Well, make mine smaller anyhow.
Oh.
I'm not a member of your artist colony yet.
All right. How's that, better?
Oh, that's perfect, Angel. Like you.
Oh. Do you know how long it is since you said something nice like that?
Well, not to change the subject, but that letter on your desk. Who's it from?
Which one?
Oh, the one written with the very fancy hand.
Oh, that. It's from some poet who wants my opinion of his work. I've never heard of him before.
So you're still the uncrowned queen of the artist, aren't you? How is his poetry?
Well, confidentially, it's... No, don't answer it, Mike, please.
It might be important, Angel.
Well, that's just it. We'll miss the play, Mike, and you promised me.
I'm sorry, Angel. Hello?
That's you, Mike?
Oh, yeah. What's new, Inspector?
Oh, no, the inspector.
What do you know about a guy named Van Allen Haven?
Oh, nothing. Why?
I'm out on a case. He's a murder suspect.
I see. So you just naturally assumed that I knew him.
No, not quite. There's a note on his desk. It says Phyllis Knight, Russ Building, San Francisco.
Oh? What did you say his name was?
Van Allen Haven.
Oh, that's quite a name. Just a minute. Say, honey, did you ever hear of a guy called Van Allen Haven?
Yeah, certainly. He's the poet that wrote that letter.
Oh, that accounts for it. Inspector, we don't know him, but he wrote to Phil for a criticism of his poems. Say, maybe we'd better drop over.
Oh, Mike.
You're sure you don't know more than you're telling me, Mike?
Well, sure, I'm sure. We never met the guy, but he wrote to Phil. You know, she's got a rep in those poetry circles.
Okay. Come on over. It's that apartment house at Leavenworth and Jewel. It's on Russian Hill.
I'll be right there. Well, come on, Angel. Let's go see how the other half kill. Well, here we are, right on top of Russian Hill.
Yeah, the view's almost as good as from your apartment, Mike.
But different, Angel. Well, come on. Let's see what the fuss is all about.
3 guesses which building it is.
Yeah. Gee, looks like the whole police force is out.
Mm-hmm.
Hi there, Mike.
Oh, hello, Sarge.
Hi. Go right in.
Oh, thanks, Sergeant. The inspector inside?
Yes, sir. He's expecting you. And Miss Knight.
Hello, Sergeant.
Okay, Doc, you can have the body removed anytime. I'm through with it now. Oh, there you are, kids. What kept you?
Well, Mike had trouble with his necktie, Inspector. You know, as far as ties are concerned, he's still living in the Middle Ages.
Oh, don't mind her. She's prejudiced.
Well, come on, kids. We got a lot to do.
Okay, Inspector, okay. Give us a quick rundown.
Look over there at the foot of the stairs. The corpse you see all huddled up is what's left of Robert Freeman. Know him?
Nope.
I didn't think you would.
What happened to him, Inspector?
Coroner says he was shot in the back while coming down these stairs. He died instantly and fell to the bottom.
Any suspects?
It's an apartment house, Mike. Theoretically, everybody in the building is a suspect. We sent them all back to their own apartments, and we'll question them there.
How about the gun?
So far, we haven't found a thing.
Well, anyone here report the incident?
Yeah, one of the tenants, Miss Rambo, phoned us. I got right over.
Well, what's your opinion, Inspector?
Well, Phil, from the angle at which the bullet entered the body, the killer must have been standing at the head of the stairs. I assume he or she then stepped back into an apartment after firing.
Probably into a front apartment.
Look at the top of the staircase now. You see those 2 doors?
Yeah?
The occupants of both those apartments would have had a better chance to get out of sight after the killing.
I see.
Who lives in them, Inspector?
Well, Phil, here's the list. The one on the right is listed to the deceased and his wife. The left one, let's see. Joseph Bauer, pianist.
May I see that list, Inspector?
Yeah, here, Mike.
Where did the gal live who reported the killing, Mike?
It shows Elaine Rambo on the first floor.
That's right.
Jones, Schmidt, Haven. Oh, here's Van Allen Haven. Lives on the main floor, too.
Yeah, right across from the base of the stairs where we found the body.
And it was in his apartment that you found the note with my name on it.
Yeah, and he's really a poet, all right. Never stops reciting his stuff.
Really? Is he any good?
You can't prove it by me, Phil.
Oh.
Well, come on, let's have a look at these apartments upstairs, Inspector.
Okay, come on, fellas.
Let's try the two at the head of the stairs first.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind, Mike.
Not much of an apartment house, is it?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, look at these dirty stairs. Dust, sawdust, everything.
Yeah. Hey, where's the piano music coming from?
Seems to be the one on the left.
Yeah, that's listed to a pianist, isn't it?
Yeah, Joseph Bauer. And here it is. Pretty good, isn't it?
Yes, and pretty excited, too.
What do you mean, Phil?
Well, I'm no expert, but even I can play Rachmaninoff's Prelude in C-sharp minor without missing that G-sharp note every time, you know.
You must be a callous sort of guy. Anybody who'd play piano right after a murder.
I guess he didn't hear us, Mike.
Mike, look at the crack under the door. There's no light.
Well, he must have cat's eyes to play in the dark.
Well, he's apparently going to ignore us. Let's try the door, Mike.
Hide. It's pitch black.
Can't seem to find the light switch.
You won't find it over there.
Who are you?
Do not reach for your gun. I've taken the precaution of having my own cover the three of you.
You can get away with this.
I appear to be at present, do I not? Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Bauer, Joseph Bauer. And you are...
Inspector of Homicide.
Your credentials, please?
Look, you. Aren't you a little silly playing games in the dark? You couldn't see my badge if I showed it to you.
Try it and see, Inspector.
Here it is, Owl Eyes.
Yes, I can see it plainly. Thank you. I'll turn on the lights.
All right. Let me have that gun.
I have no gun, my friend. But I must take every precaution, especially when I hold such information as I do about the Freeman murder.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. The body of Robert Freeman was discovered at the foot of a staircase in his apartment house. He was shot in the back, apparently from the second-floor landing. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector have started interviewing the tenants on the second floor, and we find them now with an eccentric pianist called Joseph Bauer.
All right. Out with it, Bauer. What information do you have about the killing?
I will tell you, but you must promise to protect me from any revenge on the part of the murderer.
No harm will come to you.
You can trust the inspector, Mr. Bauer.
You understand that a man in my position has to be careful. There are many who are envious of my great talent.
Yes, Bauer. The information.
When I saw Robert Freeman lying dead, I knew he had been killed by Mrs. Freeman.
By Mrs. Freeman? Why?
The deceased and his widow had been arguing.
Is that all?
Is this not a revelation to you?
Oh, for heaven.
How do you know, Bauer?
I was practicing this afternoon, and I heard them talking. You know, I sometimes practice for many hours in one day.
You were saying?
Oh, yes. Well, I was playing the piano, and I heard their voices, quietly at first, and then they became louder and more violent.
Could you make out what they were saying?
Not at first, but as they grew louder, I heard Mrs. Freeman say, "If you don't stop, I'll kill you both."
Kill you both? Do you know who she meant by both?
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Bauer, where were you when Freeman was killed?
I was a block or so away. I'd gone out to buy some cigarettes. When I entered the building, I saw everyone gathered around the body.
Anyone see you come in the building?
There was quite a crowd when I arrived. I don't know if I was noticed or not.
All right, Bauer. I want you to remain in your apartment. We may want to question you again later.
Say, Phil, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh, I'm just looking at Mr. Bauer's telephone pad. What do these represent, Mr. Bauer?
Nothing. I often scribble when I'm on the telephone.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the initials E.R.
It is nothing of the kind. I'm what you call a doodler. Nothing more.
Okay, Inspector. You ready?
Yeah, Mike.
And now, if you do not object, I'll go on with my music.
That's all right. Go right ahead.
Oh, do not stop, my goodly friend. Play your music to the end.
Ah, Mr. Haven, I am delighted to see you. Permit me to introduce one of the foremost poets in the country, Mr. Van Allen Haven, Inspector of Homicide, and I assume his assistant.
Miss Knight and Mr. Shane.
How do you do?
Hello.
Have I the honor of addressing Miss Phyllis Knight, who has assisted so many an artist in his plight?
Oh, that's charming. I did receive a letter from you, Mr. Haven.
What a happy happenstance meeting you this way. You read my poem?
Not yet, Mr. Haven, I'm sorry.
Mr. Haven, you live on the first floor?
Yes. Right over there you will find my lair.
The first apartment across the stair?
Oh, quite, Inspector, quite.
Where were you when the murder occurred?
Composing verse in my abode. I always say, for every man some troubles lurk, unless he's busy in his work.
Did you hear the shot?
Ah, yes, I did. The fatal shot.
You went into the hall at once?
Sir, I write poetry. I do not have the heart of lions like my heroes. I but opened the door barely ajar and peeked out. When the crowd gathered, I walked boldly forward.
Yes, Mr. Haven, you knew the deceased?
No. Some months ago, however, I permitted him to read some of my poetry. He didn't like it.
I see. I wonder if you'd let us use your apartment as a sort of headquarters while we're here. We have to conduct a little investigation, and your apartment would be handy, you see.
My good Inspector, say no more. My place is yours, however poor.
Well, thank you.
Here's the key. And since Mr. Bauer's music brought me to this room, I think I'll stay for a while, if you will play.
Certainly, Mr. Haven.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer.
Well, Inspector, what do you think of our two geniuses?
If you ask me, they're crazy as loons.
That Haven character. I've never heard such poetry in my life.
Well, I think we'd better see Mrs. Freeman now and get her story.
Say, Inspector, why don't you have this Miss Rambo here at the same time?
Not while we're questioning Mrs. Freeman, Mike.
Well, I have a reason. Look, Inspector, since the deceased was shot in the back as he was going downstairs, the murderer must have been standing behind him on the stairs or at the head of the staircase.
Well?
I see. With Mrs. Freeman at the top and Miss Rambo at the bottom, one of them must have seen the murderer.
Right.
Unless one of them is lying.
Well, that's why I think it would be interesting to have them both here to check each other's stories.
All right, Mike, we'll try it. Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector?
Bring down Mrs. Freeman and Miss Rambo.
Right.
Hey, what are you two up to over there?
Say, did you see these?
What are they?
Well, they're miniatures, Inspector.
Huh?
Look at them, handmade carvings of all sorts of things.
No end to Van Allen Haven's talents, huh? What do you make them out of?
Well, some of it's balsa. Some is heavier. Looks like teak.
Yeah. Here's one of Fisherman's Wharf, complete with boats, sidewalk vendors, and everything.
And look at these tools. Everything from a brace and bit
Say,
to...
wait a minute, Inspector. Huh? You notice anything unusual about this?
No, except they're small tools, neatly arranged.
Yeah, all but the brace and bit.
That's just what I mean. Each tool is in its place in that wall bracket, except this one brace and bit.
Yes, Haven is too neat and precise to leave a tool like that lying carelessly about. You know, it could fall and break the bit.
Unless he'd used it and was in a rush. Oh, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Not necessarily, no, but I just...
Come in.
Miss Rambo and Mrs. Freeman, Inspector.
All right, Sergeant. Please sit down, ladies. This is Mr. Shane and Miss Knight. Mrs. Freeman, Miss Rambo. How do you do?
Hi.
Now, Mrs. Freeman, we'll start with you. Will you please tell us just what happened?
Well, I'll try. It's been a terrible shock.
I understand.
Well, Bob came home late, as usual. I was reading in bed. He sat on the bed, and we talked for a while. Then the doorbell rang, and Bob went down to answer it.
Mrs. Freeman, you mean your husband left the apartment?
Yes. At this time of night, the door downstairs is locked, and you have to go right down to admit anyone.
I see. And then?
Then I heard the shot. I ran out to the head of the stairs and saw Bob lying at the bottom. He was all in a heap.
And then what happened?
Then the others started coming out of their apartments.
Whom do you mean by the others, Mrs. Freeman? Just exactly who did you see first?
Why, Miss Rambo appeared at the bottom first, I believe.
That's right. I saw you at the top right after the shot was fired.
Then who came out?
Well, I think Mr. Haven came out of his apartment next.
How about the pianist, Mr. Bauer? Did you see him?
Yes, he was there too, I believe.
Did he enter the building?
Well, he may have. I didn't notice.
Now, look, Mrs. Freeman, this is important. You saw all these people on the first floor?
Yes.
None of them came from the second floor and past you?
No. It was several minutes later before anyone came out of their apartments upstairs.
Now, Miss Rambo, I believe you were the one who called the police.
Yeah, I seen nobody else was going to do nothing, so I took over. I just dialed O and said, give me the cops.
When did you do this? As soon as you heard the shot?
No, when I heard the shot, I hot-footed out of my joint as fast as I could. Then I seen Freeman lying there and Mrs. Freeman standing upstairs.
Did you see anyone else? Anyone at all?
No.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Well, the next guy to show was Haven, who come running out of his apartment.
And then?
Well, then a lot of people started showing up from all the apartments.
Did you see anyone upstairs except Mrs. Freeman?
No, not at first.
Was there anyone else on the staircase or inside at all when you first ran out?
No.
Mrs. Freeman, we have testimony that you and your husband had been arguing. The fact that you threatened to kill him. Is that true?
Well, I may have said something like that, Inspector. But I didn't mean it. I loved Bob.
Then will you tell us why you were arguing?
Bob had been staying away from home often.
Uh-huh.
He said he was working, but I knew it wasn't true.
Do you know whom he was seeing, Mrs. Freeman?
Yes.
It'll be better if you tell us.
No, I can't.
She's a showgirl, Mrs. Freeman, isn't she?
Well,
She lives in this building. As a matter of fact, she's in this room right now. It's Elaine Rambo, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, kids, it's just too simple.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Well, if the bullet was fired from upstairs and all the suspects except Mrs. Freeman were downstairs, it leaves only her, doesn't it?
Yeah. And her husband being in love with Elaine Rambo supplies the motive.
But you don't believe she did it, Inspector, do you?
No, Mike? I don't think she did.
Neither do I.
Oh, now, wait a minute, you two. You know, we aren't getting anyplace. If everybody but Mrs. Freeman is in the clear, and you don't believe she did it, well, we're up against a stone wall.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, maybe not. Now, look. Here are two women. One at the head of the staircase and one at the bottom. Between them, a man is shot as he comes down the stairs. Now, if Mrs. Freeman had done it, Miss Rambo would have seen the gun. And Rambo couldn't have done it, or the bullet would have entered the body from the front.
So?
So the bullet must have been fired from some other point.
Mike, you're right. Come on, kids. This calls for an examination of the staircase.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures in a few moments. Robert Freeman has been murdered on the interior stairway of his apartment house. As we rejoin Mike, Phil, and the inspector, they're examining the staircase, with Mike and Phil on one end and the inspector on the other.
You find anything up at your end, Inspector?
Not yet, Mike. You?
No.
You two certainly look cute, bending over and tapping those stairs.
Well, you look kind of cute yourself, Angel.
Mike, Phil, I'll come up here.
What'd you find?
What is it? Would you find anything?
Look at this step.
Huh?
Right there.
Two holes. Both plugged up.
Yeah. Here, wait a minute. I've got long fingernails. Let me try to get them out.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Yeah. It's no use. They're in too solid.
Well, here, let me try to push them in.
Here's my penknife. Use it, Mike.
Okay. There. Well, I guess we know where they landed.
In the closet under the staircase.
Come on. Yeah. That's where all the sawdust you noticed came from, Phil.
Yeah?
Be careful, be careful. Here, I'll open it.
There are the plugs and two shafts of light made by those two holes.
Yeah. They were bored in the riser of the step, about halfway between the two floors.
Yeah, but why 2 holes?
One to see through and one to shoot through when the victim was in range.
So the murderer rang Freeman's doorbell from downstairs, as Mrs. Freeman said, then waited in the closet for him to come down. When he got about halfway down the stairs, he was in range of this hole, and he got it in the back. Then the killer plugged the holes and waited for a crowd to gather. When it did, he slipped quietly out of the closet.
And joined the crowd. Well, that's the way it happened, all right.
Okay, Mike. Now we know how it was done, but we're not sure who did it.
No, and our picture has changed completely, too. Before, we thought that everyone on the main floor was innocent, and now...
Now they're the ones who could have done it, and Mrs. Freeman is the only one who couldn't possibly have done it.
Right. All right. Now, who have we got? Joseph Bauer, Van Allen Haven, and Elaine Rambo.
No, I think we can eliminate Elaine Rambo, Inspector. If she and Freeman were seeing each other, she'd have no reason to kill him. Besides, I can't see any woman boring holes in the staircase to kill a man.
No, but you could see a man doing it, couldn't you?
Yeah, a man handy with tools. And that would account for his leaving the brace and bit around.
Yes, but you'd never get a conviction on that little evidence.
No, you're right, Mike. It's not enough. We're stymied.
Sounds like Mr. Bauer is stymied, too. And by Mr. Rachmaninoff.
Yeah. What do you mean, Angel?
Well, he can't be deliberately trying to miss that G-sharp note. No, it doesn't make sense. He plays too well.
Huh? Say, wait a minute. Look, Inspector.
What?
Let's try this, huh? We'll switch off all the lights. Have Mrs. Freeman stand where she did at the top of the stairs. Have Elaine Rambo stand at the bottom. Have Bauer at his piano. And have Haven bring his brace and bit. I've got a hunch we'll get ourselves a nice little confession. Oh, that's beautiful, Mr. Bowers. Beautiful. But right now, I would like to hear you play the C-sharp minor.
See? The Rachmaninoff?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Oh, but
Play it, Mr. Bauer, or Miss Knight will.
Very well.
Often play the piano in the dark, don't you, Mr. Bauer? Like you were when we first interrupted you.
I need no light to see music.
That's right. But you do need light to see sawdust. Switch on the lights, Inspector. You see, Mr. Bauer? After killing Freeman and leaving the crowd that gathered around his body, you returned here and began playing in the dark. But you didn't notice the sawdust fall from your sleeve into the keyboard. Most of it right under this G-sharp, which doesn't play, as Phil pointed out.
That's not true.
When Phyllis found the scribbling on your phone pad, your hand had been tipped already, Mr. Bauer. This just clinches it.
It's not true, I tell you. It's not true.
Bauer, you're a dead duck. Would you like to go down to headquarters and have the sawdust under your fingernails analyzed? We both know they'd matched the sawdust on Haven's brace and bit over there. Why don't you give up?
All right, I did it.
Well, Inspector, I guess there won't be any problem about satisfying the DA, will there?
Michael. You think we could still catch the last act at the Geary?
Oh, could be. But it would take a couple of detectives to figure out what we've missed.
What's the matter with us? Seriously, Mike, there are just 2 things I can't figure out. First, why didn't Bauer fix that key on the piano?
Well, he didn't have time, Angel. You get sawdust underneath a key, and you've got to practically tear the keyboard apart to get at it.
Well, that's right. Secondly, why did Bauer kill Freeman?
Well, Angel, Bauer was in love with Elaine Rambo. He knew she was seeing Freeman, so in his distorted imagination, he figured that getting rid of Freeman would give him a better chance.
Oh, so when I found the initials ER on his telephone pad, you realized that they stood for Elaine Rambo.
Yep. You see, darling, he just couldn't get her off his mind.
Uh-huh. Just like you can't get me off your mind. Huh?
Yes, Angel. Just like.
For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shane, followed immediately by the case book of Gregory Hood. Michael Shane, Private Detective, stars Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis with Joe Forte as the inspector. The sergeant was played by Charlie Lund. Tonight's story was written by Robert Webster Light and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. And this is Ben Alexander saying good night for the people who make the new road-rated 76 gasoline and the new Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
New York Police Department calling. Mr. Dollar, will you accept the charges?
Yeah, put 'em on.
Just a moment, please. Ready with your call to Hartford, Connecticut. Go ahead.
Hello, Dollar?
That's right.
This is Sergeant Papish, robbery. I have a notation here. You're the one to contact in the case that came up. Allied Adjustment Bureau?
Well, I've done a lot of work for him. What's it about, Sergeant?
Well, we've recovered a mink coat you were looking for about 6 months ago.
Oh?
Yeah, stolen from a party named Jacoby in Rochester. The Jacobys are in Europe right now, but the furrier's already identified it as the one he sold to him.
Jacoby? Rochester?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember. It was insured for $5,000. There's some other things taken in the same haul. A watch, rings, bracelet.
That's the job. So far, we just have the coat and the girl who was wearing it.
What does she say?
Nothing. So far, she's got a couple of bullet holes in her.
Maybe I better get down there, Sergeant.
Room 212, Sergeant Papish.
Right. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. Yes, for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, it's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, delicious flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and gives you a nice little lift. The good, smooth chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Allied Adjustment Bureau, Markham Building, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Rochester theft matter. Expense account item 1, $1.65. Person-to-person collect call from Sergeant Papish, New York Police Department. Item 2, $32.56. Train fare and incidentals between Hartford and New York City after clearing authority to resume on the Jacoby case. It had been stalemated 6 months before when the Rochester police and I were unable to recover any part of the items stolen from the Jacoby residence. I arrived in New York at 1:35, dropped my bags off at the New Weston, then went directly to the Metropolitan Police Station. Hello, I wonder if you could help me. I'm looking for Sergeant Papish.
I'm Papish.
Oh, Johnny Dollar, Sergeant.
Oh. Thanks for coming down, Dollar. Have a chair.
Oh, thanks.
Your mink coat's in the crime lab. They're looking it over.
Uh-huh.
We still haven't found out much about the girl who was wearing it.
What's her name?
Just Jane Doe for now. We didn't have her prints on file here, but we're waiting to hear from Washington now. She's been unconscious ever since we picked her up. Pretty bad shape.
Oh, what exactly happened?
It came in as a complaint about 3 this morning. A woman over on 57th Street telephoned about a disturbance. A prowl car went over to the address and found this girl lying in the entrance to the apartment house wearing the mink coat. She'd been shot twice.
Uh-huh.
No one in the apartment house seemed to know her or had ever seen her before. We asked about the neighborhood. No dice. But we did find out how she got there.
Oh?
The lady across the street said she saw a man drive up sometime after midnight and unload the girl from his car. She was able to give us a fair description of the car and the man. Here.
Nice.
But nothing definite. No license number or anything like that. Could be any car and any man, from what she said. Got an APB out, of course.
Was there a purse or anything?
Nothing. The dress she was wearing came from a store downtown. Hundreds just like it. The coat was the only item that might have helped, and it turned up listed in the stolen property file.
How about jewelry?
Small diamond ring on her little finger. I looked over the list of things taken in that Jacoby robbery. It doesn't fit any of those. You can look at it if you want to.
I'll take your word for it.
I suppose the insurance company paid off the claim.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Well, at least we have the coat back for you. Maybe we'll get a line on the other things when this girl regains consciousness. If she does.
Pretty bad, is it?
Yeah. Nice-looking girl, too. Only about 25 or so. Excuse me.
Sure.
Robbery, Sergeant Papish. Oh, let me get it down here. 213 West. Right. Okay, see you there. Bye. Just got an answer from Washington.
They able to identify the girl?
Yeah, address and all. She had a postal savings once. Name's Eileen Madden.
You mind if I go with you?
Come on. Maybe you'll get back all of your loot.
I accompanied Sergeant Papish to the address for Eileen Madden. Turned out to be a fairly nice apartment in a fairly nice neighborhood. By the time we arrived there, a full crew of technicians were at work giving the place a complete check. Sergeant Papish introduced me to a tall, heavy-set man.
This is Mr. Dollar from the insurance company, Walt. Sergeant Walter.
Hi.
How are you, Sergeant?
Oh, fine. I'm afraid we haven't done any good for you so far. Haven't found anything here to go with that mink coat.
Oh. Have you talked to anybody around here yet?
Just getting started on it. The lady who lives across the hall might be able to help us.
Where is she?
In there. Her name's Ethel Stromberg. Mrs.
Okay.
I'll take it here.
Right. Are you Mrs. Stromberg?
Yes, I am.
I'm Sergeant Papish. This is Mr. Dollar.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How's poor Eileen?
Not very good, Mrs. Stromberg. She's still unconscious.
Oh, dear, that's terrible. It's just a terrible thing. Where is she? I'd like to go to see her if it's possible.
She's at the police emergency hospital right now, Mrs. Stromberg. I'll have them phone you when she can see people.
Well, thank you. What an awful thing. How did that happen? What's that all about?
Maybe you can tell us something about her, Mrs. Stromberg. Where she worked, how she lived, what people she knew.
Oh, dear.
How long have you known her?
Well, I moved in here about 5 months ago. I met her the very first day.
Mm-hmm. Nice girl?
Oh, yes, very nice girl. Quiet, minded her own business.
You know where we can contact her family?
No, I can't help you there, Sergeant. I know they live somewhere in California, but that's about all. She talks about them now and then.
How about her friends here in town?
What about them?
Did she talk about any of her friends to you?
What do you mean?
Well, she's a pretty girl. Young. Boyfriends, maybe.
Yes, she did talk about them now and then. You suppose one of them had something to do?
Mrs. Stromberg, Eileen Madden was dumped from a convertible last night after she'd been shot. A witness described the car as possibly blue or black in color, white top, white sidewalls. She said it was a late model Cadillac or Buick. Do you know if any of Miss Madden's friends drove a car that comes near that description at all?
Why, yes. Yes, I saw him pick her up one night. I was just coming home.
Saw who pick her up, Mrs. Stromberg?
A man she called Bill.
Bill who?
I really don't know his last name. She didn't introduce me to him. But she talks about him. He drove a black Cadillac.
Can you tell us what he looks like?
Well, he seemed very tall.
As tall as Sergeant Papish here?
So about your height, very nice looking. He seemed quite big. Husky, sort of. Very nicely dressed, too.
What color was his hair?
I don't know. He always wore a hat. I think it was dark, though.
His eyes?
I don't know.
About how old would you say?
Oh, I'm no good at this, but I say between 30 and 35.
Seems to fit what we have from the witness.
Yeah.
This Bill, would you say he had money?
Oh, yes, I would say so. He drove that nice big convertible. He always dressed so nice. And he gave Eileen pretty nice things.
Do you know if he ever gave her any jewelry?
I don't know. I don't think so. Eileen would usually run across the hall and show me when he sent her something nice. I don't remember her ever showing me any jewelry.
I just talked to the hospital.
How is she?
Just coming around. I think you better go over there and talk to her if you're gonna.
Is she bad?
They think she's dying, Mrs. Stromberg. Think she'll make it?
Hard to say right now. Sometimes they rally. She must have been in their doorway a half hour or better before we got to her.
Mm-hmm. She said anything, Doctor?
No. You might have to wait a little while for her to come around.
I see.
I'll tell you both. Ask what you have to know quick. 2 minutes is about all I can give you with it.
Sure, Doctor.
Oh, better put your cigarettes in that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, miss. Okay, boys.
Is she conscious?
Yeah, she can hear you.
Are you Eileen Madden? Is Eileen Madden your name?
Yes.
You're seriously hurt, Miss Madden. Can you tell us how it happened? Miss Madden?
No.
Bill shot you?
Yes.
What's Bill's name? Where can we find him?
Doctor.
Watch it. Nurse, hand me that. Sorry, fellas. There was nothing I could do.
Friends, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint while you're working. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you a refreshing little lift. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied. Makes your job seem easier. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your home, when you're out walking or driving, when you're enjoying sports and other activities. Wrigley's Spearmint Gum tastes good anytime, and the natural chewing aids digestion and helps keep your teeth bright and attractive. Yes, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Eileen Madden died at 3:35 in the afternoon without giving us the full name of the man who'd shot her the night before. I stayed with Sergeant Papish and Sergeant Walters as they continued their investigation of her death and the appearance of the mink coat covered in policy number 27M55567, issued to Roland J. Jacoby, Rochester, New York. The apartment where she had lived yielded some information.
Here it is. Letters from Robert J. Madden in Riverside, California. Looks like her father.
Okay, we'd better notify him.
This might be the best lead.
What's that?
This picture. Found in one of her closets.
Let's see. $1.
Oh, thanks. Love, Bill.
He loved her, all right.
Yeah. Anybody identified this yet?
That Mrs. Stromberg's supposed to be here right now. What time you got?
Oh, 1:30.
She said she'd be here at 6.
Anything on the bullets?
They didn't check with anything in our lab. Ballistics says it was an Army 45. The old 1911 model.
Pretty good gun for killing.
What gun isn't?
Oh, I got the wrong room at first.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Stromberg. You remember Sergeant Papish and Mr. Dollar?
Yes. Do I have to answer more questions?
Not many more.
Oh, I'm just all worn out. I can't get over this terrible thing happening to Eileen. Did you get in touch with her family?
Business office is doing it right now.
Oh, dear. What a terrible, terrible thing.
Mrs. Stromberg, you ever seen this man before?
Oh, yes. That's Bill.
The man Eileen's been going with?
Yes.
The man who drives the black Cadillac convertible?
Yes, that's him. But did he do this terrible thing?
It looks that way, Mrs. Stromberg.
Oh, dear, dear.
Sergeant Papish. Yeah. Yeah, right. Goodbye. Did Eileen Madden ever mention to you that she had been married?
Why, no. She never did. Was she?
In the state of New York in 1951. Just found out from vitals.
Divorced?
Yeah. Her ex-husband's name is Bill. Bill Powers. Sergeant Papish, this is Mr. Dollar.
How do you do? What's the matter?
May we come inside, Mr. Powers?
Sure. Well, what's this all about?
Do you know a woman named Eileen Madden, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, sure. We were married once. Why?
Eileen Madden was shot to death last night, Mr. Powers.
Eileen?
Yes.
What? Are you sure?
We checked her prints.
Oh. Shot?
Yes.
What? Oh, what happened? How could a thing like that happen?
That's what we're trying to find out, Mr. Powers.
I can't believe it. Eileen dead.
Have you seen her lately?
Well, yeah, I saw her last week. Had a drink together. Are you sure it's Eileen?
We'd make sure before we came around with news like this. Mr. Dollar represents an insurance company, Mr. Powers. Miss Madden was wearing a stolen coat when we found her.
Stolen coat?
Yes, a stolen mink coat. Was she ever in trouble anywhere?
I don't care what she was wearing. Eileen never steal anything. She was a fine girl, a wonderful girl. I was a fool to ever let our marriage go on the rocks.
Can you come with us, Mr. Powers?
Where?
We need a positive identification.
Sure. Sure, Sergeant. I'll be right with you.
Want to smoke?
Thanks.
Well, he isn't the bird in the picture.
No. Did you see the car in the driveway?
Yeah. 51 Caddy, black convertible.
On the way to the city morgue with the ex-husband of Eileen Madden, we tried to get more information from him regarding her activities up till the time of her death. But Powers seemed so distraught that he could only speak of their short marriage and the reason it had ended. It was an old and especially sad story of a man who couldn't provide well enough for a beautiful wife. However, once he'd seen her body at the morgue and identified it, he seemed to get better control of himself. We all walked across the street for coffee.
I hope you get whoever did this, Sergeant. I hope you get him fast.
We sure want to, Mr. Powers.
Why would anybody do that to Eileen? Why?
Maybe you can help us answer that.
Oh, you're just interested in that coat you say she was wearing. Well, mister, I don't believe she was wearing a stolen coat. What do you think of that?
I'm just looking for the facts, Mr. Powers. I'd like to prove what you just said as badly as you'd like to have it proved. But we have to start somewhere. You can understand that.
I suppose so.
You told us you saw her last week for a drink.
That's right.
Have you been seeing her right along?
Yeah, sure.
Did you know that she's been going with somebody else?
Sure.
Then you know Bill?
Bill Chambers?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know him, but she talked about him a lot.
Is this Bill Chambers, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, that's him. I thought you knew.
You're sure this is him?
Sure. This picture was in her place. I went there one day and saw it and asked her who he was. Eileen told me all about him.
What did she tell you about him?
Why, she said she was going with him. She told me that he wanted to marry her. Said he had lots of money.
Did she tell you where he works?
No.
Or what kind of work he does?
No.
You know where we can get in touch with him?
No, I don't know that either. Say, do you think he might have done this to her?
We'd like to talk to him.
I know she's been going with him for a few months, what she told me.
And you've been seeing her the same time she was seeing Chambers?
Well, yeah, that's right. She didn't want to marry him. She wanted to marry me again.
You know what kind of a car Chambers drives?
Cadillac.
Thought you never met him.
Well, she told me about his car. It's another thing. I went out and bought one myself. I thought it might do me some good with her.
Mm-hmm. Were you at home last night?
Yeah.
Can you prove it?
Yeah. I was home. She was out getting killed.
The name William Chambers was checked through the New York police files. They listed 24 persons who more or less fit his general description. It took 2 days to locate and talk with all of them. Neither Mrs. Stromberg nor the witness who had seen the body dumped from the car could identify any of them. An all-points bulletin regarding the suspect and his car had been issued as soon as we learned his name. Same results. Nothing. On the third day, the pawn shop detail turned up 2 more items that had been taken in the Jacoby robbery.
There they are.
Huh. Watch and ring. Jacoby stuff?
Case numbers on the watch checkout. The ring's engraved.
Where'd they wind up?
Shop on 3rd Street. The proprietor says it was sold yesterday. Man who sold them signed the buy book James Agenian.
How about his description?
5th Chambers down the line.
Well, at least he was still in town yesterday.
Yeah, but his stuff's been on the hot sheet for a long time. If he's had any experience at all, he knew he was taking a chance trying to unload it.
Probably trying to raise cash to get out of town.
That's what I was thinking. Gave an address on Polk Street, a vacant lot.
If he keeps on trying to unload it, I'll have all the loot back.
If he keeps on trying, we'll keep on trying.
Well, they found his car.
Where?
Used car lot in the Bronx. He sold it at 10 o'clock this morning.
At the used car lot, we learned that a man answering the description of William Chambers had driven in that morning and offered a black 51 Cadillac convertible for sale. The used car lot manager had finally settled on a price and made out a check. He reported that the man had seemed extremely nervous and anxious to make a quick deal. The car was impounded and examined. A full set of fingerprints on the steering wheel and dashboard gave us a positive identification of William Chambers.
William Carlson, alias William Carls, William Charles, Walter Cameron, male, Caucasian, age 33, 178, 6'1". Let's see, 14 arrests, 2 convictions, both car theft.
Quite a lad.
Aren't they all? Doesn't look like a killer, though, does he?
I don't know. What's a killer supposed to look like? The The search to locate William Carlson, alias William Chambers, extended to all parts of the city. The associates and relatives listed in his criminal file were contacted and questioned. All of them denied having any knowledge of his whereabouts. In the meantime, 2 more pieces of stolen property connected with the Jacoby theft were recovered by the pawn shop detail. Each of the pawn shop proprietors identified the mugshot of the wanted man. He'd used different names in each instance. The handwriting was the same. Each address had to be checked out. I went with Sergeant Papish to the one he had given on 78th Street. It was not a vacant lot.
Hello? Hello. We're looking for William Courtney.
You found him?
Huh?
Cops?
Yeah.
Come on in.
Hold still.
I'm clean. Checked me through the Bible yesterday?
Yeah. Your name's Carlson, isn't it? William Carlson?
Yep.
We've been looking a long time for you.
I know. Yesterday, I decided I'd let you find me. I gave my right address.
You want to get your hat?
Sure. Look, I didn't mean to kill Eileen. I didn't mean to at all. I want you to know that.
Let's talk about it downtown.
No, we won't. I'm not talking to anybody downtown. I'm talking to you two right now, and that's it. So you better listen.
Okay.
I've been doing pretty good with these house jobs. Real good. Enough to buy myself a nice car, get some clothes, get around a little bit. I work all alone. I met her. I liked her. I wanted to marry her. I did. I really did. We went out the other night, and I gave her the mink coat for a present. I thought that'd cinch it. She didn't want to take it. She told me she was going to marry some guy she'd been married to before. I let her have it.
That's all?
That's all. That's it, mister. I could have run. Sold my car. Getting rid of a lot of odds and ends I have around. I decided not to, after all. I don't want to run.
Okay, let's get with it.
Remember, I let you get me. I wrote my address right down where I knew you'd check it out.
Okay.
And there's no more talking. You two got it all straight.
What's the matter with you, anyway?
You got it all? I mean, about everything?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute.
You guys are too late. I took it when I heard you knock on the door.
Where's the phone?
It's too late, I tell you. It's in my stomach now. It's too late.
Not for me, brother. I handle plenty of babies, just like you.
It's too late.
Grab him, Ned. I got it.
Go. Look out.
Shut up. You're going to stand trial, baby.
Sergeant Papish had handled attempted suicides. A lot of them. And in the 5 minutes before the arrival of the emergency ambulance, he managed to force William Carlson to take an antidote that saved his life. The remainder of the Jacoby theft items were found in and around the apartment of the suspect, along with other stolen property listed with the New York police. All of the articles on the enclosed list have been impounded and will be available following the trial of William Carlson. Expense account item 3, hotel and board while in New York, $88.65. Item 4, same as item 2, transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $155.42. Remarks? Please file a copy of the above report for the information of William Powers in regard to his ex-wife, Eileen Madden. I think this is what he wanted. Well, that's it. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, freshens your taste, sweetens your breath. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied. Makes whatever you're doing more enjoyable. Yes, for refreshment plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Millions enjoy it daily. Get a few packages and always keep some handy. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by E. Jack Newman with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, John McIntyre, Jim Nusser, Jeanette Nolan, Victor Perrin, and Bill Johnstone. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Why let your floors get scuffed up? Beacon Wax stops floor scuffing.
Here's his body, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah.
Lying just the way it was when I saw it from the hilltop over there.
If you spotted it from that hilltop, how did you know it was your stepfather, Mr. Austin?
I recognized the jacket and boots he's wearing. And I knew he was out here inspecting the farm. He left the house early this morning, right after it stopped raining. And, well, this is where he'd be, according to his schedule.
Oh, he was on a regular routine inspection, huh?
Yes, he inspected the entire estate once every week, on foot.
Yeah. Well, he's killed by a blow on the head. One blow that meant instant death.
But that's impossible, Inspector Faraday. How could he have been killed out here, in the middle of an open field?
I don't know how. Yet. Now, look, there are no footprints out here. And none, that is, but his own.
Yes?
And there they are, leading right up to here where he was slugged and killed. Unless...
Unless what, Inspector?
Unless the killer followed him, carefully stepping in Austin's prints, killed him, then walked backwards, stepping in the same prints.
I guess that explains it, doesn't it?
It might. Let's have another look at those prints, huh?
Oh, I'm sure that's how it was done, Inspector. Dad wasn't hit by a car or his body driven out here because there are no tire tracks. And on the other hand...
He wasn't hit on the head by anyone who followed in his footprints either. His boots are cleated, and the cleat marks are still too clear.
Oh, good night, Inspector Faraday. This is crazy. He couldn't have been killed out here, and he wasn't carried out here. These are his own footprints.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Austin. He couldn't have been killed out here. It's impossible. But there's just one thing that bothers me.
What's that?
He was.
And now on to Dick Colmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Nice place your stepfather had here, Austin.
Well, home is where your hat is, Inspector Faraday. This place is so big I could have lost a dozen hats in it.
Yeah.
You won't ask Alice too many questions, will you? It's only been 3 hours since I found the body, and she's awfully upset about Dad's death.
No, I'll try not to bother her too much.
Thank you.
Is his daughter an adopted child, too?
No, I'm the adopted one. She's really Austin's daughter. His only child, in fact.
I see. Don't you people lock doors out here?
No need to. No one can get past the entrance to the estate without a permit. And the entire grounds are surrounded by an electric fence.
Well, at least Boston Blackie can't get in then.
This way. I imagine Alice is in the living room.
Well, as soon as Faraday gets here,
Oh,
I'll tell him all that, Miss
no.
Austin.
Blackie, you can't be out here.
I'll tell me that the next time I see me. Hello, Inspector.
Don't hello me. Goodbye me. I'd like that better.
I'm sorry I can't leave. I accepted the kind invitation of Miss Austin here to solve the murder of her father.
Well, I called him, Inspector, because of the circumstances of Dad's death. I thought he might be able to help you.
Alice, come here a minute, will you?
Nice thought,
right.
Inspector?
Quiet, Blackie. I'll handle this without any help from you. What you know about this case won't help me anyhow.
You'd be surprised what I know, Faraday.
I suppose you know how he was killed.
No, but I know where he was killed and who found his body. Abby Austin here. You didn't think I even knew who he was, did you? Alice has told me a lot of things.
What for? She just has to tell me again.
Oh, I don't know why. I thought I might hurry things by collecting information for you while you came out here in your usual turtle fashion. Why don't you at least be consistent and crawl into your shell while I solve this case?
Why don't you go home? Blackie, you going to tell me what you know?
No. And that would take too long, I suppose, but I could tell you what you know without opening my mouth.
Blackie, you've got to...
All right, stop begging. The dead man was fabulously rich.
Yeah?
His estate is the largest in the city limits. Besides this mansion here, there's a private golf course, an airport, a lake, 400 acres of forest, and 1,000 acres of farming land.
Is that all?
What else did you want him to own?
I mean, is that all you know? Tell me something important.
Well, he was killed in the middle of a field on one of his regular inspection tours. And he made his tours on such a strict schedule that everyone in the estate knew exactly where he'd be at any given time. Which means, of course...
I know what it means. It means anybody on the estate could have killed him.
Anybody with a motive, Faraday. And don't forget, there's a little item of how he was killed.
By a blow on the back of the head.
By someone standing 100 feet away at the edge of the field. Don't tell me the arm of the criminal is longer than the arm of the law. Faraday, before you find out who killed him, you have to find out how he could have been killed in the middle of an open field. Do you know how?
All I know is that he was killed shortly after the rain this morning. That'd be about 8 o'clock.
Excuse me, Inspector Faraday, but may I leave? I'm expecting Jim Saunders, my fiancé, any minute, and I'd like to meet him.
I'm sorry, Miss Austin, but no one can leave the estate.
Oh, I won't leave the estate, I promise.
Now you're going to drive down and meet him at the gate, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Don't tell Jim about Dad's death, Alice. He might celebrate, and that would look bad.
If I told him you said that, he'd make your face look bad.
Remember, Miss Austin, don't leave the estate.
Oh, no, I won't, Inspector.
Austin, what was the meaning of that crack about Jim Saunders?
Nothing, Blackie. Only I wish he'd crack his neck one of these days.
Now, that's a nice, happy thought. Why the hot hate, Austin?
Maybe he just doesn't like the guy, Blackie.
Oh, thanks, Faraday. Come here a minute, will you, Inspector?
Yeah, what for?
For a hunk of hunch. I don't like our friend Happy here.
Oh.
And I have an idea that before I'm through with him, I'm going to make Happy miserable.
Hi there, Jim. Hi.
Hello, Alice. Hey, you. You look great.
Do I? I don't feel that way. How's the airplane? Did it stay in one piece all the way from Toronto?
Well, it flew me here, didn't it? I'd say the trip was all right.
Well, you've flown into something that isn't all right. Dad's been killed.
Hey, no kidding. What do you know?
It was murder.
Oh? Oh, I'd like it down. You can help me roll this crate into the hangar, huh?
Oh, Jim, you don't seem a bit concerned about Dad's death.
Well, neither do you, for that matter. Plenty sorry to hear it. Here, push on this wing. I'll push on the other.
All right.
We'll shove this right next to Happy's plane in its hangar. Is that still out of commission?
Yes. Jim, the landing gear on this side is damaged.
Yeah, I know. Still shaky about it, too. I clipped the top of a tree coming in for a landing. Almost cracked up. Hey, push, huh?
Jim?
Yeah?
Are you sure it was a tree you hit?
Well, yeah, sure it was.
Could you find the tree again?
I doubt it. I was going pretty fast at the time. Hey, what are you getting at?
Nothing, Jim. Only I hope the police don't find out that you and Dad had a terrible fight last week.
I see you made the newspapers again this evening, Blackie.
Look, Mary, did you invite me up for dinner to look at you or the back page of the paper?
But, Blackie, this is really an exciting mystery.
Yes.
It says here that Mr. Austin was killed by a blow on the back of the head
Mhm.
and died instantly, but that there are no marks in the field to indicate what or who killed him.
I know. Faraday and I gave the papers most of their information.
Oh.
There are no footprints or tire tracks in the field, and Austin wasn't carried to the spot where he died.
Then how was he killed? How'd he get into the middle of that field?
He walked there.
After he was hit?
No, death was instantaneous, Mary. That's the problem in this case.
And what's the solution? There's always a solution, you know.
So they say. But this time, honestly, I'm stumped. The more I think about this case, the crazier it sounds. If I could just...
If you could just what?
Mary, that airplane up there.
Well, it's always up there at this time. That's the 10 o'clock flight to Washington.
Mary, that's the way Austin was killed, by a plane. That's what hit him without leaving any marks in the field. There's a private airport on Austin's estate. I bet that's where the murder plane is right now. See you later, Mary.
Hey, Blackie, where are you going?
To get Faraday. And then I'm going to have a look at the airplane at Austin's airport. The situation is complicated, but I think the explanation is plain.
Austin was killed by one of the planes in this hangar, huh, Blackie? Well, which one? Or two?
Well, Faraday will have to look them over before we find out.
This is just a waste of time. I don't believe Austin was killed by a plane at all.
You don't, huh?
No, it's crazy.
Look.
Or you are.
Look, Austin was found in the middle of a field, wasn't he?
Yeah?
He wasn't hit by anyone who followed him into the field or a truck or a car that went through the field. And he wasn't carried into the field. We know that, don't we?
Yes.
Then he was obviously hit and killed just where he was found. And the only thing that could possibly have killed him, where he was found, without leaving tracks, is a plane. Don't you agree?
Yeah. No. Let's have a look at these planes.
I've been looking while I talk, Faraday, and here's the plane that did it right here. Look at the left side of this landing gear.
Yeah?
Pretty badly bent.
So it is.
I was right, Faraday. The killer knew where Austin would be at a certain moment. He went up in this plane, found Austin, cut his motor, glided in silently behind his victim, swooped low, hit him, accelerated his motor, and zoomed away.
Austin didn't even know what hit him.
You two don't know what hit him either. Because it wasn't that plane.
Who are you?
Saunders. Jim Saunders. That's my plane.
Oh, you're the guy Alice Austin went to see, huh?
Yeah, she met me here. I just flew in from Toronto this afternoon.
How'd you get this damaged landing gear?
Hit a tree coming in for a landing?
You mean hit John Austin coming in for a kill, don't you?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I was still in Toronto when that old buzzard was killed. Here's my log to prove I didn't leave the Toronto airport till 10 this morning. I understand the old guy was killed about 8.
You understand we can check on the time you left the Toronto airport, don't you?
Sure, go ahead, check on it. It's okay with me. And then it better be okay with you to keep away from my plane.
Just thought I'd tell you, Alice. You marry Jim Saunders and you don't get any of Dad's estate.
Oh, yes, I do, Happy. I get half.
Dad's will says you get half unless you marry Jim Saunders. But if you do marry him, I get it all.
How do you know?
I just know. Too bad you didn't.
What do you mean, too bad I didn't?
Well, it occurs to me that you and Jim might plan to get married now that Dad isn't around to object.
We were going to be married even if Dad did object.
And what were you going to live on? Love? Jim doesn't have a dime. All he owns is a plane. You think he'll marry you when he finds out that you won't get a cent from Dad?
Well, Happy, you're not going to do this to me, are you? You'll ignore Dad's will, won't you, and give me half?
Oh, no. Not if you marry Jim Saunders. Look, darling, I'm not actually your brother. If you really want to live in style, you could marry me.
Marry you?
Yes.
I wouldn't marry you for anything.
Not for anything, Alice, darling?
No.
Not even to save yourself from going to the chair for murder?
Now back to Boston Blackie. Wealthy John Austin is found murdered in the middle of a field. He has not been carried there or hit by anything or anyone who went through the field. Jim Saunders, flyer fiancé of Austin's daughter Alice, has fought bitterly with the dead man, and the landing gear of his plane is damaged. Jim, however, claims his plane was in Toronto at the time of Austin's death. And as we return to our story, Inspector Faraday is on the phone in Austin's private hangar talking to the dispatcher at the Toronto airport.
Look, can you tell me what time this morning Jim Saunders took off from the Toronto airport?
Yes, Inspector Faraday, but I'll have to check on it. Just a minute.
Thanks. Blackie, quit wandering around the hangar, will you?
What?
If either of the planes in here killed Austin, it was Jim's.
I'm just having a look at this other plane in case Jim was in Toronto at the time Austin was killed.
You're soon going to find out that I was.
For your sake, Jim, I hope so.
Hello. Inspector Faraday, still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. You got that information I want?
Yes, Saunders took off from runway 5 at 10 o'clock this morning.
10 o'clock, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Well, Jim, you're in the clear.
I told you I was, Inspector. Now, will you let me and my plane alone?
I guess we will. Austin was killed 2 hours before you left Toronto. Tell me, whose plane is this other one?
It has Happy Austin's name on it. By a bit of clever deduction, I'd say it was his.
Very funny.
Jim, does Happy Austin fly?
Sure does, Blackie. He's one of the best amateur pilots around.
Then let's suppose for the moment that Happy is our man.
Let's suppose he isn't. This plane hasn't hit anything. There isn't a mark on it.
Faraday, something could have been attached to the underside of the fuselage. Something that could be easily detached again.
And thrown away, huh?
Maybe better than that. After killing Austin, Happy could have flown out over the ocean. That's only a few miles from here, unhooked whatever it was, and dropped it into the water.
That's right, Blackie. It's only about 30 minutes flying time from here to the coast, but
Thanks, Jim. You're a big help. Jim, could this type of plane hit a man, kill him, and not crack up under the impact?
Sure it could. Easy, but I
say it again, Jim. You are a big help. Faraday, Happy Austin was an adopted son. He wanted to marry Alice. Happy could have killed his stepfather for the money he'd inherited.
Just one thing, Blackie. There's a part missing from the engine of Happy's plane. This ship hasn't flown in months.
Oh. Jim, did I say you were a big help?
Oh, my, Blackie. What a lovely little shanty the Austins live in.
Yes, I thought you'd like to see it, Mary. And wait till you see the inside of this palatial hut.
It probably looks like the inside of the Metropolitan Museum.
Only bigger. Come on, we can walk right in.
Okay.
Austin's never seemed to lock the door.
I'll take care of you later, Happy. Right now, I'm going to see if I can catch Alice at the stables.
Oh, hello there, Jim.
Oh, hi, Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, introduce me to this.
Miss Wesley, Mr. Saunders, and reverse that.
Mr. Saunders.
How do you do, Miss Wesley? Join me at the stables, Blackie. I'm going horseback riding with Alice. If I can catch her in time.
No, thanks. I've still got a murder to solve. But you can tell me something. Does Alice own a plane?
Own a plane? Well, she can't even fly.
Oh, well, thanks a lot. I take it Happy's inside the house?
Yeah. You can take it, meaning Happy, away if you want to. Glad to meet you, Miss Wesley.
Thank you.
Join us for a ride if you like. We'll be somewhere on the bridle path.
Thanks. Maybe we will.
Blackie, why did you ask if Alice could fly?
Oh, I thought maybe she had a plane hidden somewhere on the estate. She killed her father. You could hide a battleship on this place.
Well, she can't fly. So there goes Alice as a suspect.
Well, here we go to talk to Happy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's you again, Blackie.
Stop that. You're beginning to sound like Faraday. Miss Wesley, Mr. Austin.
How do you do, Mr. Austin?
Blackie, Jim told me that you thought maybe my plane killed Dad.
Yes, I did think so until Jim pointed out it hasn't flown in months.
Well, I haven't flown it. I know that. I took the motor down, did a complete overhaul job on it, and then had to send for a part I needed.
Well, tell me something.
Yes?
Who else on the estate flies? Any of the servants?
No, Alice and I are the only ones.
Alice can fly?
With the best, and she's a top-notch mechanic, too.
And Jim said she couldn't handle a plane. Well, I think I'll find Faraday somewhere around here, and then I think the inspector and I will join Alice and Jim on the bridle path.
You're going to ride a horse, Blackie?
No, I'm not going to ride. But I guarantee I'm not going to keep walking around in circles on this case either.
It's a nice night for riding, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah, Alice, it sure is. But isn't the usual expression, it's a nice night for a murder?
Did you have to mention that?
I'm sorry.
Jim,
Yeah?
Dad's will says I don't get a dime if I marry you.
Well, how do you know?
Happy told me.
Well, how does he know?
Well, I guess Dad told him. They were awfully chummy, a lot closer than Dad and I were. He probably talked Dad into giving me no money if I married you.
Well, of all the dirty... Come on, boy.
What? Jim, wait!
I want to get back in a hurry and have a talk with that brother of yours.
Oh, but wait for me, Jim. Wait. Hey, ho, boy, ho. Steady now. steady.
Miss Austin, having trouble?
No. I'm all right, Inspector. This horse is having his moments, though. Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Miss Dawson. Where'd Jim ride off to?
He's gone back to the stable.
Miss Austin, we found out you could have killed your father. You can fly a plane, can't you?
Yes. I never told you I couldn't.
No, but Jim did. He said you couldn't fly, and Happy said his plane couldn't fly. I'm going to find out about that before I fly off the handle. Hold the ladder steady, Mary.
Yeah, okay.
I have to get all the way to the top of it in order to get a good look into this engine.
It's an awful rickety ladder, isn't it, Blackie?
Well, it's better than nothing. But hold it steady.
I will. Alice Austin looked awful unhappy when Inspector Faraday brought her up to the house. Did she really kill her father?
Could be, Mary. At least Faraday isn't going to let her out of his sight until I find out whether this plane of Happy's is in shape to fly or not.
That engine looks awful clean. It certainly doesn't look as if it had been used.
I know it doesn't, but it could have been cleaned up. I want to have a look at this carburetor. If the motor was taken completely apart, there won't be any gasoline in it.
Hey, Blackie, what's splash?
Gasoline from the carburetor when I lifted it out. Mary, this motor's been in use, and just recently.
But how, with a part missing and as clean as it is? Even I know
It was cleaned up, Mary, and the part taken out again. Run up to the house and get Faraday. Tell him I found something.
Yeah, all right.
Tell him that I think I know who killed Austin, too. In fact, I know who killed him. Hey, Mary.
Yeah?
I didn't tell you to turn out the lights.
Well, I didn't turn them out, Blackie. Just all of a sudden they were...
Mary, what's the matter? Mary! Whoop. Oh, I forgot about this ladder. Hey! Whoop. Good night. Oh. Wow. Oh. Oh.
Well, Blackie, the high altitude seems to have cleared your head.
What's that roaring noise?
An engine. An airplane engine. Jim's plane. You and I are in it.
Oh. How'd I get here, Happy?
I tied you up and threw you in the plane. And you won't get any help from Miss Wesley either. She's tied just as tightly as you, only she's still in the hangar on the ground. I didn't have to kill her. She doesn't know it was I who murdered my dad. Oh, by the way, Blackie, did you have a nice fall when I jerked that ladder out from under you?
Yes, thanks. I'll drop you on your head sometime, too. Happy, why did you kill your stepfather?
For money.
How?
You guessed it, in my plane. Cut the engine. I had the extra part hidden. I put it in the plane and then glided in behind my dad, gunned him, and bingo. That was the end of the old man. You know where we are, Blackie?
No, where?
Over the ocean. And when we get a little farther out, you're going for a dip.
Uh-oh. Gonna make fish food out of me, are you? I wish the Coast Guard were here.
The Coast Guard?
Yes, I tell the Coast Guard to shoot down. What's the number of this plane?
641.
Coast Guard, shoot down 641. That's what I'd say.
Oh, well, say anything you want, Blackie. They can't hear you. And you can't do anything about it the way you're tied up.
But if they could hear me, I'd say, this is Boston Blackie and plane 641 out over the ocean. Shoot us down.
You're killing me, Blackie. But in a couple of minutes, it's going to be the other way around.
Boy, that Blackie is really something.
He sure is.
He's tied up in that other plane, but he managed to switch on the radio in pages.
Yeah?
We'll keep our radio tuned in on that frequency a little longer, Joe. We might pick up more.
You okay?
If the Coast Guard sees us, I hope they shoot us down, Happy.
You've only said that 25 times, Blackie. If you don't cut it out, I'll slug you quiet.
The number's 641. Be on the lookout for it. Blackie gave us the approximate position.
Right.
We won't shoot him down right away. Just give him a warning burst if we find him.
Okay.
Look, Happy, just up above us. There's a Coast Guard plane. Well, what do you know?
I know they don't see us, and even if they did, they won't know what's going on.
That's what he thinks, huh, Dan?
Yeah.
Hey, there's the plane right down there under our starboard wing.
Yeah, sure enough.
Here we come, Blackie. Let's go, Joe.
What's the matter, Happy? You look worried.
Blackie, that Coast Guard plane is diving on us.
Peculiar, isn't it?
Why? What for?
Oh, maybe it just wants to play.
Blackie's going to crash into us.
shooting at us. They're shooting at us.
But they missed, Happy. Want to make a bet they don't miss the next time?
Blackie, if they shoot me down, I'll drop into the ocean.
That's what you expected me to do when you drop me in, isn't it? The plane's banking for another run at us, Happy.
What'll I do?
Well, obviously, the Coast Guard doesn't want you out here, so if I were you, I'd turn and go back to the land.
No.
That was closer this time, wasn't it? Are you turning back or aren't you? How about it?
All right, Blackie. I'll turn back.
Well, tell it to the Coast Guard, Happy, or in 2 seconds we'll both be telling it to the fish. What time is it, Mary?
Well, Blackie, according to my watch, it's 11:30. But according to my curiosity, it's time for questions.
Well, I untied you at the hangar where Happy left you. Maybe I can loosen the strings on whatever is puzzling you. What do you want to know?
First, why did Jim Saunders say Alice couldn't fly when she could?
That's very simple, Mary. He didn't know she could. I suppose she was saving it for a surprise or something. Anything else?
Just one more thing. How did you manage to get the Coast Guard on the trail of Jim's plane when Happy had you tied up in it?
I kicked over the switch on the radio with my elbow and started talking, hoping somebody would hear me.
And Happy didn't see you? Oh, are you lucky?
I'm lucky those Coast Guard planes were within a reasonable distance, or Happy would have added me to his list of dead.
Oh, I know he killed his father, but, you know, Blackie...
What?
I feel rather sorry for him.
Don't feel sorry for him, Mary. Happy Austin is one flyer who doesn't deserve a happy landing.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. I've got a little office near 53rd Street on Broadway.
8th floor. My business? Trouble. What kind of trouble? Well, take your pick. If you come up with something unusual, a new kind of trouble, drop around and see me. Because I'm known along the big street as a shamus, a gumshoe, or to the guy on Park Avenue as a private detective. If you happen to be stuck with your problem, for $100 a day in expenses, I'll chase it around until I can catch up and break its back. I average about 20 fast rounds a week with old man Trouble, and so far the decision's been on my side. But don't misunderstand me. It's my business to beat him, but I respect him. Trouble goes to work with every trick in the book. So I play it the same way, and believe me, when I put him away for the count, I don't clap my little hands in glee. I know he's just taking a rest, and he'll be back again with some new stunts. Want to know how he works? Well, the other day, I was on the way to my office. I stopped at the corner newsstand, 53rd and Broadway, to buy a paper and to say hello to an old friend.
Hi, Mr. Diamond.
Well, hello, Jeff. How's the newspaper business?
Oh, swell. How's the detective racket?
Oh, swell.
Hey, you don't sound too happy.
Jeff, I couldn't be happier if my hair was on fire. Take my advice, son. When you grow up, be sure and get a job that pays off every week in that little white envelope. Don't ever become a private detective. It's like a penny getting lost in a gum machine.
Well, I'm going to stick to the newspaper business.
Good for you.
Say, I was just about to go across the street to Mary Lou's and get some ice cream. How about it? Can I buy you a cone?
Now, that is a beautiful idea. Let's go.
Aren't you coming to work a little late, Mr. Diamond?
Well, you see, Jeff, I was up kind of late. Research, you know.
Yeah, I know. I see him going into your office all the time. That blonde last week stopped traffic all the way to 42nd Street.
Yeah, she was lovely. Got tired of social standards and shot her husband right through his morning cup of coffee.
Was that the one in the headlines?
That's the one.
Hello, Jeff.
Hi, Mary Lou. Take a seat, Mr. Diamond.
Well, what'll you and your friend have?
Well, I'm going to have a double strawberry. How about it, Mr. Diamond?
Sounds great.
2 double strawberries.
This is Mr. Diamond, Mary Lou. His office is in that building across the street.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you, Mary?
All right, I guess. Business could get better, and I wouldn't mind at all. Here are your cones.
This is on me, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, no, now put it away.
Oh, now, come on. I asked you over, and that makes it my treat. Here's a 5, Mary Lou. Mr. Diamond's money isn't any good today.
Tell you what I'll do, Jeff. Give me a 5 a minute.
Sure, here.
Now, if you can tell me whose picture's on this bill, you can buy the cones.
That a deal?
That's a deal.
Lincoln. Well, what's the matter? That's right, isn't it?
Hmm? Oh, yeah.
What's wrong?
Where did you get this bill, Jeff?
Well, I just made change for it a few minutes. Hey, what's the matter with that dough?
You two act like you'd never seen a $5 bill before.
Well, this Finn's counterfeit.
What?
That's right. Good job, too.
You sure?
Yep. One of the best engraving jobs I've ever run across. Paper's not too good.
Oh, that's swell. That's real great. I get just out of a whole $5.
Who gave it to you?
I remember the guy, all right. He came by just before you did. Made change for him, the heel.
Yeah. $5 is a lot of papers.
I'll say it is.
Well, maybe you're wrong. You could be.
Not Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective. Used to be a cop.
Look, Jeff, mind if I take this bill along with me?
Nah. What good's it gonna do me?
Oh, it's not so bad. Here, I'll give you a good 5 for it.
No, sir. You only learn by mistakes. I made a big one, so I'm out 5. I'll get along.
Look, it's worth the 5. I'm just buying it from you.
Sure, Jeff. Go ahead and take it.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Diamond, but I just can't.
Okay, Jeff. Maybe I can find the guy who slipped this to you. Maybe we can get your 5 back.
What are you gonna do?
Take a run down to the 5th precinct. See how much of this stuff is floating around New York. Now, I want you to do something for me, Jeff.
Sure, anything.
I want you to keep an eye out for the guy who gave you this phone.
I'm way ahead of you.
Well, now, that's what I'm afraid of. I want you to promise me, if you do spot him, not to do anything until you get in touch with me. Promise?
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll be at the station. Ask for Lieutenant Levinson's office.
Right.
Here's for the ice cream, Mary Lou. Good ice cream, too.
Oh, thanks. I make it here. Right in back. Take a quart home some night.
I always do, but it generally has a cork in it. I left Mary Lou's ice cream parlor and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. I don't usually start something like that, but when a kid gets fleeced out of a whole day's pay, I get a little hot under the collar. I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis putting shine on his big shoes.
Oh, it's you, Diamond.
Now, what good is that going to do you, Otis? You can lose a whole can of polish in the cracks.
What do you mean? My shoes ain't cracked so bad.
Well, maybe not, but I've seen bacon that look better.
If you want to see the lieutenant, go on in.
Thank you, Sergeant. Until we meet again.
Why don't you stop trying to be so funny?
Sergeant, I'll do it if you'll do something for me.
What?
Cut off your head. That face could start a Harry Carey epidemic. Hello, Walt. Now, what the devil's the about?
What do you mean?
That bilious explosion you just popped up with. Sound like you just swallowed a whole pineapple.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Who's dead?
Huh?
The body you said you found.
The body, I said... No, Walt. You're not built for it.
Who?
No, Walt. It's my routine. It won't work for you.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, sure you do. You wanted to know who's dead. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Huh?
Don't try to be cute with me. You know what it's all about, and I'm not going to be the fall guy. You just hunt for the body.
Wait a minute. I don't know anything about a body.
You wanted to know who's dead, didn't you?
Sure, but that was just a gag.
Okay, have your fun, but I'm not going to tell you.
Tell me what?
Who's dead?
You mean somebody really is?
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about what you just said. Now, who's dead?
That's a stupid question.
Why is it?
Well, if you don't know who's dead, what the devil are you doing in charge of homicide? Go on over to the robbery detail.
Now, you wait a minute. You said...
Yes, Walt?
Oh, get out of here.
I did not. I never said, oh, get out of here. When I came in, I said, hello, Walt, and you said, uh-huh. Then I said, what do you mean, uh-huh? And you wanted to know where the body was.
I did not. I said, who's dead?
Why?
Oh, no, please. I'm an old man.
Oh, Walt, get away from that window and take a look at this.
Oh, please. Do I have to? It'll probably explode.
Now, be a good boy and open your little eyes.
Oh, all right, but I just know I'll be sorry.
Here.
You don't owe me any money.
Well, if I did, I'd make sure to pay you off in this stuff.
Why, what's wrong with... Where'd you get this?
Some guy slipped it to Jeff, the newsboy. He got change for it.
Oh, that certainly is a nice stunt.
Well, maybe the guy didn't know he was passing counterfeit.
I doubt it. You don't give a newsboy $5 for a paper.
Okay, tell me about it.
Well, the stuff has been flooding the city. We can't get a lead. Picked up a couple of passes, but they won't crack.
How do they work?
Look, Rick, this isn't my department. The Treasury boys are working on it right now. Why don't you go over and talk to them?
Well, if you want to be snooty about it.
Now, you wait a minute, Diamond. Yeah? Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Is Mr. Diamond there?
Now, wait a minute. Rick, it's for you. Yeah, wait just a minute. Here, Diamond, and if you're mixed up in something...
Walt, be quiet. Hello?
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Jeff?
Yeah. I just spotted the guy who slipped me the phony bill. He went into the bar next to the ice cream parlor.
You stay where you are. I'll be right over.
I'll be at the stand.
Rick.
Yeah?
Please.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
Paper, late edition paper.
Jeff.
Oh, Mr. Diamond. He hasn't come out yet. He's still in the bar.
Come on.
Where are we going?
Leave your papers for a second. I want you to point him out.
Okay. He's a big guy. You better be careful.
Big guys always make me careful.
You want me to go in with you?
Just stick your head in the door and point him out, and then go on back to your papers. If I start bleeding, I'll scream. See him?
No. Yeah, there he is. Over in that booth.
Well.
You know him?
Yeah. Go on back to your stand.
Oh, golly, Mr. Diamond, can't I?
No, Jeff. Go on back.
Okay.
Hello, Walker.
Huh? Oh. What do you want, Shamus?
Well, I'll have a talk. Mind if I sit down?
Does it make any difference?
Not much.
Then sit.
You passed a phony 5-spot this morning.
I did? Well, shame on me.
How many more you got on you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want me to turn you upside down and shake it out of you?
Diamond.
Yeah?
Bo.
Walker.
Yeah?
Oh, hey, you.
Let go. Oh, you busted my arm.
You want it back?
Yeah.
Now, let's see your pockets.
Okay.
Get on your feet. I want to see what you're doing.
All right.
Okay, dump them.
Hey, what's going on here?
Just relax, bartender. I'm taking care of some business.
Well, ain't going to be any rough stuff in my joint, so you better relax, Sonny. Yeah, make this guy take his big paws off of me. He's trying to shake me down. Oh, yeah? You want me to call the cops, Sonny?
Maybe that's not a bad idea. How about it, Walker? You want him to call the law?
I don't care who he calls. Just get out of my way, Diamond.
You're not going anywhere.
Now, I told you to lay off, Sonny, and I meant it. Now, let him go, you hear me?
Look out, he's making a break.
Just let him be.
Get out of my way, Pop. You're too old to lose another set of teeth.
I ain't turning you loose until that guy makes the streets.
Sorry, Pop. You better take a chair.
Mr. Diamond, what happened?
He
see which way you went?
Yeah, there it goes around that corner.
Stay at the ice cream parlor, Jeff, so I can get you if I need you. I took off like a seagull in a hurricane. I turned the corner and spotted my man jumping into a cab, so I did the same. He led me across town to a little dive on 13th Street and got out of his cab. My boy parked up the block, and we watched while Walker looked around for a tail. When he was satisfied he'd given me the shake, he went in. I paid off my cabbie and followed. It was another bar, and Walker wasn't anywhere in the room. I sat down, ordered a beer, and waited. After about 10 minutes, I saw a couple of guys wander out of a door in the back. A couple of minutes later, a couple of more wandered out. So I wandered in. It was a small-time gambling setup. The kind you can throw in the back of your car if the cops come. I started getting that lousy feeling again. You don't just walk into a place like that unless someone wants you to. And if they do, it's usually because they got it fixed so you stay around. Maybe permanently.
What are you tailing me for, Diamond?
Why? Make you uncomfortable?
Yeah.
That's cozy setup. Good way to get rid of bad money. Pay the winner off with counterfeit.
I think we'd better go back to my office.
Oh, I don't know. I might have a little fun here. I'll bet if one of those guys at the table knew he was going to be paid off in counterfeit, he'd just about tear this place apart. And you, too.
Diamond, don't be stupid.
Oh, something new's been added.
Yeah, and it makes so much noise when it goes off. Let's go back to my office, huh?
For some reason, I just can't think of a good argument not to.
This way. Have a seat.
My ankles get lumpy when I sit down. Bad circulation.
Then stand on your head.
It doesn't work. I keep talking to toes all day.
How'd you get onto this setup?
Oh, luck. You passed a bad bill to a newspaper boy. He spotted you for me.
You know what happens to you?
No. As a matter of fact, I was thinking what's going to happen to you.
What do you mean?
Treasury boys, homicide, 5th Precinct. And tomorrow we're taking a full-page ad in the Times. You should do a big business.
You're lying.
Okay. I think I'll sit down while you wrestle with it.
You mean the team I know about this place and me?
The only way they'll get to know you any better is when they give you a room number at Sing Sing. Oh, you mind if I put my feet up?
Oh, go ahead.
He kept asking questions, not waiting for answers. He was good and worried. And as long as I could keep him that way, the longer I was going to keep on breathing.
I don't believe one rotten thing you said, Diamond.
Okay. He kept trying to convince himself that I was lying. He wanted to shoot me in the worst way. He moved around behind his desk and sat down. Bless his little heart. I had both feet on the front of his desk, so I shoved out as hard as I could. I pinned him against the wall with the desk and jumped up to get better leverage. I shoved so hard the front of the desk nearly cut him in two. He was stuck and he couldn't use his arms.
I can't breathe.
You want to tell me about it?
I don't know a thing.
Okay. You look pretty silly from the waist down. Come on, Walker. If I mash you anymore, they'll be able to use you for wallpaper.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, leave the gun in your pocket. When I pull the desk back, put your hands on top of it. You try a stunt and you end up in halves.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Who's the big wheel behind the counterfeit ring?
You give me a chance if I tell you?
No deals.
I can't blame you for trying.
All right, you tried. Now, you want back in the vice?
No. I'll tell you.
Walker! He died with his head rolled back and his eyes staring up like he wanted to starve for trying. Whoever shot him had been out in the alley and had nailed him through the window. I looked out, but the killer had disappeared, so I put in a call to homicide, and finally Walt and his boys arrived.
Diamond, don't you ever get tired of corpses?
Well, of course not. I just do my bit and then try to make you happy.
Hey, you want me to call the wagon and get the coroner down here, Lieutenant?
No, Otis. I thought we might all sit around and wait for the dead man to say something.
Oh, I was only asking, Lieutenant.
Well, start using that mallet head of yours, you mallet head, and make a report.
Okay.
Now, Diamond, I want to know how you got mixed up in this thing.
Well, the dead man was the one who slipped the paper boy the phony-5. I tailed him, and he was just about to tell me who was behind the ring when he got a hole in his head.
Oh, he was going to tell you, was he? Just like that. What did you do? Set his clothes on fire?
No. We were playing truth and consequences, and he fibbed, so I...
Now, you stop that. This guy was the only link we had on the counterfeit ring. And you have to fix it so he dies. Rick, there's enough phony money floating around New York right now to start another Black Friday. This is the best setup we've run into since Dad Foster operated in 1937.
Dad Foster?
Yeah, Dad Foster. You remember hearing about him.
Yeah, is he still doing time?
No, he served his sentence and he's gone straight ever since.
How do you know? Where is he?
He runs a little saloon on 53rd Street.
53rd. Thanks, Walt.
Oh, now, you wait a minute. Who the devil are you calling?
A quiz program. I want to win an electric chair.
Oh.
Mary Lou's Ice Cream Parlor.
Is Jeff the newsboy there?
Why, yes. It's for you, Jeff. Thanks. Hello?
Jeff, this is Mr. Diamond. I want you to do me a favor.
Sure, anything for you.
Okay, now, you know the saloon next to the ice cream parlor?
Yeah?
You know the bartender?
Yeah, old guy. Buys the paper from me every night.
All right. Now, stay in the parlor and keep an eye on the front of the saloon. If the bartender comes out, find out where he goes. But for Pete's sake, be careful.
Sure, Mr. Diamond. I'll do what you say. Is something up?
Well, could be. Now, if anything happens before I get there, call Lieutenant Levinson. I'll tell you all about it when I see you.
You're getting to be a pretty important fellow, Jeff. Phone calls now.
Oh, that was Mr. Diamond. He wants me to stay here and keep an eye on the front of the saloon. Okay?
Oh, sure, of course. Why does he want you to do that?
Oh, it's something big, I think. Something to do with the bartender that works there.
The bartender?
Yeah. I'll just sit up in front here and keep an eye out.
Look, Jeff, watch the store for me, will you? I've got to go in back and pack some ice cream to be sent out.
Sure. Mary Lou! Mary Lou! Guess I'd better get it myself. Mary Lou's Ice Cream Parlor.
Can I talk with Mary Lou?
And she went in back. I'll get her for you. Just a minute.
Thank you.
I tell you, it's getting too risky. That Diamond's a private detective.
Yeah, he came in the bar and started to rough up Walker.
Well, that stupid Walker should have been more careful about passing out that money. What if Diamond catches him and makes him talk?
He caught up, but he didn't make Walker talk.
What do you mean?
I took care of Walker. I got a good shot at him from the alley.
Well, maybe it's better like that. But look, if we don't...
Hello?
Yes?
Mary Lou isn't here. Get off the line.
What? What?
Yeah, get off. Operator. Get me the 5th Precinct Police Station. It's a matter of life and death. I'll connect you. Oh, golly, please hurry. I'm ringing.
5th Precinct.
Is Mr. Richard Diamond around there? He said to call Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, Diamond isn't here. That is the lieutenant.
You know where I can reach them?
Yeah, but that's about it all. Who's this?
I'm a friend of Mr. Diamond's. I'm in an ice cream parlor.
Ice cream parlor. Look, son.
No. I just heard someone say that they'd killed a man named Walker, and I think I know who's behind the counterfeit ring.
What's the address?
It's...
Hello. Hello, kid. What's wrong? Hello.
Good lucky we came out this way.
I wonder how he hurt us.
Walked back and opened the door. What are we going to do with him?
Well, tie him up and gag him. There's a closet in the back, and we can put him in there until it's safe to take him out.
Oh, but he's making too much trouble the way he is. Okay.
I can get him back there. You better go on over to the bar in case someone shows up.
All right. Later tonight, I'll take the kid down to the river and teach him how hard it is to swim when he's dead. Now, you listen here, young fella. If you're back here for trouble...
Dad, I'm back for a lot of trouble, and I think you're going to help me out.
You'd better leave, Sonny, or I'll call the law.
Why don't you?
What do you want?
I want to know how long you've been back in the counterfeit racket.
Now, look, Sonny, I've been going straight for a long time.
You know something, Dad? I don't think so. Let's get down to the station and talk about it.
You got a warrant, Shamus?
I got a nasty disposition. You want me to show you?
No.
You want a gun, Dad?
Why? What difference does it make?
I want to look at it. A guy named Walker got dead from a gun. Now, let's see it.
Sonny.
What is it?
I can't show it to you.
Yeah, why not?
Because I got it under the bar, pointed right at your belly. If I drag it out, it might scare the customers.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
It sure is. You see that door there in the back?
I know.
That's a good boy. You just keep walking along your side of the bar and don't try anything. I just had my floor scrubbed. It'd be a shame to spill you all over it. Okay. Open the door. Go on out. Up the alley.
You shoot Walker?
I might have.
Oh, where you got your printing presses?
You're just full of questions, aren't you, Sonny? Okay. Stop here.
Behind the ice cream parlor, huh? Well.
Mary!
Make mine hot fudge with the nuts.
Mary!
For just a minute. Say, what's the idea? I thought you... Oh.
Good afternoon. I'm selling a new brand of Indian nuts, great for banana splits.
What's the shamus doing here?
He's too smart. I gotta cut off his education.
Are you crazy? This guy's got friends. That kid was calling the 5th precinct, remember?
Kid?
Yeah, your little news hound.
What did you do with him?
He's all right until tonight. We got him locked up.
Dad, I think I'll make you eat that 38.
I don't think so. No difference if I kill you right here.
Oh, hold it, Dad. We can't have a gun going off back here. Even if we could hide the shamus, they'd find the presses.
Oh, so that's it. Those ice cream machines, the cover-up.
Ain't he smart?
What do? Ship the stuff out in ice cream cartons?
What's with you? You want a tour of inspection?
Come on, now, take it easy. He won't be smart for long.
Well, how are you going to do it?
We're going to take a walk, aren't we, Shamus?
Oh, I have the most horrible instep. I'll never make it without skates or something.
You'll make it. Come on, the car's around front.
Hi. Hey, what's happening in the street?
Oh, Dad.
Yeah, it's only some drunk come out of the bar the wrong way. Funny, I didn't see him in
Oh, this is very confusing. If this is 53rd Street, somebody's stolen some buildings. Oh, hi. Hello.
No, take it easy, Shamus. I'm putting the gun in my pocket, but it's still right in line with your belt.
I'm going back inside.
No. Play it straight. Just like we were talking.
Wow, you're pretty unsociable, to say the least. What's the matter? Can't you even say hello? I'm lost.
Sure. You're in an alley. The entrance is right out there.
Oh, yeah? Oh, would you mind showing me? I seem to be a little confused.
Now, look, it's right up there. Just keep going.
Hey, where'd you go?
Oh, no.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
It's a cop.
Look out, Walt. Get the girl, Walt. Come on, Dad. Give me that gun.
Now, let go of me. Let me go, you lousy copper.
You got him, Rick? He won't play. There. Now he will.
Just take it easy, lady.
Hey, what's going on?
Otis,
Yeah?
go out and start walking around the block.
Huh?
You hear me? Go on.
Okay, but I don't get it. What do you want me to walk around the block for?
I want you to get used to it, because that's what you're going to be doing for the rest of your time on the force. In Flatbush.
Flatbush?
Yes.
No.
Gee, Mr. Diamond, thanks for the dinner invitation, but where are we going?
Well, I'm going to introduce you to Miguel. She's a redhead, Jeff, so no cracks about my office research.
Oh, sure. But don't you think you should have called her first? How do you know she's got enough dinner?
Jeff, this girl's got more steaks in her deep freezer than a bullfight arena sees in a year. Here we are.
Yes? Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Good evening, Francis. This is Jeff, Francis. He's going to have dinner with us.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Come right in. Miss Asher's in the study, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Francis.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
You know the various items that you've left with me for safekeeping?
Look, Francis, I promise I'll get them out of hock as soon as I get a paying client.
Oh, no, it's not that, sir. I didn't really want to hold them as security in the first place. But as long as you insisted in such a fine collection, I'd like to show them to, well, to my girls, sir.
Why, sure, Francis. I didn't know you had a girl.
Oh, yes, sir. She's the upstairs maid in the apartment below us.
Oh.
I'm afraid I told her a wee fib to get acquainted, as it were. She thinks I'm an undercover agent, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to prove it.
Well, my gun and the badge should do the trick. And if it doesn't work, just get under a cover.
Oh, by George, that was a real... Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Come on, Jeff. We're not appreciated.
Rick. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Helen, this is Jeff, the boy who's helping me send Dad Foster and Company back to prison. Jeff, this is Helen Asher.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
They had him locked up in the closet for a couple of hours, and he looked kind of hungry when he got him out. How about it, honey? You think you can grind up another cow?
Oh, well, there's plenty for Jeff and me, but
You've got to make up for 3 things.
3 things?
Yes. First of all, you haven't called me in 2 days. Second, you're half hour late for dinner. And third, well, I'll tell you later.
I'll leave the room if you want me to.
No, Jeff. You stay right here. You're going to literally see a man sing for his supper.
Helen.
All right. Come on, Jeff. We'll go dig into those nice, fat, juicy steaks.
Oh, boy.
Steaks? Wait a minute. My taste buds just started whipping each other. My vibrato may sound like a machine gun, but I'll do it.
Oh, I thought you were kidding. Is he really going to sing, Miss Asher?
No, I'm not going to sing Miss Asher. I'm going to do a little song I used to sing with hip boots and a gondola. You're breaking my heart 'cause you're leaving. You've fallen for somebody new. It isn't too easy believing you'd leave after all we've been through. It's breaking my heart to remember the dreams we depended upon. You're leaving a slow dying ember. I'll miss you, my love, when you're gone. I wish you joy, though teardrops burn. But if someday you should want to return, please hurry back, and we'll make a new start. Till then, you're breaking my heart.
Mr. Diamond, did you really sing in a gondola with hip boots on?
Yeah, that's right, Jeff.
Well, I know you don't need the hip boots anymore. Will you loan them to me?
What for?
I want to wade out of here.
Well, get him.
For that, you get 2 desserts.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Tommy Bernard, Sammy Hill, Lou Krugman, and Parley Bear. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned now for Victor Mature and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the cold of winter, Broadway is seen through a misty chill. And it's that time again. Make the big wish, Palm Beach, and the 15-day tour to sunny Cuba. Make the annual excursion to the Travel Bureau to ask prices. Then step next door again and purchase the steaming Knish against the blasts of January. And the next door down, and stand under the music shop loudspeaker and listen to the record of La Cucaracha. Button up your overcoat. Walk Broadway. It's touched you, and it can never rub off. And just off Broadway, 11 o'clock in the morning time on West 39th, apartment house, and this. Languid attitude of hand against the floor, trail of blood upward to girl on bed, shot and dying. And this, the doctor bending over her. And in the living room, this, the protesting man.
Who are you calling a killer, mister? I'm no killer. I'm a mover.
Mr. Barnes.
You want an item of furniture moved, a stick or a house load, you call me and I come with my truck and I move you. You want to kill a girl, you should call somebody else, not me, mister. Listen, why should
Nobody called you a killer, Mr. Barnes. I'd just like to know how you happen to find this girl, that's all.
Well, yesterday comes a call. I got a big ad in the yellow section of the phone book, a picture of my truck and all. Well, yesterday comes a call. Oh.
Take your time.
I've stumbled on some strange things in my line of work, mister. Like the time I was moving some
Well,
wax...
just tell me about this morning. You got a call.
Yesterday. All here on the order sheet. Pick up apartment full of furniture, this address. Take it to this address. Here, right here on the paper. It's written down, so how could it not be so? It's written down, so how can it not be so?
I'll just take that paper. Thanks. Go on.
So, look under where it says special instructions, and it will prove to you that the dame who called, Helen Selby, she said her name was, she said in case nobody's home, walk in and start moving.
That's the way it happened. You knocked, nobody answered, you walked in.
Sure. Walked around, cased the joint. The trunks were already packed. They're right over there. Walked into the bedroom. Looked again, called the police. Look on the paper, will you? It's written down. I can't be lying to you.
The time then for waiting, measured like this. Brief span of morning sun to lie against the face of a wounded girl. Gold drift of January light on throat of dying girl. Till ambulance came, and the young men of the stretcher to lift her, carry her to another place, another room, suitably darkened. And time now for you to leave. Ride then through late January city, uptown and east to where river reflects late morning and shadows of men staring into it. And late morning wishes cast into its waters, and uptown into the 70s to a delivery address on a moving man's order sheet. 1212 East 78th, brownstone house, January trees in concrete wells against its facade, lace curtains, stoop, freshly scrubbed.
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
So?
I'd like to talk to you. May I come in?
Well, I don't know. You see, this is...
Can't you tell me about it inside?
Yes, I think I can. I think it'll be all right. Now, please come in. The living room there. But please be careful of things and...
And what?
What I've been trying to tell you. This isn't really my house, and it's a very nice house. I just live here with a friend. It's his house.
Whose?
Leo's. Leo Pearson.
Oh, I'm sure your friend won't mind, Mr.
Alex Ewing. And I'm not sure that Leo won't mind. He's very careful about his nice things, and so am I, and we get along real fine together. You see, Leo is a very lonely man.
Oh?
Oh, yes. You see, his wife and child were killed in an automobile accident. It's almost a year ago. A year. And Leo was very lonely, and he asked me to come live with him, and, well, I did, and it's worked out just fine. Police? Why have you come here?
A young woman, was having her things moved into this house this morning.
A young woman?
Helen Selby. The moving man found her in her bedroom. She'd been shot. She's dying.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Ewing?
Nothing, just that it's such a terrible thing. To be wounded, to die... A young girl, such a terrible thing.
Yes. Helen Selby, you know her?
No, I've never heard of the young woman until now.
And your friend, Mr. Ewing?
I'm sorry. I wandered for an instant. The young woman, perhaps Leo knows her, but he hasn't said anything to me about it. She was going to move in here?
Yes. Where's Leo?
Well, I don't know. He went out early this morning. Didn't say where. He said to take care of things, Alex, and I scrubbed the stoop and did other little things around, and I made lunch. And Kate, shall I tell him you want to talk to him when he comes home?
Yes.
I'll do that. I'll tell him first thing. Well, let me show you to the door, Mr. Clover.
Danny?
Come on in, Muggavan.
I got a few things here. Items on the girl. Yeah, here. The name's Helen Selby, all right. Went through her packed stuff, found this driver's license from California, thumbprint on it, checks with the girl's okay.
What else?
23 years old. Let's see, yeah.
Yeah, what?
Oh, take it easy for a minute, will you? I'm trying to figure out my own notes. Yeah, she's employed as a secretary at the Sun Up to Sundown Trucking Company. Sun Up to Sundown. Great, huh?
Where's it located?
Downtown, Danny. Perry Street. I got the address here somewhere.
Do me a favor, Megan.
Sure.
Give me the address. Thanks. Thanks a lot. And the Sun Up to Sundown Trucking Company is easily found. It stands out from the rest of Perry Street because the grime of its brick facades is emblazoned with yellow painted suns. Sun ascending, sun descending. And the entire miracle powered by great stake trucks. And the demigod at the reins of the cab wearing the billboard grin and a winged helmet. And inside, the golden girl, marked receptionist. Sunflower behind beat-up desk, who slides out from behind it, the better for you to receive the impact of her slim stalks. Also happens to handle office personnel. Can tell you all about Helen Selby. Hired in December for the winter rush. Clerk typist, $57.50 per. Here a week and a half when glommed onto a driver, Chris Miller. Other personnel, it has taken as long as 5 weeks to glom onto Chris Boy. And if you're fast on your stems, boy chick, you might catch Chris by the loading platform, truck number 367. Right through there. And if it's no burden, mention to Chris, reception was inquiring after his health. And slim finger on a buzzer, and a door is released. A corridor, then loading platform, and truck 367, and the man standing beside it. You Chris Miller?
Some other time. I fella, I got a scheduled eating on me here.
Police, Chris, look.
You'll explain up front after how you follow the schedule up, huh?
I was told you know Helen Selby.
You got all sizes blabbermouths here on you.
You know her?
Oh, you want to know her, too? I'll give you a knockdown. State your qualifications.
Your girlfriend's been shot. She's dying.
Someone opens their mouth and spills out my name and Helen's, and right away you figure I did that to her. To Helen, with gun and pistol.
Did you?
I don't know her long enough to get that excited about her. That kind of emotion in me she hasn't had a chance to store up yet.
You'll tell me about it, Chris, about the emotions between you and Helen, I mean.
Helen, dying?
Yeah.
Where?
Police emergency hospital.
I get a chance from the schedule. I'll check her there. Right now I got no way to make it work out.
Here or downtown, Chris?
From New Year's, she came out here for something, for a platform. I happened to let a remark drop. There was a whole new year ahead of her with nothing in it but her so far. I happened to remark how come tan on her face, on her arms. She said from California. I heard from California could be a blast, so I invite her. That was New Year's. After that, a few bars and a few movies, a couple of dances, records in her apartment, that's all. Helen and me and Helen, our match.
Look. Yeah, I know. Schedule.
Danny. Don't apologize for being late, Danny.
I got here as soon as I got your message, Dr. Sinsky. Too late, huh?
Helen Selby died 15 minutes ago. It wouldn't have mattered what time you got here. She never regained consciousness.
Well?
That's as good comment as any. Me, a doctor with 30 years in hospitals like this, I never thought of a better comment. Well, sums it up. Oh, Danny.
Uh-huh.
A man came into a room a few minutes ago. He said his name was Leo Pearson. Said he was a relative. I let him stay.
Leo Pearson?
That's right.
I've been at his house. I've been looking for him. Thanks, Doctor. Mr. Pearson? Mr. Pearson?
She's dead.
I want to...
So soon I found her, I lost her. My niece, dear Helen, I'm sorry, my dear. So sorry.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Truly a leader in its field, your Sunday night playhouse has for years made a specialty of historical dramas and literary adaptations. Every week, Lionel Barrymore is your narrator and host. Tomorrow night, again, on most of these same stations, enjoy your Sunday night playhouse, presented by CBS Radio.
Morning sunlight strays through January wind, and Broadway robs minutes from the time clock to stop running, to stand still for the splatter of warmth, crowd clusters in sun pools, and for the latecomers, room only on the fringes of warmth, the chill place, the shadow place, where a vendor stood last night and hawked his night merchandise, and sold out before you got there. Late for that, too. So move on. Smile the secret smile. Nibble on the bone. At office, on worksheet, there will be a demerit for the sunbathers. And for you, a pat on the cold cheek for promptness. In my office at headquarters, a man who last night had stood at the side of a dead girl, a murdered girl, who had not wept, who had sung some tuneless thing, a man of regret.
She had loveliness, a gentleness also, Helen Selby.
Mr. Pearson.
She offered this to my house and to me, and there could have been happiness in it. I so arranged it.
You mean about her moving in with you?
Mr. Clover.
Yeah?
You were in my house.
That's right.
Then you saw how I live.
It's a nice house. Your friend?
My friend Alex. He told me of you. You know of Alex?
Well, that he's your friend, that he lives with you. That he said he knew nothing about Helen Selby.
Alex, to me, was once a partner in coin collector business many years ago. Alex was a man without poise, without serenity, and because he was so, he sold to me his share of the business and squandered the money, became a man of pity. I arranged for him a place in a home for the old and the helpless. Home for the men of pity.
Then you took him out of there and brought him to your house.
You know of my wife, my son, you know of this?
Well, Alex told me they were
killed, struck down in an accident, taken from me, and I was alone. And one day I thought, Alex, of course, Alex, and I brought him to my house.
About Helen Selby, tell me about her.
Of Helen?
Well, how you met her, how you got to know a young woman well enough to ask her to come live in your house.
Helen is kin of my wife's blood, and I am an old gentleman.
What was she to your wife?
Niece to my wife. Child of my wife's sister, who was in California many years.
Then you knew her before she came to New York?
No, I did not know of Helen. Her mother, my wife's sister, is dead now many years. Of the child, we had known nothing until Helen came to me, to my house.
When?
Maybe a month. Helen came, say to me she is of my wife's sister, show me old letters such as between sisters, show me an album of pictures when she is baby. And the thing came quickly in my thoughts.
What thing, Mr. Pearson? Mr. Pearson?
And the laughter of youth and the touch of youth. Helen said to me once, how lonely you must be, old gentleman. How quick are the eyes of youth.
And you asked her to come live with you?
Yes, I asked her, and I say to her, with your husband, too. Stay with me, Helen, this big house. For you, for...
Husband?
She tell me a boy she love, a boy who wished to marry her. I have a big house, many empty rooms, and nice things for a girl. Now it's again death, and only death, and rooms of He's not gentleman to cry before. He's not.
And after that, after the grief washed over him and broke and carried him with it to some shore of the mind, to the faraway and desolate place of lost images, after that, the small things. Fold the handkerchief neatly and replace it in the breast pocket. Straighten the tie. Flick the lint. Neat man going out of doors where people could see him. And after he leaves, sit with it for a while and think. Helen Selby, dead girl. Was going to be married, her uncle said, which didn't jibe with previous information. So call the Sun Up to Sundown Trucking Company, and the Solar Voice on the other end tells you that Chris Miller is off today and gives you his home address warmly. So get Detective Muggavan, squad car ride, address, and Chris Miller entertains from his bed.
This is going to be a real fine day, I can tell that. Not enough I got a cold radiator, I got to have you.
Get out of bed, Chris. We want to talk to you.
Show me where it says I can't roll over on my side and tuck the chin on the elbow and converse. What's the matter? You going to get different answers from me in a bathrobe?
You know about Helen?
Hey, how's Helen?
Dead.
Oh. Helen.
Look, Sonny, I got a confession to make. It's about the beds in the pokey. There's been some complaint
Leave
about
him alone, Mark.
He crying?
Just leave him alone.
I'm okay. Just give me a second to get into my robe here. Okay.
You shoot Helen, Chris?
No.
We found out Helen was going to get married. To you?
Yeah, to me.
You know a man named Leo Pearson?
He killed Helen?
You know him?
No.
Helen was going to live with him.
Yeah, I know about that.
And then you were going to move in.
Yeah, later, after we got married.
What were you waiting for, Sonny?
I wanted to get married right away, set up housekeeping here. Not for Helen. No, not good enough. She used to like fancy. She's a good kid, but like fancy, you know. Sure. You know?
Not quite. You tell us.
Well, move in with Uncle and get to... I don't know how she put it. Get the feel of the place. And then we get married. And I'd move in, too. Makes sense, doesn't it? I used to tell Helen it made sense. I don't know.
Telephone's ringing, Danny. May I, Danny?
Oh, of course you may, Gino.
Thank you kindly. Lieutenant Clover's office, Sergeant Tartaglia at this end. Yes? Oh, I see. I will do that. And your address, madam? Kill me, madam. I happen never to have heard of your place, so the address, if you please. Uh-huh. Thank you. I will forward your message to the proper party. No trouble at all. And you also, madam. Thank you. Danny.
What, you know?
Bessie Hancock.
Huh?
Miss Bessie Hancock of the Hancock Home for the Aged, 190th and Riverside Drive. She has read in the papers of Mr. Leo Pearson of our current murder case, and she has certain information which may or may not be important, she said. Also,
order the squad car, Gino.
Of course, Danny. Goes without saying.
Right uptown now, along the road that bans Manhattan from the river. Riverside Drive and chill afternoon. 190th Street. Look across the brown water to the Palisades. And make a turn at the sign of the clenched fist and pointing finger. Hancock Home for the Aged. Gentle and loving care. Park the car and walk through the swinging gate. Up the path, lined by last year's grass and last rainfall's footprints. The porch, with an old gentleman on one side of the steps, an old lady on the other, rocking. Faster, a stationary race between them. The lady who answers the door has a lorgnette pinned to one side of her blouse and a watch pinned to the other.
Yes?
I'm from the police. My name's Clover.
Yes, won't you... Oh, just a moment, please. Still angry, Mrs. Cochran? Oh, don't be. That's Mr. Setlin's way, that's all. He wants to talk to you, don't you, Mr. Setlin? Be nice, Mr. Setlin. Please come in, Mr. Clover. This way.
Thanks.
Oh, you may sit down.
Was something wrong?
Oh, Mrs. Cochran and Mr. Setlin, I want everybody to be happy, and they're not happy. Not with each other.
Oh.
Mr. Setlin plays pranks with frogs, and now he's taken to answering ads in magazines and signing Mrs. Cochran's name. Oh, such ads. Oh.
It's about the phone call you made a while ago to the police.
I know. You know, I wonder if I was right.
About what?
About having that music piped into here. I started it last week, and since then my boarders don't use the game room so much. The checkerboards and the dominoes. They just sit and rock and listen and don't seem to be happy at all. I want everybody to be happy.
Was Alex Ewing happy?
Alex Ewing? Then you know why I want to talk to you.
Oh, I made an assumption. I spoke with Leo Pearson. He told me he paid the bills for Alex in a home for the aged. Then you called. And...
Oh, Alex was miserable. He made us all miserable. The things he would do.
Oh?
Get up in the middle of a meal and make speeches. How this was a prison. How he wasn't really old. How he would rather be dead than stay here. If Mr. Pearson wasn't paying me so much money to keep him here...
And after Mr. Pearson's wife and son were killed, he took Alex out of here and into his own home.
Yes, thank goodness. For instance, you see that big stain on the wall? Mashed potatoes. Alex...
Why exactly did you call me, Mrs. Hancock?
Oh, I don't know whether it's important. Last week, Mr. Pearson came in here and made arrangements for us to take Alex back. Today was supposed to be the day, as a matter of fact. Of course, I charged him more money. You can understand that. If my boarders get miserable again, I should be paid for it, surely. And I do want everybody to be happy.
Mr. Clover. Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Pearson. Mind if I come in?
Please do. I'm pleased to see you.
Thank you.
Would you care for some wine?
Thanks, no. Is Mr. Ewing here? Did I ask a funny question?
No, forgive me. It is only that Alex is in the library poised over a chess problem. Therefore, he is here, and he is not here.
I'd like to talk to him.
We will go to him this way. Alex?
Don't bother me. Go away, go away.
Castle to king 4, queen to bishop 4, and mate.
In another minute.
Perhaps Mr. Clover's in a hurry.
What?
Look up, Alex.
Good evening, Mr. Clover.
Hello, Alex.
And now we will chat.
Leo.
Yes?
We were having a very fine evening. What does Mr. Clover want?
Ask him, Alex.
I'm sure both of you know. It's about the murder of Helen Selby.
More questions, Mr. Clover? I've told you everything. I've told you...
I'm sorry, Mr. Pearson, but you haven't.
I don't understand.
About Alex here.
I've got nothing to do
We're
with
quiet a minute, Alex. Let's hear what Mr. Clover has to say.
Very well, but I have nothing to do with any of it.
What haven't I told you, Mr. Clover, about Alex?
That you were going to send him back to that home for the aged.
Not now, not anymore.
Alex?
Yes, sir?
Tell me about that home.
I don't want to talk about it.
It's all right, Alex. You're not going back there.
I understand you weren't happy there, Alex.
It was a prison. Why should I want to talk about it?
I was there. It seemed very nice. Why do you say it was a prison?
I'm 62. I'm not old.
Alex, friend.
I'm not old. Old is when you're ready to sit in a chair and rock. Old is when no one wants you.
Alex.
I'm not going back there.
But Alex, I told you you're not going back there.
Now let's talk about Helen Selby.
A lovely girl. Whoever killed her, what reason could he have?
I think I know, Mr. Pearson.
I'm not old. She called me an old man.
You said you didn't know her.
Know her? I talked to her once. A schemer. I could tell that.
When did you talk to her?
She was here once for you. I sent her away. Schemer.
Something like that, what I was going to say. I think she was going to move in here, she, later her husband.
And take your house over. Already she convinced you to throw me out of here, to send me back.
That's why you killed her, isn't it?
I'm not an old man.
You killed her because it's on account of her you were going back to that place.
Alex?
Here's where I'm happy, Leo.
You killed her?
Yes!
Killer, murderer!
And what are you? An old fool. Let a young girl come in here and walk around like this and talk like this. Yes, Uncle. Yes, Uncle. I know how she talked. I know how she walked. I watched.
She was my niece. Welcome here. I wanted her
We
here.
better go, Alex.
Like this, Leo. Like this. Like this she walks. You fool. You lonely fool. This man's taking me away, and you're going to be alone. Big house, Leo. Lots of rooms. Lots of echo, Leo.
Take me away, Mr. Clover.
It's a panic in neon, this Broadway, where pleasure is a packaged commodity and pain, where bargains prevail for numbness and the fleeting smile, sometimes on installments. It's a place that dares you, and one way or another, it'll rock you to sleep. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Herb Butterfield was heard as Alex, and Lou Merrill as Leo. Featured in the cast were Gloria Gordon, Hy Averback, and Lamont Johnson. Bill Anders speaking. Every Sunday night all over America, everything stops with the laughter when it's Jack Benny time on CBS Radio. Join the gang again tomorrow night. Jack, Mary, Dennis, Don, Bob, Rochester, for more of that special kind of comedy that everyone recognizes by its Jack Benny trademark. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. Frank Preston, Baltimore Liability.
Oh, hi, Frank. How's it going?
Okay, I guess, Johnny. Say, you tied up?
No, not at the moment. What is it?
A bad check artist out on the West Coast has been giving us a lot of headaches lately.
Uh-huh.
Hotel in Monterey, another one in Santa Cruz, and this morning I had a wire from one of our clients who runs a place in Santa Barbara. $4,500 worth of claims already, and all in 5 days.
Sounds like a very busy man.
That's something else. It isn't a man, it's a woman.
A woman?
And you've got to stop her, Johnny.
The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. Yes, for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, it's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, delicious flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and gives you a nice little lift. The good, smooth chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Baltimore Liability and Trust Corporation, 418 Virginia Boulevard, Baltimore, Maryland. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Emily Braddock matter. Expense account item 1, $158.16. Plane fare and incidentals, Hartford to Santa Barbara. My mid-morning arrival was timed for the sun and the sea to show off a sizable and pleasantly crowded harbor, some sprawling hotels, 2 lush green golf courses, and acres of snug, expensive homes. At the police station, my contact, a Sergeant Lopez, was out, so I went over to the Harbor Inn and met the victimized hotel operator, Glenn Sheridan. Tall, gray-haired, slacks, sports shirt, suntan, and sandals.
On the face of it, you'd think I'd been in the hotel business 20 minutes instead of 20 years, the way that woman took me.
Well, she's done the same thing in several other nice hotels up and down the coast, if that's any comfort.
Well, it isn't. I suppose the thing that bothers me most is that if she walked through that door right now and told me none of it was true, I'd probably believe her.
She was that good?
Mr. Dollar, she was the best. Why, she pranced in here as big as life, and she probably didn't have a nickel in her purse. And what's more, for the whole 4 days she was here, she didn't break her stride once.
What do you mean?
Well, only the best of everything.
Oh. She gave you a check for $813, is that right?
Painfully right.
Mm-hmm.
And I took it, no questions. Every night in the dining room, she'd order champagne, special dishes. I've seen my share of grifters and bad check artists, but she tops them all. Perfume, clothes, luggage, conversation, and a very pretty woman, Dollar. Beautiful, in fact.
She checked in alone, registered as Mrs. Robert Payne, Beverly Hills, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did it strike you as odd that a woman would check into a place like this, a resort hotel, alone?
No, she wasn't alone long. She met other people. Became friends with at least half a dozen guests in the place.
Uh-huh.
The way she was throwing my money around, why not? She picked up all the tabs. Well, ordinarily, I'd have been suspicious under those circumstances, Mr. Dollar, but she threw me off right from the very start.
Well, how's that, Mr. Sheridan?
Well, she showed up about midnight, came in a cab that was just loaded down with expensive luggage. Probably wrote a bad check for that someplace.
Yeah, probably.
She came swinging in the lobby with a cabbie following her and told the night clerk she wanted to see me. When I came down to the desk, she yelled, "Sherry!" Ran up and kissed me and asked how my wife was. Can you beat that?
Nope.
She acted as though we knew each other. And one of those tricks your mind plays on you in this business, I actually thought I remembered her from someplace.
I see.
She registered as Mrs. Robert Payne. Said she was on her way back from Lake Tahoe. Wanted to rest up. Something about just getting a divorce and being awarded $3,000 a month alimony. That impressed me.
Well, it didn't impress anyone, Mr. Sheridan.
Well, I did make a check. She gave her home address as Beverly Hills, and there was a Robert Payne listed there. Later on, I found out he's in Europe with his wife and children.
But his name was in the book.
Yeah, and that was enough for me. Oh, she had a wonderful 4 days here, I'll say that for her.
Getting back to that part about her looking familiar.
Well, there's nothing in that, Dollar. I did think I had seen her before, and of course she helped me think it, but I was too embarrassed to press the matter with her, I guess.
Do you have a copy of her hotel account? I'd like to look it over.
Yeah. The police have the check she gave me. It was drawn on a bank in Beverly Hills.
Was it personalized?
No. Maybe I should have thought something of that, huh? Well, here's this much. I can't stand to look it over. It makes me kind of sick. $813.
I spent another hour with Mr. Sheridan as he distastefully covered the items on the bill she'd paid with a bad check. Later that afternoon, I met with Sergeant Lopez, who reported a woman answering the same description had passed bad checks in Burlingame, Santa Maria, and Ojai. Expense account item 2, $114.85. Transportation to Monterey and Santa Cruz, where I interviewed the other 2 clients who had filed claims. Their stories were much the same as Sheridan's. Expense account item 3, $4.15. Long-distance phone call.
That you, Johnny?
Yeah, Frank. All the claims are pretty solid. The police have no line on
Don't
this...
come home.
Oh?
Hop down to Malibu Beach. She's done it again. At a place called the Seaside Inn. The guy who runs it found out it was bad 15 minutes after she left. That was this morning. I don't expect any miracles, but if you get down there right away, maybe you can get on her trail.
Well, I'll try. Expense account item 4, $38 even. Transportation Santa Barbara to Malibu. I didn't even bother to listen to a disgruntled hotel proprietor repeat a story I knew so well. I went directly to the sheriff's station and Sergeant Pell's.
Well, that's about the picture. She was at the inn for 4 days and checked out this morning. She used the name Bradley. Ellen Bradley. She can't be too far ahead of you now.
No.
There might be a break on this one, too. While she was at the inn, she took up with one of our local residents, a man by the name of Garland. Lives over in the colony. He drove her into town this morning.
Have you talked to him?
I can't find him anywhere. He has a house over in the colony.
The colony?
Yeah, that's down the road a piece. They call it that because a lot of movie stars built beach homes there a long time ago. Movie colony, you know?
Oh, yeah. Is this Garland an actor?
Yeah, when he gets work, which isn't very often, I guess. Mainly, he keeps suntanned. We're trying to locate him now, and as soon as we do it...
Oh, sure.
Sergeant Pell. Yeah, right away. Garland's home now.
I went with Sergeant Pell's to talk with Garland, who was in trunks and sunglasses in front of his house. A healthy, muscular, handsome man in his mid-30s. He was a little stunned by the news we brought him.
Ellen, a phoning? Sergeant, are you sure about this?
Well, you can ask the man at the Seaside Inn. He got the check, and Mr. Dollar here's been looking all over the state for it.
Well, come on, let's go up into the house.
All right.
I thought I knew her pretty well.
Did you meet her out here, or did you know her before?
Oh, I met her at the Seaside Inn the first night she was here. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Now, sit down. Like something to drink?
No, thank you.
Not now, thanks. Understand you drove her into Los Angeles.
That's right. I took her in this morning.
Where did you take her?
Beverly Glen Hotel.
Did she check in there?
No, she just dumped all her luggage. She told me she didn't know whether or not she'd have to go to Chicago tonight. Something about a house she owned there that had to be rented or sold.
Did you leave her there?
No, she made a phone call. Said she had to meet her lawyer.
Yeah? She say where?
Yeah, a bar in Hollywood. Topper on Coenga. So I drove her over there and left her.
When was this?
Oh, 3 hours ago, about 1 o'clock, I guess.
How was she dressed?
Black strapless job.
Uh-huh. Did she mention any names? Tell you anything about herself?
Yeah, she told me that 6 months ago her little 2-year-old boy was killed in an automobile accident. She said that was the thing that broke up her marriage to this Bradley guy.
Uh-huh.
Said she needed to believe in something again, that she needed someone to believe in her. Well, I figured her for a pretty nice person, just having a little fling. Even with what you've told me, I believe that part of it.
Why?
Because she told me, and she cried a little when she was telling me. Oh, I don't care how you look at me. I don't think anyone could invent a story that tragic without some sort of basis.
Well, maybe you've got a point, Garland, but a good liar can see a story in a newspaper, adapt it to his own needs, and maybe even cry a little about it.
Well, I still believe it. You know, Mr. Dollar, you ought to try believing what people tell you sometime.
Yeah, I'll try it. Next time I have 2 weeks off.
What?
In my business, they call that a vacation.
Well, what'll it be, gents? Police. I'd like to talk to the man who was on duty here at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, that's me, Sergeant. My name's Lenny Pollard. Anything wrong?
No, just routine.
Well, can I get you something?
No, thank you. We're trying to locate a woman who's been using the name Ellen Bradley. We were told she was in here around 1 o'clock today.
I don't recognize that name.
About 5'5", dark brown hair, brown eyes. Wore a black strapless summer dress when last seen? 30 or under.
Uh-huh. No one like that. 1 o'clock's a pretty quiet time. In fact, all afternoon's been quiet. No woman like that's been in here at all.
You been here all the time?
Yeah, on duty since 11 o'clock. That's when we open. You sure this is the right place, the Topper?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Wish I could help you.
When we got to the Beverly Glen Hotel, a worried clerk was still wondering what to do with the 14 pieces of luggage Ellen Bradley had left there earlier. No, she hadn't phoned in and given him any instructions. No, she was not registered at the hotel. Sergeant Pels made arrangements for a man to cover the lobby in case she showed up to claim her things. By 8 the next morning, the Central Identification Bureau in Sacramento made a positive identification on a thumbprint taken from her room at the Seaside Hotel. She was identified as Emily Miles Braddock. Her nearest living relative was a sister, Elaine. Address 112 East Orange Avenue, Los Angeles.
You down there?
Yes?
Who are you looking for?
Elaine Braddock. Are you Miss Braddock?
What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Well, I don't want to buy nothing.
I'm not selling anything. I'm an insurance investigator.
You sure you got the right party?
Elaine Braddock?
Come on up, mister. Just open the door and come on up. Come on in. Wanted to see me, here I am. What do you want to see me about?
The gray-haired woman who had cackled at me from the second story was sitting in a wheelchair by the window. My name's Johnny Dollar. I'm here about your sister.
Oh, Emily, huh?
Yes, we're trying to find her. Has she been around here? We know she's in the Los Angeles area.
Emily was here a little bit yesterday afternoon. Where she's gone now, I don't know. Have no idea.
How long was she here?
Oh, she stayed maybe 2 or 3 hours. I hope I don't ever see her again. She's no good.
Well, how did she get here? By car? Cab?
I don't know. Just standing at the door yesterday, the same as you, all of a sudden.
Well, how did she leave?
Walked. Tried to borrow some money from me, but I wouldn't give her none, so she had to walk.
Did she make any phone calls or see anybody else while she was here?
Well, she made a call.
Any idea who it was?
No.
Did you happen to hear anything she said on the phone?
No. Showing up here just like that after not writing or letting me hear from her all the time she was away. Getting herself in trouble with the police. Being in jail. 10 years ago when I got hurt, she promised she'd take care of me. Look how she's done it. I have to live on the county. You know that? I got to live on the county, and nobody cares about me. Is she in bad trouble?
I'm afraid so.
Well, how bad is it, mister?
Oh, 10 years, maybe.
10 years? 10 years? See, 2 was bad enough, but 10... What'd you say your name was?
Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, I hope you don't catch her. Even if she killed someone, I hope you don't catch her. And I hate her. You're only young a little while, and that's all you got. 10 years in prison, and she'd come out worse off than I am.
Friends, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint while you're working. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you a refreshing little lift. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied. Makes your job seem easier. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your home, when you're out walking or driving, when you're enjoying sports and other activities. Wrigley's Spearmint Gum tastes good anytime, and the natural chewing aids digestion and helps keep your teeth bright and attractive. Yes, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
That afternoon, a follow-up came on Emily Miles Braddock. The completed folder included a mug shot that showed a woman of 30 years with dark brown hair, wide-set eyes, a well-formed nose and mouth. I took it with me when I went back to see Tom Garland.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Mind if I come in?
Oh, what now?
Your friend.
Well, what about her?
I've been thinking about what you told me about her yesterday.
That's nice.
Here. Take a look at this. That's her, isn't it?
Yeah, that's her.
Can we talk now?
Okay, come on in.
Her name's Emily Braddock, not Ellen Bradley. Up until 2 months ago, she was in the State Correction Home for Women, serving a 2-year term for grand theft.
Here, take your picture back.
I'm not pushing my weight showing it to you, Garland. But you're a little stubborn about what you want to believe about her. If she lost a baby, as she told you, she was in prison when it happened. I thought I'd better prove this lie.
All right, so you proved it.
You mind if I sit down?
No, help yourself.
Thanks.
Well, do you have anything else to tell me?
Well, I suppose I do, since you don't seem to want to tell me anything. I've been on this case almost a week now. In that time, I've talked to 8 different men who have met Emily Braddock, and 1 woman who knew her by her real name and for what she really is. Garland, every one of those people came out on the short end of things with her.
Just a minute,
I've looked at this mug shot. I've heard these men describe her, and I think I can understand why. It's not hard to imagine this face set off with a nice hairdo, some earrings, makeup, and the works. This sister of hers I met this morning lives in a very crummy neighborhood, a family home. She's all Emily has left. Or vice versa. Emily walked out on her.
Well, if it's as bad as you say it is, why shouldn't she?
For one reason, her sister's a hopeless cripple. But even she would protect Emily. You're my only hope.
What?
This woman can get away from us right now. She's smart and clever. She can go right on doing the same thing she's been doing all along. Oh, she'll get caught eventually,
But because I know her and she passed a few bad checks doesn't mean that I'm responsible in any way. You know that.
You're right, it doesn't. But you're involved just the same. You're different from a hotel man who's been tilted. You're a boyfriend. True, just a 4-day boyfriend. But a woman like that can do a lot of damage in 4 days' time.
Why are you here, Dollar? What do you want?
I'm here to disillusion you, Garland. Because I don't think you're disillusioned enough right now.
Now, wait a minute.
You're a perfect stranger to me. I don't know you from a Grand Rapids chair. But I'm doing you a favor telling you that Emily Braddock is a crook and a thief and a forger, and that everything she ever told you was a lie. Now and then a woman walks into a man's life that he'd sell his soul for. But don't ever do any business along those lines with this baby, because all she'll do is give you a bad check for it. She's trouble in a great big way, Garland, and you know it as well as I do.
Well, what do you want me to do? Apologize for meeting her?
I'll be satisfied if you tell me why you lied. Garland, Emily Braddock never went to that bar you were talking about earlier. You didn't drop her off there. No one there had even seen her. And she's the kind who could walk into the World Series with 50,000 other people around and still be noticed. Where is she now?
I don't know.
I won't buy that. Not from you. Now, let's try once more. Where is she? What did you do with her after you dropped the luggage off at the Beverly Glen Hotel? Where did you take her? She phoned you from her sister's house yesterday afternoon, didn't she? Right after I'd been here with Sergeant Pelz. Garland, you should see that sister.
Ellen's in Santa Monica.
Where?
At a little hotel called El Tonquis. She's registered there as Evelyn Brady.
Where's your phone?
It's over there.
Operator.
Sheriff's office, please.
Thank you.
Dollar?
Yeah?
Dollar, could it be fixed so that she wouldn't know that I told you? Could be. All of this beats me. I don't understand it.
What?
Oh, what you've told me is true, I know, but an hour ago she called me up and said, Tom, I love you. That sounded true, too, huh? I told her I loved her, and now I'm turning her in. What kind of a crazy world do we live in?
20 minutes later, Sergeant Pels and I were in the rickety elevator in the El Tanquis Hotel, a place as dingy and old as the Spanish name it bore. A little different from the swank hotels where our suspect had lived so gaily. Pels was thinking of it, too.
Yeah, some joint this is.
Yeah. What was it, 518?
Yeah, it's down this way, I think. This one kind of harpoons you a little, huh?
Yeah, I suppose so. There are a lot worse things than passing bad checks and telling lies. But the way she handled it, no one even raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yes?
Emily Braddock?
Beg your pardon.
I said, is your name Emily Braddock?
You must have the wrong room. My name's Evelyn Brady.
Sorry, miss, you're the one we want.
I'll have to change into a dress.
I'll check the room. Excuse me.
What's this all about?
I think you already know.
I have no idea. What is it all about?
Bad checks.
There must be some mistake.
All right, miss. Go ahead and change. We'll wait out here.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. We'll have to keep this open a little bit.
Oh?
You can dress behind it if you want. If that doesn't suit you, well, we'll take you down like you are.
Thanks again.
Yeah, 2 windows on the outside, no ledge. Firelighters across the court.
Any luggage?
A little makeup kit. Bella?
Yeah?
Now that you've seen her, what do you think?
Well, I'm only human. Too bad she's a crook. Emily Braddock was held at the sheriff's office in Malibu. The officers who questioned her reported that she steadfastly refused to admit any part of some 16 counts that had been filed against her. I wasn't surprised to learn this, but I was surprised when she sent word that she'd like to see me before I left town.
Hi. Here you're about ready to beat it.
Uh-huh.
You're the one who talked to him, aren't you?
Talk to who?
Tommy Garland. He told you where I was, didn't he? Sure he did.
I thought you wanted to tell me something.
You thought wrong. The same as all these others around here. I'm not going to tell you or anybody else anything. Police are like hotel men. You figure out their little system and then you beat it.
If you say so. I don't have a lot of time.
We could be pretty good friends, you and I, if this hadn't come up. I mean, a drink or something together. We'd have looked nice.
Now, look, Emily.
You're the one who got him to tell where I was. And he asked you to fix it so I wouldn't know. Oh, yeah, Tommy would do that, I know. What I don't know is what you said to him. How did you get him to tell?
Is that all you're interested in?
It's not asking anything.
Well, I told him just what you are. A thief. A crook.
That sold him?
Well, he told me where to find you.
I guess it did. I must be slipping.
You slipped a long time ago. When you walked out on that sister of yours. When you thought you could talk and look your way into anything you wanted.
I didn't know I thought that, but if you say so. Whatever I've got, it's worked.
Has it? 2 years the last time. Whatever you get this time will be longer, no matter what you say or don't say.
I'm not in a courtroom yet. That's where it happens, not in a lousy jail. We'll see about that.
You're just as bad and just as dumb as the worst of them.
Any day you believe that. Like it says in the manual. When a woman suspect is to be interrogated, remember that the strongest appeal to her is in her family connections and moral outlook. Question her regarding these. Stinking cops. Just stinking cops. You never give up, do you?
Hardly ever.
Stinking cop.
Emily Braddock goes to trial next month. I won't be there, but 6 clients of Baltimore Liability will be. Expense account item 5. Miscellaneous, $265. Item 6, same as item 1, transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $738.32. Remarks: the next time I go after a check artist, I hope it isn't a good-looking woman who feels that there's no one in the world she can't dominate. This last one scared me, even if she was behind bars. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Remember, friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, freshens your taste, sweetens your breath. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied, makes whatever you're doing more enjoyable. Yes, for refreshment plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Millions enjoy it daily. Get a few packages and always keep some handy. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by E. Jack Newman with music by Milton Charles. Featured in tonight's cast were James McCallion, John McIntyre, Bill Conrad, Stacey Harris, Jeanette Nolan, and Joan Banks. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at this same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A Matter of Doubt, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, Danger's my stock and trade. If you're in a tight squeeze and crying uncle won't get you out, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, recently my young son Stephen has been hurt twice, and what he insists were just accidents. It's true they were the kind of things that might have happened to any active youngster, but I refuse to accept that explanation. And I believe all this goes back to the time Stephen told a fantastic story to the police about an altogether different matter.
It's this very story that keeps them from believing what I suspect now, that something terrible is happening to my son. I'm sure if you'll let me talk to you, you'll realize I'm not just imagining things. And it's signed Eleanor Rollins.
Uh-huh. Regis Park. That new development for XGIs out in the new lots section.
That's right, George.
I wonder why Mrs. Rollins wasn't more specific about...
About the clash Stephen had with the police?
Yeah. Frankly, Angel, I think this whole thing is nothing more than the overstimulated fear that every mother has for her young ones.
Oh, maybe you're right. Why don't you do the easiest and obvious thing?
Huh?
Call Lieutenant Riley and find out what trouble Stevens had with the police. Go ahead.
And that's the last thing in the world you want me to do, isn't it, Brooksy?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
No, but the way you didn't say it.
I simply
Well,
meant...
since we've gone this far, let me go on reading your mind. You being a woman can tell the mother isn't just clucking like a hen.
After all, I am a potential mother myself.
And if I do decide to look into this hazy hassle, I should get all the dough firsthand from Mrs. Rollins herself.
I don't want you to feel I'm talking you into this,
Oh,
George.
no, nothing like that. Come on, grab that undernourished garden you call a
I'll
hat,
have
and
you
let's
know
get
that hat-
going, potential mother.
Mr. Valentine, that's the story exactly the way Stephen told it to the police. Isn't it, Stephen?
I haven't anything else to say, Mom.
What am I going to do with him, Mr. Valentine? Make him explain why he told a story like that.
Well, you're certainly not going to do it by raising your voice, Mrs. Rollins.
That's right. And come on, sit down.
Yes, I guess I'd better. The fact remains, Stephen said he was on his way home from school. Cutting across the fields, he saw a man who'd been shot. He told me he made a bandage to stop the bleeding. Then ran a couple of blocks to a service station to call the police.
Mm-hmm. And when they came, he reversed himself and told them he made it all up.
Well, I know my boy better than that. He doesn't lie. He doesn't make things up. Not to me. Mother and the son couldn't be closer than we are. There's just the two of us. Stephen's not just another boy. He thinks like a man.
Maybe you've had me pegged wrong, Mom. Like the cops say I read too many comic books. I just want a little excitement.
Steve, when the squad car came, you were caught running away. You put yourself right on the spot by saying you made it all up. Now, why? You look like you're a smarter boy than that.
That's how it is. You just can't get anything out of him.
Well, all right, kid, you've got us all on the run. Now, I'm not asking you to tell us in so many words what's behind this, but you can at least shake your head yes or no. You can do that for a fella, can't you? Well, did something happen to you that day that made you so scared you can't talk? Didn't those accidents you told your mother about have something to do with what happened to you that day?
You lied when you said Chuck Foster beat you up.
Tried to horn in on my paper route.
But your mother checked, and Chuck said he had nothing to do with it.
And just another boy couldn't have worked you over like that, Steve.
And you didn't break your wrist slipping down into that ravine. Why, you've been coming home that way for the last 2 years. You couldn't be that careless.
Well, that's the way it happened.
Oh, it's no use. It's no use.
Look, ladies, would you mind leaving me alone with Steve? Just for a few minutes, Claire.
Oh, yes, George. Mrs. Rollins, I think you and I can do with a good cup of coffee. Let's go in the kitchen. You fellas join us when you're ready, huh?
Well, Steve, that was pretty quick thinking, being able to fix up a man's wound when you found him bleeding like that.
I keep telling you that never happened.
Oh, but if it did happen, you could have done a good job. After all, you're a Boy Scout, and you won your first aid badge. Your mother told me all about it, how proud you were of it.
That doesn't prove anything.
Oh, maybe not. See, how about this newspaper route you got? Business good?
Good enough.
Good enough to bring a little something into the house each week to help your mother?
Well, I don't know what you're driving at.
Well, I'm driving at this, Steve. You're not the kind of kid who lies and gets himself into a mess like this with the cops. That I'm sold on. Look, now that we got rid of the gals, we can talk sort of man to man. Steve, tell me, just what's going on in your mind? Come on, now, open up. What are you thinking about?
You did the best you could, Sonny. You can't patch me up. Just remember, San Diego, Mercantile Trust, Red Kinsey. He got me. Remember.
Didn't you hear me, Steve?
What?
Why were you running away when the cops picked you up? Why were you putting on an act?
Didn't think I'd still be alive when you come back, eh, kid? You did a better job than you thought. Now listen. Forget everything I said before. If you say a word to anybody, I'll get your mother. Get your mother. Remember.
Come on, shake out of it, Steve. Don't stare at me like that when I'm talking to you.
I'm not telling you anything. Get that straight.
Look, don't you see? You've got to get it off your chest, son. Your mother believes in you. You've got to do it for her sake if you're in any kind of trouble.
Yeah, for her sake.
This man you helped, did he give you that beating you blamed on Chuck? Why did he do it?
There was no man.
Okay. How about accident number 2? Who gave you the assist that sent you to the bottom of that ravine so that you needed a doctor to take care of you? Now, think about that a minute before you answer.
Come on, pick yourself up, kid. You're gonna get worse than this if you don't talk. I'm the guy who messed up the job killing that rat you found. Me, Red Kinsey. Why'd you lie to the cops? Where's he hiding out? Better come clean. Now you got both of us on your tail.
Okay, Steve, okay. I see you'd rather die than say anything. And maybe you think you got your own good reason.
Yeah.
Get your mother. Get your mother.
Well, Steve, you're going to find out that I can be a pretty stubborn character, too.
Valentine, you can't say I'm not cooperative. You asked for information on the capers of that kid, Steve Rollins, and I got it for you. Here.
Thanks, Lieutenant Riley. Well, not much I didn't know before.
Nothing we didn't know before. Just that he called and faked a story about finding a man shot in the neck on New Lots Road.
My good friends, I'm sorry I can't enlarge on the kid's antics just to please you. He got off light as it was, playing games like that with the police.
Okay, Riley, okay. Take it easy, will you? This wasn't meant to be an invitation to apoplexy.
How about those accidents?
You just answered your own question, Miss Brooks. They were just accidents. Accidents and a jittery mother who's imagining a lot of boogeymen out to harm her little chick.
Lieutenant, did it ever occur to you that mothers have a certain instinct about such things?
And did it ever occur to you that I ought to know something about mothers, having had one myself?
From the way you act, you'd think Mrs. Rollins was just put on earth to keep your colleagues from enjoying their pinochle in their various precinct stations.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you that I...
Whoa, now, let's break this down.
Huh.
Oh, yeah? Huh. Say, what's going on here anyway, Valentine? Why had your girlfriend suddenly decide to swarm all over me?
Look, Riley, you touched a sore point with Brooksy, implying even the slightest fault in a mother.
Who? Who, me?
Well, there are only the 3 of us here. And I've learned by experience to keep my mouth shut on the subject.
Why, I'm the staunchest defender motherhood ever had. Why, when I hear Mammy sung on the radio, I'm no good for days.
Your sarcasm has all the grace of an elephant with a sprained ankle.
Hey, look, kids, time out. Lest we forget one Stephen Rollins.
Yeah, I wish I was allowed to forget him.
Riley, I know a scared kid when I see one. I'm convinced there was a man that day, and Steve was handed a load of dynamite he's too young to know how to handle.
Well, if that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it.
Granted. But if I can find something that seems to confirm what I believe, will you hop on the wagon with me?
Well, you know better than that. Of course I will.
Good. Okay, come on, Brooksy. We got to get back to Regis Park.
Surely now the police will believe you, Mr. Valentine. The car deliberately tried to run Stephen down.
When did this happen, Mrs. Rollins?
Just about an hour ago when he was coming home from school.
Would you recognize the car if you saw it again, Stephen?
No, Miss Brooks. I wasn't looking where I was going. It was just an accident. Mom's just imagining things.
Mr. Crawford, the druggist, happened to be looking out of his window. He says the automobile kept coming right at you. You had all you could do to get out of the way.
It's nothing to worry about. I only got a scrape knee out of it.
These accidents keep happening to you, Steve, and even faster now. Still, you're holding back.
I'm just telling you what happened, Mr. Valentine.
I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid.
Come on, don't.
Hey, Steve, look. The reason I dropped by was to see if you'd take a walk with me over to New Lots Road, where the whole thing started.
You think you're up to it?
You don't need me. The police told you where they found me.
Son, please. Be honest, Mr. Valentine. Do as he says. He's trying to help
You were running away when the squad car picked you up. Now, I want to know the exact spot where you found that man.
What man?
Well, Steve, I guess you win this round, too. We'll just have to see how far we can get without you. Well, Brooksy, see, if the man was so seriously wounded, it stands to reason there had to be some sign of violence on the scene. Lucky we didn't have any rain the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but George, we're a good block away from New Lots Road and Downey Boulevard where they picked up Steve.
I know, Angel, I know. The man probably was lying in all this tall grass and couldn't be seen from the road. But Steve would be cutting across these fields on his way home from school.
Yeah, I see what you mean. From school. Like any other day, minding his own business. Then walking into something like this, whatever it is.
Just like we've walked into something.
Hey, that looks like a part of a man's shirt.
The collar of a man's shirt, blood on it.
Of course, he was shot in the neck. Stephen must have torn the collar off so he could get to the wound.
Well, this didn't come from any $1.98 job either. It's part of a silk $20 creation. Our Mr. X is somebody in the chips.
Oh, too bad we don't have the rest of the shirt. One like that usually sports a monogram over the left-hand pocket.
Well, anyway, it sports a label. Jonathan's. That's the shop where they look down their noses if your bill runs under $200.
No question about how fast we have to work now.
No, Brooksy. Every minute we don't find the answer to all this is another minute Steve's life is worth under 2 cents.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. In an average day's driving, how many times do you think you cut the ignition, park for a while, and then start out again? If you say 10 times, then let me tell you how to be sure of 10 fast starts. Just switch to that great Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's specially blended to give faster starts and faster warm-ups. So you're off to a good start every time you press the starter. Chevron Supreme gives your car new alertness in traffic, too. Gives ping-free power that lifts you over the hills. In fact, for today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Another thing, premium quality Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored. Tailored to the season and to the West's different temperature and altitude zones. So wherever you drive, go on Chevron Supreme, and you'll agree it gets the best out of your car. Ask for it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Young Steve Rollins saves a man's life and hears a few disjointed words gasped out in pain, something about a San Diego bank robbery and a name, Red Kinsey. But if he reveals any of this, he knows what will happen.
You tell anything you heard, kid, and I'll get your mother. Remember...
But then the aforesaid Red Kinsey also puts his sentence of death over the boy if he doesn't repeat every word he heard. This is the squeeze you don't know a thing about as you try to find the reason for the series of strange accidents that have been happening to the youngster. In fact, all you do have is a single clue, the blood-stained collar of a man's shirt. And like George Valentine, you try to make the most of it.
Mr. Hotchkiss?
Yes, indeed.
I happen to be interested in shirts.
Well, you've certainly come to the right person. I wouldn't be the head of this department here at Jonathan's if I didn't know the importance of this shirt to the man.
Oh, Mr. Valentine agrees with you so completely. He wouldn't think of going out in the morning without putting one on.
Exactly what I see.
The fact is, I'm very anxious to locate a friend who bought a shirt here some time ago. Maybe you can help me.
Always glad to cooperate. That's our motto here at Jonathan's, you know. Caveat emptor. That's Latin. The customer is always right. I do hope that when your friend mentioned our shirts, he had nothing but praise for them.
Yes, except for one small item.
What did you say? A flaw in one of our shirts? A Jonathan shirt?
Well, Mr. Hotchkiss, it seems they pick up stains so easily, especially around the collar. Hey, I'll take a look.
How?
Oh, please don't faint, Mr. Hotchkiss. It's only blood.
Hold on to the counter, friend. Just think of it as red ink, and you'll pull through this like a hero right out of Rudyard Kipling.
Yes, you're so right, sir. I'll try to be strong. Now, Just how can I help you?
Okay, any chance of you remembering the man you sold this shirt to?
Just from this collar?
Well, I know it'd be a small miracle if you had an answer, but still, that's what I gotta know. A boy's life depends on it.
I'm sorry, but we sell dozens of shirts with a collar like this every week.
Well, look at it carefully. Something may occur to you. Something to make you remember who bought it.
No, miss. I'm afraid there's nothing I can tell you.
Okay. Well, Brooksy, that's a gold star for effort anyway.
Thanks just the same, Mr. Hotchkiss.
Right you are. One moment.
Huh?
Yeah?
Jonathan's never puts the size of the shirt on the collar. Too plebeian, you know. But I can tell at a glance, this is the smallest size we sell, size 14 neck.
Well, what about it?
Well, the man who wears this size would have to be of a very small stature indeed.
Yeah, but can you remember such a man?
Of course, there were several 14s in the last month or two, but one man does seem to stand out from the other.
Yeah?
Oh, give, Mr. Hotchkiss, give. Is there a sales check on record, his name or address?
No, young lady. He merely pointed to the shirts he wanted and paid for them in cash. I thought it was a bit odd.
Well, could you recognize him if you saw him again?
He was a small, dark-eyed, ferrety gentleman. Not at all like our usual clientele here at Jonathan's. Breeding, you know. Still, I doubt if I could be sure about the identification. Does that help at all?
Buster, we're fighting against time. Anything might help.
That's most gratifying indeed.
Brooksy, remind me to send this gentleman a shirt for Christmas. Hey, Angel, go over to the window and let us know when Steve turns into the block.
Okay. Lieutenant Riley, are you sure nothing can happen to my boy while he's out to the store?
Not unless I have a very dumb flatfoot shadowing him, and I haven't, Mrs. Rollins. When Valentine told me about finding that collar, I made up my mind. If it's the last thing I do, nothing else is going to happen to Steve.
Besides, we had to get him out of the house to the bakery for a while so he could set up this plan of mine.
Yes. Now, are you sure you still want Valentine to go through with it?
Do you think there can be any question? For weeks I've been frantic about whether Steve would come home alive. This has got to stop now. He can't go around with a bodyguard the rest of his life. No matter what Mr. Valentine has to do to trick Stephen into telling us who's threatening him, it has to be done.
Well, I realize it's a drastic step we're taking, Lieutenant, but, well, I'd like to avoid it. But you think there's any chance of us going through the files and finding someone like this small, dark-eyed, ferrety individual?
No, not a chance. Any harness bull can name you a dozen bookies and pool-room sharks that would fit that description.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, nothing to do but wait now.
No sign of him yet. The squad car's here.
All right, now look. As soon as the boy gets in sight, the empty ambulance will streak back to town, and I'll go out and hop in the squad car with the boys.
Oh, it's so hard to understand, Mr. Valentine. Why my own son wouldn't confide in me no matter what trouble he was in.
Look, I tried to tell you, Mrs. Rollins. If Steve refused to talk, it was not because he was afraid for himself, but for the only other person in the world who he cares a thing about. You, his mother.
Oh, Steve.
And that's the way I figured it. That's the way I'm playing it now, with Lieutenant Riley making it possible.
George, come here, quick.
Yeah, what is it, Brooksy, Steve?
No. That car just going around the corner.
Well?
I thought it was funny the way it was parked there, and the man at the wheel staring at this house.
What about it, Miss Brooks?
Well, he didn't stick around a second after the squad car showed
The
up.
driver. Anything like the description Hotchkiss gave us?
No, just the opposite, George. Almost took up the whole front seat.
Oh, great. That's all we need. Another interested party pops into the picture.
Wait a minute, Lieutenant. Here comes Stephen now.
Okay, Riley, give the ambulance a nod.
Yeah, sure.
Now, look, Brooksy, make sure Mrs. Rollins stays away from the window.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Now, I'll beat it out the side door, and the rest is up to you, Valentine.
Yeah, and that makes me feel just swell. Oh, Steve, just a minute. I want to talk to you.
What is it, Mr. Valentine? What happened? What's the matter?
Now, look, don't fly off the handle, kid.
Why are you talking to me this way? Tell me.
You're not giving me a chance.
I'm not blind. I just saw that ambulance drive away.
I know, Steve. I know.
And the police car in front of our house. What's it doing there?
Well, I was coming to that.
You don't have to bother. Something happened to my mother, and they just took her away. That's it, isn't it?
If you'll just hold it a minute, son.
I did everything that man told me to. Kept my mouth shut. But that wasn't enough for him. He hurt my mother anyway. Is my mother...
No, she'll be all right. But who is this person you're talking about, Steve? Now, you gotta tell me. We have to work fast.
No, I'm not going to tell you anything. I've got someplace to go.
Look, Steve, you've got to tell me.
I'm tired of being a good boy with marbles. Now I'm going to be a bad boy with a knife.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here, you're crazy.
You're not going to stop me, nobody here.
What is it, George? What happened?
Oh, the kid threw me a curve a mile wide. Instead of telling me the name of the guy with a punctured neck, he's on his way to take care of things himself.
We've got to stop him.
Come on, hurry, Brooksy. Get in the car. You take the wheel.
Yeah, but...
Take it slow and make sure you keep Steve in sight. Obviously, he knows where our man lives.
Okay.
Hey, Valentine, what's up?
No time to explain, Riley. Just follow us.
This must be the street, George. Steve's slowing up.
Yeah. Hibiscus Drive. Fine name for a street lined with nothing but run-down rooming houses.
One looks the same as another. Number 21. 23.
Okay.
George!
Just want to be ready, Angel. The moment he picks out the house, I got to be right on top of him so I can take it from there.
Number 31.
Slower, Brooks. Slower. I wouldn't be surprised if this is where Steve got the beating. That's why he knows where he's going.
George, look, this is it.
Yeah. That's all for you, Steve.
What? I told
Now
you.
go over there and stay with Miss Brooks. Down the stoop, Steve.
Let go of me, Mr. Valentine.
Stay where you are. Now, what's the guy's name so I can go in there and get him?
I don't know. I just call him the Weezer because the way he talks. Hey, that man running into the house.
Yes, Steve?
That's the other man, Red Kenzie. He tried to make me tell about the Weezer.
Okay, let him get in the house. This looks like more fireworks. It is Riley now.
George, that man who just went in, he was the one in the car in front of Mrs. Rollins.
Look, Brooksy, you should have stayed where you were. The guy inside wants to shoot it out.
Mr. George Valentine?
Yeah, Rollins. Yeah, Riley.
Sergeant, keep the people off the street and take care of these two.
Okay, Lieutenant. Come on, Riley, let's go. Will you make it snappy, lady? What room's this guy bedded down in?
Now, how can I tell you, mister, if you don't even know the name of the tenant you're looking for?
What's the answer to that one?
Well, he's got to be a small, skinny runt, dark eyes. Probably looks like the really rat he is.
Oh, yeah, I know who you mean, the man in room 6.
Hey, Riley, somebody got his.
Oh, one less to worry about. You can drop that arsenal now, brother.
Can I argue about it, Kenzie?
No, hero stuff for me against a raft of cops.
That's smart. Even if it isn't going to change your destination.
Well, this guy here is cold turkey.
That's the way it should have been a couple of weeks ago when I plugged him. I left him in that field out there in Regis Park.
What kind of game were you kids playing anyway? What were you trying to get out of him?
About $200,000 we got from a San Diego bank. He's supposed to meet me later. But he double-crossed me. He got all of it stashed somewhere.
Sure, the San Diego job. We've had you on the pickup list for that deal. And that must be Mitchell.
I would have let that punk live. He'd have told me where he hid the dough. He just stood there flapping his mouth with no words coming out.
You know, Kenzie, you're going to get the business because of a dirty trick you played on yourself.
What are you bleating about?
Just this. Your friend here was trying to tell you, but he couldn't make with the words. You forget. You shot him through the neck.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. It was Kenzie who pushed me down the Sullivan's Gulch. And I recognized the wheeze when he tried to run me down today.
They really had you between and betwixt, didn't they?
Yeah, and I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you and Miss Brooks. But I just couldn't let anything happen to Mom.
Well, looking back on it now, Steve, don't you think you should have confided in your mother? She would have found an answer. That's what mothers are for. Corny as it sometimes sounds, mothers do know best.
Sure.
I think I'd better warn you, Busty. You're going to be on the losing end of this argument. You're tangling with an authority on that particular subject.
Huh?
Don't listen to him, Steve. Mr. Valentine is just trying to be funny.
Oh.
Yeah, don't you listen to her. She's just trying to blacken my character.
Oh.
Steve, all you ever need to know about mothers, you'll learn from that lady up there on the porch. Go on, scram, kid. Don't keep your mom waiting.
Ask a woman driver what she knows about motor oil for her car, and chances are she'll say, not very much, really.
But when she uses RPM motor oil, don't be surprised to hear her say, I do know that RPM helps the family budget. And that's because the complete protection your car gets with RPM means a cleaner engine, fewer repair bills. Special compounds in RPM prevent the formation of gummy carbon and lacquer deposits. They fight off rust and corrosion by making the oil adhere to every inch of internal metal. That means protection for upper cylinder walls, the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Even when you've parked your car, the adhering agent in RPM keeps a rust-proofing film of oil on vertical engine parts, usually drained bare. The economy of RPM is another reason why it's first choice in the West. Better get RPM tomorrow. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine as he is doing a little investigating at a Mother Lobe town, we'll hear him saying...
Hey, now look, Sheriff, isn't there something you can tell us about this case? Hey, come on, Sheriff.
George, I think he's going to...
I've got it, Brooksy.
Mr. Stevens, anybody get a doctor, quick!
It won't do much good, Brooksy.
What?
The sheriff seems to have had too much to drink. Too much poison.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Mrs. Rollins, Jeffrey Silver as Stephen, Herbert Litton as Kinsey, and Bob Griffin as Hotchkiss. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Our detective friend Mike Shayne solves most of his cases by a combination of clues, shrewd thinking, and daring action. But he's also a great student of criminal files and case histories of famous crimes. This morning, Mike is at his desk, deep in study of the latest exploit of another well-known detective, Mr. Dick Tracy, when suddenly Mike's useful and very ornamental associate, Phyllis Knight, opens the office door.
Mike.
Huh? Yes, Angel?
Hide that funny paper. There's a client in the waiting room.
Oh, just when I was getting to the...
Come on.
Okay, show him in.
Mr. Shayne will see you now, Mr. Carter. This is Mr. Shayne, Mr. Nelson Carter.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Carter. Won't you sit down, sir?
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Shayne, I'll have to be very brief. I'm an attorney, and I'm on my way to see a client. It's about him, about Mr. Dixon, that I've come here.
Mm-hmm, I see.
The situation is so fantastic, really. I'm afraid Mr. Dixon's life is in peril. I fear for him, I really do.
Is it a case that the police department should handle, Mr. Carter?
Well, no. I don't see how the... Mr. Shayne, 3 days ago when Gregory Dixon walked into my office, I screamed in terror. I almost fainted.
Fainted? But
yes.
What?
2 months ago, we had buried Mr. Dixon.
Oh, you had buried Mr... What?
Yes. Oh, yes, it was a perfectly proper funeral. Well, I thought I was seeing his ghost. We'd received word that Mr. Dixon was killed in an accident down in Mexico, in Yucatan. Imagine my consternation. Here he walked into my office while I'm administrating his estate.
That would make anybody do nip-ups.
Yet you say you buried him.
Oh, it was a mistake, a horrible mistake.
Oh.
Somebody died in Yucatan. They thought it was Mr. Dixon. The coffin was shipped to Mr. Dixon's cousin. We held the funeral, and I was appointed administrator of the estate.
But, just a minute, sir. You started off by telling us Mr. Dixon's life is in danger.
Yes. His heirs have received his bequests. Now, they'll have to refund the money. And, well, with all respect for Mr. Dixon's relatives, I must say several of them are extremely unsavory.
Well, that's no reason for thinking that they will try to kill him.
Well, I think there's every danger they will, Mr. Shane. One of his cousins came into my office yesterday. He was absolutely furious because he was cheated out of his inheritance. He asked me about Mr. Dixon's health and how long I thought he might live and so on.
You want us to protect your client?
Yes. Now, I'm going out to his house right now. I'd like you to come along and talk to Mr. Dixon.
Well, I would rather prevent a murder than solve one.
Then you will come with me?
Yes, Mr. Carter, we will.
Well, Carter, you're an old worrywart. A good attorney, but an old worrywart.
Now, Mr. Dixon, you don't appreciate the serious danger which you're in.
Do you, Mr. Shane and Miss Knight, feel that I am a man about to be murdered?
Well, we really don't know, sir. You see...
I can understand Carter's feelings. He doesn't want to have to probate your will a second time. Every time you die, you make more work for the poor man.
Clarence, then you heard.
As I was coming in from the garden. I'm Clarence Fisher, Mr. Dixon's cousin.
How do you do, Mr. Fisher?
Of course, Carter may be right. I'm worth considerably more to you, Clarence, dead than alive. I can talk like that to Clarence. He's got a fine sense of humor. Not like his cousin Howard. Howard is sober as a judge with a toothache.
Assuming Mr. Dixon's life is in danger, who would be the most likely suspect?
Why, several. Before I left the office, I made a list of Mr. Dixon's beneficiaries. Well, if you care to read it now,
Thank you, sir. Clarence Fisher.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, yes. Bequest $10,000. Howard Connell, $20,000. William A. Wilkinson, $25,000, and a farm at Redwood City. Various charities, $200,000. I see.
Apparently, Mr. Carter's modesty made him omit his own bequest to the tune of $25,000.
Well, but after all, surely I couldn't be a suspect.
You know, there's one thing which puzzles me and which none of you gentlemen has explained. Mr. Dixon is here alive and well. But who is buried out in the cemetery?
You know, I've wondered about that myself. You see, when I was down in Yucatan, I fell ill of a fever. I'm still about 30 pounds underweight. It ruined my eyes, and I had to get glasses. But that's beside the point. When I got up from my sickbed, I found my wallet had been stolen. So had most of my papers. I assumed the thief was later killed.
Suppose somebody down in Yucatan received orders to kill Mr. Dixon. Suppose the person who did the killing or ordered the killing now realizes that a mistake was made.
Yes, he may try again.
That's a grave thought, and no pun intended.
May I ask who received the coffin here?
Mr. Dixon's cousin, Howard Connell. Actually, the body was not buried. It was interred in the mausoleum. We followed the instructions in Mr. Dixon's will.
Say, you brought up a good point, Phyllis. If we could find out whose body's in that coffin, it just might be a clue. We might even find out if the man had been murdered.
Yeah, and if it were murder, we would know definitely that Mr. Dixon is in real danger.
Well, then I suggest you have the body exhumed, if that's possible.
It is possible, Mr. Dixon. I'll ask the Inspector of Homicide to use his influence with the coroner's office. Sometimes dead men tell very interesting tales.
You know that I can think of a lot of things I'd rather do, Mike Shane, than visit a mausoleum.
Yes, but we'll make it as short as possible, Angel. Now, let's see. According to the superintendent, it should be down this next corridor.
All right.
Hello.
Oh!
It's a shame, Miss Knight.
Oh, hello there, Coroner.
Mike, I'd like to know what's going on around here.
What's wrong?
Take a look in the coffin.
There's no body in it.
You're right, Angel. Nothing but gunny sacks and granite rocks.
Mike Shane and Phyllis have dropped in at police headquarters to talk over their problem with the inspector. With them is Nelson Carter, their client's attorney.
The whole situation is completely screwy, Inspector. A man is reported dead. His coffin arrives from Mexico. He has a funeral. His property's divided. 2 months later, the fella turns up alive and kicking.
And his coffin is filled with gunny sacks and granite rocks.
It's a new one on me, kids. Unless this Gregory Dix will think he was dead.
Well, then why would he come back at all, Inspector? He almost lost all his money and property.
Well, I don't see you need worry, Mike. Dixon is alive. There's no corpse in the coffin. Nobody's dead.
No, but it's got our curiosity up, Inspector. You know, Mike and I do handle other cases besides murder. This time we've drawn a completely wacky mystery.
Well, you can make light of it, Miss Knight. But since finding that empty coffin, I'm more convinced than ever that there's something diabolical afoot.
All right. Diabolical what?
It's only 3 days since anybody knew Mr. Dixon was still alive. Several of the heirs would stop at almost nothing to hold on to their inheritances.
You said that before, Mr. Carter. Now, let's see. You gave me a list of the bequests. Which man stormed into your office yesterday?
The one who wanted to know how long you thought Dixon might live?
Yes, that was Wilkinson. William A. Wilkinson.
Oh, yes. He's listed here for $25,000 in a farm near Redwood City.
He's living there right now. He was furious because he'll have to turn the farm back to Mr. Dixon.
And then this Howard Connell. He's down for $20,000. What about him?
A cousin of Mr. Dixon. He gambles, plays the horses, will do anything to keep out of work, and can't hold a job anyway.
Well, I suppose we might interview those men, though I don't know what we could ask them. No crime's been committed.
Well, you won't be able to get hold of Howard Connell. He left for New York after Mr. Dixon's funeral.
Well, we might start him with a little talk with Clarence Fisher, the cousin we met in Dixon's house.
If I were doing it, Mike, I know where I'd begin.
Yeah? Where, Inspector?
Well, you say Cousin Wilkinson lives on a farm near Redwood City.
Yes?
Well, it's a very pleasant sunny day outside, and twice as pleasant down country. I know a tidy little inn on Kings Road west of Redwood City. They serve swell hamburgers, and there's a cute little Irish waitress with a green apron.
Ah, say no more, Inspector. Say no more. You've sold us one trip to Redwood City.
If you don't mind, Mr. Shane, we'll sit and talk under this apple tree. Got to keep my eye on Alec, the hired hand. Laziest man you ever seen.
Whatever you wish, Mr. Wilkinson.
Oh, an old-fashioned hammock. That's for me, Mike.
Yes, sir, when I got Carter's letter about Dixon being alive, I couldn't believe my eyes, so to speak. Sort of upset my plans for the future. By the way, it's sort of a warmish day. You folks like a drink?
You, Phil?
Huh? Not now, thanks. Maybe some water later on.
Well, we'll make it apple cider. Water here doesn't taste right to me. Dixon just got done putting in pipe water. Bricked up the old well over there and went modern on it, so to speak. What'd you folks say you came down here about?
We didn't say, sir. Mr. Carter seems to think Mr. Dixon's in some sort of danger. Now, we'd like to ask you if he has any enemies who might...
Carter? I told that lawyer yesterday. Well, I guess maybe he repeated it to you, Mr. Shane. You can see this is a very nice little farm, and I was expecting to make myself a piece of money off it, so to speak. Handing it back to Dixon now is going to hurt like pulling eye teeth, so to speak.
Maybe you could buy it back from Mr. Dixon. Did he make much use of the farm?
Oh, spent all of his weekends down here, and I haven't got the cash to buy it from him.
Mr. Wilkinson, you say that Dixon bricked up the water well?
Yes, he did it a couple of months ago. Left it in an unsightly mess. Alec cleaned it up for me. Dug a new rose garden and shoveled the dirt down in the well.
Quite a number of stones missing from the coping around the well.
Oh, Mike, I know what you're driving at.
Yeah. You and I, Angel, have seen those stones before. The identical size and shape in a coffin in a mausoleum. Water, I've broken through.
Mike? Mike, can you hear me? Mike, have you found anything?
Yeah, plenty. A body.
Jiminy Christmas, Mr. Wilkinson. This is bad. Awful bad.
Oh, stop your jawing, Alec. You make me nervous.
Mr. Wilkinson, do you know whose body this is?
Of course not. How do you suppose I could tell?
Mike, there's a ring on one of his fingers.
Yeah, I see it. A gold ring. The band's in the shape of a snake.
There, let me look at it.
Mean anything to you, sir?
No.
This hole in his head means something to me. He was murdered.
Mike, we better get hold of the inspector.
Yeah. Yes, we're heading back to San Francisco and pick up the inspector, and then...
Yeah?
Then we're going to have another talk with Mr. Dixon.
Say, when I suggested that you kids take a little run down country, I didn't expect you to come tearing back to me with a body.
Oh, and now that we found it, the question is, whose body is it?
Yes, and until we know that answer, we're not going to spill the news to Dixon. Remember that, Angel.
All right.
We've got to tiptoe very cautiously.
There's Dixon, out in the garden talking to Mr. Fisher.
Yes. Look, Inspector, if you don't mind, I'll do most of the questioning.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to approach Dixon downwind.
Suits me.
Well, Mr. Shane, Miss Knight, I was wondering what had become of you.
We brought along a friend of ours, Mr. Dixon, the Inspector of Homicide.
Inspector of Homicide?
Yes, you see, if anybody should succeed in killing you, this is the man who will lose his sleep over.
Well, glad to know you, Inspector. And may your slumbers be unbroken. This is my cousin, Clarence Fisher.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Suppose we go into the house so we can sit down.
Okay, sir. Mr. Dixon, we just got back from a little drive down to Redwood City. We talked with another of your cousins, William Wilkinson.
That's so? Hates to give up the farm, doesn't he?
Oh, very much. He's put in a new rose garden. We noticed that the old water well behind the house has been bricked up.
Oh, really? Wilkinson changing things around to suit, huh?
Then you didn't fill in the well yourself?
Me? Why, no. Why should I?
Mr. Dixon.
Yes?
Did you have any people visit you down on your farm from the past few months?
Oh, a few. Howard Connell, Clarence here, Wilkinson, old Fuss Budget Carter, and a few others.
I see. Well, sir, if I'm to properly protect you, I'd like to know what those people look like. Do you have any photographs?
Photographs by the hundreds. I've got a scrapbook of snapshots. It's right over there on the wicker table. This what you want?
Oh, that's perfect.
How about this group picture here?
Oh, that's me wearing the straw hat.
Really?
Girl's Joan Brooks. The man behind, I can't remember his name.
No, I can't either. Some chap who was on his way to Canada. The last fellow on the far right is Howard Connell.
Howard Connell. He's the cousin who's gone to New York, isn't he?
That's right. Last time I saw Howard was when he drove me to the airport when I went to Mexico.
Does he live in San Francisco?
Right next door. I'm living in his house till he gets back.
And when will that be?
Well, I can't say. He left for New York right after Dixon's, funeral. The last letter I got from him didn't mention when he'd be back.
He was one of the beneficiaries under Mr. Dixon's will. I should think he would stay here in town.
Oh, not Howard. He's always on the move. No telling where he is now.
Here's another photo of you in the scrapbook, Mr. Dixon. A close-up. You're wearing a large, rather peculiar-looking ring.
Why, yes. I lost that ring some time ago.
Lost it? Have you any idea where?
Why, no. It just slipped off my finger one day. No idea where I lost it. But I don't see what that matters.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Well, thanks very much for letting us see the pictures, Mr. Dixon, and now we'll be running along.
Oh, but Mr. Shane, you were hired to protect me. You're always running off somewhere.
We're working on the case, sir, I assure you. In fact, we're going to police headquarters right now, just on your account. Now, this is the way I dope it out, Inspector. Check me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
First of all, we may be up against a colossal conspiracy. The attorney Carter comes to Phyllis and me and says Dixon's life is in danger. Because Dixon was reported dead and now turns up alive, and his heirs hate to part with their ill-gotten gains.
Then we find that Dixon's funeral was a fake.
Yeah.
We find his coffin filled with stones from Dixon's own water well, and we find a murdered man hidden inside the well.
And that murdered man, Inspector, I'm convinced is the real Gregory Dixon. The fellow who says he's Dixon is an imposter.
Yeah, I know what you base that on, Mike. The fact that the ring in the dead man's finger is the same ring we saw in Dixon's photograph.
Correct.
But perhaps the ring really was lost, and the person who later found the ring is the man you hauled out of the well.
Well, that's possible, Inspector, but I'd like to go one step further. I'll say that the man who calls himself Gregory Dixon is actually Howard Connell, Dixon's cousin and beneficiary.
I was beginning to suspect that myself. Connell very conveniently disappears on a trip to New York. Nobody knows exactly where he is or when he's coming back.
But Dixon's relative ought to be able to recognize the fake unless they're all in on the deal, too.
That may be, too. But there was a strong family resemblance between Dixon and Connell. I noticed it in those photographs.
That's why the story about Dixon falling ill, losing 30 pounds, having to put on glasses. An alibi in case anybody began to suspect.
Okay. But who killed Dixon, Phil? Who threw his body down the well and bricked it up? Both Wilkinson and Connell denied they closed the well. Yes, Sergeant.
Mr. Shane's call to Redwood City's waiting, sir.
Thanks. Take it on this phone, Mike.
Thanks, Inspector. Hello? Hello, Alec.
Calling me, Mr. Shane?
Yes, I want to ask you a question, Alec. How long have you worked for Mr. Wilkinson?
Why, about a month or so. Mr. Wilkinson hired me when he took over the farm.
And when you were making the new rose garden for him, Alec, did you dump all that dirt down the well?
Yes, sir. The well was bricked up anyway. I didn't see no harm.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, Alec. Well, Wilkinson told us the truth.
Yeah?
The well was bricked up when he got the farm.
Well, then Dixon, I mean Connell, lied to us.
Practically everything he told us was a lie, Angel. Well, Inspector, what do you say?
You make out a pretty strong case, Mike. But we don't have any real proof that Howard Connell killed Dixon and then took his place.
Don't worry. We'll get the proof.
Okay. I'll take your word for it, Mike. Let's go out and pick up Connell.
Mr. Carter.
Mr. Shane, Inspector, I just telephoned for you.
Phoned? Why? What for?
The very thing I hired Shane to prevent. It's happened.
What are you talking about? You don't mean to tell me...
Yes, I do mean to tell you. Mr. Dixon is dead.
At the home of the late Gregory Dixon, Mike Shane, Phyllis, and the inspector have found another body. The body of the man whom they were about to arrest. The dead man lies sprawled in the bushes directly beneath an open window on the second floor.
Well, I don't understand. He fell from the window. We heard him fall.
Mr. Wilkinson, what are you doing in San Francisco?
I just got here from Redwood City. Carter and I came out to talk to him.
Inspector, take a look at the man's head.
Yeah, I see. A deep gash in the back of the skull.
He must have hit his head on a rock.
Hold on. Here's something else. A revolver in his coat pocket and a sheet of paper.
It's a note. A typewritten note.
To the authorities. I cannot go on. You know the truth by now. I killed Gregory Dixon. Then a typewritten signature. Howard Connell.
Connell. Then it's true. I can't believe it.
Good heavens. So he committed suicide.
All right, suppose you all tell us what happened. Starting with you, Mr. Fisher.
Well, I was next door in my house. Wilkinson and Carter rang my doorbell and asked if Connell had gone out.
Yes, we'd been pounding on his door and got no answer.
Yes, I was sure he was in, so I came over with them and let them into the house with my key. Wilkinson was all excited. He said he had some terrible news. He said the real Gregory Dixon was dead, and we'd all been tricked.
How did you know that, Mr. Wilkinson?
Yes, we just discovered that for ourselves, but you never told us.
Well, when I saw that body from the well and the ring on his finger, I recognized it.
You told us it meant nothing to you.
I know. I just couldn't believe it. I wanted time to think it out. Then I drove up to the city and told Carter.
I thought Wilkinson was crazy. I phoned Connell, and told him we were coming right out. I still couldn't believe it. That's why I jumped all over you, Mr. Shane, for letting the man get killed. I didn't know it was suicide and that he was a fake. Believe me, I didn't.
But to get on, what happened after you three were in the house?
Well, Wilkinson was trying to tell me his discovery, and Carter was arguing with him. Connell wasn't downstairs, so I went up and called him. He shouted from the bedroom that he'd be down in a minute, and I went back to the living room and started asking Wilkinson questions. He told me about the ring.
Yes.
And we kept waiting and waiting. The living room windows were open, and I complained about the cold wind blowing in. Fisher went over and started to close the windows. He shouted, and we heard Connell crash to the ground.
I saw the body falling past the window. Connell must have known he was trapped. He couldn't face us.
Those open windows on the second floor, are they in Connell's bedroom?
Yes.
Now, let me get this straight. All three of you men were in the room when Connell fell?
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's right.
Okay. Now, if you gentlemen don't mind, I'll ask you to step indoors for a few minutes. We want to examine the ground around here before you trample all over everything.
Oh, yes.
All right, kids. I know what you're thinking.
Yes. One or more or all three of them are lying.
Mm-hmm.
It was not suicide. It was deliberate murder.
Right, Mike. That bedroom window is less than 20 feet from the ground. 10 to 1, that fall wouldn't kill a man.
If Connell was really planning suicide, he wouldn't take that chance. He'd do it properly.
Right.
And he wouldn't be so cagey about writing his signature on the note on the typewriter.
Well, I can't believe he got that deep gash in the back of his skull from hitting one of these rocks. Well, they're not much bigger than pebbles.
If you ask me, Angel, that gash was made by the butt of his revolver. One terrific blow. Then the gun was stuck in his pocket.
Kids, I'm worried. We know it's murder, but hang it, with those three guys swearing they were all in the room together, we're going to have a devil of a time proving a case against any one of them.
Yes, but remember the old rule, Inspector. When all suspects have alibis, none of them have alibis. We've just got to get in and do some good head work.
Well, while you're about it, maybe you can explain one thing to me.
Huh? Explain what, Phil?
Look, these rose vines. Rambling rose vines cover the whole side of this house, clear up to the roof, you see? And yet when you look at Connell's suit, there isn't a single tear or a snag. There's not even a broken rose petal on his clothes.
Well, that could be because he jumped or was thrown clear of the vines.
Well, then how could his body fall right against the foundations of the house?
Wait a minute. The upstairs windows and the downstairs windows both open outwards. That's it, Angel. You've hit it.
You're darn right she's hit it.
Absolutely, Inspector. Now we've got some business indoors.
He was killed.
Murder?
Why, that's impossible, Mr. Shane.
We were all here in the living room. We all saw the body fall.
Of course you saw it fall, but Howard Connell was already dead.
And he did not fall from the second floor.
He did not fall?
I'll show you what happened, gentlemen. Now, when you three men were here in the living room, these windows were open. They were open outwards. The body was laid across the tops of both halves of the window.
When Mr. Wilkinson complained of the cold, Mr. Fisher closed the windows. That took the support away from the body, and you saw Connell fall past the window.
Oh, why, that's idiotic. I'd have seen the body.
You did see it, Mr. Fisher. You put it there. You killed Connell with the butt of that revolver.
You murdered him because you had helped Connell impersonate Dixon. You were in the deal with him.
No, he tricked me, too.
No, Mr. Fisher. You told us that you'd gotten a letter from Howard Connell in New York. Connell never went to New York. He was right here.
All right, I admit it. I killed Connell when I discovered he'd murdered Dixon. He murdered my cousin.
That sounds like a very lame attempt to plead the unwritten law. But that was not your reason. You killed Connell because you knew we were closing in on him. You knew Connell couldn't take it. You knew Connell would confess and that he would tie the noose around your neck, too. But I'm afraid that you've done a perfect job of that yourself, Mr. Fisher. Well, how about it, Inspector? Why so quiet, Angel? What are you thinking about?
Oh, I was just thinking about that whole fantastic scheme. What a cockeyed motive.
Yeah, but it almost worked, Phil. Connell and his cousin Fisher saw a way to get a hold of all of Dixon's money, instead of just the amounts he intended to leave them in his will.
First, they had to kill Dixon, get his estate distributed, then bring Dixon back to life. All the heirs and beneficiaries would then have to return their bequests to him.
Oh, and Connell and Fisher would have the whole estate for themselves. Well, I've heard of killing a man for his money, but never bringing him back to life to get his inheritance.
When I see a case like that, I'm almost glad I haven't got any money. Poor but honest and alive.
Mm-hmm. Money is the root of all evil. I'll still take plenty of the root.
The correct quotation, honey, is the love of money is the root of all evil.
Oh.
Yes, it's the love that causes the trouble.
Oh, love. Well, I'll take plenty of that, too.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for Union Oil Company and reminding you once again to get your application for your Union Oil credit card this week. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the three great Linx home brighteners. Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, Linx Cream Polish, and Linx Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure.
An eye for an eye. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the upstate murders.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the upstate murders and saved Sharon Fraser a fortune by doing so. But first, here's a tip on homemaking. Millions of American homemakers have learned to care for their walls with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that brings amazing new beauty. Now, millions more are learning to care for their floors, woodwork, and furniture with the three great Linx home brighteners. Linx Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linx Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the three great Linx home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we start today's story, we find Nick and Patsy just entering Lieutenant Riley's office.
Well, Riley, what's on your mind? What do you want to see me about?
Well, I'll make it short, Nick. You're taking a trip upstate, aren't you?
Yes, Lieutenant. For a wonder, Nick is leaving me in charge of the office and taking a few days off. It's hard to believe, but it's true.
Well, Nick, you remember Tom Fraser, the young rookie cop who was shot down in cold blood last week?
Oh, yes, indeed. Nice young chap. Sorry to see him go like that.
Well, his folks live in Watertown. It's right on the way to where you're going. Would you stop off there long enough to call on him and tell him, personal-like, how sorry we are at what happened to him?
Oh, Nick would love to do that. He makes beautiful speeches.
Quiet, Patsy. This vacation I'm taking seems to have gone to your head.
Would you do it, Nick? As a favor to me.
Of course he will, Lieutenant.
Okay, Riley, I'll do it for you. I suppose the old folks will feel his death a little less keenly if we tell them he died a hero in line of duty.
I think that's a darn nice thing to do, Nick. I'm proud of you.
Well, thanks, Nick. I knew I could count on you.
Can you take me to the Fraser place on Upper Main Street?
I sure can, mister. Get in and I'll get going. From the city, ain't you?
Yes?
Come to pay your respects, I bet, huh?
I suppose that's what you'd call it. Why?
Oh, just wondered how far you'd get. Been expecting somebody ever since young Tom got himself killed.
Family taking it hard?
Some is, some ain't. And some we don't know whether they is or they ain't.
Meaning what?
Well, nobody ever gets to see the old lady.
You mean Mrs. Fraser?
Yeah. Nobody but her doctor has seen her since she got sick. From what I hear, she might take it anyway.
Oh, a little peculiar?
Little. They told Sharon, her own daughter, she was wild and wicked, and she'd be better off dead. Same for the boy Don. That's the house just ahead there.
Well, nice-looking old place, isn't it?
Looks don't mean much. Outside of a package don't tell what's inside.
Wait, please. I'll be right out.
No, I'll come back.
But I'll only be a few...
I said I'd come back. Half an hour.
Well, okay, but don't forget me.
I won't. Don't you forget about me.
Nobody's home.
No? Who are you?
I'm Uncle Roy. Who are you?
Why, I'm a policeman.
Policeman, goody.
Hey, steady there, steady. You're not so drunk you can't stand up. Hey, he's out cold. And I'll lay him down
You
on...
ought to be ashamed bringing him home in that condition.
I'm not bringing him home. I'm
Oh,
just...
taking him out, that's worse.
Look here, I'm Nick Carter, and I came
I'm
here...
Sharon Fraser. What do you want?
I have a message from Mrs. Fraser from Lieutenant Riley of the Metropolitan Police.
Oh, well, we've been expecting somebody. Come on, I'll take you to her room. Dr. Gavin, this is Nick Carter. He wants to talk to Mother.
Nothing exciting, I hope, Mr. Carter. Just the condolences of the Metropolitan Police Department on the recent death of her son, Tom.
Tom.
Mrs. Fraser, Lieutenant Riley thought the world of your son, and he wanted me to tell you that Tom died in service to the people. You may well be proud of him.
Proud of him.
And the Lord said, Take now thy son whom thou lovest, and offer him for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I shall tell thee of.
Proud of him.
Oh, maybe you don't understand, Mrs. Fraser. Lieutenant Riley...
Mr. Carter, suppose you come outside with me.
Well, all right.
Mrs. Fraser is not fully conscious of what goes on around her. You've done all you could.
What was all that she was quoting from the Bible?
In cases of this kind, it's not unusual for the patient to lean heavily on the Bible as a refuge from reality.
But her son...
Yes, I know, Mr. Carter. There's nothing to be done about it.
All right, Doctor, whatever you say. Well, if you think I can do no good here, I'll just get back to the station.
That would be best, I'm sure. And thank you for coming.
That taxi driver's long overdue. Wonder if he ever intended to come back.
You waiting for somebody?
Oh, yes. Say, what goes with the taxi service in this town? I'd like to get that train to Albany.
It's already gone. You'll have to stay here tonight.
No, thanks. I don't care for the atmosphere here.
You feel it, too?
I do. It's the most unpleasant feeling of hatred. Hatred that's monstrous and unnatural.
Yeah, I know. I get a little uneasy here, evening to myself. I'll be glad to have you... That's my sister.
Mrs. Fraser?
Yes.
Well, come on. There's trouble up there, all right?
Oh, you wicked! You tried to poison me!
Here, what's all this?
Get out of here. Mother's upset and there's no reason...
Poison in my milk. You tried to kill me.
This her milk here?
Yes, but
I'll have it analyzed.
That milk's all right. I just brought it up. She hasn't even tasted it.
And what made her think it was poison?
You tell me. You're a detective, aren't you?
Where did this milk come from?
I got it out of the refrigerator. My brother Don was with me. He got a glass for himself and brought it upstairs. He stopped to talk to Mother while I changed my clothes.
And where's your brother now?
In his room, I suppose.
Well, take me there at once.
It's the next room to this. Look for yourself.
I will. What? Sharon, come here.
What's the matter?
Your brother's dead, and he's been murdered.
Mr. Carter, this is Mr. Welch, our county sheriff.
How are you, Sheriff?
Dr. Gavin says you don't think young Don Fraser died of heart failure.
He died of heart failure, all right. Heart failure brought on by a generous dose of poison.
I'm afraid Mr. Carter, being from the city, is used to dealing with the sensation.
Probably. But since he makes the accusation, I'll have the coroner analyze the boy's glass of milk.
That ain't necessary. It was murder, all right, and you know who did it? Sharon did it.
You're crazy, Uncle Roy.
No, I ain't. You're scared Alec Lord won't fall for you if you ain't rich and you want money so bad you're willing to kill for it.
Well, you drunken old bum. You dare to say that to me. You probably killed him yourself. If we were all dead, you'd be the one to get...
Stop it, both of you. We don't even know Don was killed. It's just that Mr. Carter here is...
Oh,
Alec, I'm so glad you've come.
It's all right, dear.
You, Alex Lord?
That's right. Thought I'd better drop in before you city cops carted the whole household off to jail.
I have nothing to do with this. This is off my beat.
Don't let me slow you up, Carter.
Don't worry, Sheriff, I wouldn't. But I'm getting out of here. Killer or no killer, I'd like to be getting to Albany. Where's the phone?
It's in the downstairs entrance hall. You'll see it right at the foot of the stairs.
Thanks. I'll close the door. Then I won't disturb anyone.
Oh, don't mind us. We're leaving now anyway. Good night.
And you'll get me there in time for the 127 to Albany? All right, I'll be on the porch whenever you get here. And don't fail me now. I've had too much trouble finding someone to get me out of here to want you to slip up, too. Okay, goodbye. I don't know why I feel as if Lord, that was close. I don't hear a soul. But an urn that big never fell off that upper landing without being pushed. I better see who's up there.
You get some transportation, Mr. Carter?
Doctor, come here.
Yes?
I want to show you something.
What is it? Something wrong?
Look over the railing. See that big urn all smashed up at the foot of the stairs?
Oh, yes. Why?
That just missed me by inches a moment ago.
You think somebody was trying to kill you?
I'm sure of it. Did you hear anyone up here?
Well, yes. Yes, I did think I heard someone out here a minute ago. So there really is a killer in the house. I hadn't believed it before.
You fellas hear anything?
Why, no. Did you?
Thought I heard a crash.
Well, you did. Someone tried to kill me.
Golly, then I did hear somebody tiptoe past my door a bit back.
You know who it was?
No, it sounded like they went down the back stairs to the kitchen.
Let's see who's down there.
If anyone is, which I doubt.
Come on.
Not be safe a minute until he's gone.
Don't worry. We'll make it so hot for him, he'll be glad to go.
Alec, we can't.
Miss Fraser, I've changed my mind. I'm staying for the night.
You're staying here?
Yes.
I'd hoped I'd seen the last of you.
You almost did, until someone dropped that oversized plaster vase at my head.
It was a wonderful idea. I'm sorry it missed. Well, I'll show you where you can sleep. Come on.
That sun feels good. Damp inside that old house. Well, 8 o'clock. Wonder what time they serve breakfast around here.
Starting your snooping early, aren't you?
Why, yes. Lovely morning for it. Out for a walk in the sunshine?
Just out to get the mail, if you must know. I'll let you know if there's anything for you in the box.
Thanks, but I'm not expecting anything.
Oh, I'm happy to say nobody else thinks any more of you than I do. There's no mail.
Downstairs, drop to the ground.
Well, this looks more serious. Is someone trying to kill Sharon? Or is it Nick they're trying to get? And why? What is this to do with the hate that seems to rule the Fraser household? We'll see in just a moment. You youngsters are sometimes thoughtless about tracking in mud, slush, and snow these winter days. Even the careful grown-ups sometimes can't help it. But it needn't be a problem to keep your floors looking lovely when you depend on Linux self-polishing wax to protect them. That's because Linux self-polishing wax resists water. It keeps dirt on the surface, too, so that you can clean it up instantly. And because it contains genuine carnauba wax, Linux self-polishing wax resists wear, although it's simply wiped on without tiresome rubbing or polishing. And it's handy to use because when worn spots do appear in the finish, you may renew it without re-waxing the whole floor. There's no doubt about it. Linux self-polishing wax is a splendid finish for any floor, wood, tile, or linoleum, for it gives a beautiful satiny appearance and gives protection besides. What's more, the underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on every bottle, have proved that it's less slippery underfoot. Here's the modern shortcut to floor care. Linux, Lin-X, Linux self-polishing wax. Ask your dealer for it now. You'll find all 3 great Linux home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now, back to our story. We left Nick and Sharon as they were being shot at by an unknown killer who seemed to be hiding in the nearby brush. Down, Sharon. Drop to the ground.
He's gone now. You hurt?
Not much. Did you see who it was?
No. Saw the bushes move, that's all. It wasn't Peter Rabbit. Let me see that arm.
It's nothing.
Right. Just a bad scratch. You'll be all right. Here. Let me help you back to the house.
Thanks. I feel a little fuzzy. I don't like being shot at.
You're lucky his aim was no better. He might have killed you.
I know.
What's going on here? Did I hear shooting?
You did. Take care, Sharon. I'm going to do some investigating.
Hello there. Looking for something?
Yes. Looking for a killer.
A killer?
Yes. And the man I'm looking for has my mark on him. I found blood in the bushes from which he did his shooting.
Well, maybe that's the man I saw.
What do you mean?
Well, I was driving up the back road and I saw somebody in here. I was curious, so I stopped and I came in. But I must have missed whoever it was.
Well, there's no one here now, that's sure. So if your car is here, you can drive me back to the house.
Well, of course. Car's right over there behind the tree.
Oh, yes, I see it.
Did the killer get anybody?
No, he was a poor shot. But he intended murder, all right.
Here we are. Climb in, Mr. Carter.
I see you have a rifle in the car here.
Why, yes.
Mind if I look at it?
Not at all.
Nice little gun. Haven't had time to clean it, have you?
I know. I was doing a bit of hunting this morning on the way out.
I see. Let's be getting back, shall we?
Well, that is a coincidence, Mr. Carter. Look there, just coming around the corner of the house.
Uncle Roy with a rifle. I wonder what he's been shooting. Think I'll have a talk with him.
Okay, I'll see you later. Hope he's not the one you're after.
Get anything?
No, didn't see a thing.
Nice gun you've got there. May I see it?
Oh, sure, here you are.
Nice balance.
Yeah.
Dirty, isn't it? Thought you hadn't shot it today.
I haven't. I must have forgot to clean it the last time.
Smells pretty fresh for that.
What are you getting at with all them questions?
Somebody shot Sharon a little while ago.
Sharon? She hurt bad?
No, but that's only because the killer missed. You know anything about it?
Me? Why, Mr. Carter, I loved that girl as if she was my own daughter.
And why did you accuse her last night of killing her brother?
That was for her own protection, Mr. Carter. I hoped you'd take her away someplace and lock her up where she'd be safe.
Isn't she safe here?
No, sirree. If she stays around here, she'll be murdered, too. I know what's going on around here.
And who'd want to kill her?
Why, there's...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Mrs. Frazier's very low. Maybe you better come up, Roy.
Sure, Doc. Where's Sharon?
In her room, resting.
How is she, Doc?
She'll be all right. Excitement and shock were too much for her.
If Mrs. Fraser is really worse, maybe I better get her.
Get who? Me?
Yes, Sharon, your mother's pretty bad.
Oh.
Quiet now.
Looks about the same to me.
Thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and have no assurance of thy life.
Oh, don't be tiresome, Mother.
Sharon, please.
Well, she is.
I'll wait downstairs, I guess.
Oh, there you are, Carter. Thought you might like to see the results of the analysis of the milk you say killed Don Fraser.
Yes, I'd like to. You have it?
Sure have. According to this, Don's glass of milk contained calcium, phosphorus, lactic acid, water, and 5% butterfat. In other words, Mr. Carter, just plain milk. Here,
How about the other sample I gave you? The milk from Mrs. Fraser's glass.
That? Didn't even look at the report on that. She wasn't killed, was she?
No, but she claims she was being poisoned. What does that analysis show?
Let's see. What's hyacinth?
A slow-acting poison.
Well, I'll be darned. Says here there was enough hyacinth in Mrs. Fraser's milk to have poisoned half the colony.
I thought so.
Then why was it Don who got poisoned instead of the old lady?
Sheriff, this is all part of a well-thought-out plan. The plan to commit wholesale murder, unless we can stop it.
Carter, you're crazy. You carry any guns?
Why, of course I do. One.
Better let me have it. Be safer that way.
Why should I turn my gun over to you?
As sheriff of this district, it's my duty to see that nobody carries a gun he ain't got a permit for. And I don't trust you. You see things don't exist.
Okay, Sheriff. I know I have no rights in this part of the state. Just a minute. There you are, Sheriff.
Look, what's the idea of taking out the cartridges before you turn the gun over to me?
I don't trust you any more than you do me. I'd hate to be shot with my own gun.
Why? All right. Give it back to you when you're ready to leave. I hope it'll be soon.
Just as soon as I find out a few answers I don't know yet.
Oh, hello, Sheriff. Found out anything yet?
Nothing that helps much.
Sharon, if you children didn't get your mother's money when she dies, to whom would it go?
Well, Uncle Roy would get it.
And if Uncle Roy didn't get it?
It goes to some charity, I think. What are you getting at?
Does your mother take small doses of hyacinth as a sedative?
Yes, and it's darned expensive.
Could anybody get at it?
Probably. It's not locked up. What is all this?
I wonder just how sick your mother really is.
You coward. Trying to drag the sick woman's name into this mess.
I'm dragging nobody, and I'm just
Not
trying...
too loud, please. Mrs. Fraser's feeling better now.
Where's Uncle Roy?
I left him with Mrs. Fraser.
You what? Great grief, get out of my way.
Mr. Carter, what's the name?
I was afraid of that.
Vengeance is mine. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Vengeance is mine.
Carter, what's happening?
Sheriff,
Uncle Roy.
Yes, Uncle Roy. Dead.
So she killed Uncle Roy. Stabbed him in the back.
Yes. Must have made him lean over the bed and then drove the knife in his back.
Vengeance is mine.
I should have warned you, Mr. Carter. I've known for a long time that she was dangerously insane, but I never dreamed she would go this far.
First Don, now Uncle Roy.
Mr. Carter, do you mean that Mrs. Fraser had anything to do with Don's death?
That's ridiculous. How could she have killed Don?
It was really very easy, Sharon. Just as soon as I found the analysis showed hyacinth in her milk, I knew the answer. She coaxed Don to try it, and there was so much poison in it that even the sip he took was fatal. The poison made him sleepy, and he went to his own room to lie down.
But why? Why should she want to do it?
I'll get to that in a minute.
Well, old Mrs. Fraser certainly wasn't the one who fired at Sharon this morning.
Naturally not. But if you'd got there a little sooner, Alex, you would have caught the murderer red-handed. He stopped his car by the road, ran into the brush, shot at Sharon, missed her because he was in a hurry, and then got back in his car and drove on.
Do you know who it was who did the shooting, Mr. Carter?
I do. It was the same one who was responsible for Don's death and for Uncle Roy's.
But you said Mother killed them.
You notice I said the one who was responsible. Your mother isn't responsible. She's just the instrument the murderer used to accomplish his ends.
But who is it then?
Sharon, whose leather jacket is that on the chair behind you?
Leather jacket? What?
Yes.
That's Dr. Gavin's. I remember he wore it when he helped me into the house this morning.
Well, look at the right sleeve.
Right sleeve? Oh, I see. There's blood on it. It must have come from where I was shot when I leaned on him.
That isn't your blood, Sharon. You'll find more blood inside the sleeve, which certainly couldn't have come from your arm.
What are you getting at, Mr. Carter?
The real murderer is the one who could best work on poor Mrs. Fraser's mind with drugs and suggestions. The one who implanted in her sick mind the idea that her children were evil and wicked. The only one who could have left a surgeon's scalpel where her hand could get at it when she wanted to stab Uncle Roy, in compliance with his suggestion.
Carter, you mean the Dr. Gavin?
Yes, Alec, that's what he means. And he's quite right.
Dr. Gavin, you...
It would have worked out except for you, Carter. I was afraid of you when you first came here. That's why I tried to kill you with that urn.
You overplayed your hand, Gavin. If you'd let me go my way as I wanted to, I would never have given the Fraser household a second thought. But you made me mad. And that was your mistake.
I didn't dare let you go.
But you wished you had this morning when my shot swinged you in the arm as you tried to kill Sharon.
I'll get even for that right now.
Dr. Gavin, a gun! You can't...
Oh, yes, he can, Sheriff.
Right, Mr. Carter. I happen to know that the sheriff took your gun away from you, so you're helpless. There'll be no last-minute gun battle with you winning the fight. There'll just be one shot for each of you, and I...
Sorry to disappoint you, Gavin, but the sheriff only took one of my guns. He overlooked the one on my shoulder holster, which you see is quite effective. All right, Alec, pick up his gun. Now get the sheriff. He'll know what to do with a cowardly rat like this.
But I don't understand why Dr. Gavin wanted to get them all killed off. What did he hope to get out of it, Nick?
Well, that was all brought out at the inquest, Patsy. Seems that this Gavin was an imposter. Never was a doctor. Got kicked out of medical school in his senior year for being mixed up in an illegal operation. He met old Mrs. Fraser a few years ago, and in some way convinced her that he was a great doctor. As far as I know, he had no other patients. He concentrated on her because he knew that she had over $1 million stolen away. And he wanted it.
But how could he hope to get it, Nick, even if he did kill off all the other heirs?
Well, Patsy, remember I told you that after the children and Uncle Roy were killed, the money was to go to some charity?
Yes, I remember that.
Well, investigation showed that the charity that was to get the money was a phony outfit that Gavin had fixed up for the occasion.
Oh.
In other words, Gavin and the charity were one and the same thing, and existed only for the purpose of getting the Fraser millions.
That's a pretty clever setup at that.
Yes, but Gavin forgot one thing, though.
What was that?
When he was whispering biblical quotations to the old lady, he should have remembered the one that goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life.
Oh, I see what you mean. That's the one that applies to him right now. A life for a life. Too bad he missed that one.
Well, how are you, Patsy? Any word from Nick?
Oh, just a minute, Nick. Oh, hello, Lieutenant. I'm talking to Nick right now.
Oh.
Want to say hello to him?
Well, sure. Why not?
Nick?
Yes?
Lieutenant Riley just dropped in. He wants to say hello to you. Hold on.
Nothing doing. That's one reason I came up here for a vacation, just so I wouldn't have to say hello to Riley.
Oh, but Nick...
Bye-bye, Patsy. See you when I get back.
Well, he couldn't wait to talk to you, Lieutenant, but he said to give you his regards anyway.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will give you a preview of next week's exciting case. But before they do, here's a hint to every good hostess. When you invite guests these days, it's so brisk outside, there's an added warmth of hospitality inside a home that's beautifully cared for. And your home has that look when you care for your floors, your woodwork, your furniture, with the 3 great Linux home brighteners. You'll notice, for instance, that your furniture takes on new loveliness when you've used Linux cream polish to remove that cloudy accumulation of dust and previous polish. For Linux cream polish cleans as it polishes your furniture. Yes, it's true. In one quick, easy application, you banish messy fingerprints and dirt from your furniture, leaving a gleaming luster without that oily film which attracts more dust, makes more work. Linux cream polish saves one whole step in your cleaning day routine. And you'll like the way it helps conceal ugly scratches, too. Get it at your dealers now. Linux cream polish, spelled Lin-X. Get all 3 great Linux home brighteners, Linux self-polishing wax, Linux cream polish, and Linux clear gloss varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what can you tell us about your next thriller?
A young friend of mine fell heir to a large and prosperous farm. But the 3 members of the family who had owned the farm before him had all 3 died within a period of 4 years.
Their deaths were also natural and so perfectly open and above board that he got suspicious. Everything looked too good.
Well, that seems like a peculiar way to feel.
Well, Ken, the peculiar part of it came in when we started our investigations and found he was right.
And found it out only just in time to save the life of the young fellow himself. The whole thing was extremely cleverly worked out.
What do you call it, Nick?
Ready for Murder.
Or The Mystery of the Dead Scotty.
Now, so long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both. See you again next week as usual. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Ready for Murder. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Dead Scotty.
Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The February winds spin, dance, race in the morning avenue, and Broadway lurches in their wake, and hands are frozen to early editions of newspaper, and winter lies against cheek and mouth. And search the headlines for what the winds are taking to die with them. And search memory, too, for January images sworn to remembrance, ice on masts of freighter bound for the tropics. And further back, deeper in memory, the holiday time and the holiday women, and they dance by now in chill embrace of winter wind. And solace is the corner coffee stand and the donut, and waiting a little way up the street, the time clock. And downtown, the new morning is emergency ward of police hospital, and the wall clock that jerks its hands into the 8 o'clock time, and a man, Dr. Sinsky.
Shock, exposure. For a whole night, the girl lay in an alley and no one to...
Over the phone, you said that.
I know what I said, poison. There were symptoms. The lab confirmed my diagnosis just minutes ago.
Pretty.
Yes. Now that Daddy's asleep, her prettiness has returned. Here, Danny. Here's the history on her. Identified from things in her pocketbook as Peggy Warner, age 28.
Where was she found?
A moment, Danny. Alley emptying into 19th Street, back of Tate's Bar and Grill on 3rd Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
A woman came running to patrolman Carnes on the beat, yelled a drunk girl was sleeping in the alley, and then...
Poison, shock, exposure. What are her chances, Doctor?
What do you want me to say, Danny? I gave her sleep for a little while. To give her back her life? What do you want me to say, Danny?
And outside now. The morning is a wind wall, so adjust yourself to it. One hand in overcoat pocket, one hand on hat, lower the head. Short walk to squad car, and the drive downtown. Crowd going to work time. Rush beneath long triangles of gray and splinters of sunshine. Uncadenced quick step of pedestrian, and blare of the car-borne taking turns according to the green light and the red. Left on 3rd Avenue and cruise for an address. Tate's Bar. Find it. Park. And Tate's Bar is 5 booths, 4 empty, 10 bar stools, half of them occupied. And the bartender flashes his 9 o'clock in the morning smile at you, takes it back at the flash of the badge, assures you his name is Tate, and assures you...
My time is yours.
Just a few questions about last night, Mr. Tate.
Last night was different.
There was a girl lying in the alley out back. Her name was Peggy Warner. Is Miss Warner in the habit of...
Look around you for a minute.
So?
You just bear with me.
Peggy Warner, Mr. Tate.
You just bear with me. We'll come to Peggy. This place of mine, this bar, a convenience. I cater to those who demand their booze. Me, personally, I wouldn't be caught even with my nose to a cork for the aroma.
What's this got to do with
I'm going to tell you why I fired her.
Go on.
So there are those who booze it from early morning on. I cater to this necessity. Notice the place, clean. The jukebox music, adjusted to soft tone level. The customer's voice is low. This I demand. Talk becomes above library level. Into the gutter they must go. Now we will consider Peggy.
Thank you.
So you'll understand.
I said thank you.
8 months ago, I got a whim. Hire a barmaid. I approve of women waiting on men. Dames I don't allow in here to drink, but to wait on in uniform and all, I have a whim where this is nice for the self-respect of those who like the bottle. I hired Peggy.
8 months ago.
About that. Then I caught her drinking with a customer. 2 days after she started to work here, I bounced her.
What about last night?
She came back looking for a job. She looked like she just swum her way to the top of a beer crock. Out the back way she did go, on my arm. No job from me to her.
I see. What else can you tell me about her?
8 months ago, when I fired her first... Yeah, maybe you'd like to know about that.
About what?
The customer who she drank with. She merely walked around to his end of the bar, went out with him, hand in hand.
And?
Well, the guy's name was... I'll get it for you. His address, too. I got it around here someplace. But whatever this guy's name was, I saw him the next morning at his house.
Oh?
Yeah. Next morning, I got a messenger with a $10 bill and a note from Peggy. Bring my dress and street shoes around to this address. I did. The man I mentioned opened the door for me, took the bundle, and slammed the door in my face. Sure, I'll get his name and address for you.
Yes? What do you want?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
And please be brief. You've chosen a very bad time. A woman's morning is quite crowded enough without...
Charles Blake live here? Charles Blake, I was given this address.
Charles is my husband. Do I have to stand out here and discuss it, whatever you...
No, Mrs. Blake.
Well, then let's go inside. I'm chilled to the bone. Here in the hall will do. Just let me warm myself at the register a moment. Ooh. Now, what's this about Charles?
I want to talk to him. Where is he?
In his office, maybe? Out with one of his clients, maybe? What do police have to do with Charles?
A girl was found in an alley early this morning.
There you go again. I've read how you people do things. Make it sound big. Toy with it. Act smart and fresh and knowing...
You'll let me finish, Mrs. Blake?
What alley? What girl? Some girl Charles is supposed to know? Something you found in an alley and right away... What girl?
Peggy Warner, girl your husband...
Oh, Peggy. That one?
Funny, Mrs. Blake?
I just like a girl like that. Where else but in an alley? Strikes me funny I was so right about her. Do you mind?
What else did you feel about her, Mrs. Blake?
That she had a fresh mouth and she was sloppy and lazy and had to be yelled at to make her do things. She was our maid, you know.
I didn't know.
Oh, yes. Charles brought her home one evening and said to me, standing right there, he said to me, Martha, I've brought you that maid you've always wanted. And Tom, my son. Tom said, you've always wanted one, Mother. Let's try it for a while. And I thought about it, and I said, all right, Charles, all right, son, if you both think we need one. And was she drunk when you people found her?
She was poisoned. She's dying.
And I tried it. For 2 weeks, I really tried it, honestly, but I just couldn't bear her anymore. Sloppy and just fresh-mouthed, and we paid her off and dismissed her, and... Oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes, Tom. Where are you? Oh, no. No, I don't think so. I'd rather you didn't. Not here. You tell your father... Not now, Tom. You and your father are not to... Now, you listen to me.
Your son, Mrs. Blake?
Just a minute, Tom. Yes, it's my son. Do you mind waiting
He's with his father?
Why, yes. He's with Charles, and I don't see any need for them to traipse all the way up here from downtown just to...
You're right, Mrs. Blake. As long as they're downtown, just tell them to drop in at headquarters right away. Ask for me. Now, go on, tell him, Mrs. Blake.
Tom? Yes, there's someone with me, a Mr. Clover from the police. He wants you and your father to go to police headquarters right away. Well, I don't know, son. I don't know. I'll tell him. Son? Tom? He hung up.
They'll be there?
Yes. Mr. Clover?
Yes?
That girl. It's all she was, what I told you. It's all she deserves.
Just sit down, gentlemen.
What's this all about? What are my father and I doing in a police station? Pop, I told you...
Take it easy, son. Mr. Clover must have a reason. What do you do for a living, Mr. Blake?
I'm a tax consultant.
What about you?
I used to help out my father. I'm on my own now.
And he's very good, Mr. Clover.
Look, Mr. Clover, my father and I were on our way home.
Either one of you know a girl named Peggy Warner?
Come now, Mr. Clover, surely you asked my wife the same question, and surely she told you that Peggy once worked for us.
Tell me about her.
Of course. She worked for us, maid.
She was unsatisfactory as a worker. She was fired.
Who fired her?
I don't remember. Who fired her, Tom?
What is all this? A maid waved a dust mop around
She
our
was
house.
found in an alley, poisoned.
Suicide?
Well, for one thing, she's not dead yet. For another...
I still don't get this at all. We haven't seen Peggy since last summer sometime. July, around then.
That go for you, too, Mr. Blake?
Of course.
Now tell me about how you first met her, Mr. Blake.
How do you know it was I?
About Tate's Bar. Tell me about that.
I'll be glad to. My office was nearby. I stopped in for a quick one at Tate's Bar. Peggy waited on me. I drank to her health. She told me she wished she could drink to mine. I bought her a drink. She drank it. The boss saw her, fired her.
You figured it was your responsibility to take care of her, is that it?
Not to take care of her, to see that she got located again.
Listen, you. My mother had been screaming for a maid, so my father brought her one. Peggy was a lousy maid, that's all. And I'll tell you something else. My mother didn't like the way she took too long to clean up my room. That make you happy?
No sense making up lies, Tom. There's nothing...
Who's lying?
I see. Well, that's about it, Mr. Clover. All we can tell you honestly now. My son and I were having a beer together. My wife is expecting us. She'll worry.
Sure, go home. If I need you, you'll be there, won't you?
Of course, but why should you need us anymore?
Let's get out of here, Pop.
And son walks away from it. Opens door for father. Grins.
You want to make a production out of it, Pop? Let's get out of here. Come on, Pop. The man said... Pop, you listening?
For a little while longer, the father sits in silence, then rises, walks past the boy, into corridor, without waiting, without a word to him. And boy winks at me and closes door. And through window, morning drifts the streets, and chill is grayer now. And over a doorway, neon sparks, sputters, flows in twisted tube. A man looks up, enters, and brief flurry of wind people on Winter Street.
Danny? Danny?
Come on in, Doctor.
I've just come up from emergency ward checking my patients. That girl this morning.
Peggy Warner?
Yeah, her too.
Well, what about her, Doctor?
This about her. The question you asked of me this morning?
What question?
You said, what chances, Doctor? I didn't have an answer for you then. Now I have. Now there's nothing to ask anymore. She's dead. Peggy Warner is dead. When you look through your window, what do you see, Danny? Tell me about it.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. You've heard about the devastation spread in Holland by the hurricane. No doubt it touched your heart, in common with all Americans. And if you've been wondering what you can do to help these brave people in their hour of desperate need, please listen. The State Department and the Executive Office of the President suggest that you send immediately a check to CARE, C-A-R-E, CARE, New York. Holland's greatest need is for blankets. CARE can send more, faster, with your dollars. To relieve an immediate, pressing need, make your relief money for Holland go farthest by sending your check to CARE, New York.
When it begins, when the February part of winter comes around, there's a kind of joy on Broadway. The time is starting to end. Peek under the calendar page and know that spring will come again, and the smile you make makes a little warm inside. But there'll be the winter things to remember. The evenings just as nighttime drifted in, when lights danced their patterns just for you, and later when you made the stars do things just for her. And Winter Park, snow in black tumbled hair, and Hudson dawn, fingers against cool curve of cheek and laughter. It's starting to end, but there's still time. Run after it. Hurry. The rush of new morning at police headquarters, the way it happens always, but with minor variations according to the vagaries of Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Money.
Gino?
Take a handful of peanuts, Danny, and sing along.
Go ahead, finish.
Thanks, Gino. I'll save them for later.
I saw Mrs. Tartaglia put them in my lunchbox, and I couldn't wait. And 3 peanut butter sandwiches.
Like peanuts, huh? What's the matter?
What a question. It's like asking a fellow if he likes gherkins.
What?
A question.
Gino, do you have anything for me?
Indeed I do.
You let me have it, please.
Some questions. Like asking a
So
fellow...
help me, Gino.
Very well, Danny. A check into the background of Miss Peggy Warner, deceased. Nothing on the blotter at records. So far as we can tell, Miss Warner was a law-abiding citizen. However...
However what?
A hurry-up wire to Baltimore, to the Social Security office, and a relay to the folk down there of Miss Warner's Social Security number taken from her effects revealed the following.
Go on.
Miss Warner was a bad employment risk for some reason or another. A list of places where she worked for the last 8 months is this long. Here, Danny, you can see for yourself. After the bar job, she was employed as a waitress in the village tea shop. Then as an elevator operator at a fancy dress shop on Park. And
Gino.
Then... yes, Danny?
I can read.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gino. You were good today. Very good. Tell Mrs. Tartaglia.
There'll be a very small wait for a table, sir, so if you'll just give me your name.
Danny Clover.
Danny Clover, with 1 L, of course. You see? There you are, in big block letters on my pad, right under Mrs. Trafer and party of 3. And if you'll nuzzle among those others on the bench, we'll have you teed and fed in just the smallest time.
I'm not eating.
Then we'll put you with someone who is. And if you're fortunate, you'll get a fat one who's dieting, and you can have her blue plate dessert with your tea.
I'm from the police.
You're police?
It's about Peggy Warner, a girl who used to work here.
That one.
Mm-hmm.
But she died today. It's all over the noon editions. A little while ago, I had a midday snack over it in the kitchen with the salad boy.
Look...
An August girl, that one. And you know August girls.
No, tell me.
You don't know? How odd. Like this they are. They blow in with the August wind, always at evening. Ask for a job or given it, and first thing you know, the season hits them. And there's nothing to do but sack them, fire them, give them the boot, the old heave-ho.
Weather affects their work?
You really don't know, do you? This Peggy, this August thing, was doing very well on table. So well, in fact, I put her on tea leaves.
Huh?
Fortunes, of course. The extra charge is minute, and the men seemed to like it when it was Peggy at the leaves. But when she made their futures all come true, went out with them on the side, dated them at odd hours, what else is a person to do, I ask?
The heave-ho, huh?
Your compassion is so welcome. Oh, pardon. Mrs. Trafer, we're ready for you. That table near the fireplace.
Peggy Warner, is that the name?
That's right. She worked here in this dress shop, didn't she?
Why? What about her?
What about her is that she's dead. Why is because I'm a policeman and I'm asking.
Miss Warner worked here. She ran the elevator. I was floor manager in the college shop at the time. I remember her.
I'm glad you do, because I want you to tell me about her.
There are only 3 floors here. There's not much to tell.
She lasted 3 weeks here, Mr. Austin. How come such a short time?
She's dead?
That's right.
And there's an investigation?
That's right.
Murder?
We're pretty sure of it.
I see. She nearly cost me my job. That's why I signed the complaint slip against her for personnel. It was on my account she was discharged.
I know. That's why the manager of this place sent me to you for a fuller explanation.
Sometimes cheapness attracts a man, I'm sorry to say.
You?
I took her out a few times, 3 beers and a second-run movie each time. And goodbyes each time, not good night. I didn't like myself.
So you had her fired?
I couldn't stand her around. I'm thinking of marrying a lovely girl who... Well, I had to get rid of Peggy. I did. Now she's dead. Now I can stop looking for her.
And leave him. And 2 other places where a girl, now dead, had worked, had been fired, had made other brief impressions. Usherette in a theater on West 125th Street. Handled uniform and flashlight real clever until one day showed an early matinee movie lover to a loge seat. Sat down in the empty one next to him right through second feature, newsreel, animated cartoon. Candy intermission also while the lights were up. Also laughed loud through very sad passages. Fired. Turned in flashlight and uniform. And a 5 and dime on East 26th Street. Lon changed several men customers till one day she did it to lady store detective. Laughed right in her face. Fired. And the home insulating firm where Peggy Warner had been hired as house-to-house canvasser had made a house call. After an hour, phoned the home office, said she thought she needed a vacation. Our canvassers work on a volume basis. Fired. The life work, the employment rundown on Peggy Warner. And forget the rest of the list. Go back to headquarters. And a man in your office waiting for you.
You been hustling, Danny?
Gino said you've been waiting. He said Detective Muggavan had something for me. You got something, Muggavan?
I've been making a routine rundown on Charles Blake. Figure maybe I could save you some legwork.
Oh, tell me.
Charles Blake, you remember, the big-hearted fellow meets a girl, buys her a drink, gives her a job in his own home, a maid for the wife and kid.
I remember. What about him?
Well, Charles has been separated from his wife 6 months now. A stunner, huh?
Go on.
He hasn't lived in his home. Kindly folk, neighbors, clients, very glad to cooperate with you boys of the police department, that type. They told me. Told me other things.
And you'll tell me, huh?
It's what I knew you'd ask, Danny. Yeah. They told me how Charlie Blake didn't deserve a nice home like this, a nice wife, how Charlie was a chaser, also a hunter.
All right, he hasn't been in his home for 6 months. You find out where he has been?
You got that list Tartaglia gave you? Places where Peggy Warner worked?
Yeah?
Give it to
Oh,
me.
look, Muggavan, I've been through the list.
Oh, just give it to me, huh? Thanks. Now, come over here to the wall map, Danny, a map of the city. I'm encircling some spots on it while I waited. Here.
Oh, what about it?
Places where Charles Blake has opened a tax consultant office in the last 6 months. Sometimes with living quarters, sometimes a rented room right in the neighborhood. A wanderer, huh, Danny?
Yeah.
Now, check these against the addresses of places where Peggy Warner worked. Here, West 125th Street. Charlie's office here. This one, Mrs. Teamy's Tea Shop. Charlie here. Bank Street in the Village. Charlie's office on Bank. This one.
Get a squad car, huh, Muggavan?
That's why I waited, Danny, so you'd tell me to do that.
What do you want here, Clover?
Talk. Let's go inside.
You're busting up a family evening. Why don't you come back some other time?
Tom?
Okay, we go inside.
Who... Oh. Hello, Mr. Clover.
Good evening.
Something you want, Mr. Clover?
Where's your husband?
Pop? What do you want with Pop?
Where is he?
Mother.
Get him.
He's upstairs.
Still about that girl, Mr. Clover?
That's right.
I don't understand what gives you the right to come here, into our home, order people to do things
Mrs. Blake, you're an intelligent woman. This has got murder in it. It's not a matter of ordering people. It's a matter of getting things done. Right now, all that has to be done is to talk to you and your husband and your son.
And then what?
We'll know who killed Peggy Warner.
I'll tell you something, Mr. Clover. I'm beginning to get the impression that you're a ridiculous man.
What do you want, Clover?
I'm sure your son just told you. It's still about Peggy.
Oh, he's hinting, Charles. Hinting around that you, me, Tom, one of us had something to do with that girl's death.
How does it feel to be back home, Mr. Blake?
Tell him.
It feels... I'll tell you how it feels. Look, Pop.
Leave your father alone.
I just want him to watch out what he's saying, that's all. I'm glad I'm home, Clover, that's all.
And I'm glad he's home.
What about you, Tom?
You kidding? He's my father.
Is it just a coincidence that your father came home after the paper screamed a girl named Peggy Warner was found dying in an alley?
You've been nosing around, haven't you?
Which one of you poisoned her? All right, then we'll go on. You brought Peggy into your house, Mr. Blake. Then she was discharged. Then you kept following. Set up your place of business close by her. Wherever she went, you...
All right, listen.
What?
It happens, that's all. So it happened to my father.
But you threw him out of the house when it happened, didn't you, Mrs. Blake?
He's back now. It's over. The girl is dead. My husband suffered. I suffered, and my son. We'll be a stronger family for it.
Did you kill her, Mrs. Blake? Tom? Mr. Blake?
What makes you so sure one of us killed her?
You, because you couldn't get her out of your blood. She wrecked your family. She was wrecking your life. Tom?
All right. She was... You know what kind of a girl she was. I knew. I knew the second day she was in.
Shut up!
Oh, sure, Pop. Go get angry. That's an emotion, too. You can have it. Sure, I had a motive for killing Peggy. What she was doing to you.
Your motive, too, Mrs. Blake.
Yes.
Tom.
Yeah?
Whose idea was it for your father to come home?
What difference does it make?
It's important that...
You killed her, Tom.
Listen, Pop.
What'd you have to kill her for? All right, she was what you said she was. But you don't know. You don't know.
Let me tell you something, father of mine. I know. I know plenty. I know when a man makes a fool out of himself. I've seen fools, but you... Oh!
My two men. Father, son. Charles.
I'm sorry I hit you, son.
It's okay.
Charles, I'm trying to tell you something.
I'm sorry about everything, Martha.
I know. I'm sorry, too. Now, pay attention to me, both of you. I killed that girl.
Martha.
I followed you and found out where she lived. Then I went there night before last, and I brought a bottle with me. Heart-to-heart talk with whiskey. And it was poisoned whiskey. I killed her. Then I told Tom it was all right to bring you home. Why don't you slap him again, Charles? Hit your son, or me, for what you've done to us.
We'd better go, Mrs. Blake.
One more minute, Mr. Clover. I deserve that. I'm a woman who's kept a family together. Charles.
What?
I spoke with her first. She laughed at you. Live with that, Charles.
In the minutes before dawn, Broadway lies huddled in a dreamless sleep. It's the time of no stars and the silent wind. But walk the streets, take the slow walk, and listen. It's there. It's always there. The sound of weeping. And you know that nighttime will never leave. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Irene Tedrow was heard as Martha, Herb Butterfield as Charles, and Sam Edwards as Tom. Featured in the cast were Marvin Miller and Peggy Weber. Bill Anders speaking. A tiny island paradise off the African coast, covered with colored tropical fruit and vegetation, inhabited by brilliantly plumed tropical birds, becomes a scene of fear and violence in tonight's episode of Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. A man, his wife, and the son they dote on are enveloped by strange events indeed, until Tarzan decides to investigate. Don't miss Tarzan on most of these same CBS radio stations. Stay tuned now for the Vaughn Monroe Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, where there's Gunsmoke, there's Western Adventure, Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network. Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I like to say that. Hello there, this is Diamond. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I say it all the time. Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I think it sounds kind of, well, pretty bad. Of course, I'd rather say, hello there, this is I've got a sponsor, Diamond, but that's silly, too, because if I had a sponsor, I wouldn't have time to say, hello there, this is Diamond. I'd be overshining his shoes. Confused? Well, so am I. Want to get really mixed up? Let me tell you what happened last week. This is real silly. So silly, it wound up with murder. I was sitting in my office thinking about June Allison when the phone rang. Diamond Detective Agency. No other corpse can make that statement.
Oh, Rick.
Don't believe it? Just listen to what one of our satisfied customers has to say about Diamond. I've been buried now on 30 years.
Rick.
Hello, Helen.
You idiot. What are you doing?
I know this will throw you. Nothing.
No washing today?
Finished an hour ago. Oh, by the way, I got a beef.
A beef?
Yeah, those socks you knitted for me shrunk so much I need 4 more pair.
Well, if they shrunk, what do you want with 4 more pairs?
Going to start a new fad. Going to wear them on my toes, you know, toe socks.
Well, if I knit you 4 pair, that'll only give you 10 altogether.
Oh, by George, you really pulled off a speedy, didn't you?
Well, howdy. Wasn't half as bad as some of those ghastlies you come up with.
All right, Smarty. Now, what's on your rural mind?
Want you to do me a favor?
Like, for instance?
No, for instance. I told you a friend of mine would come up and see you, and I want you to do what you can for him.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it a minute, honey. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond, I was told to look you up. I am Renee.
Rick, what is it?
Helen,
Yeah, what's the matter?
something just tiptoed into my office. I got a hunch you know about it.
Oh, maybe that's Renee.
That's what it says.
If you are Mr. Diamond, I wish you'd please pay a little attention to me, or aren't you interested in a potential client?
Hold it a second, honey. Sure, I'm always interested in a potential client. What did you do, lose your wedges?
I beg your pardon?
Forget it. I've got Miss Asher on the phone now. She just told me you were coming up.
Oh, well, please say hello to Miss Asher. She's such a darling.
Yeah. Honey, Renee says to say hello. Says you're a darling.
Oh, well, say hello to Renee. He makes my hats for me.
I'll get the story from him. Call you later. Now, Mr. Renee.
Your full name is Benet. Renee Benet. How do you do?
How are you, Mr. Benet?
Mr. Diamond, I have a problem, and Miss Asher seemed to think that you could help me with it.
Well, depends. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I never use them. Depends on what. You don't even know my problem yet.
Look, I don't care if you swipe John Frederick's toupee. For $100 a day in expenses, I'll grow a mattress on his skull.
Mr. Diamond, I can see that you don't know much about hats.
You are so wrong.
Oh, am I? Well, it may interest you to know that John Fredericks are 2 people. Mr. John and Mr. Fredericks.
Look, Mr. Benet, I don't care if they're patrol number 3 of the Brownies. Can you afford $100 a day in expenses?
Mr. Diamond, I am the new sensation in hats.
You must look lovely. Okay, Mr. Benet, I take it you can afford me. Now, what's your problem?
I want you to prevent the theft of my 3 latest creations.
Hats?
Creations, Mr. Diamond.
Okay, creations. Why do you want them protected?
Why, because someone is going to steal them before my fall showing.
How do you know that?
Because on similar occasions, the same thing has happened. Twice, to be exact. The designs were stolen, and 2 weeks later, that lowlife George Marchand had his showing, and my hats were the high point of his show.
What did you do?
What could I do? I couldn't prove it. If I attempted to expose him, he would have said that I was lying. Everybody knows how much we hate each other. I'd have been a laughingstock.
Do you think he had the hat stolen?
I'm sure of it. And I'm also sure that someone in my salon is responsible for the actual theft.
You know definitely?
No, but I suspect my partner, Gerald Winters. He's always been jealous of my ability. Mr. Diamond, couldn't you open a window or something? It's frightfully hot.
Oh, it's the air conditioning. I keep a bag of red lip jumbos up in the vent. Sometimes they get stuck.
Red lip jumbos?
Pistachio nuts. You like hats? I get hung up on pistachio nuts.
Perhaps you should see a psychiatrist.
I did.
What happened?
I sent him 5 pounds of pistachios just yesterday.
Oh, well, here's my card. I'll see you at my salon, Mr. Diamond, in about an hour. Oh, and something else. I don't want my partner or the help to know that you're a private detective.
What am I supposed to do, buy a hat?
Well, I'll tell them that you're a designer from Hollywood. That way, whatever you say will be all right. See you in an hour.
Richard of Hollywood is coming here to look at our new line.
That's correct, Lillian.
Never heard of him.
Well, that's not so surprising, Gerald. There are a lot of people I'm sure you've never heard of, especially the more famous ones.
I don't like that.
Oh, don't you? Well, I'm overjoyed that you're sure of one thing, at least.
Now, don't you two start fighting again. I've never heard of this Richard of Hollywood either.
Well, he's a new man, works for the studios. Has made quite a sensation the last year or so.
Well, I'm sick and tired of temperamental artists. I'm going back to my office.
Well, why don't you do that, Gerald? Keep the books in the black, dear Potter, while I work to pay for your salary.
You know, Rennie, someday I'm going to strangle you with one of your own hats.
Why don't you buy yourself a barbell instead? Then the next time you get into a bathing suit, there'll be no doubt that you have muscles. Oh, this boy.
How can you two continue like this? It's frightful.
Lillian, my love, I would rather join forces with a Cobra than to keep on with Gerald. But he has an iron-bound contract that assures him of at least $50,000 a year. I'm helpless. Yes, come in. Oh, Richard, come in.
Thanks. You better go out and pour some water on your partner. I just ran into him.
Gerald, what do you mean?
Well, I was looking for you, and he came up and introduced himself.
You told him your name?
Told him I was a hat designer from Hollywood, so he pointed out your office and said something about my lily white hands.
And what happened?
I didn't like the remark, so I shoved one of them down his throat.
Oh, wonderful. This I'll have to see.
I put a feather in his mouth. You can't miss him.
Renee, don't you think...
Oh, I'm sorry. Stupid of me. Lillian, this is Richard of Hollywood.
What? Oh, yeah.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. How do you do?
This is Lillian Richmond, my junior designer and chief model. Now, you two think of something clever to talk about. I want to see Gerald, bloody nose, feather, and all.
Cigarette? You look nervous.
Oh, thanks.
So, Gerald was the victim of a collision?
Yes.
Do your friends call you Richard?
Well, it depends on how friendly they get. Then sometimes they come up with some real hair curlers. What do your friends call you?
I prefer Lillian, but sometimes they call me Lil.
Well, Lil sounds more interesting.
That's when they call me Lil, when things get interesting. You don't act much like a hat designer, Richard. More like you should be playing football.
Oh, well, I started by designing helmets for Notre Dame.
I understand you work for the movies. You with any particular studio?
No. I'm with an independent company. Real Square Productions. We make training films.
Training films?
Oh, that was simply wonderful. I had to pour a vase of water on him. Several customers were so frightened they left, but it was worth it. And how are you two getting along?
Richard was just talking about football. He was explaining the merits of a short pass.
Oh. Well, if you don't mind, Lillian, Mr. Richard and I have some business to talk over.
Not at all. Get him to tell you how he started by making helmets. Maybe you'll get some new ideas, Renee.
Helmets? Oh, my goodness.
See you later, Richard.
I'll wear my muzzle.
Isn't she lovely? She has about as much conscience as a tiger in a chicken coop.
Okay, now, what about our business?
Oh, of course. Now, here's a retainer. I trust that $500 is enough to start on.
My landlord will think so. What do I do?
Well, I've told everyone that you're going to be with us until the fall showing. You want to see how I work. Perhaps take some designs back to Hollywood with you. Now, all you really have to do is to get to know the people that work for me. Now, be here from 9 in the morning to 6 at night and keep those designs from being stolen.
Oh, by the way, where are the designs?
In my safe here. Tomorrow they go to the designing rooms, and that's when the situation becomes acute. We'll have nothing to worry about until tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow in the morning at 9, Mr. Diamond.
Okay. Oh, in case you need me, here's my card. I'll write my home number on it. For some reason, when I get a client, they always run into silly little things like murder or something. You just might need me. See you in the morning. I left Renee and headed for my apartment. I had suddenly found myself in the horrible position of a man with a steady job. 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Now, I'm a guy who can get along without too much sleep, especially when the situation calls for it. Like the little blonde dancer that works over on 52nd Street. There was a situation. But this time, I figured a good night's rest wouldn't do me any harm, so when I got home, I fixed a bite to eat, took a hot shower, and climbed into my little old shack.
Diamond?
Oh, hello, honey.
Now, you stop that. Wake up.
What? Oh, no. Who is it?
It's Lieutenant Levinson.
Well, bully for you. What time is it?
It's 4:30 in the morning.
Goodbye, Walt.
Now, you wait a minute. I'm just trying to make things easy on you. And what was that hello, honey, for?
Oh, I was dreaming. What do you mean, make things easy for me? At 4:30 in the morning, nothing's easy.
I wanted to let you get here under your own steam. I know what a shock it'd be if I sent Otis down there to drag you out of bed.
Oh, yeah. Horrible. That old lady ate the fire that Dracula was loose again. Hey, what do you want me there for?
Well, I know you won't be surprised, but there's been a Rittero killing.
Well, so what?
So you're mixed up in it. Now get down here.
Now, wait a minute. Who's dead?
A guy named Benet, auto accident.
Rene Benet?
Yeah, I guess that's the way you pronounce it. You see, Otis, you mallet head, you were wrong. It's pronounced Benet, not Benny. That idiot was calling him Rennie Benny.
Walt, how did you know I was working for Benet?
Your card was found in his pocket. I'm at 125th Street, so come on up as fast as you can.
Well, as soon as I get my football helmet off.
Football helmet? You sleep in a football helmet?
Well, I do. Don't you? Bye. I left the apartment and took off the address Walt had given me. It was way uptown on Riverside Drive. It was cold, and the fog had begun to drift in. I found Walt over near the prowl car, and he briefed me. Rene Benet had been killed in an automobile accident. His car had crashed over a 100-foot viaduct.
He went through the guardrail up there, Rick.
Oh, wonder what he was doing way up here. Certainly wasn't headed home.
Maybe he was going to see someone.
Oh, maybe. Better check and see if he knew anyone out this way.
Now, you wait a minute. You think something's wrong?
Could be, huh? He had a partner who might want him out of the way. Oh, it's a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty badly burned before the fire boys got here. Wait a minute. Otis is over there with him. Otis!
Probably warming his feet.
He couldn't warm those big things on an atom bomb. Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Did you find anything?
Yeah, there's been a fire.
Oh. Get over here.
Walt, what about that card you found in his pocket? Why didn't it get burned?
It was in one of his suits over at his apartment. I put in a call, checked his license plate, found out who he was, where he lived, and sent a couple of boys over. They came up with your card. You know how they all love you.
Anything else in the apartment?
Nothing yet. We'll get a report.
Here I am, Lieutenant.
He's getting smart.
Oh. Hello, Shamus.
Otis, get the car started. We'll go back to the station and wait for a report about this accident.
Yeah. Lieutenant.
No.
No?
That's right. You touch that siren and I'll throw you out of the car.
Oh, guy can't have any fun anymore.
Walt, when are you going to get that report? It's 6:30 in the morning.
I know it's 6:30. I always yawn like this when it's 6:30. Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah?
I got that report, Lieutenant.
Take the marbles out of your mouth. What did you say?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little sleepy.
Maybe you'd like me to sing you a lullaby.
Oh, that'd be silly.
Well, then make sense.
I got that report. Benny...
Benet.
Okay. He died from the fire. Autopsy showed he had a slight concussion, but not serious enough to kill him.
What about the car?
It wasn't tampered with. There was something funny, though. A steering wheel was smeared like someone had been wearing gloves. No prints. Benny didn't have on any gloves.
How'd the fire start?
Cigarette in the upholstery.
Cigarette in the upholstery. Okay, Otis, I'll call you if I need you. Go on back to sleep. Did you hear?
Yeah. Benet was murdered.
What makes you so sure?
Walt, Otis said he had a slight concussion, but not enough to kill him, right?
Okay.
You're going to tell me that he was unconscious the whole time it took that fire to start? Ordinarily, a cigarette smolders a long time.
Then why didn't he get out of the car?
Because he didn't have time to wake up. Someone helped that fire along, got it burning in a few minutes, and then pushed the car over the viaduct.
Ah, that isn't enough.
Okay. How's this, then? Benet didn't smoke.
Now, that I'll buy. But how do you know?
He told me. I offered him a cigarette in my office this morning.
Well, who do you think did it?
Well, I know he had two enemies. His partner, Gerald Winters, and another hat designer, George Marchand.
I'll have them picked up.
No. Let him alone for a while.
Huh?
Let's have some breakfast first, and then go down to Renee's salon when it opens.
Quite a store.
Yes? Oh, good morning. How's Richard from Hollywood?
From hunger.
Richard from Hollywood.
All right,
Oh,
Walt.
I wish Otis was here. He'd love this.
Well, whose side are you on? Now, Walt, this is Lillian Richmond, Walt. Lillian, this is Lieutenant Levinson.
Lieutenant?
Homicide.
Oh, well, I hope he's just in to buy a hat for his wife.
I'm not married, Miss Richmond.
Well, to buy a hat.
Lillian, I just called Renee's apartment to... Oh, what do you want?
Walt, this is Gerald Winters.
Who split his lip?
He ran into a fist.
Where were you between 3 and 4 o'clock this morning, Mr. Winters?
What do you want to know for?
Gerald, this is a lieutenant from Homicide. I think maybe something's happened.
What could have happened? I was in bed from 11 o'clock till 8. Besides, what's a policeman doing with the great Richard from Hollywood? Did someone see one of his creations and strangle to death?
Where were you around 4 this morning, Lillian?
Also in bed, but I can't prove it. Why?
Renee's been killed.
What?
You don't seem too upset, Mr. Winters.
No? Well, you're right. As a matter of fact, I'm not.
How did it happen?
Car went over the viaduct, burned to death.
Well, then why ask us where we were? It was an accident, wasn't it?
No, it was not an accident. Mr. Winters, what happens to you now? You take over the firm?
Well, yes. It all goes to me.
I think you'd better come down to the station. Answer a few questions.
Oh, no, you don't... Well, this is absurd. I hated Renee, but I'd never kill him.
Rick, do me a favor and go over to this George Marchand. Talk to him until I can send Otis down to pick him up.
You aren't a hat designer, are you?
Bingo. You win another split lip.
No, not...
Lay off him, Rick. Come on, Mr. Winters. Let's go.
I knew he wasn't. I just knew that man couldn't be famous in Hollywood or anywhere else.
Well?
Mm-hmm.
Police?
Private detective. The name's Diamond.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever play football?
Yeah.
Stop back after you see Marchand. I'd like to find out more about the game.
Strong line and a good backfield. You've played it.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. What can I do for you?
George Marchand?
Yes.
Well, I'm from the police, Mr. Marchand.
The police?
Your competitor, Rene Benet, was killed last night.
What?
He was burned to death in his car.
Oh, but this is horrible, horrible. But what has Rene's death to do with me?
Well, we think he was murdered, and we're trying to find a good motive.
Mr. Diamond, it's true that Rene and I were enemies. Everyone knew it, but to think that I would take his life is utterly absurd.
Yeah. Where were you about 4 this morning, Mr. Marchand?
Well, I was in bed, asleep.
Everybody sure had a dull evening. How well do you know Gerald Winters, Rene's partner?
Oh, just slightly.
How about Lillian Richmond?
By reputation only.
One more question. When's your fall showing, Mr. Marchand?
In 2 days.
Well, be sure to be around for it. The police get very unhappy if a murder suspect catches the first plane for the border.
Murder suspect?
See you later, Mr. Marshall. I left Marchand counting his pulse and wondering just how much I did know. And if he could have seen what was going on in my little old mind, he might have grown a few white hairs. I grabbed a cab and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station in Walt Levinson. Needless to say, he was not happy.
Oh, now, you wait a minute, Diamond. I'm satisfied with Gerald Winters. He's the only one who had a motive.
The only one who had a motive that you can see. Too many things point to someone else.
Give me a for instance.
Oh, you always want a for instance.
Well, hang it, you're trying to convince me that Winters isn't the killer, aren't you?
Yes, I am, Walt.
Then I want a for instance. I want to know your reason.
Well, Winters and Rene hated each other. Even as partners, they really wanted each other out of the way.
Are you crazy? You just gave me the best reason for hanging on to Winters.
Walt, when Rene was killed, he was 10 miles away from his apartment going in the other direction.
So what?
Did you find out if he knew anyone who might live out that way?
Even if he didn't know anyone out that way, I still say so what? The killer went for a drive with him, got out there, hit him over the head, poured gasoline on the seat, and dropped a cigarette. Pushed him off the viaduct. And Winters smokes. I know. I sent a whole carton down to his cell to make sure.
You're right about how the killer did it. But do you think Rene would have taken a drive like that with a man he hated, knowing how much a man hated him?
Huh?
And another thing. It was pretty warm yesterday and last night, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Lousy weather.
Okay. The killer wore gloves. Isn't that a little strange on a warm night?
So he slipped on some gloves. Didn't want to leave any fingerprints.
No. The killer was driving. The report said there were absolutely no fingerprints on the steering wheel. If Rene was in the driver's seat, there would have been a few of his anyway.
We couldn't tell whether he was in the driver's seat. He could have been thrown aside when the car crashed. But I don't get this glove angle.
You want to catch a killer?
Now, what kind of a remark is that?
Well, come on.
Oh, where are we going?
Down to Rene's shop. We can get in through a window I noticed in the alley. There are some designs in his safe, and Walt, the killer, has to get them out tonight.
There you are, Lieutenant. It's Jimmy.
Rick, I don't like this. Busting into a place without a warrant.
Oh, go on. Climb in and watch out for the burglar alarm.
All right. Come on, Otis.
Okay. Here, I'll give you a hand, Diamond.
Oh, well, that ought to be easy for you, Otis.
Yeah, why?
Well, you could hold on with the other 4 and still have one left over to grab me.
Oh, is that so?
You two lay off. Come on, Rick. Show me where to go.
Right over here, in Renee's office.
What makes you think the killer hasn't already stolen the plans?
I wouldn't have done it the night of the murder. That would have shown a motive. Wouldn't have done it today. Too many people in the shop. Go on in.
Gee. Spooky. I can't see a thing.
Walt, watch this.
Boo. Ah, for Pete's sake, Sharp.
Now, lay off, Otis Diamond. And where do we hide?
Just sit down anywhere and be quiet. The first person through that door is our killer.
That clock is going to drive me crazy.
You want me to shut it off?
How do you shut off a clock, stupid?
Busted.
Oh. Rick.
Yeah?
I still don't understand why that glove handle is so important.
Well, as a single item, it's not so important. But along with the rest, it was the first thing that gave me an idea of the killer.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I think I'm gonna... I did.
Oh. Rick, it's 3 o'clock. I don't think your killer's going to show.
Yeah, I'm getting stiff.
Hold it, Walt. I think we have a customer.
Otis, get up and stand next to that light switch. Flip it on when I tell you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Otis.
Oh, hello, Lillian.
Oh, you startled me. What's this all about? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
For me? I don't understand. I was just coming over to pick up some of my sketches. I forgot them this afternoon.
So you waited until 3 a.m?
I had a date.
Yeah. Otis, go out and drag in her date.
Now, you wait just a minute. I don't know what this is all about, but
Go
you've
ahead,
no
Otis.
right to...
All right.
Mr. Diamond, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Lever. Point by point, it goes something like this. Rene Benet was killed by someone he knew and trusted. He never would have gone for that riot otherwise. Benet didn't smoke, so the killer was an amateur and started the fire with a cigarette. The killer wore gloves, and it was too hot that night for a man to wear them without looking suspicious.
Are you saying that you think
Did you kill Benet? Sure you did.
Come on, you get in there.
Take your dirty hands off of me.
Yeah, here he is, Lieutenant. This is the guy in the car.
Lil, what is this all about?
You better ask Mr. Diamond, although I don't think he'll make much sense. He just accused me of killing Rene.
What?
Good morning, Mr. Marchand. I thought you didn't know Lillian.
Well, prior to this evening, I did not. I called her because I wanted to talk to her about Rene's death.
Ah, you're lying. Today at your shop, you call me Mr. Diamond. How did you know my name?
Well, you told it to me.
No. You're fibbing again. I just said I was from the police. Only one person who knew both of us could have called you, and she also knew I was on the way over to your shop. Didn't you, Lil?
The name is Miss Richmond. Now prove that I killed Rene. You've got no motive.
Well, the designs are enough to start with. You probably suspected I wasn't a hat designer. And you knew you had to work fast if you were going to get those designs to Marchand here before this fall showing.
That's not true. Lillian never gave me any designs from Rene.
You know, of course, Mr. Marchand, that if we stick your girlfriend with a murder rap, you're an accessory before and after the fact.
What?
Sure, maybe you'll get to sit in a nice electric love seat and hold hands.
Oh, but I had nothing to do with the murder.
Well, you knew about it, and you knew who did it. That's enough to put you away for 20 years. Being mixed up in the actual motive might get you life.
No. She was the one that did it. She knew Winters would be blamed for it.
George!
Yes, she stole the designs for me because she wanted to ruin Benet and take over his salon, but I did not know she was going to kill him.
Why, you
dirty little man. You did know it. You did know it. You helped me plan it if I got the best sketches for you. I'll tear your eyes out.
Get her away from me.
Come on, lady. Let's go.
Okay, haul them both out to the car. Rick, I don't know how... Rick. Oh, no. Rick! Oh, why does he always disappear like that?
Rick, what's that you're playing?
That's a new thing. Kind of pretty. Don't Cry, Joe.
Well, sing it.
All right, but you know that gripey neighbor in the other apartment building.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. You don't hear any of the other tenants yelling for you to shut up.
Well, maybe they're not as forceful as the Grouch. You see, honey, I got a couple of letters.
Letters?
Mm-hmm, from the people in that building. Most of them like the singing, but a couple feel the same way the Grouch does.
Well, there's only one way to find out what all the people in the building think.
How's that?
Open the window and sing so they can all hear you.
Okay, I'll buy it. You open the window. Don't you think maybe this is silly?
Rick, I like you to sing when you come over here, but I don't want you to do it if no one else does. Now, go ahead.
Okay. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. You've got to realize this is the wind-up. You'll feel much better once you make your mind up. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go.
No reaction yet. Maybe they all took poison.
Well, give them time. We'll find out soon enough.
I guess so.
Come on, let's go to the kitchen and case the icebox.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hy Averback, Kay Brinker, Clark Gordon, and Jay Novello. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned for Irene Dunn and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. This Saturday night, I'm going to spellbind you, Val. Caught me while spending a week and the fee from my last case in zestful living at a summer hotel, which was so swanky that the help hardly spoke to the guests. For $25 a day, I had one of the 50 bungalows on the hotel grounds. For $30, I could have had one with a window. Well, anyway, there was a girl up there. Isn't there always? She was named Janice Cole, a sort of a social secretary to the hotel. She was about 28. Her eyes were so big and blue they made you think of mountain lakes, and her hair was as black as a jealous rage. She had a figure that made you think you'd seen her before in a swimsuit. Oh, she was real quality. Much to my high blood pressure, she was engaged to a society playboy with $1 for every suntan in Florida, and his name was Clint Hayes. There was dancing going on in the ballroom of the hotel, and Janice was dancing with Clint. But she was watching me. I thought I saw fear in her eyes. They finished their dance right in front of me. Well, I certainly enjoyed that exhibition, Clint.
Glad you liked it, Rogue. Dancing with Janice is a wonderful way to spend an evening.
I believe that. Well, how about the next one, Janice?
Oh, I can't, Richard. I don't feel very well.
Oh, really, darling?
Yes, I think I'll go to my cabin, Clint. I have a terrible headache.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, dear. Is there anything I can get for you?
I've got some aspirin.
Oh, no. I think I'll just lie down for a while. I'll be back as soon as I feel a little more like enjoying the party.
After Janice Cole left, I ducked Clint and mingled with the crowd, fencing in and out of polite conversation and keeping up a gay front to cover the worry which was stampeding around in my mind. I couldn't forget the lost look in the eyes of Janice Cole, a look that was so full of fear and hopelessness that it haunted me. I decided, after sweating out 30 minutes of wondering why she was so frightened, to drop by her bungalow and have a fatherly chat with her. I casually worked my way along a chain of conversations to the open door and faded unobtrusively out into the night. There was a light in Janice's bungalow. I walked rapidly toward it. The door was ajar. When I knocked on it, it swung open. And I saw Janice lying there, a red pool expanding on the Navajo rug under her head. I took a few steps into the room. Oh! I was on the inside of a giant bell, clinging to the clapper with the strength of desperation. It swung through eternity like a giant pendulum. And at the end of every arc, the universe was shattered by the sound of the tolling. I couldn't stand the noise. I let go on the tremendous upsweep and was catapulted through space at a terrifying, breathless speed. The ringing of the bell grew fainter and fainter. And then, there was quiet. I drifted peacefully for a while and landed as gently as a snowflake on a sparrow's wing. And I rested on cloud 8 in the blackness of complete oblivion.
Hey, Chiefy! Chiefy! You better come out of it!
Oh, go away, Igor.
No, I'm sorry, Rogie, but you've got to get back on the ball or you're going to find yourself behind it. Come on now.
Oh,
come on.
Igor, go away. I'm not well. I've been hurt.
There are things going on that you ought to know about, Rogie.
I don't care. I'm on my vacation.
You're in trouble, Rogie. Bad trouble. Remember that dead girl?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Let him get away with it?
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Let me alone.
Well, I guess you've been hit on the head once too often, Rogie. Lost your nerve, huh?
What do you mean, midget?
No fight left in you. It's too bad.
I've got plenty of fight left in me. What's going on down there?
Well, you better go down and see, Rogie. Come on. I'll help you over the side.
Okay. Come on, give me a push, Igor. Oh, you're a fine alter ego, and I'm proud of you.
I try to take care of you, Chiefy. Over you go, Rogie. Over you go.
I dreaded dreaded opening my eyes because I remembered that dead girl lying there. But I opened them at last. And what I didn't see made me think I'd lost my mind. Where the body had lain, staining the Navajo rug, there was a Navajo rug, but no stain and no body. I wobbled to my feet. My knees were made of soup. I grabbed the bed for support and threw my massive intellect into high. There were strange things happening here, and they were happening to me. I decided to stay mum and get back to the dance to see what I could discover from the behavior of the inmates. I took out my pocket comb, dressed my hair around the bump on my head so I wouldn't look like I had two, wiped the bed and the doorknob clean of my fingerprints, and looking much better than I felt, rejoined the party. Clint was talking with Nancy Bowman, another luscious lady on the hotel social staff.
Hello, Rogue. We've been looking for you.
Oh, hi, Clint. Hello, Nancy.
Hello, Richard. Where have you been?
We're getting a little fresh air. How about this dance, Nancy?
Can't. I promised Clint.
Oh, go ahead. I'll be noble. Janice should be coming back soon anyhow.
Well, all right then. You're on, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, for you, my dear, both of them. See you later, Clint.
Bye.
You know, Nancy, that Clint's a lucky man getting a girl like Janice. She's what the boys in the back room call a dish.
I suppose Janice isn't lucky getting a man with $1 million.
Not my type. Now, I don't have the million, but I have
then let's just dance.
Oh.
Now that Janice has her millionaire, I'm out to get mine.
You girls old friends?
No, I've worked up here with her summers for a couple of years. She's a grand girl. Everybody loves her.
She's engaged to this creep with the millions?
Yes, they're going to be married in 2 weeks. Don't you ever read the newspapers?
Oh, guess it wasn't on the sport page.
Probably not. Though the way Janice stopped him, it could have been.
Kitty, 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 kitty.
May I cut in?
Hi, Frank. That's up to you, Richard.
Well, I never give up beautiful ladies to strangers.
You don't know Frank, the ladies' home companion?
That can be taken care of. Introduce me, Nancy.
Mr. Rogue, this is Frank Pitts, friend of Janice.
Oh, glad to know you, Mr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Rogue. Where is Janice anyway? She promised me some rumbas tonight.
Well, she wasn't feeling very well. She went to her bungalow to get a little rest. You insist on cutting in?
Unless you have some very fine arguments against it.
Well, I guess I haven't. Nancy, I hope I'll see you later.
You will. This is a temporary thing, Richard.
Oh, what happened to your dance, Rogue?
A man cut in on me.
Oh, that's Frank Pitts. He doesn't belong here, Rogue. He's all shoulders and no money.
I understand that he and Janice are old friends.
That's right. Frank Pitts has been in love with Janice for years. They're from the same town back east.
No kidding. Oh,
Yeah.
well, he was in love with her, too, huh?
Desperately. But I don't feel sorry for him. He's not good enough for a girl like Janice.
No, Clint, a girl's entitled to old friends. You seem to be the jealous type. No, I used to be a little like that about Betty Callahan.
I'm not jealous, Rogue. I just hate to see a girl like Janice making a fool of herself over a no-good like that Pitts. Ever since he arrived today, she's been moody and dejected.
Oh, that's the way it is. Oh, that's the way it is, huh? You and Janice had a spat over the old flame.
We did not. You're being most impolite, Mr. Rogue. Janice and I happen to be in love.
Yes?
There's a man outside who would like to talk with you for a minute.
Why?
It's most important, Mr. Rogue. Please come with me.
Okay, excuse me, Clint. Well, you look a little upset. What's the matter?
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
May I ask what you're talking about?
No, I can't tell you, Mr. Rogue. But in all my years in hotel management, this is the most terrible thing that's ever happened to me. Here he is, Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills is our district attorney, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Mills. What can I do for you?
You're Richard Rogue, the private investigator from Los Angeles?
That's right. Why?
Well, I'd like to talk with you, Miss Rogue, about a murder.
Oh, yes. Why, sure, Mr. Mills. Always glad to lend my talents to law enforcement.
That's nice of you, Mr. Rogue, because you can help a lot on this case. Why did you murder Janice Cole?
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, dandruff on the shoulders and coat collar of a well-groomed person is as out of place as snow in July. That's why so many persons who want to have a smart, well-groomed appearance use Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly. For Fitch Shampoo has a special solvent action that dissolves unsightly dandruff. When you apply Fitch's to your hair and scalp before adding water, this solvent action goes to work. So it's important to remember not to wet your hair before the shampoo is applied. After massaging your scalp briskly for a few minutes, then apply water. An abundance of cleansing lather will form to carry away the dissolved dandruff. Then the lather rinses out easily and completely, leaves the hair immaculately clean without a trace of dandruff. Yes, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is a real aid to good grooming. Use it regularly. You can buy an economical bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your beauty or barber shop. Now, back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
My guilty conscience was calling me names and giving me bad advice as I strolled out of the ballroom with the DA. He had accused me of murder, and I knew who was murdered. I'd seen her in her bungalow, dead. Janice Cole. The DA was as quiet as a grave during that walk, and not a bit more cheerful. I made a couple of abortive attempts at conversation, but I might as well have been talking to a totem pole. I couldn't understand why he was heading for my bungalow until he opened the door, and I saw Janice lying there on that blood-stained Navajo rug, just as I had seen her a half hour before in her own bungalow. I tried to say something, but the words couldn't get by the lump in my throat. I just stood there, my mouth hanging open, and my stomach frozen in a hangman's knot. I could feel the DA's eyes boring into the back of my head.
Well, Rogue, why'd you do it?
Well, I didn't kill her.
How do you explain the fact that she was killed here in your cabin?
She wasn't.
Now, look, Rogue, you better organize yourself, huh? You're supposed to be a smart investigator. Give me a gun.
I haven't got it on me. It's in that drawer there.
Yeah, we found that one. This girl was shot to death with a .25 automatic.
Any prints on it?
We're going to take yours for comparison.
Am I under suspicion for this murder?
At the moment, that's all you're under. I finally hope you'll be under arrest for it the next half hour.
Oh. You know, Mills, in a homicide, you usually have to have a motive. Hey, what's that? Why are you waving those newspaper clippings in my face? What are they?
The motive. You were blackmailing Miss Cole, Rogue. We found these clippings in your briefcase.
What do you mean I was blackmailing her? I didn't even know her.
Now, look, Rogue, you're smarter than that. Here's a whole envelope full of clippings covering Miss Cole's trial for the murder of her first husband back in Passaic, New Jersey. Her name was Jane Sherman then, and she was released for lack of evidence. Remember the trial?
Of course I do. Poisoning. But what's that?
So you found out that this Jane Sherman, now known as Janice Cole, was all set to marry $1 million. And you've been blackmailing her.
I don't know anything about it, I tell you. I don't know how those clippings got into my briefcase. It must have been planted there when I was knocked out in Janice's bungalow.
It's a switch, Rogue. You were knocked out in her bungalow, eh? When?
Look, Mills, I know this whole thing's going to sound fantastic, but I want to tell you the whole story. I came up here on my vacation. I never saw Janice Cole or whatever her name was before tonight. Disbelief walked across the DA's face as I unspun the web of circumstances which tied me into this murder. As I listened to my own story, I knew I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't been there. I showed him the bump on my noggin. He just nodded. I talked on, and as I talked, I realized that I was acting like every murderer I'd ever questioned. I know my face was red, my eyes were shifting as I browbeat my brain and trying to think of some circumstance which would at least give me the benefit of a reasonable doubt. Finally, I stopped talking. He took my fingerprints, and we went to Janice Cole's bungalow. There I got my first break.
All right, Rogue. Now, where was the body lying when you first saw it?
Right here. Come here. Look here. Look under this rug.
Uh-huh.
And blood on the floor where it seeped through the rug that's now in my bungalow. Do you see it?
Yeah. Blood, all right. Well, Rogue, that's the first thing that's made sense since we got together. I suppose there is an outside chance that somebody's trying to frame you.
Enough of a chance so a conviction would be hard to get, Mr. D.A. Look, you know me. I've got a little standing in my profession, a little substance. Give me 24 hours to get this thing hung around the right man's neck.
All right. If I don't have you locked up tonight, will you try and have the right man for me in the morning?
I'll have him. Now, tell me, who knows about the murder?
Well, the maid who went into your cottage to turn your bed down for the night, and the manager. Though I've told them both to keep quiet until I give them the go-ahead to talk.
Then none of the guests know about it yet, except the killer.
That's right. As far as I know.
Okay, Mills. Okay, now. You keep it that way until morning, and I'll come up with a guilty man for you. Big talk. I had been framed with loving care, like a sweetheart's picture. The DA shoved off to take care of the grisly details of moving the body from its temporary resting place on my bungalow floor, and I started shaking Janice Cole's bungalow down. There were particles of curved glass on the floor near where the body had been lying. I picked them up carefully and fitted the larger pieces together. They could only have been the crystal of a small, square wristwatch. It might be the clue to the killer. I went back to the main hotel building. The Saturday night party was still going strong. I rejoined the merry throng and looked for Frank. He seemed to me to be the logical suspect. He was from Janice Cole's hometown. He would have known about her trial for murder. I found him talking with Nancy in a corner, and he had on a large, round wristwatch. Nancy's watch was a dainty diamond and ruby affair, small and oblong.
Hello, Rogue. Nancy's been beating the bushes looking for you.
I have not. I just was mildly curious about where you disappeared to. I wanted to get rid of Frank and finish that dance with you.
Wow. This is as good a time as any. May I have the next one?
You may have all the rest of them if you like. Oh, what's the matter, Richard? You have a pensive look.
Well, I was just trying to figure something out.
Oh?
I was supposed to have a dance with you at 9 o'clock. Where were you?
I was here. I got here just at 9. Didn't I, Frank?
Don't try to prove anything by me, baby. I don't know. At 9 o'clock, I was having a drink with Clint Hayes in my bungalow.
Well, there goes your alibi, Nancy. You weren't here.
Alibi? Why would I need an alibi? I was here, you weren't. I looked all over for you.
Oh, now, let's not argue about it. Let's have the next one, huh? I'll be right back.
Okay. No tricks now.
Hi, Clint.
What?
Oh, how come you're sitting this one out?
Oh, hello, Rug.
Well, I'm sorry I startled you.
I was just in a deep fog.
Nancy come back yet?
No.
Nancy, I just changed her name there, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm kind of worried about her.
Well, she's subject to headaches like this, poor kid.
Maybe you'd better run over and have a talk with her, huh?
Oh, I hate to bother her when she's feeling bad.
Look, Clint, just to settle a little argument, were you and Frank Pitts having a drink in his bungalow at 9 o'clock?
Oh, yes, matter of fact, we were. How'd you know that?
He just told me. Just a silly little argument.
I wish Janice would hurry back in time for the last dance, at least.
Clint Hayes had on a large, square wristwatch. And he and Frank had unbreakable alibis. Nancy had none. They were my 3 prime suspects, and it looked to me like Nancy was about to be elected. I was sitting there looking for Nancy and carrying on a pointless discussion on headaches, their cause and cure, with Clint, when Nancy came running over.
Come on, Clint. You too, Richard. We're all going down to the pool for a moonlight dip.
No, I don't think I want to, Nancy.
Oh, come on. Just because Janice is feeling rocky tonight is no reason for you to be grumpy. Come on, Richard. Get your swim trunks and give the girls a treat.
Huh? All right, I'm in. Come on, Clint, a little dip until you got it.
No, I don't think
come on, Clint.
Oh, might as well, Clint. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it?
Well, Nancy, you got it all organized?
Yes, Richard and Clint are crazy about the idea, aren't you?
Oh, okay. I'll join you for a while.
Nice man, Clint. Hurry up now. See you at the pool.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, a word to the ladies. Are you planning to have a new permanent to help you achieve that cool, crisp look this summer? If you are, here's a good point to remember. Shampooing with Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo will put your hair into grand condition for that cold wave or permanent. That's because Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is such a thorough cleansing agent. It gets the hair immaculately clean and dandruff-free. Then, since it's completely soluble in water, it rinses out easily, leaving no dull, soapy film. Your hair is left radiant with no dirt, dandruff, or soapy film clinging to the hair strands to obstruct the work of the waving solution. Yes, permanent wave equipment manufacturers, such as the Realistic Permanent Wave Machine Company, E. Frederick Incorporated, and Duart Manufacturing Company, all agree that really clean hair is the first requisite to a successful permanent wave. For a soft, natural-looking wave, prepare your hair first with Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Then use Fitch's regularly to keep your wave looking lovely. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
My performance in the pool that night made Nero's fiddle solo in the light of a burning Rome seem like the height of propriety. Here was Richard, the fall guy rogue, swimming and laughing with Frank, Clint, and Nancy, a bunch of murder suspects. A matter of hours before the law put a pair of stylishly plain bracelets on me and claimed me for its own if I hadn't solved the murder of Janice Cole. But there was method in my madness. That swim gave me the information I wanted. In fact, it gave me the murderer. I left before the swimming party broke up and went to one of the guest bungalows. An open window made the job of getting in as easy as falling in love. I found what I was looking for in a chest of drawers. Then I sat down and waited for my victim to come in and turn on the lights.
Rogue, what are you doing here?
Waiting to talk with you about a murder, Clint. Shut the door. Come in and sit down, Clint. I want to know all about what happened to Janice.
Janice? Something's happened to Janice?
Yes, Janice, and don't act so innocent. What do you know about her murder?
I didn't kill her. What makes you think I killed her?
I didn't say you killed her, but I'm sure you know something about it. You know, you shouldn't get involved in murder, Clint. It's too complicated.
You're just talking, Rogue. You killed her. You were blackmailing her and you killed her.
Now, Clint. You weren't supposed to know anything about that. In fact, you couldn't have known anything about it unless you were the guy who framed me so nicely. I'm a little mad at you for that, you know. I'm going to get a confession of that murder out of you some way or other. Now, do you feel like talking, or do I have to beat it out of you?
What makes you think I did it, Rogue?
Take off your wristwatch. Now, look at your wrist.
What?
You see that small square of white skin where you used to wear your small square wristwatch? That was the giveaway, Clint. You see this watch here, the one I found hidden under the shirts in that chest of drawers there? The crystal's broken, Clint. That was broken in the struggle with Janice tonight just before you shot her. The broken glass was found on the floor of the cabin right where the body was before you moved it to mine. Now, do you feel any more like talking, Clint? Why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her.
I got until morning for you to start talking, and I've got more socks and a 10-story laundry. Now, let me know when you want to start singing. You know what happened in that room, and you're going to tell me.
I didn't kill her. I swear. I didn't, Rogue. I was there. Sure, I was there, but
If you didn't kill her, who did?
I can't tell you.
Come on, Clint. You're not smart enough to work out that frame on me. Who was in this with you?
I wouldn't answer that if I were you, Clint. Drop the gun, Rogue.
Hello, Frank. Well, you're mixed up in this, too, huh? Well, maybe we can arrange a double execution.
I didn't tell him anything, Frank. I didn't tell him a thing.
I know it. I was listening. Sit down, Rogue.
Sure. Glad to. You were the brains of this deal, weren't you, Frank?
It's pretty obvious that quivering mess over there wasn't, isn't it? It's a good thing I was keeping my eye on him tonight. You see, Rogue, when he opened the door and turned on the lights, I saw you sitting there, and that's why I came in the back way. I was afraid that Clint would talk too much.
You think of everything, don't you?
I try.
What are we going to do now, Frank? This Rogue, he knows I was there when Janice was murdered.
Knows you were there? Well, you might just as well know that you shot her then, huh? You did, you know.
Well, it was an accident.
Was it? I'll decide that.
Aren't you forgetting me, fellas?
Oh, no. No, we're not forgetting you, Mr. Rogue. It really doesn't make any difference who killed Janice as long as you disappear with all the evidence pointing to the fact that you did the job.
No, Frank. I don't want any more killing.
Shut up. I'm handling this affair.
What?
I'm going to keep you out of the gas chamber, Clint, if you'll just shut up and do as I tell you. Take Rogue's necktie off and tie his hands. We're going to knock him off and throw him over a canyon where he'll never be found.
Oh, you are? Well, I might as well take a crack at it. Give me that gun.
Grab him, Clint. Grab him.
Well, thanks, Clint. You were very handy with that chair. How come you hit him?
I couldn't let him kill you. I just couldn't.
All right. Take his necktie off and tie his hands with it. We're going to take him for a ride down to see the district attorney.
I killed her, Rogue. I killed Janice, but it was an accident. I swear it was an accident.
Well, you'll have a dandy chance to explain that to a jury, Clint. But now, come here. I've got something for you.
Oh!
That's for helping to frame me. Oh, brother, is that DA going to love me? Well, that was the end of the case. Frank had been blackmailing Janice Cole ever since her engagement to wealthy playboy Clint Hayes was announced. And that night, when Frank went to Janice's cabin, Clint followed him. When Clint arrived on the scene, jealousy took over. Frank drew a gun, and Clint jumped him. In the struggle which followed, Janice was shot while the gun was in Clint's hand. Helpful Frank accused scared Clint of the murder and talked him into framing me. Frank saw lovely visions of many happy years of blackmailing a millionaire. That broken watch crystal was the only thing that kept the frame from working. So I get my brains beat out, I put the arm on a killer and blackmailer. My vacation is broken up like a drop light bulb, and I didn't make a dime. Oh, well. Let's face it, if I hadn't been so clever, I'd be doing a life sentence instead of Clint and Frank. I would like that. No. I've heard that stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. But it's hard to illustrate the truth of that old saw to a guy who's behind the former looking through the latter. You know what I mean? This is Dick Mushmouth Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next Sunday, will you? We have a story for you about a doctor, a dentist, and a miserly old lady who comes up dead. We call it, Where There's a Will, There's a Murder. Thanks for listening, and now here's James with a hair Doyle.
Listen again next week at this same time to hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. And by the way, Dick will soon be seen in his newest Columbia picture, Johnny O'Clock.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Who? Oh, it's you. For a minute, I thought I just stopped in for a book. Yeah, that's it. You know, No. No, you're good.
All right. Rome wasn't built in a day. How long did it take?
What?
Never mind.
You're Simon Templar?
Yes.
Then please let me in, quickly.
Of course.
I'm going crazy.
Well, could you wait until we got into the living room chairs there? You see?
Maybe you won't believe me, but I am going crazy.
Well, all right, but sit down,
No,
You're very pretty, and I'm glad you came to visit, but I won't have you going crazy in my apartment.
Where should I go crazy?
I have a suggestion. Don't go at all.
But you don't understand. My name is May Owen.
How do you do?
I'm going crazy.
You were explaining why.
I'm sorry. You see, I own a little bookstore.
And you've been reading all the bestsellers?
Of course not. I just rent books. I don't have to read them.
Oh, my apologies. A circulating library,
That's right. And...
Are you starting to cry?
Yes.
You have beautiful eyes. And lovely lashes. Do they belong to you?
Of course they do.
Amazing, May.
Maybelline.
I beg your pardon?
Maybelline on my lashes.
Oh,
I'm not going to cry anymore.
good. Now then, you own a circulating library,
I'm
and to tell me what's bothering you. What is?
Mr. Templar, have you ever heard of a book called Birds and Bees of East Orange?
I've been a luckier man than I'd realized. The answer is no. What about it?
Well, Mr. Templar, in the last month, that book has been constantly in demand. It's crazy. Who cares about the birds and bees of East Orange?
I don't know.
It goes out of the library, a reservation comes in. As soon as it comes back to the library, it goes out again. And then another reservation, and then it comes in and goes out and comes in. Well, why should that happen all the time?
Well, perhaps the author has a lot of relatives.
You still don't understand.
Is there anything to understand? For some reason or other, the book happens to be popular, and, well, there's no real problem.
Oh, but there is. You see, the people who've been taking that book out all the time, well, they're the same people. There it is, Mr. Templar.
Well, stop right here, Louis.
Okay, Mr. Templar. Want I should wait, Mr. Templar?
I want you should wait, Louis.
I'll wait.
Mr. Templar,
Yes, May?
you're not speaking to me.
I'm trying to invent a good reason why I'm going to your bookstore with you.
Oh?
May, could I seriously tell anyone I'm going to a bookstore at this hour of the night in order to look at a book called The Birds and Bees of East Orange?
Sure you could.
Yeah, but they wouldn't believe me, just as I don't
Well,
believe...
this is my place.
Oh. Huh. It's nice.
It's small, but the books get in all right.
Oh, that's convenient.
Just a minute till I put the lights on. There.
I'd better shut the door before any midnight browsers come around. Now,
The Birds and Bees of East Orange?
Yes.
Well, it came in just before I shut up shop. It's on reserve, though, of course.
Of course.
So I left it behind the counter.
Well, who reserved it?
One of the people who've been taking it out regularly. It should be down here.
May. Oh, don't faint.
I've got a rush.
No. What is it?
The man down here behind the counter.
Get out of there and let me take a look at him.
Oh, all right.
Ordinary kitchen knife buried in his chest. He hasn't been dead very long. The body's still warm. May, who is he?
I never saw him before.
You sure?
Of course I am. He doesn't even look like the kind of man who ever read a book.
I'm not so sure of that. Where is the Birds and the Bees book, huh?
I left it on the shelf right here. I don't understand. I left it here. It's on reserve.
The reservation's been canceled.
Mr. Bieber will be terribly angry.
Mr. Bieber being the man who had the reservation?
That's right.
You have a file card for him? I'd like to see it.
It's back in this drawer. Keep all the rental library customers' cards in a box.
Well, what is it?
File cards. They're all gone.
Well, that helps. May, would you happen to remember Mr. Bieber's address?
Yes, I do, because it's a hotel, which is easy.
Oh, thank heaven something is easy. Which hotel?
The Bolivar.
Good. Now, you said the same people kept on taking the East Orange book out all the time, huh?
Uh-huh. The same three people.
Who were they?
Well, Mr. Bieber, of course.
Yes.
And then there's a girl named Wendy Willikins. You know, that name sounds funny.
Yes, it does.
The other one's funny, too. It's Peter Piper.
Peter Piper?
Uh-huh. It shouldn't be hard finding someone named Peter Piper.
No, not if it happens to be his real name. However, we do have Mr. Bieber and an address. Yeah, plus a course.
I don't know his name. He never took a book out. What are you doing?
Yeah, maybe this gentleman never took a book out, but luckily he did take out a driver's license.
Oh, his wallet.
Yeah, his name is Dugan, James Dugan, and his occupation...
Is that on his license, too?
No. These, however, were in his vest pocket.
Those?
Yep.
They're dice, aren't they?
Yes, professional-style dice. In a handsome leather case. Therefore, occupation gambler,
Gosh, you figured that out pretty quickly.
I think we'd better phone the police and tell them Mr. Dugan, gambler, has cast his last die.
Joe, be sure to get a picture of the counter. Barney, get some of that back door, huh? Harry, you cover that table, will you?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Oh, Templar.
Yes, Lieutenant Manelli.
Give.
I just did.
Huh?
On March 15th.
Oh. Say, Templar, you and the girl found the stiff by accident, huh?
Yes, of course. He's a total stranger to both of us.
Yes, so the girl said. There were jimmy marks on the outside door. Stiff was carrying a jimmy.
Are you deducing, Lieutenant?
Phooey. He broke into the place. Why?
He had a fire, but no good book to curl up with.
Goodbye, Mr. Templar.
You want me and me to leave?
I want you to leave.
Oh, but...
I'll be all right, Mr. Templar. The lieutenant's very nice.
Don't be silly. Actually, he's known as Manelli the Monster, the horror of headquarters.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Excuse me. Yeah, what is it?
Don't let his polished manners deceive you. May, you're not telling him about the birds and the bees.
No.
Well, that's your affair. I'm leaving now by request.
Where are you going?
To see a man about a book. Good evening. I'd like to see Mr. Bieber.
Well, what do you know?
And I know you're not Mr. Bieber. Mr. Bieber wouldn't use perfume. May I come in? I hate to lurk in hotel corridors.
Mm-hmm. You may come in.
Thank you. Is your husband here?
I'm not married. Sorry?
I haven't had time to think about it.
All right. Think about it.
If you're under the impression that you're helping my mental process...
I'm not.
Well, my name is Simon Templar.
Hello, Simon. I'm Wendy.
Wendy Willikins?
Well, clever of you to guess.
I wasn't guessing.
Oh?
Have you, read any good books lately?
Oh, darling, you're the first man in 10 years that's asked me that.
Well, maybe, but I meant it.
Well, the answer is no. And most of the men I meet haven't read any good books lately either. You see, they prefer...
The book I had in mind was The Birds and Bees of East Orange.
Oh. Well, are they any different from the birds and bees anyplace else?
I wouldn't think so.
Then, Simon, tell me about yourself.
My biography is long and dull.
I don't want a biography. I just want to know what you're doing here.
Trying to find out if you've read a book.
No. You were expecting Bieber to be here. Therefore...
You point guns at anybody who expects Bieber to be here. Wendy, you should have stuck to your other weapons. That revolver doesn't frighten me.
It should?
It would if someone else weren't already pointing a revolver at you.
I don't believe
You
it.
sure?
Peter.
I don't like to see girls play with guns, even big girls. Drop it, Wendy.
Oh, I hate you.
Needn't bother eyeing that gun, Mr. Templar. I'll take it.
Seems unfair. You already have one.
I am unfair. I'll tell you a secret, Mr. Templar. I'm a nasty character.
I believe you.
Thanks. Wendy, where's Bieber?
I don't know. I was waiting for him.
You know you shouldn't have come to his hotel.
Neither should you.
True enough. Nevertheless...
Mr. Piper, have you read The Birds and Bees of East Orange recently?
Don't try to startle me again, Templar. My finger might accidentally pull the trigger.
Well, I wasn't testing your nerves. It was your reading matter.
Shut up. Wendy, where does he come in?
I don't know.
Would you like to try that again?
I really don't know.
Weak.
You'd better not slap her again, Piper.
Why not?
Because then I'd have to take your revolver away.
You wouldn't make it.
Perhaps not. But you'd make so much noise shooting me, I'd bleed and bleed.
Then stay where you are and mind your own business.
I'd prefer to, but I can't stand seeing women slapped. Probably a childhood fixation or something.
You'll have to stand it. Wendy.
Don't.
I warned you, Piper.
Another step, Templar, and you get it.
Believe me, I don't want it.
All right,
then
Who's that?
I suffer from defective vision. I can't see through wooden doors.
Mr. Templar. Mr. Templar?
Answer him.
Yes, what is it?
Cops are on their way, coming up the stairs right now.
Oh, thank you.
All right, this one's yours, Templar. But there'll be another time.
Mr. Mr. Piper must have a fixation about policemen or something.
I think I'll go out the back door, too, Simon.
Oh, same fixation?
No, but my mother warned me against men in uniform. Goodbye, Simon.
Mr. Temple?
You can come in now, Louis.
Worked, huh?
Yeah, well, bless your raucous little voice, Louis. It worked. There aren't any policemen really on the way, are there?
No, only after what I seen through the keyhole.
It isn't polite to look through keyholes.
You're complaining?
No, but...
Don't worry. I knew you wasn't alone with the blonde. I seen the little guy sneak in. Mr. Templar, who is this Mr. Bieber you're looking for anyways?
A constant reader of the Birds and Bees of East Orange.
Uh-huh. And the blonde?
The same.
And the little guy with the gun?
Also a constant reader.
That book must have something.
Undoubtedly. But what? Come on, Louis.
Yeah, okay. Look, Mr. Templar. Did you read that book?
No. May's copy was out.
Mr. Templar, I'll tell you something. In Brooklyn...
Yes, Louis?
We didn't learn about the birds and the bees from a book.
East Orange apparently isn't Brooklyn, Louis.
East Orange must be awful dull. Well, where to, Mr. Templar?
Home, Louis. I'm expecting company. Come on in, Louis, and...
Hello? Hey.
Oh. Good evening.
This is the company you was expecting, Mr. Templar?
It was a possibility I'd considered.
Who is he?
He would be Mr. Bieber, I should imagine.
He is. He's also got a gun.
He has? Now then.
The answer is no.
You're quite sure?
Quite sure.
I've already searched your apartment, of course.
I'm sure you have.
However, you may be a better hider than I am a finder.
I'm a terrible hider.
That might possibly be modesty.
Not really. Mr. Bieber, if you'd stayed in your hotel room, you would have been spared the trip here.
Indeed?
Yes, I've just returned from the hotel.
What a pity.
Of course, your friends were there.
Friends?
Yes, Wendy and Peter Piper.
Nonsense. I know no one by either of those names.
Oh, my error.
However, I think I'll run along now, if you don't mind.
You're holding the gun.
So I am, to be sure. Good evening.
Good evening.
A very polite type, only he points. With a gun yet.
Louis, I've got to stay here. In case of further visits, but, will you...
Mr. Templar, I'm tired, I'm sleepy, my arches just fell.
Look, I need a copy of the book, The Birds and Bees of East Orange.
Nobody needs a copy of a book like that.
It's late. You may have trouble locating a copy, but if you can get hold of May Owen and...
Of May Owen? I'm on my way.
But, Louis, you're tired.
Who says?
You're sleepy.
Did Edison sleep?
Your arches fell.
I'll pick him up on my way out. So long.
Oh, one thing, Louis.
Yeah?
One man's already been killed because of that book. Be careful. Don't add another chapter to it, Come in. Hello, Louis.
Hello.
Well, did you...
Yeah, we got the book. Yeah, May Owen went home to sleep. Hey, Mr. Templar, you should hear the kind of language a bookseller uses when you wake him in the middle of the night to ask him about the birds and the bees. Very educated language, too.
I'm sorry.
Full of synonyms. Did you have any visitors?
No.
Uh-huh.
You were gone a couple of hours. I'm worried.
Well, anyway, we got a copy of that book. Here.
Thank you, Louis. I could continue waiting, but,
But you ain't the patient type, huh?
No, Louis.
Yeah. Well, no one's been shot for at least a couple hours.
I don't like murderers, Louis. They kill people.
Yeah, I never thought of it like that before.
Well...
Hotel Bolivar. Good evening.
Oh, Mr. Bieber, please.
1 minute, sir.
Thank you. I'll hold on.
Bieber? But that's the guy who was here.
Yes, I know.
Oh, he also will use very educated language on being waked up.
Yes?
Mr. Bieber, this is Simon Templar.
Yes, Mr. Templar.
I know it's late, but, Mr. Bieber, I have a book lying on my table.
Oh?
The title of it is The Birds and Bees of East Orange.
How did you get it?
That isn't important. I just thought you'd be interested.
I'll be right over. Wait for me.
Of course. Goodbye.
You bought him another copy?
Louis, he's on his way over here, therefore...
Yeah, therefore what?
Therefore, suppose we get started on our way.
Oh, sure. On our way to where?
His hotel.
Well, it's a nice lobby, but Mr. Templar Bieber ain't gonna be in.
No, perhaps not.
Yes, sir?
We'd like to see Mr. Bieber, please.
Mr. Bieber?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Mr. Bieber is out.
You sure?
Yes, sir. I saw him go.
Oh, thank you. Come on, Louis.
Fine. You tell Bieber you got a book for him, he rushes to your apartment, but before he gets there, you take the book, you go to his hotel to find out what you already knew.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, that's true, Louis.
What, I'm not supposed to understand?
Louis, get in your cab. I'm going to take a walk.
What's the matter? Something suddenly went wrong with the cab?
No, but I want to see how many steps I can take before someone picks me up, me and the book.
Oh.
Go on, Louis.
Okay, but my inferiority complex is growing like anything.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Simon, darling.
8 steps. Mm-hmm.
What?
But, Wendy, you're not the one.
I'm not what one?
The one I expected to... Oh, never mind. Louis! Let's have a cab.
Simon Templar, what do you mean by grabbing me, throwing me into a cab, and then refusing to talk to me?
Why were you watching outside the hotel?
I wasn't. And you still haven't explained.
Wendy, I can't.
Why not?
Because your perfume is so strong, so...
Oh, you're lying.
Oh, very well. Then because I'm afraid that we're rushing towards death.
Hey, your door was open, Mr. Templar.
Yes.
Your apartment's very nice, Simon.
Thank you, but he isn't.
Wow.
It's Mr. Bieber. He's grinning at us.
Grinning? Not exactly, Wendy.
Mr. Templar, he...
Yes, shot.
Oh.
And dead. Very dead.
Simon, we didn't do anything about Mr. Bieber.
Well, what would you suggest? Artificial respiration?
No, I mean, you didn't notify the police or...
Mr. Bieber can wait. He has all eternity to wait in.
Yeah, this I understand, but why are we going to the bookstore?
I don't know. Let's say to see if it's open or shut, huh?
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go any place except home.
Not quite yet, Wendy. I think it's time we cleared up a few things.
I don't understand.
Your part in this entire business, the business itself, is about as subtle as the way you use perfume.
But
Wendy, you, Bieber, and Piper were involved in something illegal. Something that was regular and had continuity. The fact that the dead man in the bookstore, Dugan, was a gambler indicates...
I refuse to listen to you.
That the three of you were engaged in gambling, a betting ring, say. No answer? Well, that's answer enough. Since your activities were illegal, and since the police have been actively engaged in breaking up such rings, you had to take steps to avoid being seen together, suspected together, convicted together.
You're making all this up.
Yeah, you distrusted even the telephone, since phone wires have been tapped rather frequently of late. Therefore, one of you struck on the circulating library idea. Yeah, messages could be conveyed by means of a book agreed upon in advance. A book and a code. That book was The Birds and Bees of East Orange. You could be sure no one else would be especially interested in a book of that kind.
Simon, you're...
Yes?
Quite right.
The messages dealt mainly with,
Payoffs.
Bieber had reserved the book. Therefore, he was innocent of Dugan's murder. Dugan, who had tumbled to the setup and thought of cutting himself in. Is that right?
I guess so, Simon.
Mr. Templar, bookstore's closed.
Small. No one would be hiding there. Wendy, who brought in the book for Bieber to pick up? You or Piper?
I don't want to tell you.
Oh, don't be an idiot. I know the answer. It confirms your innocence so far as Dugan's murder goes.
Does it? Well, I brought the book in.
In that case, you know where the money for the payoff is, huh? Where?
Well, we had several places, but this one's a rented room.
Give Louis the address, huh? Maybe we won't be late again. Maybe we won't find another corpse grinning at us.
Simon, you don't think I killed anyone, do you?
No, Wendy.
Well, is it because of chivalry or something?
No. I'll tell you about it some rainy night.
Well, I'll keep in close touch with the weathermen. But, Simon, Bieber's dead and so's Dugan. That leaves only Piper. So why are you afraid of another murder? There isn't anyone left to kill.
You're forgetting May Owen, aren't you?
Oh, the girl who owns a bookstore? Oh, she had nothing to do
Only an idiot could have failed to notice the fact that an obscure book was being regularly taken out by the same three people. May noticed. She must have put in a lot of study on that book.
You mean she figured out what it was all about?
Well, this is the place, Mr. Templar.
Oh, good. And come along with us, Louis.
Sure.
It's upstairs.
Oh. Ooh, noisy steps. There's no use trying to keep quiet. Perhaps it won't be necessary.
But, Simon, May came to you. Why would she have done that?
Dugan's corpse in her store was too hard to explain. He forced her hand.
Oh, I see. Oh, it's the second door down, Simon.
That one?
Mm-hmm.
My dear girl.
Dear girl, me. I have a gun, and I know how to use it, too.
Of course you do, but why bother? After all, surely we can come to an agreement.
Not with you. I don't trust you, so you just
Let's
stand
drop
there
in and
you
say
are.
hello, huh?
I'll take that gun now.
I hope we're not intruding.
Oh, not at all. Thank you, Mr. Templar. Girl was about to shoot me. I hate being shot. Messy.
No doubt.
Oh, she looks so innocent, too. You know, I don't like girls who go around murdering people. It gives us such a bad name.
Murdering people. Oh.
Hey, look, she fainted.
Keep away from her. She's faking. I'll take a look at her.
And while you do, this chair should serve.
Hey, Mr. Templar, what's the matter? You didn't like him?
Piper? I prefer him unconscious. I don't like men who go around murdering people. Gives the human race such a bad name.
Simon.
Yes, Wendy?
I know Piper killed Dugan and Mr. Bieber, but I don't know why.
Oh, Piper decided to play Monopoly, Wendy. He wanted all the money for himself. Playing Monopoly is fun, but Piper added murder to it. You see, he arrived at the bookstore out of turn in order to find out where the payoff money was, intending to grab it and disappear.
But Dugan was already there, so Piper killed him. But it might have been Mr. Bieber or me who killed Dugan.
No. Dugan was unarmed. And why did he have to be killed? Obviously only to shut his mouth. About what? The fact that his killer had arrived at the bookstore out of turn.
Yeah, I understand that. Except at that time, you didn't know that it couldn't have been me.
Oh, but I did know. As I've mentioned on several occasions, you use perfume liberally. Dugan's body was warm when I found him, but there were no traces of perfume in the air. There would have been had you been in the store that recently.
Mm-hmm. Simon, you know, it's very cold in this room.
Oh, I'm sorry. We must wait for the police. Louis must have found the phone by now.
But, until they get here...
Wendy, the perfume you use, it's taboo, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. You like it?
Yes, very much. But do you know what taboo means?
What, Simon?
Among savages, it means out of bounds. Do not touch.
Oh, Simon.
Who's a savage?
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, Portrait of an American. Picture of the research scientist dedicated to the destruction of disease. Today, a handful of such specialists have launched a campaign in their laboratory battlefields against the vicious cripplers arthritis and rheumatism. The organization known as Arthritis is moving against these diseases which have caused such pain in the lives of 7.5 million people. Uppermost in the minds of the men behind this organization are these facts. No one is free from the threat of arthritis and rheumatism, and as yet scientists have found no specific cure for them. Now the non-profit organization Arthritis has taken the field. The fight against arthritis and rheumatism is on. The fight for the health and well-being of us all. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Louis Vittes. In our cast, you heard Gigi Pearson as Wendy and Betty Moran as May. Ted Osborne was Mr. Bieber, Harry Brown, the hotel clerk. Barney Phillips was Peter, and Edmund McDonald, Lieutenant Manelli. Louis is played by Larry Dobkin. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and adventure for you in your big NBC Sunday evening lineup. For fun, it's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show with friend Frankie, Brother Willie, and charming Julius. For adventure, Joel McRae stars in another story of the modern-day Wild West when he portrays Ranger Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Now stay tuned for Phil Regan's Camp Show, next on NBC.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment John Lund as
Johnny Dollar.
Henry Grant, Johnny. You read your morning paper yet?
I'm on page 4 on my second donut.
Well, turn back to page 1. There's a picture there of Mrs. Frank Loring.
Oh, I read it. Enoch Arden divorce decree. Husband missing 7 years. New York court declared him legally dead. So?
So we had him insured for $250,000.
And this court decision means you'll have to pay off?
Within 10 days.
Something make you think Loring isn't as dead as he ought to be?
It's a possibility. I had a phone call a little while ago from a woman up in Boston. She saw the item, too.
What's her connection?
She's a nurse. 10 years ago, when we issued the Loring policy, she was working for the physician who examined him. Now, her story may not mean anything, but, well, I asked her to take the first plane she could get and come in for a talk. She should be here by 11 o'clock.
I'll grab a cab and come right over.
the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum bring you John Lund in a transcribed adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. Yes, for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, it's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, delicious flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, helps keep your throat moist, and gives you a nice little lift. The good, smooth chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert, adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So for chewing enjoyment plus refreshment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Hemispheric Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Enoch Arden matter. Expense account item 1, 50 cents, cab fare to your home office, where Henry Grant provided me with a complete file of previous investigations and police reports covering the disappearance of Frank Loring. I was about halfway through them when Grant came in with an attractive woman in her early 30s.
Oh, Johnny, this
is Miss Ruth Boulogne, the young lady I told you about.
How you
Miss
do?
Boulogne, this is Johnny
How you
Dollar. Mr. Dollar's an investigator, Miss Boulogne. I want you to tell him exactly what you told me on the phone this morning and, well, anything else you may have thought of on the way down here.
Well, I don't really know whether I've anything to tell.
You worked for the doctor who examined Loring when his policy was issued?
Yes, Dr. Felton. That was in New York. I'd just gotten out of training. It was my first job. I was only there 3 months, then I went into the Army during the war.
Mm-hmm.
And since the war, I've worked in Boston, the Haywood Clinic. I feel sort of foolish telling you all this. I'm probably wrong.
But she thinks she saw Loring in Boston, Johnny.
When?
Well, about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago yesterday.
Where?
At the clinic. Look, really, I'm not sure about
You're not
all this.
hurting anybody, Miss Boulogne. Suppose you just tell us, and we'll take it from there.
Well, as I said, it was 2 weeks ago. A man came to the clinic. He wanted to be vaccinated.
He give his name?
Yes, but it wasn't Frank Loring. He gave the name of Michael Walsh. I thought he looked familiar, but I couldn't place him.
What was the reason for the vaccination?
He needed an international certificate of vaccination. It's required by law for anybody going abroad.
Oh, he was leaving the country.
Well, I guess so. He wanted the certificate. I administered the vaccine. He came back 5 days later, and the doctor entered the result on his card and signed it. That's all I know.
What made you connect this Michael Walsh with Frank Loring?
I really don't know. I didn't until this morning. I remembered thinking I'd seen him before, and then when I saw that story this morning about Mrs. Loring, the name just came into my mind.
You'd only seen Loring once, 10 years ago?
Yes, but as I said, it was my first job, and I was impressed at the time having him for a patient.
Why impressed?
Well, I knew he was an actor. I'd seen a couple of shows he was in, read his name in columns, things like that.
Did this Michael Walsh look like Frank Loring, as you remembered him?
No, he didn't. I can't explain it.
Well, it seemed worth a try, anyhow, John.
Wait a minute, Grant. Let's not chuck it out so easily. I've been reading this file on Loring. Played a lot of character roles. Expert on dialects and makeup. A man like that could change his appearance very easily. Something about him, the way he moved, the tone of his voice. Something registered with this girl.
He'd have recognized her, too, when he went to the clinic.
She was impressed with him. She had a reason to remember. He didn't.
I feel a little foolish.
And I feel a little curious. How about you, Grant?
I've been curious all morning. So curious, I checked the steamship and airline.
And?
And a man named Michael Walsh sailed on the SS Castillo 6 days ago. She runs between Boston and Santiago, Chile.
You know when she reaches the Panama Canal?
Day after tomorrow. That's plenty of time for you to get down there by air.
Yeah, with enough to spare for a stopover in New York and a chat with Mrs. Loring. Expense account item 2, $11.30. Train fare and incidentals between Hartford, Connecticut and the Greenwich Village section of New York, where Mrs. Frank Loring was living in up bohemian fashion. It was evening and the party was in full swing when I arrived. The apartment door was wide open, so I just walked in. Somebody shoved a glass into my hand like they used to do it at the local movie houses on dish nights.
Wow. You must be Linda's boyfriend.
Oh, must I?
I knew it the minute I saw you. She always goes for the same type. Musician, aren't you? They always are. What do you play?
Ring Alivio and double on Parcheesi.
Oh, a funny one, eh? Well, Linda said when you got here to tell you the benefit is going to run late, so make yourself comfy and wait. She won't be here until 12. I'm Freddie.
You must be a poet.
How did you know?
I'm psychic. Now, what's the party for?
Oh, Marcia's celebrating. She's going to get $250,000 just because her husband, Frank, disappeared. She ought to be happy enough just to be rid of him.
Don't be so bitter, lad. It'll throw your rhymes out of meter.
I helped her get over him. I helped her. Anytime she wanted anything, all she had to do was call little Freddie. Now she's getting all that money and she'll just run out.
Oh, she wouldn't do that to you, would she?
Oh, no? That's how much you know about women. She's going to Chile, South America.
Oh, now that's an interesting bit of information, Freddie.
She thinks I don't know about it. The airline called to confirm her reservation while she was out shopping this afternoon.
Which one of those lovely ladies is Marcia Loring?
Those? She doesn't look like any of them. Marcia's out in the kitchen fixing sandwiches. She needn't think she'll get any help from me.
Oh, maybe I can lend a hand.
Listen, mister, you've got a girl coming.
Oh, sure, Linda. Well, she told me to give Marcia a message. Besides, you don't want to talk to me. Interferes with your brooding. I'll see you later, Fred.
Come on.
Well, hello. Come in. I'm making sandwiches for the starving multitude.
I know. I came in to help.
How are you on opening bottles?
Champagne?
What, for those peasants? Beer. It's right there. The opener's on the hook.
Oh, we're in business.
Hey, what are you, a party crasher, or did you come with one of the girls?
A crasher.
Oh, the breed is improving.
We both know some of the same people, though.
Like who? Who's been hiding you from me?
Fellow up in Boston.
I don't know anyone in Boston.
Not even Michael Walsh?
Get out of here.
Now, listen, Mrs. Loring.
I said get out. You weren't invited here. You don't belong here, so...
What is it, Marcia? What happened? What did he do?
Keep your rompers on, Shakespeare.
I told you not to bother her. You
Look out, Freddie!
Oh,
I came out of it lying on the cold stone of a basement areaway. And then I went in search of a diner, a telegraph office. Expense account item 3, 80 cents for breakfast and aspirin. Item 4, $1.20 for a telegram advising that payment of the Loring claim be delayed until my investigation was completed. Item 5, $7.60, cab fare to the international airport. And item 6, $415, plane fare and incidentals to the city of Colon, Panama Canal Zone. As usual, it was raining in Colon. The SS Castillo had reached port slightly ahead of schedule. It was waiting to go through the locks when I made my way aboard. It was almost midnight. I located the name of Michael Walsh on the passenger list posted in the lounge, and then made my way to the inside cabins on B deck. I knocked on the door of cabin B64. There was no answer.
May I help you, senor?
You the cabin steward?
Si.
I'm looking for the passenger who occupies this cabin.
Oh, Senor Walsh is not here. He's gone ashore.
In this downpour?
Si.
Look, here's $5. All you have to do for it is to bring me the biggest towel you can find and open this cabin so I can wait inside.
Yes, senor. But if you are waiting for Senor Walsh, he will not be back.
Why not? He's booked through to Santiago.
When he went ashore an hour ago, he took his baggage with him. I helped him with it.
You know where he went?
No, senor. He was most anxious to get ashore as soon as our lines were fast.
I see. Ship's wireless take any kind of cablegram for him in the past 24 hours?
Si. I delivered one to him in the middle of last night. It was most urgent, I think. He seemed most concerned.
Yeah, I thought so. Thanks. I knew that Frank Loring, alias Michael Walsh, wasn't going to be easy to find. Away from the ship, he was likely to have a third name. And since he was an expert with dialects, there was every chance he'd adopt a different nationality. I thought about it as I made my way through the narrow, rain-swept streets. I seemed to be the only man without shelter in all of Panama. But I wasn't.
Do you have a match, senor?
Huh? Oh, I could hardly see you. Yeah, I got a match. I doubt if it'll light in this rain.
You don't appreciate the rain, senor? In the rain, I always get what I want. The turistas, they never refuse Jose.
Hey, that isn't a cigarette in your hand.
No, senor. It is a gun. You join me in the doorway, no?
Well, I'd rather die than say no.
Now, if the senor has some little thing he wishes to give Jose for a gift, Jose will be most grateful.
I don't have much cash, but this wristwatch is worth a couple of $100.
Oh, see. Oh, that's a very nice one. I will like that.
He bent his head slightly to look at the watch, and his gun hand dipped automatically. I brought my hands up to undo the watch strap, stepped quickly to the side, and let Jose have a left in the solar plexus. Now, drop it.
Very well, senor.
assist.
That's better.
You're going to turn me over to the police, senor?
Well, that depends.
Oh, senor, the jail here is very bad. Jose does not like it.
I tell you what. You help me and I'll help you.
What kind of help does the senor need?
Suppose the police or somebody were after me. Suppose I had to get out of here without using my passport. How would I do it?
From Colon? There is no way, senor. Too many Americano officers.
There must be some way out.
30 miles down the coast is Puerto Bello, senor. It was once the hiding place for pirates. In Puerto Bello is a cafe called the Geisha Girl.
The Geisha Girl?
Si. And the proprietor is Senor Kamamoto in Japanese. He is very good at making people disappear, senor.
Friends, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint while you're working. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint gives you a refreshing little lift. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied. Makes your job seem easier. Chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum in your home, when you're out walking or driving, when you're enjoying sports and other activities. Wrigley's Spearmint Gum tastes good anytime, and the natural chewing aids digestion and helps keep your teeth bright and attractive. Yes, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you'll enjoy chewing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, with our star, John Lund, we bring you the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 7. $20, flat rate. For the native taxi that slithered its way down the miserable, muddy road to Puerto Bello, Caribbean stronghold of the old-time pirates. It was a port of intrigue, an international black hole, a Western Hemisphere counterpart of Shanghai or Calcutta or Suez. And at the bottom of the hole was the Geisha Girl Cafe.
You look lonesome, mate.
Maybe it's because I want to be. I don't know you, and you don't know me. Let's keep it that way.
Nah, that ain't no way to be. Especially here in Portobello, where we're all friendly like. You looking for Yamamoto?
What are you, a cop?
Well, I've been a lot of things, Governor. Never a cop. What's the matter? Start on a little trip and forget your passport?
Let's say I lost it. What are you doing? Running a private embassy?
Yeah, I'm sort of a missionary for people in trouble. You look like you're in trouble.
I'll talk to Kamamoto about that. Where is he?
Try the storeroom back there. It ought to be worth the price of a drink, eh?
Thanks. Here, drown yourself.
Oh, that's nice of you, Governor.
Kamamoto? Ow. Hey. Anybody in here? Oh, matches.
We won't need a light.
Oh.
Well done, Suki. You may leave now. I will tie him up.
I came to in a room filled with packing cases and lit by a feeble candle. 2 men were seated on a couple of small barrels. One of them was the Cockney who had spoken to me in the bar. The other was a Japanese.
Are you feeling better, Mr. Dollar?
How did you know my name?
From your American driver's license?
Is that all he had on him?
Well, there was some money which I would find most useful. You were carrying the exact amount required to pay for your passage, Mr. Dell.
Over $1,000? That's pretty high fare.
I am a charitable man. My rates are based upon what my passengers can afford to pay. An unscheduled ship line is expensive to operate. So you will be taken aboard the Kiramatsu shortly. You will sail at 4 a.m.
For where?
You will be put ashore somewhere in South America. Venezuela, possibly, or Brazil.
I'm not your only passenger.
Oh, no. No, you are not.
Well, how about untying me? As long as we're friends.
Well, are you will be untied when you reach your destination?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I can see the point here where somebody might give you away, but why aboard ship?
Well, fugitives from the law are a risky cargo, Mr. Dollar. The South American nations are rather thorough about their coastal patrol. So, if you are tied up, we can make certain you are not caught.
What do you mean, Kamamoto?
Simply that you're hot cargo, Mr. Dollar. And the only way to carry hot cargo is to be certain that you can dispose of it in an emergency. If we are challenged by a patrol vessel, you'll be weighted down and thrown overboard.
It was dark when they carried me aboard and left me still trussed in the deck cabin. Then the Kiramatsu pitched and rolled her way into the open sea. I knew that Loring was on board someplace, and I knew something else. Kamamoto had lied to the Cockney about what he'd found when he searched me. He had more than a driver's license. He had my insurance company credentials and my passport. Then the door opened, and I got something else to think about.
Buenos dias, Senor Dollar.
Jose, how did you get here?
After you left me, I ran into another Americano with no wristwatch, but much money. He was kind to me. He gave me money to leave the country when I told him about the bad jails.
Well, how come Kamamoto is letting you run loose?
Why, you are the only one who is tied up, senor. I do not think they intend for you to finish the trip.
How many other passengers are there?
Besides us, 3. A man and a woman came just before we sailed.
That's 2. Who's the other one?
A man with a white suit and a hat.
A Cockney accent?
What is that?
He sounded like an Englishman?
Oh, yes, he is English.
Yeah, I thought so. How many in the crew?
Kamamoto and 5 seamen. It is a very small boat.
Yeah, I can feel that. Look, Jose, I gave you a break with the police. How about giving me one?
I'm a businessman, senor. No sentiment.
$1,000. Guaranteed by an American insurance company. If you cut these ropes and lend me your gun.
Cash, senor. No credit. Too much book.
I haven't got any cash. Kamamoto took it all.
Too bad. Maybe next time.
There isn't going to be any next time for me. Ever buy a sweepstake ticket?
See?
Well, then take a chance on me. Come on. How about it?
All right. But when is the time for the drawing? To see if my ticket wins.
As soon as you get these ropes off. But let's do it now. This tub may get to my stop any minute. Jose cut the ropes and gave me his gun. There was an oil slicker hanging behind the cabin door, and I slipped it on for cover. The crew on deck was too busy to be counting noses in the storm. I edged my way forward to the main cabin, grasped the door handle, and crashed in.
Dollar!
Now, let's not get jumpy, anybody. I'm wet and I'm mad, and I've been pushed about as far as I go.
Well, good for you, Governor. Glad to see you up and about.
You can drop the accent, Loring, and stop flexing your fingernails, Freddie. Now, what's the matter, Marcia? You get too nervous to stay home and fix sandwiches?
I didn't have to stay. My lawyers can collect for me.
Now, what? Loring looks pretty alive to me, even with that Cockney accent.
I'm more alive than you're going to be.
Don't be a fool, Loring. You're more of a clay pigeon than I am. You've been practicing for the part for 7 years.
What are you talking about?
You think you were going to get to spend any of that insurance money?
You think I'm not?
Ask Freddie. How about it, Freddie?
I don't know anything. I just came with Marcia because she asked me to.
Freddie's a nice boy, Loring. He writes poetry. And he'll do anything Marcia asks him to. Won't you, Freddie?
What are you trying to do?
Wait a minute. I want to hear this.
Yeah, you ought to, before your hearing stops altogether. Maybe you've been dead for 7 years, but your widow hasn't been putting flowers on your tombstone.
You stop talking about Marcia.
You see, Loring? Freddie gets mad when I talk about Marcia. Freddie loves Marcia, don't you, Freddie?
Yes.
You ever take a look at his eyes, Loring? If Marcia said the word, he'd put a knife in you in a minute. Think it over, mister. Michael Walsh turns up dead in South America, and Mrs. Frank Loring and friend Freddie go back to Greenwich Village with $250,000. Only this time they'd have nothing to worry about.
Don't listen to him, Frank.
Why not, Angel? He sounds like a pretty smart guy.
We've waited 7 years for this. Do you think I'd have anything to do with this little idiot? I've used him, that's all.
Marcia.
You see, Freddie? She'll get rid of you, too, after a while. There'll always be somebody else coming along to open the beer bottles.
I was kind of wondering how Freddie got in on this little trip. I was wondering why we kept something between ourselves for 7 years and then you spill it to him.
I was frightened, Frank. I knew Dollar was after you. That's why I wired you. I couldn't come down here alone until I was sure we'd be together.
We'll be together, and we'll stay together until the money comes. Then maybe I'll have some ideas of my own.
Give up, Loring. You're never going to get that money.
Yes, I am, Dollar. Yamamoto's standing right behind you, the curtain between this cabin and the next one.
Don't turn, Mr. Dollar.
Now, let me have that gun, Dollar. All right, Kamamoto. Now let's get rid of him.
Oh, of course, Mr. Dollar.
Why, Kamamoto? Why don't we bargain a little first?
I'm afraid you are not in a bargaining position.
How much is he going to give you for dropping me?
You'll get $5,000, Dollar.
Oh, you're dealing with a real cheapskate, Kamamoto. I'm worth more than that.
I could shut you up right here.
Please, Mr. Loring. Let the gentleman speak. And do not use that gun unless I say so. This is my ship.
You took my credentials before, Kamamoto. You know who I am.
Yes.
How much did Loring tell you he was going to collect?
He's stalling, Kamamoto. Get rid of him.
I warned you, Mr. Loring. I will decide who leaves the ship, and when, and how. Suppose you tell me the amount of the policy, Mr. Dollar.
$250,000.
He's lying. It's only $25,000.
Is it, Loring? I tell you what I'll do then, Kamamoto. Put us both ashore back in the canal zone where I can get him into the hands of American authorities, and my company will pay you $25,000.
And I'll make it $50,000, Kamamoto. $50,000.
I bid 60. Do I hear 70? Come on, Loring. Bid. I can go the whole $250,000. Won't cost my company any more either way.
I'll kill you, Dollar.
No!
Loring and Kamamoto fired at the same time. Both of them were hit, but only Kamamoto went down. Loring turned to Marcia.
You wanted him. You couldn't go together. All right, Dollar. That ends everything. Now I'm around to you for sure.
Oh, I wouldn't count on it, Loring. This time I've got a friend in the doorway.
What he says is true, senor. Senor Kamamoto was no longer using his gun, so I took it. Besides, you have only 1 bullet left. I have 5. You kill Mr. Dollar, and I will have to kill you.
You're cooked, Loring. Your wife's dead. You couldn't even get the money if you could get away.
All right. Here. You can have it. Kamamoto hit me in the side. It hurts.
Maybe I can patch it up a little. You better just rip your shirt.
I loved her. She always wanted things more than an actor could give her.
Whose idea was it?
Hers. I hid out like a dog. She sneaked up to Boston to see me. Maybe once every 6 months after the first year. The rest of the time I was without her. I guess she wasn't lonely.
Yeah. Some women never are. And that about finished it. Expense account, item 8, $60, miscellaneous expenses. Expense account, item 9, $1,000 as promised to Jose. Item 10, $421.80. Plane fare and incidental expenses from Colan, Panama Canal Zone, back to Hartford. Total expenses, $1,879.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum refreshes you. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum gives you real chewing enjoyment. The lively, full-bodied flavor of Wrigley's Spearmint cools your mouth, freshens your taste, sweetens your breath. The smooth, pleasant chewing of Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling relaxed and satisfied. Makes whatever you're doing more enjoyable. Yes, for refreshment plus chewing enjoyment, treat yourself often to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Millions enjoy it daily. Get a few packages and always keep some handy. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brought to you by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, stars John Lund in the title role and was written by Joel Murcott with music by Milton Charles. Featured in tonight's cast were Stacey Harris, Jeanette Nolan, Sidney Miller, Mary Jane Croft, Elliott Reed, John McIntyre, and Howard McNear. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you enjoyed tonight's story of Johnny Dollar and that you're enjoying delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. This is Charles Lyon, inviting you to join us again next week at the same time when, from Hollywood, John Lund returns as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez.
Watson, keep your revolver at the ready.
But, Holmes, why?
The killer, my dear fellow, is here in this room with us.
What? Dash it, Holmes, what are you talking about?
Observe, Watson. The panel in this wall is loose. Suppose we open it to find what is revealed beyond.
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Watson. I hope you have another one of your memoirs available for us tonight.
Indeed I have, Mr. Harris. Indeed I have. And it's a very singular adventure indeed. I might add here, it is one of my favorite memoirs, Mr. Harris, where the genius of my friend Holmes never shone more brilliantly.
And the name of this adventure, Doctor?
I shall always remember it as The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. And after you've taken a moment to remind our audience of the merits of Clipper Craft Clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this amazing story.
Thank you, Doctor. Maybe you've heard someone say, well, if I had his money, I could be well dressed too. But that's not necessarily so, because the amount of money you spend doesn't make you well dressed. It's what you buy, where you buy it, and how well it suits you. You can prove it to yourself. It's as easy as this. Just try on a Clipper Craft suit and see how well it looks on you. And you don't have to pay a fortune for Clipper Craft. A fine new Clipper Craft spring all-worsted suit costs you only $45. And at that moderate price of $45, you get the greatest dollar-for-dollar value in America because you benefit from the unique Clipper Craft plan by which more than 1,200 independent local merchants pool their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clipper Craft value, the finest materials, and the very latest in style and color made by master tailors. Yes, sir, a Clipper Craft suit at $45 is a great, great investment So treat yourself to a Clipper Craft suit and see what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about this adventure of the Golden Pass-Ney?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place in the year 1894. And this time, Inspector Hopkins, Holmes's young protege at Scotland Yard, was involved. It began in Kent, at a great, gloomy house called Yoxley Old Place. Here lived a rheumatism-ridden scholar and professor named Coram, a strange and mysterious man. One night, the professor, hobbling about the house on his stick, surprised his secretary, Sergius, in his study.
Sergius.
Professor Coram.
What are you doing at that cabinet?
Why,
Trying to rob me, tampering with the lock when I came in, weren't you? I was a fool to trust you, you sneak thief.
Professor Coram, I'm sorry.
Get away from that cabinet before I bash your head in with this stick.
Yes,
Now
sir.
leave this house. You're no longer my secretary. I'm giving you the sack, you hear, and if you ever come back to Yoxley Old Place, I'll kill you.
So he threatened to kill you, Sergius.
Yes, Anna. He gave me the sack and took on a new secretary, a Mr. Willoughby Smith.
Sergius, I must get into that locked cabinet in the study. I must. I will stop at nothing. Do you understand? And you must help me.
No, Anna, not I. I've taken an impression of the cabinet lock, and here's a floor plan of the house. This is as far as I shall go.
I see. So you are afraid.
Yes, Anna. I am afraid. I will have nothing more to do with this affair. This Professor Coram is mad, dangerous. To get in his way means death.
Very well, Smith. That is all the dictation I shall give you this evening. You may go.
Yes, Professor Coram. But before I go, I've something to tell you.
What is it?
I was in Chatham this afternoon. The greengrocer told me a woman, a stranger, was inquiring the way to the house here.
A woman? What woman? Did he describe her?
Why, yes. The greengrocer said she was a foreign-looking woman, sir. Black hair, tall, glasses, a tiny scar on her chin.
Then it's she. She's found me at last. One moment, Smith.
Yes, sir?
How do you know so much about this woman? How were you able to describe her so well?
Well, I told you the greengrocer...
That's a lie. She sent you here.
What?
You want what I have in that cabinet in my study. You're spying on
Professor
me.
Coram, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry, Smith. I'm afraid I misjudged you. Lost my temper for a moment. Forgive me?
Of course. Good night, sir.
Good night, Smith.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Yes, Susan?
Where are you going, sir, so late at night?
Into Professor Coram's study.
Well, Mr. Smith, I wouldn't do that. Indeed, I wouldn't. I've been the professor's housemaid for more than a year, and I can tell you, he doesn't like anyone in his study after dark.
I'm just going in to get a book, and the professor's in bed.
Maybe he is, and maybe he isn't. But mark my words, Mr. Smith. Don't go into the study.
Look here, Susan, suppose you go back to your room and stop giving me advice. I'm perfectly capable of managing my own affairs.
But, Mr.
Good
Smith...
night, Susan. Let's see. Where is that lamp? If I remember... Who's that? Who's there by the cabinet? Professor Coram, is it you? No, don't...
Well, Mr. Holmes, that's the entire story. This Professor Coram's secretary, Willoughby Smith, was found dead in the study. A sealing wax knife in his neck.
Interesting, my dear Inspector Hopkins. Very. And as you say, the presence of a knife a considerable distance from the body would indicate murder, not suicide. This sealing wax knife was part of the equipment in the study?
Yes, sir. It always lay on the desk.
I see.
And other than that, Inspector Hopkins, you found nothing?
Nothing to put a finger on, Dr. Watson. That's why I returned from Kent in this beastly weather to consult you both here at Baker Street. Mr. Holmes, I need your help.
Yes, quite people who come to the end of their wits usually do. Now then, Hopkins, a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You examined the grounds?
I did.
What did you find?
A few faint impressions on the garden path. It must have been the killer. It was the only way to enter the house, since the front door was locked and bolted.
These footprints, Hopkins, were they coming or going?
I couldn't say for sure, sir. They were so faint.
Were they large or small?
I couldn't distinguish, Mr. Holmes. As I said, they were...
Oh, rubbish.
Holmes, what the deuce?
Oh, Hopkins, I'm disappointed in you. The faintest impressions in the earth, when viewed with open eyes, are enormously revealing. Now, in this pouring rain, they've no doubt been obliterated entirely. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Get your waterproof and your hat.
You mean we're going to...
Yes, quite. We're going to Yoxley Old Place in Kent. I believe there's a train for Chatham leaving Charing Cross in an hour.
Holmes, look here, along the garden path. There's a narrow border of grass along it, some 6 inches in width.
There is indeed, Watson. What of it?
Well, the killer could have trod this strip of grass in order to conceal his footprints. Perhaps that is why Hopkins saw nothing.
Oh, nonsense.
Eh?
Whoever entered the garden gate, Watson, and came along this path to enter the house had no intention of committing murder.
Well, how'd you know that?
Well, it's elementary, my dear fellow. A killer would have come armed with a weapon. But this assassin used a sealing wax knife snatched from the study desk. Hence, the murder was on the spur of the moment.
Yes, Joe Holmes, you're right.
Yes, quite. But now, Watson, let us join Hopkins in the study. My dear Hopkins, surely you're aware that the dead man, Willoughby Smith, has a pair of glasses clutched in his hands?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. They're his. He must have just taken them off when he was attacked.
Well, that makes sense, Holmes. They're just the type a secretary would wear. Pince-nez, black thread.
Oh, poppycock.
Eh?
Give me the glasses, Watson. Let me examine them by the light of the window.
Very well. Here you are, Holmes. Holmes, why the deuce are you trying them on? What can you find by...
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
These glasses tell a story indeed.
What story?
They belong to a woman. She's of good circumstance, a person well-dressed and refined. She has a thick nose, eyes set close together, a puckered forehead, peering expression, and probably rounded shoulders.
Good Lord.
How the deuce do you know all that, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, it's obvious, Hopkins, obvious. The glasses are dainty and delicately constructed, hence a woman's. They're handsomely mounted in solid gold. Hence, the owner is a woman of means and probably fastidious in the rest of her apparel. The width of the bridge is wide, hence a broad nose. And yet the eyes are close together, since I have a narrow face and yet cannot focus my eyes through the lenses.
Yes, but Holmes, how do you know this mysterious woman has a peering expression, a puckered forehead, and rounded shoulders,
The lenses, Watson, the lenses, they're extremely strong, and since the woman is myopic or nearsighted, it's reasonable to suppose she possesses these characteristics. But come, let's leave this room.
Where to now, Holmes?
The corridor, Watson. The corridor leading to this room and the professor's bedroom. You may find it extremely revealing.
Well, seems to be an ordinary corridor to me.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I'm of a mind with Dr. Watson. Nothing seems amiss here.
Indeed? Use your eyes, Hopkins, use your eyes. Observe. This corridor between the garden door and the study is covered with a kind of coconut matting. So, too, is the hall leading to Professor Corum's bedroom. They're exactly similar in nature.
Is that significant, Holmes?
Very. It means that the killer never left this house.
What, Holmes? You mean the killer's here at this moment? Hiding somewhere, perhaps?
Precisely, Watson. And now, suppose we have a few words with this mysterious Professor Corum.
Here's some good common sense about men's suits. When you buy your new spring suit, don't deal in unknowns. Be sure to buy that new suit from a merchant you know and respect. And also be sure that it carries a label that merits your complete confidence. And that's exactly the sensible practice of thousands and thousands of well-dressed American men. They buy Clippercraft worsted suits at $45 from friendly, respected, independent merchants who give you real value not once in a while, but always. The exceptional quality of Clippercraft clothes is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. The trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. You can always rely on Clippercraft clothes and the store that proudly sells them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th, John Wanamaker's men's stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham & Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez.
Yes, Mr. Harris, so I was. Holmes asked Inspector Hopkins to go to the kitchen and wait there with Susan, the housemaid, whom he proposed to interview later. Then Holmes and I entered Professor Coram's bedroom. Professor was lying in bed in a stifling fog of cigarette smoke. We introduced ourselves, and Coram greeted us cordially. Then he held out a cigarette box to us.
Cigarette, Dr. Watson?
No, thank you, Professor. Never touched...
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, by all means. I'm an avid cigarette smoker, my dear Professor.
Holmes, what the devil...
Watson, a light, if you please.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
These seem to be an unusual brand.
Oh, yes. They are a rare blend, sir. Do you like them, Mr. Holmes?
I do indeed. They're very mild, Professor. Now, about the murder of your secretary, Willoughby Smith.
Oh, yes, Smith, a great catastrophe. A fine young man, able and intelligent. The loss is paralyzing to my household. I shall miss him indeed.
And you have no idea who killed him or why?
No, Dr. Watson, I have not. Unfortunately, I knew very little of the young man.
He had no enemies that you were aware of?
Mr. Holmes, I do not pry into the personal affairs of my employer.
Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
Do you mind if I wait for you in the corridor? This room's so heavy with smoke.
Oh, not at all, my dear fellow. I have but one or two more questions to ask Professor Coram here, and I shall be out presently.
There you are, Holmes.
Yes, Watson.
What the deuce has happened to you, Holmes? Why did you tell Professor Coram you were a heavy cigarette smoker? I happen to know you never smoked one of those things in your life. Yet you were in there, puffing away for all you were worth.
I was indeed, my dear fellow. I had not one cigarette, but two. I found them both very helpful.
In what way?
I have high hopes that my new tobacco habit will help me catch a killer.
What? Holmes, perhaps I'm obtuse, but dash it, what the deuce has smoking cigarettes got to do with finding a killer?
All in good time, my dear fellow, all in good time. Suppose we have a talk now with the housemaid, Susan. Now then, Susan, what happened after you heard the scream?
Why, sir, I ran to the study, and there he was, poor Mr. Smith, lying on the floor. When I got to him, he opened his eyes for a moment before he died, poor lad. And he said something very peculiar.
Indeed? What did he say?
Well, it sounded funny-like, sir. He said, "The professor, it was she."
The professor? It was she?
Susan, why didn't you tell me this when I first questioned you?
Because I was afraid you'd think me balmy, Inspector Hopkins.
The professor, it was she. I must say it makes no sense, the professor being a man and all.
On the contrary, my dear Hopkins, it's both a logical phrase and a legitimate observation. It is now clear...
Oh.
What's that bell, Susan?
Why, that's Professor Coram, sir, asking for his dinner. I'd better take it to him at once.
I see. By the cutlets you're bringing him on that tray, my dear Susan, I'd say the professor is a man of healthy appetite.
You're right there, Holmes. There's enough there for a longshoreman.
Susan, one more question. Is the professor a man of variable appetite?
Why, yes, sir. So it seems lately, sir. I must say his appetite has increased sharply.
Very good, Susan. You may take your tray in now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you make of it?
It's 1 o'clock now, Inspector Hopkins. We have only to wait an hour until 2.
Yes, Holmes? What will happen at 2?
Then, Watson, we shall talk to the professor again, and I shall produce the killer. Professor Coram, I hope that you don't resent this second intrusion, but there are 1 or 2 more questions I must ask.
Of course. Cigarette, Mr. Holmes.
No, thank you, not this time.
Now then, sir, what is it you wish to know? How can I help you solve this deplorable crime?
Oh, I've already solved it, sir. Indeed, I've already found the killer.
A remarkable statement, Mr. Holmes. A most remarkable statement. Just where is this killer?
Right here in this room.
Holmes, you mean the professor here?
I mean, Watson, that last night the professor here received a strange and unexpected visitor.
Oh, no, you don't, Mr. Holmes.
Holmes, he has a gun under his pillow there.
You'll never know the truth. Do you hear?
Give me that gun, Professor. Give it to me!
Holmes, thank heaven you managed to wrest the gun away and the shots went wild into the wall.
On the contrary, Watson, they almost reached their mark. You see, my dear fellow, the killer is in a recess behind that empty bookcase on the opposite wall.
What?
That's a lie, you hear? A lie.
Is it? Then suppose we see for ourselves. Note, Watson, this bookcase swings outward from the wall.
Good Lord.
So, you have found me.
Holmes, it's a woman. Just as you described her.
Exactly. The woman who killed Willoughby Smith.
I didn't mean to do it. I wanted the papers in the cabinet. I came to get them, and he walked into the room. It was dark, and he heard me, and then I seized the knife and...
Allow me to complete your story, madam. You struck Smith in the neck, dropped the knife, and ran. In the struggle, your victim snatched off your glasses, these golden pince-nez here.
Oh, you don't know what it is like to be half blind, have searched and searched.
In your myopic condition, and because the corridors appeared similar, you made a mistake. You ran into the professor's room here, instead of through the garden door.
Yes, I came for the papers. I had to have them. I had to.
What papers?
Anna, you fool, be quiet.
No, I shall not be quiet. It is you who are responsible, Anatole. Mr. Holmes, you must know the truth, the whole truth. This man is my husband.
Your husband?
Proceed, madam.
He is a Russian, not an Englishman. We were married in Kiev many years ago, and we were nihilists.
Revolutionists?
Yes, then trouble came, the Tsarist police. My husband here betrayed me to save his own skin. I was sent to Siberia, and he...
Silence, Anna!
No, I will go on. I met a man in Siberia. I fell in love with him. He's still there. I needed papers to procure his release. But my husband had them in a cabinet in his study. And he would not give them to me out of malice and hatred.
Then why did he hide you when you came into the room here?
Because if I were found at large and arrested, he knew I would expose him. And I have friends who would cut his throat if they knew. That is why he hid me behind that bookcase, and for no other reason. But now what difference does it make? I have killed a man. And
Watson, she has a vial in her hand. Stop her.
Give it to me,
Oh,
madam.
no!
Give it to me. There. That's it.
Why didn't you let me die? Why didn't you let me die? Why didn't you let me take the poison?
Madam, it is more to your advantage, believe me, to stand before an English court and be judged. Here in our country, unlike yours, we do not subscribe to tyranny or verdict by decree. We have certain rights, and one of them is trial by jury. And in view of the nature of your deed and the motive behind it, there are certain extenuating circumstances. I'm afraid I cannot say the same for Professor Coram here.
I have done nothing, and I am not subject to arrest.
On the contrary, my dear Professor, you've shielded a murderer, and a moment ago attempted murder yourself. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Suppose you admit Inspector Hopkins. He's waiting outside. Well, Watson, we shall be in London presently.
Holmes, how did you know this woman, Anna, hadn't escaped by the garden path?
Well, in order to do that, Watson, she would have had to run along the narrow border of grass to avoid leaving definite footprints. An impossible task, certainly, for a nearsighted person in the dead of night. Remember, Anna had lost her glasses.
Therefore, since Hopkins had reported no definite tracks, she had never left the house at all.
Exactly. And Professor Coram's voracious appetite indicated that two people were eating those cutlets, not one. Therefore, I suspected that she was hidden somewhere in his room. Then I noted that there was one section of bookcase built on hinges to swing loose.
But Holmes, what did the cigarettes you smoked have to do with it? You said they helped to find the woman.
They did indeed, Watson. I sprinkled the ashes on the carpet in front of the suspected bookcase. When we returned later, I noted that the pattern of the ashes on the carpet had been disturbed. That meant that our quarry had come out from her hiding place. You see, Watson, I may be a bachelor, but I know that any vain woman who has lost her glasses will go to almost any lengths to find them.
Dr. Watson. That was a very interesting adventure indeed, sir.
Yes, Mr. Harris. As I said, it is my opinion that Holmes rose to sheer heights of brilliance on this occasion. And of course he gave the credit to young Hopkins of Scotland Yard. Holmes was the soul of generosity in these matters, you know.
Yes, Dr. Watson, I do know. And now, Doctor, what about next week's adventure?
Well, next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the blood-soaked wagon. It concerns a grotesque bonfire, a breathtaking chase across the countryside, and one of the strangest crises ever faced by the Royal Mint.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Blood-Soaked Wagon. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hear Bill Henry on the news, which follows in a moment.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America.
What are we digging, Joe? A sub-basement?
You know what we're digging, Sue.
Sure, but how far down are we going? To China?
Don't be silly. It's just about deep enough. A few more spadefuls, and I guess it'll fit.
Well, I hope it's just a few more. I'm exhausted.
Don't be crazy. I've done most of the work.
And I know why, too. Look, Joe, isn't this deep enough?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it's deep enough, but is it wide enough and long enough?
It's wide enough.
Well, I think it's okay. Let's lift it in. You get that end.
All right.
Now lift.
Hey, it's heavy, isn't it?
Don't be lazy. Come on, lift.
I'm doing my best.
Okay. Now lower it. I think it'll fit.
I think it will, too. Whoa.
Oh, he's right. Yeah, it fits, Sue. Just fits.
Now what do we do? Cover it up and forget about it?
Now, don't be silly. Just covering it up with dirt won't hide it for long. I'm going to pave the entire basement floor tomorrow. Then she'll not only be a couple of feet underground, but under half a foot of concrete, too.
We're going to do a good job of hiding Sally's body, I'd say.
You bet we are. Maybe my wife did show up at the wrong time. But what's left of her will never show up.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Joe. Well, what's the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
Well, Billy, don't be ridiculous. Of course I am. Come on in there.
I am in, Joe. Where's Sally?
Your sister?
Yeah.
Well, she isn't here, Billy. She's been out of town, you know that.
But you and I quit stalling. She came back last night. I know that. And I also know what happened.
Now, look, Billy,
Skip it. I'm not sore because you killed her. She meant nothing to me. But money does. And you're going to get me a chunk of it or I start talking.
Now, Billy, you got to listen to me.
Do I? What do you bet? Seems to me that you better listen to me. You killed Sally. But I got it fixed so the cops are going to pick up your friend Sue Adams for it. And for keeping my mouth shut about you, I want a lot of dough. But you know I'm nice. I'm going to tell you how you can get it for me.
All right, Mary. Have a nice trip, and I'll be a good boy while you're going. Uh-oh. There's the doorbell. Well, I'll try to be a good boy. Goodbye.
Bye.
Coming. Yes?
Is this Boston Blackie's apartment?
If it isn't, I'm in the wrong place.
Oh, you're Blackie?
Uh-huh. And apparently you're in trouble. Come in.
Thanks. I'm Sue Adams, and I am in trouble. But how did you know?
Oh, I'm a genius at telling what people are thinking. And also, you're twisting that handkerchief so hard, it's going to be shredded in a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, don't apologize to me. Say you're sorry to the handkerchief. But what kind of trouble are you in?
Blackie, I'm afraid I'm going to be killed.
Well, apparently you're letting it scare you to death. Don't do it. That'll save someone a lot of trouble.
Please, Blackie, I'm serious.
I'm sorry. But so many people imagine that
This isn't imagination. You see, I helped him do it.
Helped him do what?
Bury his wife.
Huh? What him buried his wife?
Joe Lang. He buried his wife, Sally, in the basement of his home last night. This morning, he paved the floor of the basement with concrete.
And you helped him?
I helped him to bury her.
Who helped him kill her?
Joe said he found her in the basement, already dead. But I know he's lying.
What makes you think so?
Because he said he'd go to the chair if his wife's body were found. He said he'd see that I had to be buried, too, if I ever told what I knew.
So you've come right to me to tell me all about it, huh? That's asking for it, isn't it?
No. I think Joe intends to kill me anyway. He invited me to his place in the mountains, and he's never done that before. I know he wants to take me out there to kill me.
Well, you're in a spot, young lady. And in this case, the best spot for you is police headquarters. I'll phone it. Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Well, think of the inspector and up he pops. Hello, Faraday.
Hi.
Well, what do you want me for this time? Murder, arson, or help?
I don't want you for anything, Blackie. But is this girl Sue Adams?
Yes, I'm Sue Adams.
I got a phone call saying I might find you up here.
A phone call from whom?
A fellow named Wilson.
Forget it, pal. Faraday, this girl wants you. For protection.
Oh, she does she, Blackie? Well, maybe I want her. For murder.
What do you mean, maybe?
I mean, I got a phone call from Billy Wilson, the dead woman's brother. He said this girl killed his sister, Sally Lang.
Oh, no.
One of my men followed her here, and here I am.
Just because you got a phone call, you think you've got a murderer. Faraday, what are you using for a head?
All right, so the phone call doesn't mean she killed Mrs. Lang. But it means she knows something about it.
Sure she does, and she's told me everything she knows. She helped Joe Lang bury the body.
Oh.
And it's Joe Lang who murdered his wife.
Oh.
But before you have a murder case, you've got to find a body, you know.
Oh.
And that's why you need me, because I know where it is.
Put lots of paper in that corner of the room, Billy. You want to fix it so this joint of mine goes up like a hot torch.
I know that, Joe. I'll make sure nobody will ever know we set your place on fire.
Now, these papers will burn with the rest of the joint. So will all the Excelsior.
Right. So much Excelsior around, it'll look suspicious, Joe.
It'll burn. If it doesn't, so what? Your sister got 3 barrels of new dishes delivered last week.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
You bought Sally new dishes? She never told me.
She won't tell anyone anything now. I think we have enough papers around.
I should think so. The basement's jammed with papers. We spread them around every room. Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, I just heard a door slam. So did I. There's a front door, too. Quiet, I'll see who it is. Okay. Well? Billy, we gotta work fast. It's Boston Blackie. I've seen that guy's picture in the paper so often I'd know him anywhere.
Boston Blackie? Oh, somebody must have found out that we...
Never mind about him. If we want the insurance from this joint of mine, we'll have to set fire to it, but quick.
What about Blackie?
He's prowling around. I saw him head toward the back of the house. Come on, light this stuff.
Okay, but what about Blackie?
Quit the gab. When he gets in one of the back rooms, I'll lock him in. We'll scram and he'll go up in smoke.
Joe, that's murder.
It's going to be suicide if we don't get out of here ourselves. Look at those flames go. Come on.
Where's Blackie?
He's where I thought he'd be. In that room over there. And if I'm fast, we can lock him in and... Got it.
Hey, you guys.
Joe, fire starting to spread out?
Yeah. And in a minute, it's going to cook Blackie's goose. Unless you and I get out.
Okay, men, let's pack up and shovel.
There's not much left of the house, Inspector Faraday.
I don't care about the house, Chief, but Boston Blackie was in there.
There's no one left in there now, Inspector. No one alive. That house went up well, it went up awful quick. What was Blackie doing in there?
We came down to see a guy named Joe Lang about a body Blackie said he could find. We were both going in, but Blackie said he wanted Lang alone a few minutes.
Well, if no one come out of the house after the fire started, no one's coming out now. You sure Blackie stayed in there?
Blackie didn't have time to get out. He hadn't been inside more than a minute when I saw a flame shoot out of all the windows, so I beat it down to the corner and turned in the alarm.
Blackie might have come out while you were turning in the alarm.
If he did, he would have been here when I got back. No, I guess he got caught in there.
That's tough, Inspector. Yep. Well, we'll be able to check through the rooms pretty soon now, Inspector.
Okay. I want to make sure about Blackie.
Sure of what, Faraday? That I'm dead or alive?
Blackie, you're alive?
A little smoky, Inspector, but alive.
Why, I ought to...
So I worried you, Faraday, but I just had to wait until I heard you say something nice about me. You never do if you think I'm alive and might hear about it.
Yeah, you'll hear about this, Blackie. How'd you get out of that house? Through a window?
No, the flames were at the windows before I could get to one. And the only door in the room was locked.
How'd you get out?
Faraday, have you forgotten? Has a locked door ever stopped me?
No, but I sure wish this one had.
Faraday, you say the nicest things.
I know, Blackie. Did you find Sally Lang's body? And if you did, who killed her?
I didn't have a chance to find it, and I don't know who killed her.
A big help you are.
Oh, don't worry, Faraday. I'll find out. It could be, you know, that Sally's killer just burned his house behind him.
10 of diamonds.
Jack of hearts.
Nuts.
Well, Billy, it don't look like you'd ever win a dime off me cutting cards.
Well, I'll bet you 5 I win this time, Joe.
You got it.
Go on, you shuffle.
Okay. I wonder if they found Blackie's body yet.
The joint's still probably as hot as a griddle. Go on, you cut first.
Sure. King of clubs. You bet 5 you'll win this time, huh?
I'll win. Here's my cut. Ace of hearts.
Boy, you
The
dirt.
5's mine, Joe.
Don't be diz. I don't pay off on a crooked cut.
You shuffle. There was nothing crooked about it.
Ah, that phony cut you made stacked the cards.
Now, wait a minute. Just because you're Sally's husband, don't think you can call me a cheat.
Okay, pal, you started something. Well, Billy.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll get away with this, but you're not going to get away with killing my sister. She's lying under the concrete of that burning house of yours now, and I know who put her there and why.
You think you know.
You're sure I know. That's why you agreed so easy to burn your house down. You want to marry Sue Adams. That's why you killed Sally. I can always tell what I know. Don't forget about that.
I think maybe I better finish what I started a minute ago and bust that
You'd
small...
better just stand right there like a good boy. I got a gun ready to go boom.
Pretty smart, aren't you?
Smart enough to know now I won't live long with you loose. All right, come on, Joe. I'm taking you on a one-way trip to headquarters.
I wonder how heavy these boards were before they were half burned. Better get out of the way, Sue. going to toss some of these old planks your way.
I'm out of your way. Blackie, what happens to me because I helped Joe bury his wife here?
If you can prove that you were forced to help him, Sue, not much. I've kept you out of Faraday's hands so far, haven't I?
Yes.
There. I guess we've cleared a big enough floor space. Are you sure this is where she's buried?
Oh, I'm positive, Blackie. It was right by that concrete pillar there. That's the exact spot.
Well, we'll know in a minute. Hand me that pick.
Okay.
The heat of the fire broke the concrete a little, and I'll have to finish the job.
Here you are.
Thanks. Yeah. This is the place, all right, Sue. The ground below the floor is soft.
Blackie, I don't have to look at her, do I?
Not now, if you don't want to. There. I got enough of the concrete out of the way. Now I'll just spade the dirt out of here. Yeah, this is the place, all right. The dirt is plenty loose.
Blackie,
Yeah?
you believe I was forced to help bury her here, don't you?
We'll talk about that later, Miss Adams. Right now, I've got...
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I've just hit the bottom of this pit, and there's nobody here. What's going on, Miss Adams?
Now back to Boston Blackie. Joe Lang and his girlfriend, Sue Adams, bury the dead body of Joe's wife in the basement of the Lang home. Fearful of her own life, Sue tells Blackie all about it. Blackie goes to the Lang home to find the dead woman's body, but is temporarily sidetracked when Joe and his brother-in-law, Billy Wilson, burn down the house. Later, however, he goes to the spot where the dead woman is buried, but the body is missing. As we return to our story, Blackie is in a telephone booth calling Inspector Faraday's office.
Homicide, Faraday speaking.
Oh, hello, Faraday. This is Blackie. I've been to the ruins of the Lang
I
house.
know, I know. You found Mrs. Lang's body. Well, I've done better than that. I have her killer right here in my office.
You can't prove you have anything, Faraday, because I didn't find a body.
What?
I found where it had been buried once, but it wasn't there this time.
Oh, fine. A big help you are.
Well, look, I'll be a little help then. Who's in your office, Joe Lang?
Yeah, and Wilson, the dead woman's brother. He brought Lang in.
I thought Wilson told you Sue Adams killed Sally Lang.
Now he says it was Joe Lang, and he only thought Miss Adams might have done it when he called me first. But without a body...
Wait a minute, Faraday. Don't say anything, or you might spoil a plan I have.
Huh?
If Joe Lang killed his wife, I know how I can prove it.
We can't prove anything without a
I
body.
said, wait a minute, will you? You'll have to let Lang go, of course. But before you do, tell him that the body is missing, all right. But we know where it is, and we'll recover it before midnight tonight.
Oh, I get it.
Sure, if Lang killed his wife, he's a cinch to try to hide his wife's body again, because without a body, there's no case against him. And I think the body will prove who committed the crime. Let Lang go, then follow Lang, and Wilson, too.
You think Wilson did it?
Well, he's the one accusing everybody else. Look, you follow Lang, and have somebody else follow Wilson.
Where are you going to be all this time?
I'm going to practice taking bows.
You don't need them. You need brains. Suppose this doesn't work.
It'll work. Lang will be flowered, Wilson will be followed, and if either one of them goes for the body, I'll follow through.
Don't let Lang's car get too far ahead of us, Sergeant.
I won't, Inspector Faraday. But it's tough driving with no lights.
Yeah.
Wonder if Wilson is leading Blackie out into the country, too.
I don't know. I doubt it, though. I don't think Wilson did it. What's his motive? He didn't gain anything by her death. But Lang did.
What?
He got rid of her.
Oh, so he could marry that Sue Adams, huh?
Oh, maybe just because he was sick of her. She weighed almost 200 pounds, I understand, and was as ugly as... Hey, Lang's car just pulled off the road by these woods up there.
Yeah, I noticed.
Hey, he's getting out, ducking into the woods. Pull up right behind him quick, and we'll help him find a body.
Okay. Looks like Blackie was right, huh?
Usually is, but don't tell him I said so. Hey, Lang! Lang! Looking for something, Lang?
Don't run for it, Bud, or I'll have to stop you with a slug.
Okay. You think I'm still?
I think you're pretty dumb if you didn't know we could follow you out here.
Okay, so you followed me out here. What for? You like the country air?
You know why we followed you out here. So you'll do exactly what you've done. Lead us to your wife's body.
You think it's out here, do you?
I know it is. And if you don't lead us to where it's hidden, we'll find it ourselves.
Okay. Okay, so I hid her body in the woods here.
There it is, Inspector. The body.
Good. Why'd you try to hide it, Lang?
Why? Because
Never mind, I'll tell you why. Because you know we can't prove a murder without a body. You knew Blackie knew the body was in the basement of your house, so you dug it up and brought it here. Now you wanted to get rid of it again. Well, we've got the body. You know what that means? Means we've also got you. Come in.
Hello, Faraday.
Oh, Blackie, get out of my
Look,
office.
you promised to phone me. Now be quiet. I brought your lady visitor. Come in, Miss Adams.
Thank you.
My office, and she thanks him. Why should I phone you, Blackie?
So let me know how my plan worked.
You know how it worked. So go ahead and bow yourself all over the place.
You found Mrs. Lang's body?
Yeah, Joe Lang led us right to it. He admits he killed her and everything.
He's in jail now, Inspector?
Yeah, Miss Adams, you're safe now. But you always were. Lang said he had no intention of killing you. One murder was enough.
Why did Lang kill her, Faraday?
He claims he didn't mean to. They had a fight in the basement. He pushed her and she fell. Her head hit a concrete post. That was that.
That must have happened long before I came in. He was just starting to bury her when I got there.
Miss Adams, she'd been dead for some time before he buried her. He admits he left the house right after he killed her and didn't come back for a couple of hours.
Oh, that's when he realized she was dead.
Yeah.
She hadn't moved, so...
Very smart, Blackie. She hadn't moved for 2 hours. She was dead. So he knew he'd killed her.
Well, if it was an accident, Inspector Faraday, you
He
can't...
just says it was an accident, Miss Adams. But I don't think it was. The coroner reports she got a pretty heavy rap on the head.
You know, I've just had a pleasant thought.
What?
Lang led you to that body rather easily. What if it isn't his wife's body?
But it is his wife. Huh? What did you say?
Nothing, Inspector. But has anyone besides Lang identified the body?
No, but Wilson's at the morgue identifying it now. Then he's coming here.
Well, if when he gets here he says that isn't his sister's body, you'll get nowhere trying to send Lang to jail.
Yeah, so you say. Come in.
You sent for me, Inspector Faraday?
Yeah, Wilson. Have you seen the body?
Yes, I have.
Get ready for a surprise, Inspector.
Quiet, Blackie. Whose body was it, Wilson?
It was my sister's, all right.
Blackie.
Get ready for what, did you say, Blackie?
All right, so I'm wrong.
Looks like I'm the guy on the right this time, doesn't it?
Well, it's the first time for everything.
Go ahead, Blackie. Just try to make me mad. This is the way I like my cases to end. First, I find the body. There's a bump on the back of the head and a gash on the side of the head. Her husband admits pushing her. Then he admits he killed her, buried her, and tried to hide her. Right, Miss Adams?
Well, I guess so.
Right, Blackie?
Right. Faraday?
He not only admits all this, but he dictates a complete confession and signs it. Right, Blackie?
Right, Faraday.
I knew all along he was the one who did it. Wilson, I should have arrested him when you brought him in here. Yes, sir, Joe Lang murdered his wife, and he's going to the chair for it. Right, Blackie?
Wrong, Faraday.
And then I should... What?
Just what I said, wrong. Joe Lang didn't kill his wife. But I know who did.
Joe Lang killed his wife. That's who did.
No. Right here's who did. Billy Wilson.
Blackie, you're out of your mind. And...
I know, and get out of your office.
I think you're through with me, aren't you, Inspector?
Yeah, Wilson, you...
Wait a minute, Faraday. Wilson, when did you last see your sister?
Oh, it was some time ago. She'd been out of town.
I wonder, Wilson, if you didn't see her between the time her husband pushed her and the time he came back home.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, maybe Lang only thinks he killed your sister. He did push her down, and she fell against the post. But it didn't kill her. She was killed later by that second blow on the side of the head.
You're through with me, aren't you, Inspector?
Wait a minute. Go on, Blackie.
Wilson, you found your sister unconscious, revived her, learned what happened. Then you quarreled about something, and you killed her, knowing Joe would come home, find her dead, and think that he had killed her. Faraday, arrest this guy, and you'll arrest Mrs. Lang's killer.
Hey, Wilson, where do you think you're going?
You said you were through with me, Inspector.
Yeah, but I've changed my mind.
Too late, Inspector.
Blackie, grab him before
I'll grab him, don't worry.
You better worry, Blackie.
Oh, boy, this guy wants a battle, huh? Come here.
Nice going, Blackie. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, I always say.
Yes, Faraday, if it's corny, it's what you always say. But you know what I say?
What?
Let's find out why this mister killed his sister.
Yeah, Blackie. I'll tell you why Wilson did it.
Never mind telling Blackie. This is my office, Lang. Besides, we know why he killed her. He wanted money, and she refused to give it to him. So he hit her with a poker. His confession tells us that.
Yes, that was a big mistake. Your wife couldn't have gotten that mark on the side of her head if she'd died when you pushed her.
Well, I'm glad you found that out, but I wasn't talking about Sally's killing. You want to know why we burned down the house, don't you, Blackie?
Well, Lang, I think I know. That was for money, too.
Yeah, that's right, Blackie. Billy knew I was scared about what happened to Sally. I thought I'd killed her, and when he said I had to burn down my house and give him half the insurance money or else, well, I figured he knew I'd killed Sally and would go to the cops if I didn't do what he said.
Lang, you didn't play this very smart. If you thought you'd killed your wife by accident, you should have called the police.
Don't be silly. Even Sue Adams thought I'd killed Sally when she found me with the body. Everybody knows Sally and I didn't get along.
Well, you've got a charge against you for withholding evidence from the police, and you're going to jail for arson.
Well, so what? That's better than where Billy's going. He's going to the chair for murder. Oh, one thing I want to know, Blackie.
Yeah?
First, you thought maybe I killed her. Then you thought Billy killed her. Why didn't you ever think Sue did it?
Your wife was a 200-pounder, Lang, and Sue Adams isn't much over 100. After you pushed your wife, somebody had to revive her, kill her, and then drag her body over to where it was when you left. Sue Adams just couldn't have done that.
No, of course not. We answer your question all right, Lang?
Sure, yeah.
Good. You must be very tired, Faraday, after the work we did, only please don't you be as busy as this again, will you? I don't think I could stand it.
13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, Carrot Star Times. Don't know quite how to begin this letter, except to say that it may sound fantastic to you, perhaps even a joke. But please believe me, I am serious, and the situation is serious. A man is dying, yet he has nothing wrong with him. He believes he's going to die 5 days from now, and so Bart LeFay is dying. A strong, healthy man is dying because of witchcraft. I know this sounds incongruous.
But if you will come to Ballou, Louisiana, you will see for yourself and perhaps be able to help. Sincerely, Doris Gordon. Sure, I laughed when I sat down to read Miss Gordon's letter. But the laugh stopped in Ballou, Louisiana.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Death is a Doll.
But, Mr. Holliday, you don't believe this, do you?
Susie, as my old grandfather used to say, there's no such thing as a sure bet or a sure loser.
I don't get it.
Well, to quote the time-worn passage from Shakespeare, there are stranger things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy.
Who's Horatio?
That's beside the point.
But, Mr. Holliday, she says witchcraft. Now, that's just, it's impossible.
Atta girl, Susie, you never let me down. You had to hunt for it, but you found the wrong pronunciation.
That's beside the point.
Yeah, it could be. But something tells me that Ballou, Louisiana offers interesting possibilities. Before I took off for Louisiana, I went to the Star-Times and did a little research. You know, it's surprising what a person can find out about things he thought went out with the oil lamps, horse cars, and witch trials. But look at the bustle. Everybody thought it was dead. But now look. Well, just look. Anyway, what I learned made me change my mind a little about that letter from Doris Gordon, who met me at the station at Ballou. 5 minutes after I got off of the train, we were driving along a dusty back road in a little car.
I didn't think you'd come, Mr. Holliday.
I never refuse a chance to get mixed up in something that sounds different.
Or insane?
Well, what's the difference? Automobiles and radios were different when they came along. Before that, they were insane.
But this is different. We're in the 20th century. Salem and the witch hunts are history.
History? Well, to bat a cliche into center field, history repeats itself.
I know. Oh, by the way, no one must know why you're here, Mr. Holliday.
Yes?
Because these people are fine and honest. But they're liable to resent a stranger.
Oh, so what happened?
I want you to pretend to be my cousin.
Glad to. But won't they know you haven't got a cousin?
No. I teach school here. I've been here only 6 months. No one knows much about my personal life. They've come to trust me, like me, I think. And they'll accept you because of it.
Fair enough.
Now, I board with the LeFays.
LeFay? Oh, your letter mentioned a Bart LeFay.
Yes. He's the youngest son.
And he's dying, so you said?
Yes. In 1 month, he's become almost a dead man.
Why? What did the doctor say?
Said there's nothing wrong with Bart.
But there has to be.
That's what I told myself. I told it to Bart. But Mr. Holliday, he knows he's going to die because someone has told him.
Who? Who told him?
I don't know who started it, but now everyone in Ballou knows it. It's been like a snowball. Building, building, building.
You're in love with Bart?
Yes, I am.
All right, but, well, I don't see what I can do to...
You've got to. It was only by chance that I saw your advertisement in the Star-Times, a newspaper published in a city hundreds of miles from here. Remember? Adventure wanted. Will go any place, do anything. Write Box 13. I had to write to you.
Just a minute, Miss Gordon. Let me ask you one question.
What?
Have you gone to the authorities? Sheriff, for example?
Of course I have.
And?
Mr. Holliday, the law can't help when you're fighting something you can't see.
So I was taken to the LaFay home as Doris Gordon's cousin. There was something about the house, an aura of fear that hung over it like a deadly pall. Bart's mother, his father, and his two older brothers seemed to have accepted the fact that Bart would die. Die when he said, in 2 days. That night, Doris arranged for me to be alone with Bart in his room. The house was located near the edge of one of the big bayous, and somewhere outside in the night, a strange, eerie animal sound seeped through into the room where I sat with the sick man. How do you feel, Bart?
Not bitten, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, now look here, Bart. The doctor says there's nothing wrong with you.
Ain't nothing he knows. Ain't nothing he can know.
No, look, a man just doesn't die without something being the matter.
I got just 2 days now.
Bart, that's nonsense. Now, snap out of it.
You just don't believe it, do you, mister?
No, I don't.
And why don't you ask down in the village? Ask anybody.
About what?
About what's happening to me. People see it happen before, and there ain't nothing nobody can do. Ain't nobody can help. There ain't nothing.
Doris! Doris, get some water.
He can't swallow when he's like this.
Here, Bart. Come on, sit up. Sit up. Let yourself breathe.
It's getting worse. It's like somebody tightened the rope around my neck. And soon it'll get so tight I can't breathe no more.
Bart, you mustn't say that.
Ain't nobody can help. Nobody.
Doris.
What, Dan?
Where's the doctor?
In the village?
I'm going there. You stay here with Bart.
All right, take the car.
There's only one doctor?
Yes, Dr. Brennan.
All right. Now, don't leave Bart. I'll be back soon.
I'm sorry, Holliday, but there's nothing I can tell you. There's nothing wrong with Bart LaFay.
You're sure?
Look, anything that drags a man down from 200-odd pounds to 150, I'd know about. Maybe I'm just a village
Oh, I didn't
doctor.
mean it that way, Dr. Brennan, but as you say, a man can't lose over 50 pounds and look as Bart does without a cause.
I know that as well as you do.
Yes, well, better than I do. So let's be honest with each other.
Honest? What do you mean?
Because you're a doctor, and because you're rational, logical, and reasonable, you won't let yourself accept the only explanation of Bart's illness.
I can't listen to any such nonsense, Holliday.
Is Bart's condition nonsense?
You're supposed to be an intelligent man.
Yes, and so are you.
Because I am, I won't think about it.
You've never seen it happen before.
No.
But you've heard about it.
Anybody who lives among people who believe in it has heard about it.
All right. Now, Doctor, let's say what we're thinking.
I'm not thinking anything.
Bart LaFay is dying because he's the victim of witchcraft.
You don't believe that.
You mean witches, charms, potions, and that stuff? No. I'm as hard-headed as you are. But Bart believes it.
Why, it's so ridiculous.
To you and me, yes. Maybe a hypochondriac is, too. But to him, his imagined illnesses are real. You don't laugh at him and send him away, do you?
Well, of course not.
And I'll tell you why not. You know his illness is in his mind, so you play along, comfort him. Because if you didn't, you know he'd become worse, simply because he'd think he was.
Well, all right. Supposing you're right about Bart. What can we do about it?
You told him there's nothing really wrong.
100 times. There's nothing else I can do.
I might be able to help.
How?
Find out who started this thing and why it continues. If we destroy the cause, Bart will get well.
Do you expect me to help?
Won't you?
Holliday, I'm a doctor, a physician, a member of the association. If I poked around in something like that, what effect do you think it'd have on my reputation?
Yes, I see your point. And it's up to me alone.
I'll help you, up to a point. Beyond that, really, it's all yours.
Fair enough. Now I've got to talk with the people here.
You won't get very far.
Why not?
Because not one of them will say anything or lift a finger.
Because they're scared too?
That's it.
Doctor, Bart LaFay has only tomorrow and the next day to live. Unless I can lick this. And I'm going to try. I left Dr. Brennan and went back to the buffet place. I had to talk to Doris alone, and later in the darkness outside.
Dan, it's too fantastic, too weird.
Now listen to me, Doris. I did a lot of reading before I came down here. Know what I found out? In the last 10 years, there have been over 100 cases of so-called witchcraft. As recently as 1939, a man on trial for murder claimed self-defense on the grounds that the person he killed had charmed him, hexed him.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But look in the newspaper files.
This is the 20th century.
It could be the 120th, Doris. And still, people will believe what they want to believe.
Do you believe it?
No. No, there's no power on earth that can kill like that. The only power lies in the victim's mind, in his will to believe.
And Bart?
He believes it so strongly that he's dying.
He can't die. Just mustn't.
Look, who started this? There had to be someone who planted that suggestion in his mind.
No one. There isn't a person in the village in this whole parish who doesn't like Bart.
But there has to be, Doris.
It must be some horrible, malicious joke.
The joke would have been called off before this.
Well, I don't know.
If I'd go into the village tomorrow, what would I learn from the people?
Probably nothing. No one will come near here. I have to drive in for supplies every day. Oh, Bart! That was Bart!
Come on. Doris and I ran into the house, and the Faith was standing at the door of Bart's room, staring at the closed door. Terror in their faces. I ran past them. Bart! Bart! Doris, get the lamp, hurry.
Bart! Bart!
He's all right. He just fainted.
But why? Why?
Here's your answer.
What's that?
Doris, shut the door. Keep the rest of the family out of here.
Wait out there, please.
Blow out that lamp. Blow it out.
What are you looking at? Is there somebody in the clearing outside?
No, not a soul. I didn't expect to see them.
You didn't expect?
Look. This charm that made Bart scream was tossed in through this window, Doris. And nothing supernatural or magical about it. It was a human being who tossed it in.
Why?
To let Bart know he has only 2 more days to live.
And now back to Death is a Doll, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Wasn't pretty, that charm. The way it was made with feathers and leather and bits of bone gave me a cold chill. I stuck it in my pocket and then took it out. It was silly, but I didn't want the filthy little thing near me. Bart came to. We made him comfortable, and I spent the rest of the night sitting by his bed. Then, the next morning, Saturday, Doris drove me into the village. While she did some errands, I went into the general store.
Morning, mister.
Oh, good morning.
Can I do something for you?
Well,
Stranger here, ain't you?
Yes, I just came in yesterday afternoon. I'm Miss Gordon's cousin.
Oh, sure. Fine girl, Miss Gordon.
Yes, she is.
Boys, this here's Miss Gordon's kid. Cousin. Them's Ed Masters.
Hello, how are you?
John Latouche.
How do you do?
Tuck Wilson.
Hi.
And the rest of them.
Hiya.
Staying in below a spell, Mr.
Name's Dan.
Just call me Puck. Everybody else does. Though Puck here's about 10 years ahead of me.
Oh. Okay, Pop.
As I was asking, staying long?
Well, I don't know.
Vacation?
Sort of.
Oh, staying here at the hotel?
No.
Oh, right in the old Gerard cabin, huh? Folks do for vacation.
No, I'm staying with the LaFays. Well, I must have said something wrong.
It's one mighty good way to clear the store. Just mention LaFays.
Aren't the LaFays like?
They was.
Was?
You come in here to buy something, mister?
No, I...
Well, then I've got to get busy. I got to get some stock put away.
Oh, now, just a minute, Pop.
Huh? What's that?
I want to know something. Maybe you can tell me.
Yeah. I don't know much.
I'll make it worth your while.
You can put away your money, mister. If I wanted to make talk, I wouldn't take no pay for it.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
You ain't staying long with the LaFays, are you?
I don't know.
You better know.
Listen, Bart LaFay's done.
Is he?
You know he is.
He's been ailing, not been bitten.
Pop, who's doing it for
I ain't got no idea what you're talking about.
I think you have. You can't stand by and see a man die like that.
Sooner or later, he all cut.
Pop, if you can tell me anything that...
Ain't no use of asking me. If you want advice, mister, don't stay no more at the LaFays. I gotta get back to work.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. Yeah, that was useless to try that anymore. I went outside and stood there for a moment. Then I glanced back at the store. Staring out at me from a window was the face of a girl, about 18. And if ever a face showed fear, there it was. Before I could move, she pulled back and away. Outside in the street, little groups of people stared at me, and when I looked back at them, they walked out of sight. Farther down the street, I saw Doris, and she was talking with a big, husky fellow. I walked toward them.
Dan, what did you find her?
Nothing.
I knew it. Oh, Dan, this is Didge Lawson, Bart's best friend. Didge, this is Dan Holliday, my cousin.
How are you, Didge?
Bitten? Them yellow livers was scared, huh?
Look like it.
Look here, mister. I ain't scared. If you want any help, I'll give it to you.
Thanks, Didge. But can you help?
Maybe. I got an idea.
An idea, Didge? About what?
Look here. Someplace out in the bayou is what's killing Bart.
In the bayou?
Yeah. I know that there bayou like the back of my own hand. Some funny things can go on out there, mister.
Like what?
I see the doll once, hanging from a tree, dressed up like a man was, dressed up like Bill Dakin. Ain't long after that, Bill took sick. Bitten and died.
You saw that, Didge. Why didn't you do something?
Me? I ain't gonna touch nothing like that. Them that touches it, they get sick, die.
You think that's what's happening to Bart? Is that it, Didge?
Maybe.
I see. Oh, thanks for offering to help.
That ain't...
You better be getting back now, Dan.
Huh? Oh, yes, sure.
Glad we met you, Dan. See you, yeah?
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Bye, Didge.
Bye.
Doris.
Yes?
How good a friend is Didge to Bart?
Why, they grew up together.
Now, would he tell us if he knew who was doing this to Bart?
Oh, I'm sure he would.
Then we have someone else.
I think he's really afraid, too.
He'd never admit it.
Do you think he'll be able to help?
That depends.
What he said about that doll and Bill Dakin. Did you believe him?
Yes, I did, because it's happened before.
Dan, you can't mean it. You can't mean it, because it's impossible.
So is the fact that Bart's dying with nothing wrong with him. But he is.
Then how can we stop it, Dan?
Well, I don't know yet. We've got to find out today. Tomorrow may be too late. Let's get back to Bart. When we got back to Bart, I tried to get him to tell me who had told him he was doomed to die. He wouldn't say. Bart had one more day to live unless we could find the evil thing that was preying on his mind. It was later that night, close to midnight. I couldn't sleep. I was lying on the cot when I heard a noise at my window. Who's that? Who is it? What the...
Don't talk loud, mister.
Who are you?
My name's Melissa. Please, mister, I've got to tell you something. If you want to help Bart...
Wait, I'll come right out.
No, you just got to listen. I heard you talking in the store to my papa. You want to know about Bart.
What do you know? Come on, tell me.
Didge put the death on Bart.
Didge?
If he finds out I told you, he'd kill me.
He won't do anything of the kind, Melissa. Now, what do you know about this?
Everything was all right till she come here.
She? Miss Gordon?
Her. Didge got smitten with her.
Now, Melissa, we'll fix all that up. But you've got to tell me what you knew, quickly.
When Bart took sick, I knowed it was something Didge had done. I followed him out to the bayou.
And?
5 times I followed him to Grandma Juno's place out there.
Grandma Juno? Who's she?
A witch.
Melissa, there's no such thing as a witch.
She is.
All right, let it go. What else do you know?
Didge gone out there again tonight.
Tonight? How do you know?
I saw him taking his load out in the shack. Mister, he's gone out there tonight to see Grandma Juno. This'll be the last time. They'll twist the thread around Bart's neck, and tomorrow he'll be dead.
Melissa, can you take me out there?
No, he's going no more. I ain't. I'll take sick and die.
Wait right there. You and I are going into town.
What for?
Never mind, just wait there. I awakened Doris, told her what was happening, and took her car, and Melissa and I drove into the village. Later, she, Dr. Brennan, and I went out to the edge of the bayou.
If a word of what I'm doing gets around, I'll be done.
She's got to help Doctor.
All right. Melissa?
What?
You sure that you can lead us to Grandma Juno's in the dark?
I think maybe so.
Come on, we're wasting time. Get in the boat, Doctor.
Careful. And for this, I got an MD3. Chasing around in the black of midnight after a witch.
Ready?
I am. Go straight ahead until we come to the turn, then go left.
Oh, good. Ready, Doctor?
I've gotta be.
All right. Now, no lights. Be as quiet as you can. Let's go. Maybe I'll live to be 100. Maybe I won't. But I'll never forget that midnight boat ride. All around us, the huge cypress trees jutted up in the moonless sky. The drooping Spanish moss brushed our faces, and it was too dark to see a foot in front. But listen. She knew what she was doing and where she was going. Once or twice, a dark shape in the water bumped against our rowboat, slithered away. Then...
It's right up ahead.
I can't see a thing.
Melissa, you're sure?
I know it.
You can believe I can. These people know their way around these bayous with their eyes closed.
Look.
That's a lantern up ahead.
There's Didge's boat.
Stop rowing, Doctor. Easy.
I'm going to take sick and die. I'm going to take sick and die.
No, you're not, Melissa.
Look.
Good heaven.
Up ahead, on a little island in the light of an old lantern, were Didge and an old woman. Didge was sitting on a log watching while the old woman crooned over the doll. Crooned over it and wrapped the string tightly around its grotesque neck. Silently, slowly, we got closer, until we could hear her words.
Breathe and gasp your last, my son. Tighter on your throat. The devil's hand is caught.
Melissa.
That does it. Who's that?
Get away.
Come on, Doctor.
He'll shoot. He's got his gun.
You can't see us. Melissa, stay in the boat.
Stop where you are. Don't you come no closer. If you do, I'll...
Get him, Dick. Got him.
Holiday, his gun. Don't let him get it.
Curse to you, the devil's death. Dick.
Pick up that gun, Doctor.
You get it for this, mister. You get it.
Now give me that doll.
No.
Give it to me, I said.
Look out, Dan. She'll knife you.
No, she won't. That's better. Now, let's get back to Bart, Doctor.
What about Didge?
He seems to like it out here. We'll let him enjoy it a while longer. Keep his gun.
Here, let me see that down. Why, it looks like Bart LaFay.
Sure. It was Bart LaFay.
Huh?
Never mind now. Let's get back. It can't harm you. Things like this can never harm anyone. It's in your mind. Look, I'll unwrap the string from his throat. You'll be all right.
That thing was doing it to me?
No, your mind was doing it for you. That's all. You'll get better now.
But what about you?
What about me?
Grandma Juno will get you.
No, she won't. Bart, believe me, there's nothing in the world like this can hurt you. So I'll go back home. The worst that can happen will be my own fault.
Sure. Where's Doris?
Oh, I'll send her in when I leave.
I can't thank you rightly, Dan.
Yes, you can. Just remember what I told you, Bart. No harm can ever come to you unless you bring it on yourself.
Gee, what a nasty-looking little doll.
It's not pretty.
And he actually believed this was killing him?
Well, he knows better now.
Do you feel all right?
Of course, why?
Well, I just hate to think of that terrible old woman sticking pins in you.
Oh, not a chance. Not a chance. Now, let me sit down and look at the mail.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, what's the matter?
Oh, I felt as though something struck me.
Mr. Holliday,
Susie?
Oh, my knitting needles.
Yeah. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this adventure was written by Clark Roper. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Carstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Death in Blue Jeans, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you feel as though you've just read your own name in the obituary columns, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, as the librarian in a small mother-lode town like Benson Flats, I don't see much of the world, but right here in my own books, I can see murder. And the horrible part of it is the man who will die won't believe it. Mr. Valentine, he's the man I've chosen to marry. Please come, please hurry. But don't on any account let anyone know why you're coming, or all of us will be in terrible danger. You can find me alone at the library in the evening. Yours truly, Miss Emily Wintrick. It's cold.
Fresh air, Brooksy, fresh air. You're in the mountains.
Well, you don't have to drive over every one of them, do you?
Sorry, Angel. They must have built this road back in the gold rush. Hey, you hear that? Sounded like...
Hey, George. Where are they coming from?
I don't know. It's so dark and all these trees.
Well, maybe someone's out hunting.
Hey, hang on, Brooksy. Get down, get down.
Oh, golly, could you see anybody?
Flashes by the side of the road. They were aimed at us, all right.
But how could they find out about Miss Wintrick riding to us and... Hey, George, what's that?
That's a roadblock. Somebody's stopping all the cars.
Yeah, there's a man with a lantern talking to them.
Yeah. Well, he looks official. Maybe now we get the answer.
All right. Drive on.
Well, good evening.
Well, hello, folks. Welcome to Benson Flats.
Well, does everybody coming to town get shot at? Or were we just lucky?
That happen to you, stranger?
Don't tell me you didn't hear. It was just around the last curve.
Is that so?
Excuse my lantern. Got to check. That's all.
Well, you don't have to hold that gun so close I can count the notches.
We don't aim to hurt nobody, so just step out of the car quiet like. Come on now.
You better, George.
Okay, Jesse James. Now, do you mind telling me what this is all about?
Don't be so all-fired touchy, stranger.
You need me, Pete?
Yeah, Dusty. Suppose you drive the girl into town.
Oh, no, you don't, Frank.
Stranger, cut it out.
Look out, Pete.
I got him. Don't worry.
Oh, now look, little Abner.
For
if
the
you...
last time, stranger. Nobody's going to get hurt unless you want it that way.
What do you characters think you're doing?
Just taking your boyfriend to a nice, safe place, lady.
Huh?
The jail.
Hey, come on. Jailer. Anybody.
All right. Simmer down. I don't feel so good. I don't like all that noise.
Well, that's tough, Buster. What's this all about?
Just call me Saddlebags, partner. Everybody else does.
Why? Because you wear them under your eyes?
Oh, hey, that's pretty good. No, I'll tell you. I come to see you because I'm the judge.
Judge? You look about as legitimate as this jail does.
Well, it used to be the jail back in the old mining days. I remember back in...
Forget it, will you? Now, what do you want? What did they do with the girl, Miss Brooks?
Ain't interested in history, huh? Okay, partner. If that's the way you feel. Come on, but only mind you, no tricks now.
Don't worry. I'll wait till we're using my deck.
Maybe it's ulcers you got that makes you act like... Oh, I know. All you care about's the girl. All right, partner, take a look.
What?
Hello, George.
Hey, Brooksy, what on earth is this?
Order in the court, everybody! Order in the court!
Oh, George, you look so funny.
He sure does, miss. And it's going to cost him $20.
What? Would you...
You don't have a beard.
$20 or back to jail. If you shave while you're in town, $20 more.
You... A beard? Oh, brother, now I've heard everything.
Welcome to the Benson's Flat Centennial Week, partner. Everything like it used to be 100 years ago. Door and the foot, don't worry. Blank cottages won't hurt you now. Come on, boys. Let's get another stranger without a beard.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I'm so glad you finally got here.
It took him a little time to count out $20, Miss Wintrick.
Shh, not so loud, please.
Does one always whisper in the library, even when there's nobody around?
Oh, but there is someone over there behind the magazines. Now, if you'll follow me, we'll go in here where we can talk. But take a good look at me as you go by.
Yeah, all right, Miss Wintrick.
There. That's why I asked you to come in this evening. Did you see him?
Yeah, tall, graying, dignified, but dressed in homemade clothes.
He looked like he was just staring at those comic books.
He comes in here every night. He just sits there. He's trying to be casual, that's all. But then he takes his real books out.
Miss Wintrick, suppose you start at the beginning.
Yes, what does all this have to do with the murder you said you were afraid of? He's certainly not the one you've chosen.
Well, I hope to goodness not. But you see, the man out there, is Henry Benson.
Benson, like in Benson Flats?
Yes, it's an old-time mining family. Only Henry's never been in town until the last 2 weeks. He's always lived in the hills alone, ever since he was a boy. Most people don't even remember there was such a person.
I see.
He came to visit his brother unexpectedly. His brother, who's considerably more well-to-do than he.
In mining?
Oh, there's very little mining here these days. But his brother is the owner of the big family house and so on.
And it's the brother you're going to marry, is it?
Yes. Yes, Saddlebags, Benson.
Saddlebags? You mean you and...
Yes, indeed, Mr. Valentine. Of course, it's still a secret to everyone else, but I assure you we've already asked each other.
Well, how nice. But frankly, I'm a little surprised myself, Miss Wintrick. Saddlebags didn't impress me as being, well, exactly your type.
Then you've met him.
Yes, we could hardly avoid it.
Oh, I know he's rough and full of good spirits, but that's what I love about him. He's so... Well...
Miss Wintrick, what makes you think that...
Oh, Mr. Ben...
Excuse me.
Why, not at all.
You're busy. I'll wait.
Oh, no. Miss Wintrick's just showing us around. You see, we're magazine reporters covering the centennial.
You'll find most of that outside, mister.
Did you want me to check some more books out, Mr. Benson?
I can wait, thanks.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. We still have lots of questions we want to ask Miss Wintrick.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll take care of you right now.
That's quite a stack of books you have there, friend. You must do a lot of reading. And you must like science, Mr. Benson.
Huh? Why? Just give me back the book, please.
Yeah, sure.
Night, Miss Winfrey.
Good night, Mr. Benson.
Hey, strange, isn't he?
So he's reading an introduction to basic chemistry and Beacon's Guide to...
Oh, I've made a list of the others he's taken. Here it is. Every book we have in the library on poison.
Uh-huh. And it's your idea from that he's going to poison his brother, Saddlebags?
Oh, I know it sounds far-fetched, but Henry's penniless. And they're the only two left in the family, so he's everything to gain.
Oh, but really, Miss Wintrick?
Listen, please. Saddlebags has always been as healthy as an old horse. Even the doctor told him so the last time he was in the city. But 3 times in the last week, 3 times, mind you, he's had attacks. Spells.
Oh, George, he didn't look too well tonight.
Yeah, I remember. Well, what's his explanation, Miss Wintrick?
Oh, he just laughs and says I'm being silly. But, Mr. Valentine, you're not going to say that, are you? You will stay. You will help me, won't you?
All right, Miss Wintrick, all right. We'll check in at the hotel and see you in the morning.
Oh, thank you.
And don't let it worry you if I'm wearing a beard.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Wintrick.
Brother, will you listen to that? Really whooping it up, aren't they?
Yeah, and the little spinster sits there in her library scared to death of something else. You know, George, now I'm the one who's beginning to wonder.
Uh-huh. I know what you're thinking, Brooksy. If there is anything to her idea, poison's a funny weapon for any man up here to pick, isn't it?
Poison. A woman's weapon. Oh, no, she couldn't. George!
I'm sorry, Angel. I didn't mean to shove so hard. But I think we'll make a complaint to the local sheriff in the morning.
What's the matter?
There's too much shooting going on here. Look at my coat.
But, oh, George.
Yeah, that hole didn't come from a blank cartridge or from a spinster's imagination.
Yeah, square dancing in the street, 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh, boy.
Yeah, sounds like fun, Sheriff, but I wish you'd...
Yeah, sure is. But being shot at's a little different, eh, Mr. Valentine? Yes, I know. My assistant out there, Stevens, told me you complained about it.
Well, I'm just touchy about things like that.
Last night, eh? And you're magazine people, he said. Not very good public relations for Benson Flats.
You don't seem to take this very seriously, Sheriff.
Oh, but you must realize it was just an accident, Miss Brooks. You do, now don't you, Mr. Valentine?
Maybe.
Mr. Valentine, you don't impress me as a man who'd be complaining about a near miss.
Well, Sheriff, maybe I just want to do a little horse trading.
Huh? What do you mean?
We forget to advertise the bullet, and in return you give us some good stories, good local color.
Oh, well, now you're talking my language.
What do you know about the Benson family, Sheriff?
Huh? Benson's? Why?
Well, it's Benson Flats. That'd make a good article.
Yeah, I can see how you'd feel that way.
Saddlebags is certainly a colorful character.
No soap. Saddlebags is pretty busy right now. Centennial Committee and all. I'm not sure he'd want to be bothered.
I'm asking you, Sheriff.
Sorry. Can't help you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, what about his brother, the big silent mountain man? There's such a contrast.
I don't know much about Henry either, miss.
Now, look, we thought there might be something in why he came to town for the first time in years, that's all.
Did you? Oh, say now. No. You're off on the wrong tack, folks. What you want is some real color, like the hang tree or...
Then there's nothing you want to tell us about the Bensons, eh, Sheriff?
But if there's any other way I can help, any other way...
Hey, Sheriff.
It's nothing.
George!
I've got it.
Mr. Stevens! Anybody get a doctor, quick!
It won't do much good, Brooksy.
What?
That poison Miss Wintrick worried so much about. The sheriff seems to be full of it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When Mother wants to use the family car for some hurry-up shopping, when Brother wants the car for a very special date, or when it's Dad's club night, there had just better be Chevron Supreme gasoline in the tank. For there are no slow starts with premium quality Chevron Supreme. The moment you press the starter, you're off to a good start, a fast start. Chevron Supreme's special blending gives your car faster warm-up, too, and ping-free power on hills. Count on it to get the best out of your car wherever you drive and whatever the reason. You see, Chevron Supreme's climate-tailored, specially blended according to the time of year and to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Try Tankful tomorrow. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. You drive to an isolated little town in the Mother Lode, only to find that they've rolled back the sidewalks for a centennial celebration. Before you know it, you're not only charged $20 for not sporting a beard, but you're shot at. You go to see your client, a timorous spinster who fears that the man she's chosen to marry will be murdered by his brother. But it's the cagey local sheriff who dies instead. Well, when the doctor confirms that the weapon was poison, you turn the crime over to the proper authorities. But then at least if you study the primer as well as George Valentine does, you waste no time in cherching la femme.
Oh, dear. But what did you tell them about me?
Oh, not much, Miss Wintrick.
But what?
Well, the man who's handling it, Mr. Stevens, seems both efficient and trustworthy. But I didn't tell him much. Because I don't think you told me much.
Well, I explained to you last night.
Yeah, I know, Miss Wintrick. You showed us Henry Benson, who's been taking out books on poison. But you gave us no reason why you were so sure he was thinking of murder.
But I told you.
Come to think of it, why all this secrecy in the first place?
Yes, everything's secret. Even your engagement to Saddlebags.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, both of you.
Now, look, Miss Wintrick. I'm afraid you'll have to trust us a little more.
Oh, I'm so confused. The poor sheriff dying and oh, dear.
Please, we just want to help you.
Did you ever see what happens in a gold rush?
Gold?
You mean somebody's actually...
I did, Mr. Valentine. Right here in my own library, I found gold.
Go on.
Well, I was doing the research for the Centennial, old papers and letters and so on, and I came across a description of a lost mine, one of the old Benson mines.
And so you went to Saddlebags with the news.
I didn't know what else to do. I knew I could trust him, and anyway, it really belonged to him. Besides, I'd always... Well, if he found out about the mine from me...
I think I understand, Miss Winter.
Oh, it's been the most thrilling thing in my life, having a secret with him. With a man.
Yeah.
Of course, you understand, I wasn't asking for a share of the mine or anything like that, but... Now, well, he does like me. There's no reason we can't be happy together.
Yes, I'm sure he loves you for yourself.
Well, thank you. He might someday. Anyway, there was so much to be done at first. The legal things on the property and arranging the claims without letting anyone guess.
Well, what about his brother, Henry?
Well, I told you he came to town unexpectedly, and of course, Saddlebags intended to save him his proper share, but Henry was always so unpredictable, so unreliable. So Saddlebags just told him a little bit about some good luck and begged him to be patient.
Uh-huh. And just about then, Henry started coming here to the library to take out books on poison.
Emily!
Saddlebags!
Where in tarnation are you? Emily! Oh.
Now, come on now, Saddlebags. The doctor said you should keep drinking this. Come on.
Don't taste good, Miss Brooks.
Yeah, I know.
Why can't I have some whiskey?
You'll have no such thing, Saddlebags.
No, blast your skinny soul, Emily. Okay.
That's better. Come.
Where am I, anyway?
You're all right, Saddlebags. Doctor will take you home in a few minutes.
Oh, hello, Stevens. And partner. Good whiskers now, I see. Good.
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to be in the spirit of things. For the gold rush.
What?
Well, I told them. I had to tell them. Oh, Saddleback, I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's all right, Emily. It's all right. Everything's been taken care of anyway. Legal stuff all finished.
Okay, then maybe you'll answer some fast questions.
Maybe.
We talked to the sheriff earlier, but he didn't want to talk about you.
That's natural.
Why?
Well, he's in on it with me, that's why. Helping with the legal end. He's sort of a small partner.
You mean was. The sheriff's dead.
Dead? But he stopped by the house just after breakfast for a little...
The sheriff was poisoned.
And he ate breakfast in the drugstore. We checked.
Who's we?
Him and me and...
And Henry?
Told him all about the mine this morning. Figured it was time to.
But then he poured the drinks. I know he did. He must have.
Oh, shut up, Emily. No, he didn't. Only, come to think of it, he didn't take one either. He said he'd wait till later.
You know where he is now?
No, darn it, I don't. Look, Stevens, he's a Benson, and I don't care what Emily thinks.
Saddlebags. The doctor said you had more poison in you than the sheriff. Now, come on. You've got a pretty good idea where he is, don't you? Why don't you spill it?
All right. Heading for the mine, of course. A little while after the sheriff left the house, I went into my desk to look up the papers.
Yeah?
Only when I opened the desk, I saw the old original letter telling about the location of the mine was missing. Yelled for Henry. He wasn't anywhere in the house. Well, I thought maybe Emily had it. I was on the way to the library to ask her when the pains got me.
Okay, Saddlebags, thanks. All set, Valentine? You ready?
Look, Stevens, do you mind telling me what you're going to do with the rest of those people out there? You don't need that many deputies to go beating the brush for Henry.
We can handle the crowd, all right.
How'd they find out so fast anyway?
In a little town, you'd be surprised how well folks add two and two, Miss Brooks. Here's a gun for you, Valentine.
Hey, wait a second. Hey, listen to that.
He's just like in the good old days.
Are you sure?
I said don't worry. The minute that crowd finds out it's gold Henry's up there for, they'll forget all about him. Then we'll have the whole state of California on our necks.
Okay, Stevens, but we're not going with you.
But I
No, we're out of it. You got your crimes and you know who you're looking for. Come on, Brooksy.
Okay, see you later.
George, what on
They
earth?
just don't know where to look, Brooksy, that's all.
Huh?
Come on, Angel, out the back way. We're going to get Henry Benson first.
Say, this must have been quite a place in the old days when it was kept up.
Take it easy, Angel. I don't know exactly what we're going to find, but I think we'd better go in without knocking.
California hospitality.
Well, here goes nothing. Mr. Benson? Mr. Benson!
Well, George, it's only a hunch Henry's here anyway. It's only...
Listen. That's upstairs. Come on. Not in here.
This room, George.
Yeah, there he is, all right.
Oh, not again.
I'm afraid so, Brooksy. More poison.
Look, George, he's still holding a bottle.
Come on, get his collar loose. Must have just taken it a few minutes ago.
George, the bottle's even marked. Penciled on the whiskey label. Special bottle.
I guess that's it, all right. Exhibit A. Now, look, Brooksy, there's got to be a phone. Or if there isn't, take the car.
Yeah, I know, George.
Hey, how about that? Right in your pocket, huh? The old mine letter.
Saddlebags! Doctor!
Uh-huh.
Doctor, hurry!
Hey, hurry up here, will you? Come on, get up here.
Yes, coming, I'm coming. What is it?
Got another customer, Doc.
Well, looks like he paid his own bill, don't it?
Henry! Partner, what happened?
All right, clear out of here, all of you. Go on, out of here. Get out.
Can he do anything? Can he save him?
I don't know, Saddlebags.
Henry must have seen all the excitement in town. He knew everybody was out to find him, so instead of going to the mine, he came back here.
Yeah, it looks that way.
And then because he knew the jig was up, he drank his own whiskey.
I won't believe it.
Well, it's what the evidence says. The bottle was in his hand. This was in his pocket.
The mine letter from my desk. Description of where the mine is.
Uh-huh. And nobody could have planted this stuff on him after the poison hit, because that only happened a few minutes ago. Anyway, he was the one who took those books on poisoning out of the library in the first place.
I know, but don't
Buck up, Saddlebags. Buck up. You're taking this too hard.
George is gone.
Pardon?
Sidearms, Brooksy. Only now I've got it. How you like that, tenderfoot? Little trick I learned from seeing westerns. And I'll bet this isn't loaded with blanks either. And the bullet that just missed me last night came from this gun.
Partner, what's the matter with you?
Your brother didn't leave this house since breakfast, did he? He didn't even know there was a mine to go look at.
Well, what are you talking about?
You, Saddlebags. A guy who's so greedy for gold, he's got to rub out everyone who owns a share and blame it on his brother. What are you going to do with Emily? Just not marry her?
You're out of your mind.
You've been working on it for a couple of weeks. You even gave yourself small doses of poison to build up a resistance, so you wouldn't die when you drank it this morning with the sheriff.
George.
Well, you just been seeing the evidence is the letter.
That's easy, friend, like the bottle. Just suppose after the sheriff left, you gave the bottle to Henry knowing he'd drink from it sooner or later.
What?
And the letter. Suppose you gave him the letter and told him to keep it. Only he never knew what was in it. Just like he never knew what was in those books you sent him down to the library to get.
You're not making sense, partner. Henry, he ain't blind.
No, but he's a better patsy than if he were. Because you've been keeping a secret for your bashful backward hillbilly brother, haven't you?
George, what are you driving at?
That everything that happened does make sense. If you just suppose for a minute that Henry can't read.
Yes, Henry took the books out by number, index number. I understand, but...
Oh, well, Miss Wintrick, we have to be going. It's a long drive.
But how did Saddlebags persuade Henry to run his errands for him? And why was Henry so bashful about not being able to read?
Do we have to draw you a diagram? Ask him. He's all better. Henry liked to come to the library. He liked to sit there pretending he was reading the comic books.
What's that?
You see, Emily, he really wanted to look at the library.
Oh, but you don't. Oh, Henry Benson? Do you really think so?
Goodbye, Miss Wintrick.
Good luck.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again.
Oh, George, do we have to go so soon? We haven't even seen the centennial.
We have much time, Angel. Hey, what are you doing?
Loading a square diamond pot. Oh, darling.
Maybe it's not such a bad idea, then.
Ooh, your beard, George, I forgot. Well, so long, Benson Flat. See you when you have a shave.
If you're going away on a vacation pretty soon, you're probably figuring out just where you'll be driving each day and how you're going to spend those happy vacation hours. To help you stay on your carefree vacation schedule, why not give your car's engine the extra protection of RPM motor oil? This compounded premium quality oil cleans the engine as it lubricates. A special detergent in RPM disperses sludgy carbon particles, keeps internal parts cleaner, free of carbon and lacquer deposits. Other compounds in RPM stop corrosive rust, protect the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. So rely on RPM motor oil to help keep your vacation free of trouble. Remember, the extra protection RPM gives car engines makes it first choice in the West. Ask for RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with the very groggy George Valentine aboard a luxury cruiser in foreign waters, we'll hear... Oh.
Take it easy, darling. You've been out, that's all.
Yeah, sure, and the hammer works. Hey, Brooksy, the ship isn't moving. What time is it?
10 o'clock. In the morning. What happened, George?
Oh, I don't know. I was walking on the deck and the Empire State Building fell on me. 10 o'clock, huh? Well, then we've dropped anchor. Come on, quick, Brooksy. Give me my coat.
George, you're not going ashore.
Not yet, because there's a fortune in smuggled stuff on this ship. And, Brooksy, I want to be sure it's still there. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Sarah Selby as Emily, Horace Murphy as Saddlebags, Stephen Chase as Henry, Dick Ryan as Sheriff, Ken Christie as Pete, and Jack Mather as Stevens. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
One of the real headaches of my job is the crime committed amid the activity of some unusual event. Here, the lawbreaker uses the stir and bustle of a crowd to cover his act, and often leaves only a confused trail to follow. This was the situation we faced in the case you are about to hear.
This ain't very close.
What do you want me to do? Drive in the front door? We can get out of this spot in a hurry.
You sure that motorcycle gang is going to get here?
Any second. Sally gave me the pitch on it, and that kid's on the ball. Here, get this jacket on.
Yeah.
Here they come now. Let's go. They couldn't have timed it better. That girl is great.
Only one guy, Cleet, and here he comes.
Stand right there, mister. This is a holdup.
He's ducking out.
That's what he thinks.
You killed him, Cleet.
So what? Let's get at the jewelry. Come on.
Brother, look at all them diamond rings.
Never mind looking at them. Scoop them up and let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Who have you got here, Harrington?
Chief, this is Boston. Sells newspapers on the corner. Boston, this is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
And you're trying to find out about them hold-up men, ain't you? Well, I can tell you, 'cause I saw 'em come in here, 2 of 'em. They parked one of them little sport cars right near my stand. I saw 'em leave, too. But I didn't know they'd robbed the place and shot poor Mr. Sloat. If I had, I'd have stopped 'em.
What made you notice these men, Boston?
Oh, I notice everything. I spotted this little car right away. quicker than a sparrow in a puddle.
The man who runs the health food store up the street says the men were dressed like motorcycle riders.
That's right, they was. Leather jackets and them hats. But they was driving that little car. Believe me, mister, I seen 'em and I knew.
I believe you, Boston. Didn't happen to notice the license of the car, did you?
Oh, no, sir, I slipped up on that one. But that was because all them motorcycles come busting into town, a-roaring and a-blasting. They was enough to make a man forget his own name.
Well, it's pretty obvious, Harrington. They used the arrival of the motorcycle club as a cover.
Yeah, they must have known right when the club was going to get here, then.
Yes, and as soon as we get back to the city, you'd better check on that, Harrington. Find out where the club meets, who the head of it is.
I guess they moved Mr. Sloat's body, didn't they?
Oh, yes, about a half hour ago.
You fellas leaving now?
Yes, we're leaving. Oh, and I want to thank you for your help. It might be very important to us.
Well, good. Hey, how about you fellas buying a paper from me? You can read all about the shooting.
Why not? Might be a good investment.
Here, it's this way.
Where you going, babe?
I'm going in the house. What do you think?
Get in the car. I want to show you something.
What?
Kid, you really did a job for us. Those motorcycles come over the hill and into that town just like you said and when you said.
Well, I guess I ought to know. I belong to the club, don't I?
Were you riding?
Well, sure, with a boyfriend. I looked for you guys, but I couldn't see you anywhere.
We were busy, babe. Real busy. Yeah. Take a look at that.
Oh, Clete, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Let me put it around your neck. Huh?
Oh, you mean you're giving it to me?
Sure, I'm giving it to you. You're going to get a lot more.
Oh, Clete. Oh, let me look in the mirror.
Yeah, that looks swell, don't it, babe? And you are built for that kind of stuff.
Oh, I never had anything like this in my life.
Well, you have now.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
It's Dan.
The boyfriend? What do you care?
Sally.
Hello, Dan.
What are you doing here?
We're talking to a friend of mine. Dan, I want you to meet Clete. Clete, this is Dan Clark.
How are you, Clark?
Hi.
Dan is president of the Cycle Club, Clete.
Yeah, I know. You work with your motor, Clark?
He delivers for a multigraph company.
What does he care? Well, what are you doing sitting out here with this guy anyway?
Oh, what's wrong with me sitting out here with him? He's a friend of mine.
So he's a friend of yours. Does that mean you have to sit cooped up with him in this hopped-up baby buggy?
Now listen, chum, don't talk like that about the car. This job will wax that sucker of yours any day.
You got 115 under this hood? Like fat you have. That's what you need to stay even with me.
I'll stay with you, and I'll leave you.
Anytime, anywhere. Put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, listen, delivery boy. I'll put my fist where your mouth is if you keep yapping like that.
You talk big. Let's see you step out here and back it up.
Well, you think I won't?
Cut it out, Clete. I don't want any trouble here, not in front of my apartment. Dan, I'll never speak to you again if you don't stop this.
Oh, look, Sally.
I mean it, Dan. You can't behave like this to my friends.
Okay, Sally, have it your own way.
He's walking out on you.
Don't worry, he'll come back.
Harrington back yet, Miss Miller?
Yes, he's in using your phone, Mr. Garrett, and he got the information on that motorcycle club.
Oh, good. Hello, Harrington. I hear you got some information on that motorcycle club.
Yeah, and I just got a rundown on the president of it, too. A kid named Dan Clark. Works for the City Multigraph Company. And he'll be in their office around 3:30.
It's almost 3 now. Let's go and have a talk with him.
Will you be back?
Probably not. We'll see you in the morning, Miss Miller.
Bye.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
We're looking for Dan Clark.
I'm Dan Clark.
Well, this is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney.
District attorney?
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Clark. I understand you're the president of a motorcycle club.
That's right.
The same club that made a trip to Colton City last Saturday?
Yeah?
What's this all about?
Well, a jewelry store was held up in Colton City on Saturday afternoon. Owner of the store was killed. Made the headlines in yesterday's paper.
Maybe I shouldn't admit it, but I just read the comics in the sport page and let it go at that.
Well, this holdup occurred while your club was riding through town. It was pulled by a couple of fellows wearing motorcycle ride outfits.
Oh, no, wait a second. I'm certain none of our gang had anything to do with a holdup.
Well, we're not saying they did. But how can you be so positive?
Well, I know that bunch, every one of them.
Well, we're not accusing your club of anything, Clark. We're just trying to get at the facts of this case.
All our guys work, Mr. Garrett. They just aren't the kind of guys who do anything like that.
Do you have anyone in the club who drives cars on these joints?
Cars? Mister, when you're a cycle man, you raid cars behind bicycles.
How many members in your club, Clark?
67, counting the girls. They're not regular members, but you know how it is with women.
Well, we're willing to go along with the idea that your club is in the clear on this. But whoever held up that store expected to use the noise of your motors as a cover. They knew just about to the minute when your gang would arrive there.
Which means somebody had to tell them.
It sure looks that way, doesn't it? It makes me feel bad.
Well, there's no need to blame yourself, but we'd like your cooperation.
I'll do anything you say.
We're looking for 2 men who drove a sports car.
Sports car?
Does that ring a bell?
Well, I don't know. There's one guy... I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, you can leave that part of it to us.
I don't even know his full name.
Well, could you get it? And where we might find him?
I can try. After all, I don't want the club to get the blame for this.
Well, why don't you check on it, Clark, and call me at my office?
All right, sir, I will.
Good. We'll talk to you later, then.
Oh, it's you.
Hello, Sally.
I thought maybe you were never coming back.
You know better than that, Sally.
I do.
If you don't, you should. You know how I feel about you.
You certainly don't always show it. Getting nasty about nothing, insulting my friends.
I see you with another guy, get jealous, that's all. I'm sorry.
It shows you don't trust me.
I'm sorry. I promise it won't happen again.
I'm glad to hear it.
I want to talk to you about something. Aren't you going to ask me in?
Okay. Come in.
Hiya, Clark.
I didn't know he was here.
Sit down, Dan.
Seems as though this guy's taking up a lot of your time.
Watch it, Dan. Remember what you just promised me.
Why don't you relax, Clark? We've just been saying a lot of nice things about you.
Like what?
Well, like it takes a pretty smart guy to be president of a club like yours.
What am I supposed to do, take a bow? I'll see you later, Sally.
Now, wait a second, Dan. You're not going to go off on another huff, are you?
I got things to do.
All right, if you feel you have to go. I'll see you Saturday on the ride.
There isn't going to be any ride.
What do you mean?
There was a holdup in Colton City last Saturday, same time the club was riding through the town. The police think the crooks used us as a cover for the job. And there was a man killed.
So what? You guys didn't have anything to do with it, did you?
No. But I wouldn't like the same thing to happen again. So we're going to cut out the rides for a while. I'll see you around, Sally.
Wait a second, Clark.
What for?
I don't think you ought to call off that ride.
Who cares what you think?
Well, it's like I said before, Clark. Why don't you relax? I'm the kind of guy who could do you a lot of good.
Wait a minute, Clete. I wouldn't go too far if I were you.
I know what I'm doing, babe. Clark's no dummy. He's not going to turn down a real good thing. Are you, Clark?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's simple. If you let the club keep taking those rides every weekend, it could do me a lot of good. And I'm a guy that likes to return a favor, which means I could do you a lot of good.
Which also means you're one of the guys who held up that jewelry store in Colton City.
Not a bad operation, was it? A touch of genius, if anyone was to ask you.
Somebody did ask me.
Yeah?
Who? The district attorney. I couldn't tell him very much then, but I can now.
District Attorney's office.
Hello, Miss Miller. Put me through the chief, will you?
Yeah, he's right here. Hang on. It's Harrington, Chief.
Where are you, Harrington?
9th Precinct Station. And you're not going to get any report from young Clark, Chief.
No? Why not?
He's just been shot dead in front of an apartment house on Harris Avenue.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the motorcycle club killer, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A jewelry store had been held up in a small town just outside the city. The owner of the place had been murdered. A motorcycle club entering the town had innocently provided the noise and confusion used by the gunman as a cover for the crime. We had questioned Dan Clark, president of the club, and he had promised us the name of a probable suspect. But a phone call from Harrington gave me some bad news. Young Clark had been shot to death.
Report just came in that the ambulance is on its way, Chief. I thought you might like to meet me there.
Whereabouts on Harris Avenue, Harrington?
Between Lamar and 10th Street.
I'll leave right away. We'll question any bystanders and the people who live there. There must be a tie-up with the neighborhood some way.
Okay, Chief. I'll be waiting for you.
Better cancel those 2 appointments I have for this afternoon, Miss Miller. Looks like I'm going to be tied up for the rest of the day.
All right, Mr. Garrett, I'll make the calls right away.
Hi, Chief. Clark was still alive, so they took him in before I got here. But Lieutenant Padway just got a call from receiving. The kid was dead on arrival.
Anyone know what he was doing here?
Girlfriend lives in one of the apartments.
Well, let's go in and talk to her. Did she see it happen?
Yeah, claims she didn't see a thing and doesn't know who did it or why. This is it.
Not another cop.
This is Mr. Garrett, Miss Brady. He's the district attorney.
I've already answered 1,000 questions. What do I have to do now?
I'm sure you won't mind answering a few more. The boy who was killed was a friend of yours, wasn't he?
Sure, he was my friend. But can I help it if he got killed?
Were you engaged to him, Miss Brady?
Well, I guess you could say I was, yes.
Do you have other men friends?
Well, you know how it is. The girl's nice looking and the guys come around. I wouldn't want to push any of them in the face.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't. Well, did Dan Clark know any of your other friends?
No, he didn't. Well, Dan was kind of jealous. I never let him know who else I was running around with.
Are you sure he didn't know anyway?
I'm sure he didn't.
Well, do you live here alone, Miss Brady?
With my sister and her husband. They both work.
Do you work?
Well, right now I'm in between jobs.
Well, that's a very attractive necklace you're wearing.
Thanks, I'm glad you like it.
Present from one of your friends?
Well, yes, Dan gave it to me.
Thank you, Miss Brady. We won't trouble you any further. Oh, and thanks for your cooperation.
Don't mention it.
Something wrong about that girl, Chief.
Yes, and I think she's wearing it around her neck. Could you describe that necklace, Harrington?
Sure.
Where's your car?
At the precinct house. I rode over with the squad car.
Well, get in. I'll take you over there. Then I'd like you to drive over to Colton City. Find out if that necklace is part of the look.
Right.
Hi, Clete. Been waiting long?
About a half hour.
I wanted to be sure I wasn't followed.
Smart girl. How's everything?
Everything's wonderful. I had them eating out of my hand, even the district attorney. You should have been there.
I'd have died laughing.
Oh, incidentally, you didn't give me that necklace. Dan gave it to me.
Kid, you sound better to me all the time. What about Saturday?
I talked to some of the boys at the club. I convinced them that they should make the ride in memory of Dan.
Oh, quit it, will you, babe? You're killing me. What town?
Cliffdale.
Perfect. I already know the place will knock over.
I want to go with you, Clete.
That's out, babe. You want to see that town, you ride a motorcycle like the rest of them.
You think I can't?
I think you could do anything.
What's it going to be this time? More jewelry?
Dough. Lots of dough. You'll find out. Go on home, kid. I'll see you later.
Hi, Chief. Morning, Miss Miller.
Morning, Harrington.
Hello, Harrington. Any luck last night?
No, nothing. Seems that the store's always been a one-man operation. And with the owner dead, no one can positively identify any of the stolen pieces.
That's too bad. Well, we just got a report from ballistics that adds up to something. The bullets that killed young Clark came from the same gun that killed the store owner.
Hey, that is something.
Can you ride a motorcycle, Harrington?
Well, I used to be able to. I guess I can still wobble along on one of the things.
Yeah, it seems that motorcycle club is going to take another outing tomorrow afternoon. I'd like you to ride with them.
I'd be delighted, Chief. But I haven't got a thing to wear.
Oh, Harrington.
Well, we'll take care of that for you. I want you to stick near the girl if she goes along. You'll have a two-way radio on the machine so you can contact me in my car. Oh, and maybe I'd better make the arrangement for that right now. Captain Warren of Traffic, Miss Miller. You got his number?
Let's see. Yes, it's right here.
Get him on for me, will you?
Okay.
We get a break. Parking space right near the joint.
Yeah.
There's two loan companies in this block.
We're taking the one with the big sign. Get out.
Hey, we gotta wait for the motorcycles?
I want to case the place. Come on.
Yeah.
KNK4 to car 6X2. KNK4 to car 6X2.
Car 6X2. I'm getting it, Harrington. Go ahead.
We'll be in Cliffdale in about 5 minutes, Chief.
I'm on the main street at the far end of town. How about the girl?
She's riding with another guy right in front of me. She didn't recognize me with this headgear and goggles on. She just... Hey, I lost him. They must have speeded up to the front.
Try to pick her up again, Harrington. Keep in touch.
Okay, Chief. KNK4 signing off.
Can I help you?
We'd like to talk to somebody about a loan.
You wait just a moment. The interviewers are all busy just now.
Sure, we wait.
Look at that open safe.
I've been looking.
There's the motorcycle club.
Right on time. All right, folks, this is a holdup. Don't anybody move. And I don't want to hear any more of that or we'll really start blasting you. Get the money out of that safe.
All right, all right. Please don't point that gun at me.
Get the money on the counter.
I will.
Now the other one. Yank them phones loose.
Good idea.
Get the dough.
Yeah.
All right, down on your faces, everybody. And stay there. Anybody tries to follow us gets a bullet right square in the puss. Come on, let's go.
Let's run for it.
Come on, jump in.
Come on. Three of us in here's going to be a tight fit.
Jam yourself in. What are you doing here, babe?
I saw the car, and here I am.
Well, come on, get going. Turn up the alley.
KNK4 to car 6X2. KNK4 to car 6X2.
Car 6X2. Go ahead, Harrington.
I just spotted the girl. She's with two men in a light blue sports roadster. They went down an alley and turned parallel to the next street. I'm following them.
Well, which way are they heading?
North.
And they're moving toward me. I'll see if I can get some help in setting up a roadblock. Stay with them, Harrington. I'm going to switch over to the local police. Car 6X2. Car 6X2. Car 6X2.
Anybody behind us?
Way back. Some guy on a motorcycle.
Don't worry about that. This rocket could lose any motorcycle or any cop's car.
She's a honey. Look, we're doing 90, and I only have it halfway to the floor.
I ought to punch you right in that cute-looking nose of yours.
What's the matter? Don't you like my driving?
I told you not to try to butt in on this.
You might as well get used to me, Cleet. I like excitement.
Well,
Looks like you're going to get some. There's a roadblock up ahead.
Turn into that field, that dirt road. That barn. Stop in front of that barn.
Yeah.
Come on. Get the door, Bostic. Up in the hayloft. Quick. Come on. Come on, come on.
All right.
Here, grab my hand.
There. Oh.
What do we do, Cleve?
Start blasting as soon as they stick their heads in that door. We can hold out in this place for a week. They're gonna take us, you hear?
Give me one of your guns, please.
Here they come.
Get them.
Hayloft, Chief. Give it back to them.
All right, I quit.
Throw your guns down, then.
There you are. That's all of them.
All right. Now come down here. The three of you. Okay. We're coming.
What a pair of slobs you turned out to be. Big, tough men.
Shut up.
Big, tough men till the shooting starts. Then you quit cold.
That's the usual pattern with men like these, Miss Brady. Rough and tough as long as they have the edge. Well, we're going to change all that. We're going to take them out of circulation for a long, long time. And I think we can put you away somewhere, too. Come on, let's go. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
This was another case that made big headlines. The two men we call Cleet and Bostic were tried and convicted on charges of armed robbery and first-degree murder. Sally is now serving time as an accessory before and after the facts. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Transcription. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, where have you been?
I've been tasting the bitter with the sweet at Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. Sort of a special course in homicidal apiculture.
Apiculture? Mm-hmm. There were apes involved?
Effie, where is your Latin? Apis, apianus, of or pertaining to bees.
Oh, bees, of course. It was a bee caper?
It was a beekeeper caper.
Oh, that's funny, Sam. That's a honey.
Effie, put these words down in your little book. Honey, sweetness, hives, combs, etc. Never mention them again.
What?
Keep things humming, sweetheart, and I'll be right down to drone my way through my report on the queen bee caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know, during the summer, when you spend so much of your time out of doors, it's important to pay special attention to the care of your hair. To keep it right in place, to help keep it from getting dry, use America's favorite hair tonic, Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Use it every day. If you've never tried it, ask for it in the 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle, and ask for it by name. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Oh, hello, Sam. Hiya, Sam. How's tricks?
Oh, Effie, really? This jargon, this patois. Don't you think it's about time we spoke like educated people?
You know best, Sam.
Every time I visit one of our institutions of learning, I find out something I didn't know.
Oh, Sam, that's incredulous. Well, you just know everything.
Yeah, I guess I do when you come right down to it. The bee, for instance. Bees are a genus of insects of the Hymenopterus order.
What?
Hymenopterus. Living in society is composed of one queen, or perfect female, a few males, or drones, and an indefinite number of undeveloped females, or neuters, which are the workers.
That's me, I suppose. A neuter.
Well, that's for you to say.
Of course.
And you know what else about the bee?
What, Sam?
Confidentially, it stings. Date, July 10th, 1949. To Miss Elizabeth Cowley, Miss Wigginson School for Girls, Seacliff Drive, San Francisco. I wonder about girls sometime. And that's bad, Effie. Bad.
Oh.
From Samuel Spade, license number 137-596. Subject, the Queen Bee Caper. Dear Miss Cowley. I was singing a medley of sorority drinking songs as I opened the wrought iron gate, walked up the garden path, past those cast iron deer, and presented myself at the big brass bell pull beside that massive paneled door that stands guard between the outside world and your sheltered inmates. A little housemaid wearing dimity let me in and led me to your office. I sat on your chintz-covered sofa and looked at your drapes with their thriving beehive motif and waited for you with my back half turned to the open door. Yeah, hello, how are you?
All right, girls. Break it up. Break it up now. Go on. Haven't you ever seen a man before? Run along now. You'll be late for physical ed. Go on, quick.
Miss Cowley?
No, I'm not Miss Cowley.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I was just hoping.
You're Mr. Spade, aren't you? Laurie Thomas. I'm Miss Cowley's assistant.
A nice day, yes.
Mm-hmm. Don't bother to move. I'll lean over you. Put this report on her desk.
Oh, sure.
Miss Cowley will be here in just a minute.
Oh, thanks. So warm in here.
Next time, wear a mailman's uniform and a 50-year-old stoop. You'll find the temperature's exactly right.
Yeah. I mean, yes, ma'am.
See that you do, then. Oh, Glory, there seems to have been a misplacement of some of the hockey. Would you check on it, please?
Oh, surely. Nice to meet you, Mr. Spade.
I'm Elizabeth Cowley. You may sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Spade, I'll be painfully frank with you. A thief is at large in my school.
Oh? Well, you probably have a good answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Why not call in the police?
I have a good answer, Mr. Spade. My girls come from San Francisco's finest and wealthiest families.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Wigginson's has had an untarnished reputation for more than 3 generations.
I'm sure.
As headmistress, I must handle this matter with the utmost discretion. Mm-hmm. Frankly, I already know the thief. Are there any questions?
Well, only one timid one. Who is it?
I regret to say a faculty member is to blame. Glory Thomas. She was in here a minute or two ago.
Oh, really? Well, why, Miss Thomas, you find any of the loot stashed away in her room?
Well, no. No, not exactly. I haven't recovered any of the stolen articles, but I'm sure Glory's responsible. I'm certain she's the thief.
You're just sure?
I thought perhaps you might establish definite proof against Glory.
You mean you want me to frame her?
Oh, no, Mr. Spade. You misunderstand me.
I don't think so, Miss Carley.
Oh, dear, I was afraid this would happen. I told Ursula. But then
All right, I'll ask. Who's Ursula?
Mr. Spade, I think I can trust you. It was Ursula who instructed me to call you. Ursula Cavanaugh. You know the name.
The Ursula Cavanaugh inherited all the real estate, lives in Cavanaugh Towers penthouse, hasn't set foot out of there in 20 years?
Yes. Mrs. Cavanaugh is our school's benefactress. She is, of course, on the board of trustees. She is, moreover, a dear personal friend.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yes. We were classmates together here many years ago. Ursula's quite unlike myself. Married well, though a widow now. Rather aggressive. Frankly, she wishes to have Glory Thomas discharged, but her connection with the dismissal must not be known. Now, I don't suppose I can ask you to take the assignment now.
I'm a detective, Miss Carley, not a frame-up artist. I had to have my name called up from the lobby, and then 2 elevator trips later, I faced her on her penthouse terrace. Ursula Cavanaugh looked like a 1910 stock company lead out of Charlie's Aunt, smoking a black Italian stogie and gripping a cane like a shillelagh. 2 men were on the receiving end of her black snake whip of a tongue. A youngish guy, stockbroker type, and an individual in a morning coat who looked practically nude without a butterfly net.
Oh, you're a fool and a nincompoop, Jelinek. I lost all patience with you ages ago. Not only are you incompetent, but you're also dishonest. Don't mind telling you that when the board of directors meets on Thursday, I intend to instruct them
really,
to have...
Miss Cavanaugh, I've tried not to discommode you in any way. I endeavor in every detail to fulfill my responsibilities as manager of this hotel.
Don't interrupt me.
Auntie, I think you've got Jelinek and me all wrong. Now, the truth
The truth is, Gerald, you're both a pair of thieving scoundrels. Now get out, Jelinek, before your weasel face ruins my digestion.
Very well, madam. I remain at your service.
Ah, no backbone, no spunk. And as for you, my dear nephew...
I think I'll toddle along, Auntie. I ought to get back to the office.
Control your little impulses, Gerald. I admire a little larceny in any man, but not at my expense.
I was beginning to think I'd become invisible in that rarefied penthouse atmosphere. She hadn't even blinked at me while Jelinek slunk back to the lobby and Gerald toddled along to his office. The terrace was a riot of bloom. I don't know much about flowers, but she must have had them all there. Off to one side, a little man in a blue smock puttered around a wooden structure on a stand. I'd become aware of bees humming amidst the flowers when she finally spoke to me.
You're Tom Spade, aren't you?
Sam, ma'am, the fun-loving Spade.
Picked your photograph out of the other detectives. Looked like you got spunk. Why'd you come here?
Curiosity. I met Glory Thomas out at Miss Wigginson's. I liked her. I wanted to see the type that would strong-arm her out of a job from a safe distance.
Spunky. Come over here, Mr. Spade. I want to show you something. Piggott.
Yes, ma'am.
That'll do for now. Work at the other end of the garden for the time being.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Piggott's my gardener and beekeeper. Most taciturn individual. You know what this is?
Well, I didn't, but now I can see it's a beehive.
Yes, my own beehive. Fresh honey from a tea and fruit cake every afternoon.
Fine old tradition.
Observe this hive, young man. Honeybees are the most intelligent of all insects, surpassing even the ants. And why? Because one female controls a community of many, many thousands.
I'm against it.
Yes, Mr. Spade. The queen bee reigns supreme. The males are drones, quite useless. The female workers perform all necessary labor. No waste motion. No dissension.
Well, some of my best friends are drones, and I just can't stand them.
I think you understand me, Mr. Spade. I wish Gloria Thomas removed from San Francisco for an excellent reason. My nephew, Gerald Long, the young man who just left here, has developed absurd romantic notions about her.
Yeah, so you want the romance busted up, but if you try to break it up openly, your nephew might get stubborn and even marry her. On the other hand, by framing her as a thief, you ward off the affair until you can figure out some other dirty trick.
I knew you'd understand me, Mr. Spade. I admire bluntness in moderation. Well, what do you say to joining forces with me?
Just one thing, Mrs. Cavanaugh. Nuts. Next morning, I put through a call to Nickinson School for Girls. It had been my intent to talk to you, Miss Colley, to tell you I'd left my hat in your office, but somehow I found myself talking to Glory Thomas. And somehow our talk resulted in a cocktail date at the 10 o'clock Scholar Bar and Lounge.
I shouldn't have come, of course.
Oh, exam papers to grade, no doubt?
Stacks and stacks.
Soft velvet-type hands. Well, what's this on them?
Stains. I teach our girls chemistry, among other things.
Mm-hmm. How about me taking on a night school class for the other things?
You're crazy. You don't need any education.
Well, I can always use a postgraduate course.
You're really crazy, Sam. I needed this.
We'll make a night of it.
Maybe.
Gerald won't object, huh?
What's that mean? Who have you been talking to? That hateful old woman?
Mrs. Cavanaugh wants to put the boots to you, Glory. She called me in to frame you.
I could kill her.
Oh, easy now, Glory.
Don't talk to me. I thought I could take it. I thought I could be patient and wait while Jerry ironed everything out, but not now, though. I hate that selfish, domineering old woman. I hate her nephew, and I hate you.
Well, that'll do to start with, honey. Now let's go down my list. I hate...
Don't let me go. I've had all I can take for one night.
Wait a minute, Glory. Hey, you forgot your bag. Hey! She disappeared around the corner as I came out into the street. It was starting to rain. As I stepped off the curb, I slipped and turned my ankle. As I limped onto Montgomery Street, I saw her disappearing into one of the tall buildings on my side of the street. It could have been the Cavanaugh Towers. I step and a half into the lobby thereof a few minutes later. As I came in, Jelinek, the manager, was getting off the elevator. He swatted himself several times in the neck and then went into a door marked private. No trace of Glory in the lobby. I looked in the bar. She wasn't there, but Albert Piggott, the beekeeper, was having a stinger.
Oop. Now I'm beginning to feel good. Hey, who's this? I know that. Why, it's Mr. Spade. Sit down, Mr.
I don't have
Spade.
time just now, Mr. Piggott. Tell me...
Sit down.
Easy.
I'm fired. Have you heard? I'm fired. Just a worker out of work. Turned out by the queen bee.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Piggott. I imagine Mrs. Cavanaugh wasn't too easy to work for.
I told her to keep away from the bees when I wasn't there. Well, she's gone and disobeyed me. One of the workers must have stung her. She's got a temper, you know. Ooh, my. Must have smashed the eye with her stick. Bees were everywhere, all over. And then she fired me.
When was this, and why did she fire you?
Just now, maybe half an hour ago. I knocked, and then there wasn't any answer, and then I let myself in. It was all dark. I couldn't even see her. Heard the bees, of course, but couldn't... Who was I? And I said, Mrs. Cavanaugh, you disobeyed me. And in this voice, this awful voice, she said, Mr. Piggott, you're fired. Get out. This awful voice from the dark. And Mr. Piggott, mind you. Never before, just Piggott this and Piggott that. And, hey, where are you going? Hey!
I didn't bother to stop at the desk to get myself announced. I took the passenger elevator, then operated the penthouse elevator myself. No hands. Nobody answered my ring. The door was unlocked. I went inside. Crossed through the empty apartment to the terrace. The rain had just stopped, and the sunset cut a sudden shaft. First I heard it, the humming of swarming bees. Then I saw the overturned beehive. Then I saw Ursula Cavanaugh sprawled back in her chair, her stick and Italian stogie on the floor, while the bees clustered greedily over the fruit cake and honey set out on the table. I wondered if those most intelligent of all insects had the answer to Shakespeare's question, "O death, where is thy sting?"
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Queen Bee Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Miss Wigginson's. Miss Cowley speaking.
Sam Spade.
Oh, yes. You shouldn't have gone to see Mrs. Kavanaugh.
I didn't make any promises, ma'am.
Ursula was quite upset by your visit. Called me after you left her. Quite angry about it, Mr. Spade.
Oh?
She wanted to see me today. Our weekly half-day holiday, you know. But I simply couldn't face her. I'm sorry if I I finally managed to doze off after everyone left for the afternoon. Have you called before?
No, this is the first time. I'm at Mrs. Kavanaugh's place right now.
Indeed. Does Ursula wish to talk to me?
She can't.
I beg your pardon?
It might be a good idea if you'd come over here, Miss Cowley. Mrs. Kavanaugh's dead.
What was that?
Mrs. Kavanaugh's dead. And since you're her oldest and closest friend...
Yes, Mrs. Spade. I'll come immediately.
Well, you came on over, Miss Cowley, but meanwhile, nephew Gerald Long arrived, also Piggott, whom I called down at the bar, and who sobered up with remarkable rapidity on hearing the news. Gerald was shaken up by his great aunt's demise. We waited for the family doctor to arrive and watched Piggott entice the bees back into the hive. You turned up soon after and tried to soothe Gerald's nerves. The hotel manager, Jelinek, also flooded in. The doctor diagnosed cause of death as shock from formic acid, the secretion bees inject into the bloodstream with their stingers. We all stood around thinking our various thoughts as the doc voiced this verdict. Piggott was the one who voiced an epitaph.
She really knew nothing about bees, you know. The queen bee was all important, she thought. But there's always a rebel in every hive. The queen bee is always deposed sooner or later. The worker bees go on and on, but the queen bee can't reign forever.
After that, we all left and went our various ways. Poor old Piggott shouldn't have said that, and he must have been a lot drunker than he seemed, because he was found next morning in his garden in Marin County beside his overturned beehive, a victim, like his late employer, of fatal bee stings.
You're a fool if you think you'll get away with this.
Don't threaten me, Mr. Long. I've been bullied long enough. I don't intend to lose my position here now Mrs. Kavanaugh's gone. I've taken all I could stand from her, and I don't intend to let you walk all over me.
I'll do whatever I think needs to be done, Jelinek. Well, if you're trying to insinuate
I
that I
can
haven't...
cause you as much trouble as you cause me, maybe more. With what I found out about you now,
Get out of here. Go on, beat it before I break... How did you get in here, Spade?
Door was open.
Well, if you're here to collect any kind of bill, I want to know what services you rendered.
Nothing's rendered yet. But I figured you might like to know that Aunt Ursula was murdered.
Murdered? You can't say that. Not in my hotel.
Shut up, Jelinek. You need proof to back that up, Spade.
I've got it. Piggott.
What? Piggott's dead.
How do you know?
His doctor just called me.
Yeah. Well, that's why I know your aunt was murdered. I've just been out to Marin. Had quite a session with that doctor.
Well, where's your proof, man? Who'd want to kill her?
Well, oh, stop it. Practically everybody who knew her.
Really, now, I must protest this disrespect to the memory
Shut up.
of the...
Go on, Spade. Go on. Start getting specific.
Well, specifically, Piggott's doctor, because of what I suggested, examined the dead man again, found the mark of a hypodermic, plus the fact that a concentrated solution of formic acid killed Piggott. Piggott's next-door neighbor said he'd been stung as often as 10 and 12 times a day. That meant he'd built up a certain immunization to bee sting.
Are you suggesting that someone murdered him with an injection of commercial formic acid?
I thought I'd made that fairly clear.
And what would the motive be?
To keep him from talking about his employer's murder.
I see. Well, is that all?
Yeah, except that his neighbor told me somebody answering your description called on him this afternoon.
Mike? Oh. Well, yes, but Spade, look here, I can explain that.
Allow me. Hello.
Gerald, hello, darling. I'll be through in about an hour. Just got to check supplies in the chem lab, and then I'll be home and show you what a cook I am. You better be pretty.
I'm sorry, just a second. Here's Gerald. For you, Gerald, your wife.
Oh. Hold on a second, honey. Spade, look here now. You can't drag her into this thing.
When did you get married?
Yesterday afternoon.
Husband and wife. No testifying, huh? Well, I don't think I'll need your testimony. Jelinek's face fell 4 inches into his ascot tie as he heard himself lose exclusive hush money rights to the above information. Pausing only to enjoy a hearty laugh at his discomfiture, I went on to my next and final port of call, Miss Wigginson's School for Girls. This time, there was no girlish tittering as I entered, Miss Colley. No dewy young Amazons clutching hockey sticks in their grubby little hands. For a very good reason, as you told me.
My girls are dismissed for the day, Mr. Spade. Because of poor Ursula, of course. Really disrupts our routine. First our weekly half-day holiday yesterday, and now today.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to Miss Thomas in the chemistry lab she is, I think.
Very well. I'll take you to her. She knows nothing of our first meeting.
I've talked to her.
Oh, well, in here.
Yes? Oh. What do you want?
Thought we might talk.
There's nothing to talk about.
Well, we could talk about this hypodermic needle.
Put that down. I'm using it for an experiment.
Or, how about a formula, HCOOH or CH2O2?
What? That's formic acid.
Mm-hmm. Miss Cowley, you said yesterday was a half-day holiday. Did Miss Thomas stay here in school?
Why, no. She rarely does on Wednesday afternoon.
That's why Mrs. Cavanaugh had a visitor, didn't she, Glory?
Did she?
After you ran away from me?
All right. I did go up to see her. I was so mad about what you told me. I intended to hand in my resignation and give her a piece of my mind, and but she was dead when I got there.
Oh, Glory, no.
And I just got panic-stricken and ran.
Yeah, murder's a pretty scary thing.
Murder? What do you mean, Mr. Spade?
Mrs. Cavanaugh died from a hypodose of formic acid. Somebody familiar with chemistry would use that method.
Then that could mean...
Mm-hmm. The acid could be made up in this lab. The hypodermic could be this one here.
I didn't kill her. I didn't.
You say you were scared. You were so scared you ran all the way to City Hall and married her nephew.
So you found out?
Jelinek found out first. He intended to squeal the old lady, but she was dead when he got back. He knew her will disinherited Gerald if he married without her auntie's approval while she was still alive.
We married after she was dead. But that didn't matter. After I saw you, I told Jerry if he was any sort of man, he'd marry me, will or no will. He did.
And yet this morning he drove over to Marin County to see old Piggott.
You think he was trying to shield me? I tell you, she was dead when I got into that room. I don't know anything about Piggott.
One moment. I believe I recall that Mr. Piggott said Ursula spoke to him when she discharged him. Glory, you must be mistaken about the time you entered that room. She couldn't have already been dead because...
Yes, she could have and was. The killer was almost caught by Piggott. She hid behind the curtain in the dark and spoke to him. Miss Cavanaugh was already dead, but...
I see. Mr. Piggott thought it was Ursula's voice, but it was yours, Glory.
No, it was yours, Miss Colley.
What?
You committed both murders. You had access to the murder weapon. You had the half-day holiday to do it in.
Mr. Spade...
Even at that moment, the finishing school schoolmarm had to say Mr. Piggott.
Well, I'm not sorry for it. Ursula misused her power shamefully.
And now the queen bee's deposed again.
You're brighter than most men, Mr. Spade. You, too, understood the significance of Mr. Piggott's remarks last night.
Yeah, I could have been a little brighter, a little sooner. You helped give yourself away when you asked me if I'd called you earlier yesterday afternoon.
Why, Sam? How could she?
Well, Cavanaugh bullied her since childhood. Then you came on the staff, and your ability scared her. The queen bee being deposed and whatnot. When Cavanaugh wanted you framed, she saw a chance to get rid of both of you. She hoped her murder would look like an accident, but if it was recognized as murder, you'd be the logical suspect.
Oh, you're much too clever, Mr. Spade. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, let's. It's up to those drones at Homicide from here on in. Period and a report.
Sam,
Yes, Evie?
how come Gerald went out to see Mr. Piggott?
Well, Gerald didn't care about the will, but he didn't want to boot a fortune out the window either. Glory hadn't told him she'd seen his aunt, so he called on Piggott to find out when Piggott last saw Auntie alive. Go type that up. I am completely well, and when you return, we shall Indian wrestle.
Certainly, Sam.
And now, listen to this. Shopping note. Tonight or tomorrow, get a family-sized bottle or handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linx home brighteners. Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, Linx Cream Polish, and Linx Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Webs of Murder. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the Black Widow spiders.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Black Widow murders and saved the webs from getting into the hands of the enemy. But before we do, consider this. Millions of Americans have learned how easily Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, brings amazing new beauty to the home. Now, millions more are learning that floors, woodwork, and furniture can be made to look like new with the three great Linx home brighteners. Linx self-polishing wax beautifies floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linx cream polish cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linx clear gloss varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface, protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the three great Linx home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we begin today's story, we find Nick and Patsy in Nick's car returning to town.
Oh, gosh, Nick, I'm glad you were able to prevent that poor old lady's home from being taken away from her.
So am I, Patsy. That was a jet game if ever I saw one.
And how?
The old lady was to the right, but I had to find the proof for her. Otherwise, she'd have been turned out in the streets with nowhere to go.
You going right back to the office?
No, not directly. I have to stop off and do an errand for Riley first.
Do an errand for Riley? Since when have you started that?
I haven't started anything, Patsy. Riley called me this morning just before you got to the office and asked me if I'd do this job as a special favor to him.
What do you have to do?
Well, it seems that there's a woman on Cherry Street who makes a business of supplying spider webs to the Army and Navy.
Oh?
They use them for crosshairs for engineering instruments and sighting devices for gun sites, bomb sites, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a small business, but it's pretty valuable and mighty important, too.
Well, where do you come in?
Well, this woman called Riley early this morning and said that someone had tried to break into her place last night. She has a large shipment just ready to go out, and she's afraid that someone may try to keep her from delivering it.
I see.
So Riley asked me if I'd stop in on my way back and pick it up. Said he had no good man he could send for it now because of some special work the police are doing just now.
And good-natured old Nick said he would. Where do you have to take it?
To one of the naval buildings downtown. Besides being worth about $10,000, the web's very important to the service. Also, I thought you might like to see how they collect this web from the spiders. You want to come with me?
Well, I've got a dental appointment in about an hour, Nick, but I'll stop off and have a look at this spider conservatory. How long are you going to be there?
Only long enough to pick up the stuff, I expect. Unless there's some delay, you ought to get back to town. Plenty of time for your appointment with a tooth specialist.
Yes?
I'm Nick Carter. I've come to pick up the web that you want delivered to town.
Who told you to come here?
Lieutenant Riley said you wanted police protection.
That's right, I do. Would you mind identifying yourself, please?
Not at all. Would this prove my identity sufficiently?
Oh, of course. Come in, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Miss...
Lewis, Kay Lewis. I own this business.
This is Miss Bowen, my assistant.
How do you do?
How do you do?
The web will be ready in just a few minutes. I have one more spider to take care of.
This is a new one on me, Miss Lewis. I've seen plenty of spider webs, but I never thought of saving any of them.
Well, that's a very different thing, Miss Bowen. You can't just save any old web you might find around the house. You have to go at it the right way and have the right kind of spiders.
What kind do you use? Black Widow, aren't they?
Yes. Their web is very strong and very uniform.
Black widows?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they deadly poisonous?
Well, there's really no danger if I get bitten. A solution of Epsom salt injected into the bloodstream will counteract the poison.
It's nice to know, but I hope I never have to use it.
So do I.
Oh, look at all the jars, Nick. Is there a spider in each jar?
Not quite. We have 160 here just now. I checked up last night. My assistant, Jim Baldwin, is out in the field collecting more today.
How do you get the web, Miss Lewis?
Well, watch me. I let the spider out of the jar, and almost at once it starts to spin a web. I take the end of the web, so, and fasten it to this small wire frame. There. Then I just wind up the frame, and the web winds up as fast as the spider produces it.
I understand you had an attempted burglary here last night, Miss Lewis.
Yes, someone tried to break in the back door. We found chisel marks all around it this morning, but they were unsuccessful, or else they got scared away.
Any idea who might want to steal your stuff?
No, but I didn't want to take any chances with such an unusually large shipment as this, so I asked for police protection.
And I don't blame you. You say there are 160 spiders here.
Yes, all widows.
Okay, I'm back.
In here, Jim. That's my assistant, Jim Baldwin.
Well, not much luck this time, Kay.
Oh?
I only got 11 more Black Widows. The woods are too dry just now.
Oh, Jim, this is Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Carter is taking the shipment of web to the Naval Building for me to be sure it gets there.
Oh, I see. You know, I can't understand why anyone would want to steal the webs. We're the only collectors in this part of the country, and no one else could sell them without attracting attention.
Well, I know it sounds foolish,
Well,
but
I'm not criticizing you. I'm just thinking out loud, that's all.
Oh, Miss Lewis, how much longer before the web will be ready?
Oh, not long. As soon as I finish this one web, I'll pack them in those cases, and they'll be ready to go. Not over half hour at the most.
I think I better get along, Nick. I can take the subway. I don't want to be late for my appointment with the dentist.
Okay, Patsy. I'll see you in the office about noon.
All right. Thanks for the demonstration, Miss Lewis.
You're very welcome.
So long.
Goodbye. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but you can't hurry these spiders.
That's quite all right. I don't have to hurry.
Oh, Jim, get that, will you please?
Sure, I'll take it.
Now, those cases you pack the web in look like boxes of fishing tackle, don't they?
Yes. You can pack a lot of webs into a pretty small space.
It's for you, Kay. Pete Morrow.
Pete? Oh, thank you. I'll only be a moment. Excuse me, please.
Pete Morrow. Isn't he that small-time gangster who runs a garage?
Yeah, that's the one.
Sells black market tires and gasoline?
That's him.
And what's her connection with him?
Nothing, I guess. They've been out together a few times. Well, it's time to feed the spiders. Each one gets a fresh killed fly once a day. Watch this. Now, watch her go after it. See that?
Yes. Well, don't think I'd care to be... Oh. What hit me? Oh, my head. Feels as if 1,000 hammers were... And Baldwin, too. Not you, too, huh? I wonder... Where the web? They're gone, both cases. Great grief. Miss Lewis. Miss Lewis, are you... I'm dead. Shot right through the head. And wait. That's my gun there on the floor. Why, she was shot with my gun. Hey, Baldwin. Baldwin. Baldwin, wake up, wake up.
What happened?
Baldwin, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Kay Lewis has been murdered.
Kay? Murdered?
Yes, shot through the head. And the web is gone, all of it.
The web gone?
Yes. Did you see the guy who slugged us?
Well, no. I looked around as you went down. I saw someone behind me, and then I got it. And got it good.
Oh, come on. Snap out of it, will you? Get on the phone and call the police.
Police?
Of course. Get in the office and call them now.
Yeah, all right. I'll call them.
I'll have a look around. See if I can find anything to tell us who's behind this. Whoever it was used my gun, wiped all the fingerprints off. Clean as a whistle now. Hello. What's this? Wasn't here before. That I'm sure of. Huh. Ticket for a parked car. Morrow's garage. Pete Morrow. That's what he phoned here just before we got...
They're coming right out.
Look here, Baldwin. Are you sure that was Pete Morrow on the phone a few minutes ago?
Well, sure it was. I know his voice. Why?
I just found this on the floor here. A parking ticket for Morrow's garage.
Well, probably just a coincidence. Somebody who had parked at Morrow's place did this.
You're wrong there. This is the other end of the ticket. The end held by the garage.
Yeah, so it is. So what? I know that was Morrow on the phone. Besides, he was still talking to Kay when we were slugged.
Yes, you're right there. Miss Lewis was still talking last I knew. I wonder. This ticket wasn't here before the killing. Yet it's here now. Well, in lieu of a better clue, I think I'll take a run over to Morrow's place and see what I can get out of him.
I wish you luck, Carter.
Hey, by the way, how long have you been in business here?
About a year.
Who started the business?
Kay did.
How'd you get into it?
Well, she knew I was a zoologist, so she asked me where she could get some black widow spiders. The idea interested me, and I finally gave up what I was doing and came over here. I collected the spiders, and she collected the webs. We've been very successful.
Know anything about her past?
No, nothing. Never thought much about it before. But why all these questions, Carter?
Just want to learn what I can before I talk tomorrow.
Sorry. I don't know anything more than I've told you.
All right, Baldwin. You wait here for the police. I'll have a talk with our friend Pete Morrow. Pete Morrow around?
Yeah, he's in the office.
Anybody with him?
No, you can go in if you want to.
Thanks, I will.
Come in.
Pete Morrow?
Yeah, that's me. What do you want with me?
I want to talk with you.
Okay, you got the floor.
And suppose you keep your hands on top of your desk while we talk.
What,
Just sit still. Keep your hands in sight.
Hey, who are you anyway? What do you want with me?
I'm Nick Carter. As I said, I want to talk to you.
Okay, so you're Nick Carter. So what?
I just want to ask you if you know anything about this bump on the back of my head.
Bump on the... I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you don't, maybe you do. You know Kay Lewis?
Yeah, sure, I know her. Good-looking thing.
Been out with her?
Yeah, what's it to you?
Know what business she was in?
Sure, I knew about them spiders.
And you also knew the webs were worth a lot of money, didn't you?
Hey, what are you getting at? You trying to pin something on me?
Sit down.
Hey.
Did you telephone Kay Lewis about an hour ago?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. I had to talk to her.
What about?
Why,
You're lying, Morrow. Now stay right where you are. I want to have a little look around this office of yours.
I don't know what you're trying to do, copper. But I'm telling you, I don't...
What are those boxes under your desk, Morrow?
Boxes?
Yes, boxes. What are they?
They're tools. Mechanics' tools.
Yes? And suppose you shove those tools out from under your desk and let me have a look at them.
Well, there ain't nothing there, but...
Ooh, don't try reaching for your gun again. Next time, I'll aim lower. Now shove those boxes out here. With your feet.
I don't see why you're so interested in them boxes. They just...
You know well enough why. There's enough spider web in those cases to send you to the chair.
To the chair?
You shouldn't have killed Kay Lewis, Morrow.
I didn't kill her. I took the web, sure, but I didn't do anything to her.
You admit you stole the web?
Sure, I got the web. It wasn't my fault. That was...
Well, who's doing the shooting this time? Was it Nick or was it someone trying to kill Nick? Did Pete Morrow kill Kay Lewis or was it someone else? We'll see in just a moment. I know every man notices that beautiful floors add to the appearance of a room. And every woman knows that well-kept floors reflect the pride she takes in her home. Now, with Linex self-polishing wax, you can give your floors a more beautiful finish than ever, without tiresome rubbing or polishing. For Linex self-polishing wax is simply wiped on, drying to a handsome, satiny finish that really wears, because Linex self-polishing wax contains genuine carnauba wax. When worn spots do appear, you simply renew the finish where it's needed without re-waxing the whole floor. And Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for surface dirt is quickly whisked away with a damp cloth. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-slip floor finish, as the underwriters' laboratories have proved. And it's equally fine for tile, wood, or linoleum. Ask your dealer now for Linex, Lin-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Nick had just made Pete Morrow, small-time gangster, admit that he had stolen the missing spider webs when 2 shots were fired in rapid succession. It's a few minutes later.
You must bear a charmed life, Nick, if neither of the 2 shots hit you.
Only the second one was aimed at me, Patsy. The first one went right through Pete's forehead. I dropped behind the desk, and the other one went over my head.
Do you have any idea who killed him?
Not yet. Tried to get him, but he got away.
Why would anyone want to kill Pete?
To keep him from talking too much, probably. Pete had just admitted he stole the webs, and was about to tell me something else when he was shot. I imagine the killer himself was listening, and when Pete started confessing, shot him to keep him quiet.
Did you get the webs back, Nick?
Yes, both cases. They're in my car now. I'm going to take them back to the spider place. Riley should be there by now.
You walked into something when you agreed to deliver those cases, didn't you?
Apparently I did. But here's why I called you, Patsy. I want you to look into our files. Get together all the information you can find on Kay Lewis and her business. Call me at the spider place as soon as you get it. There's something very peculiar going on around here someplace.
Never saw the beat of it, Nick. The way you're always around when somebody gets killed. And I suppose you know nothing about it the same as usual.
Oh, I wouldn't say I know nothing about it, Riley, but I certainly don't have the solution all ready to hand over to you.
No.
Have you made any of your usual startling discoveries yet?
None of your wisecracks, Carter. I'm doing all right.
Ah, fine. And what have you found so far?
Well, we got the bullet that killed this Lewis woman, and it came from a .45. That bullet's going to identify the killer for us.
I doubt that, Riley.
And why do you doubt it?
Because I'm pretty sure the bullet was fired from my gun.
From your gun? You mean you shot her?
I mean nothing of the kind. After I was knocked out, someone stole my gun, shot Miss Lewis, and left the gun on the floor beside her.
Doggone it, that's the only real clue we had.
Well, there are other clues, Riley. Although I doubt that you would get much out of them.
Why, you...
For example, I know that Pete Morrow, small-time gangster and black market operator, stole the spider webs that are missing.
Pete Morrow, is it? Hey, Sergeant! Send a couple of the boys out to pick up Pete Morrow.
That won't do any good, Riley.
Why not? Pete ought to be able to give us some dope on this.
Pete is not going to tell anybody anything anymore.
Huh?
Someone put a slug through his head while I was talking to him.
Another killing? We ain't even solved this one yet.
When you solve this one, Riley, if you do solve it, you'll have the answer to both of them. I believe the same person killed both Kay Lewis and Pete Morrow.
Did you learn anything from Pete before he was killed?
Only that he stole the webs and that someone else was back of it.
Where are the webs now?
Outside my car.
That ain't safe, Nick. Maybe the killer will be back to get them.
They'll be safe enough. I left them in charge of one of your men out there.
Oh.
Hey, where's Jim?
Who's Jim?
Kay Lewis's assistant. Jim Baldwin.
Oh, him, sure. He was here a while ago, but he said he was feeling pretty sick after finding Miss Lewis shot the way she was. So I let him go over to the drugstore for something to make him feel better.
How long has he been gone?
Oh, only a few minutes. Let me see here. Well, good gosh, it's longer than I thought. He's been gone about 3/4 of an hour. Sure, he ought to have been back here before this.
Huh. That's very interesting.
Come on. What's going on out there?
Well, this thick-headed copy.
One at a time.
Yes,
one
no
at a time. Oh, Scotty, what's the trouble here?
Well, Mr. Carter asked me to keep an eye on his car, so no one would bother him.
Huh?
When I just took a look at it, I found this fella fooling around.
So I brought him in.
That's ridiculous. I didn't know it was Carter's car.
What were you doing with it?
I wasn't doing anything with it. I was on my way back from the drugstore, and as I passed the car, I just happened to glance inside. I thought I recognized the cases we used to pack the spider webs in. And I was just having a look at them to make sure when this dumb cop came up and grabbed me.
Dumb cop, did you say? Why, for
No,
Now, that's all, Scotty. Go back and watch the car like you was told to.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Jim, have you been at the drugstore ever since Lieutenant Riley let you go?
Well, sure I have. What else would I be doing?
It's exactly what I'd like to know.
Are you insinuating that
I'm insinuating nothing. By the way, you said someone tried to break in here last night.
That's right.
Which door was it? That one there?
Yes. You can see the chisel marks all over the outside where they tried to break the lock.
That's just what I do want to see. I'll be right back, Riley.
Take your time. Take your time. I got nothing else to do but watch you play around here.
Shall I answer, Lieutenant?
Why shouldn't you answer it?
Well, I didn't know now that you're in charge
Go
here.
on and answer it.
Sure. Hello? Sure. Wait a minute. Carter, telephone for you.
Okay, thanks. Probably in my office.
Now, look here, Baldwin.
Hello?
You said you got back here with them spiders you'd caught just before the killing this morning, didn't you?
That's right. The weather was bad for spiders, and I hadn't had much luck. I only got 11 spiders for 12 hours' work. Well, sometimes I got as many as 35 and maybe 40 in the same length of time.
Oh.
But this time, all I could find was 11. Hardly worth the trouble.
Did I hear you say you got 11 spiders, Jim?
Yes. You saw them when I brought them in this morning.
So I did. How's your arithmetic?
Arithmetic? I don't get you.
How much is 160 and 11 added together?
Are you being funny, Carter?
Definitely not. Add 160 and 11 and see what you get.
Any fool could answer that, Nick. I know the answer myself. You get 171.
That's what I make it too, Riley.
What's this all about, Nick?
Let's count the spiders here in this room and see how many there are.
What do you want to do that for, Nick?
Just to satisfy my curiosity. Now, what do you say?
You and your curiosity. All right. Let's count the things and get it done so we can get to something important.
This is important, Riley. You take that side. I'll take this.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4... Hey!
Don't move! I'll shoot if you do. Keep your hands up high.
He broke the jars, and some of them spiders is loose, and they're poisoned.
Just step on it, Riley. They can't bite you unless you get on them.
If the spiders don't get you, gentlemen, I will. With my little 45.
Nick, one of them is on me. He's going to bite me.
Knock it off, Riley. You're not dead yet.
Not yet, but soon. I missed you in Pete's office this morning, Carter, because I was in a hurry. But I won't miss you this time.
You mean you killed Pete Morrow?
I did, just as I'm going to kill you.
I don't think you are, Jim.
And why not?
Look behind you and you'll see.
You can't fool me that way, Carter. I'm no chump.
Good shot, Nick. I'll take care of him now.
Hey! I've been bitten. One of the spiders got me.
Oh, my fine friend, try and get out of these.
Good work, Riley.
Quick! Get some of the Epsom salts before I die. They're in the first aid cabinet there.
You killed Kay Lewis, didn't you?
Yes. Get the salts quick.
And you killed Pete Morrow, too, didn't you?
Yes, do something. I'm dying.
Pete stole the web as part of your deal, didn't he?
For the love of heaven, will you hurry up?
Didn't he?
Yes. I planned it, but he just helped me. Will you do something before I die?
Yes, I'll give you the Epsom salts now. I want to save you for the electric chair.
You've had quite a day.
Yes, Patsy, quite a day.
And now that everything's quiet and peaceful, suppose you give out with the missing details. Did you know Jim Baldwin was behind this when you started out?
No, not at first, Patsy. There didn't seem to be any motive for him to do it. But as soon as you told me that our files show Kay Lewis's partner and not her employee, I got suspicious.
Well, go on. Tell me all about it.
All right, slave driver. Jim Baldwin knew there was a big shipment of webs going out this morning, and he wanted it for himself. So he planned everything to look as if he couldn't possibly be mixed up in it. So he told Miss Lewis he was going out after a new batch of spiders. But instead, he came back after dark and chiseled around the lock on the door to make it look as if someone had tried to get in.
Oh.
As soon as I examined the door, I knew it was a phony attempt. Then he arranged with someone to call Miss Lewis at a certain time this morning, just as he got back in with his 11 spiders. He answered the phone himself and told us it was Pete Morrow. said he recognized his voice. That gave Morrow an alibi as well as himself. Then he knocked me out, and Morrow, as they'd arranged, came in and took the webs. Jim says he never planned to kill Miss Lewis, and I think that's true. When he found me there, he was afraid, as he hadn't expected any witnesses, so probably thought it would look more legitimate if she were killed. So he took my gun and shot her, then tapped himself on the head hard enough to raise a good bump just to fool me.
Then if you hadn't found the parking ticket from Morrow's garage, you wouldn't have had any reason to suspect Morrow, would you?
No, that was a lucky break. For me, not for Morrow.
But how did Jim get away to kill Morrow? He stayed at the Spider lab, didn't he?
Well, after Riley got there, he talked Riley into letting him go to the drugstore for some medicine. But instead drove to Morrow's place and got there in time to overhear our conversation. Then, being afraid Morrow was going to confess that he, Jim, was behind the deal, shot him.
And on his way back, he saw the webs in your car and tried to steal them again.
Right.
But, Nick, if Jim didn't go out gathering spiders, as he said he was going to do, where'd he get those 11 spiders he brought back with him?
Took them out of the stock at the lab when he was there last night trying to make the lock look as if someone had tried to break in.
Oh, then that was why you wanted to count the spiders.
Exactly, Betsy.
Oh, I get it.
Miss Lewis told us in the morning that she had 160 spiders on hand, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Jim had brought in 11 more, that would have made 171 in all.
Right.
So I wanted to count them to see how many there actually were. And when I started to do that, Jim knew the game was up because he knew we'd find only 160, which had been there before. So he tried to get rid of us by breaking several of the jars in order to let some of the black widows out, hoping they'd bite us.
But one bit him instead.
Yes. I saw one heading for him, so I kept talking, hoping he wouldn't notice it. Then, when it did bite him, I shot his gun out of his hand.
It's an old story, isn't it? As has happened many times before. A widow caused his downfall. Poor man.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But right now, here's a helpful hint. When there are children in your home, it's a real job to keep your furniture looking its best. Small hands leave fingerprints, small shoes leave scratches, and the youngsters demand so much of your time. So it's really wise to depend on the quick, easy shortcut to furniture beauty, Linux Cream Polish. Linux Cream Polish renews the gleaming beauty of your fine furniture. And it's so simple to use, for it cleans as it polishes, saving you half the time and energy. Yes, in one quick application, Linux Cream Polish does away with the cloudy look of dust and old polish, erases finger marks, helps conceal scratches. And Linux Cream Polish dries hard, so there's no leftover oil for dust to cling to. Ask for Linux Cream Polish at your dealers now. You'll find all three great Linux home brighteners, Linux Cream Polish, Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Now, an urgent reminder. Your serviceman needs the Red Cross, needs the touch of home it provides for him wherever he may be. Help support the Red Cross overseas clubs and what they can do for that fighting man of yours. Contribute now toward the $200 million the Red Cross needs. And keep your Red Cross at his side. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nicholas, what's your story about next week?
Patsy and I went to the races one afternoon just before the season closed and saw one of the most exciting races I've ever witnessed. But as the winning jockey came down the home stretch, he suddenly fell from his horse and was instantly killed.
And Nick, being a detective, born and bred, instantly smelled a murder. Nothing to go on, just one of his hunches.
Was it murder, Nick?
Even in the absence of proof, Ken, I knew it was murder. The only job was to get something concrete in the way of evidence.
Which Nick, being Nick, proceeded to do, much to the annoyance of a great many people who all tried to do something about it.
What do you call this story of yours, Nick?
Death Goes to the Post.
Or the mystery of the murdered jockey.
And that's all for now. So long.
Details next week. So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. We'll be looking forward to seeing you next week as usual. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, master detective, entitled
Death Goes to the Post. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Jockey.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.